In Yunnan, the capital city of Xinjiang, the servant market of Jinan was crowded with people. On a stone platform about 3 feet high, 2 people knelt with their hands tied behind their backs. Their heads hung low, their bodies covered in wounds, and their clothes were torn. Like livestock, ropes were looped around their necks, the other ends held by a shouting servant trader.
Come, come.
Take a look. Don't miss this chance. Freshly captured criminal servants. The woman is beautiful, the man handsome, both young and delicate. In the servant market, the most sought-after servants were always those who had once held high status before falling from grace. As the trader shouted, more and more people gathered around.
Hey.
50 taels of silver for one? Are you trying to rob us? When the crowd saw the price sign in front of the 2 servants, they began to grumble and protest. Human life was cheap. 10 taels could buy 10 strong laborers. Now, don't be impatient, the trader said quickly. These 2 may be expensive, but think about who they used to be, the grandson and granddaughter of the Imperial physician. Isn't that a bargain? Trying to raise the price, the trader continued to boast. As the saying goes, good goods don't come cheap. Besides their noble background, these 2 are still untouched and well-bred. They're good-looking and graceful, definitely worth the price. The crowd burst into laughter at his words.
Ha!
With her hair all over her face, who can even see what she looks like? You say she's a young lady. How do we know she's not just a servant pretending? Hey now, don't insult my honesty. The trader replied. Everyone knows Wang Wu never cheats his customers. He stepped up to the small girl, grabbed a handful of her tangled hair, and yanked it back to show her face to the crowd.
Look.
See this fine nose, these delicate lips. Did I lie? With a face like this, she could be the star of any house in the city. The girl stood motionless, like a puppet without a soul, letting him move her as he pleased. Her small face was smudged with dirt, but her delicate features still showed through. Even if the people below wanted to bargain, none of them could bring themselves to call her ugly. This face looks fine, but you said she's delicate and graceful. We can't see that. Look at her messy appearance. What if she's worthless? Then we'd lose money. You don't believe me? If you don't, I can show you right now, the trafficker said with a sneer. Do it. Hurry up. The crowd shouted louder and louder. The young lady's fair skin will soon be revealed. Don't get too excited, the trafficker joked, reaching toward the girl. The crowd grew restless, shouting for him to continue. Just as he was about to humiliate her further, a figure suddenly rushed forward. In an instant, that person was grabbed by the hair and dragged up. The trafficker cursed angrily. You worthless brat! Don't you know your place? How dare you fight back?
Please.
Let her go. Let my sister go. The voice was hoarse and full of despair. Let her go.
Dream on.
I paid a lot for you too. If I lose money, I'll make you pay for it. Then came the sound of a whip striking flesh. The man wielding it swung again and again, hitting the boy who had dared to resist. Blood splattered with each strike, some landing on the girl's face and clothes. A drop even fell into her eyes, turning her vision red.
Where
is this place? Ling remembered just finishing a brain surgery that had lasted 36 hours and 58 minutes. She had been about to speak with the patient's family about post-surgery care. How did she suddenly end up in this strange yet oddly familiar place?
Was this
a dream? Before she could pinch her thigh, a sharp pain spread through her wrist. Below the stone platform, the twisted and excited faces awakened the memories buried deep in Ling Qiue's mind. She, Ling Qiue, the legitimate granddaughter of the Imperial physician of Yunnan, had truly returned. In her previous life, the Ling family was accused of harming a royal heir and sentenced to extermination. Her grandfather, parents, uncles, and aunts were all beaten to death in prison. The remaining members of the Ling family were sent to the servant market and sold like animals. Their final fate was miserable, regardless of gender. At that time, she was terrified. In her fear, she tried to end her life by hitting her head on the ground. Unfortunately, she failed and only ruined her face. In her despair, Her former close friend, Princess Mingyue, Shen Mingyue, sent people to buy her back and took her to the princess's residence. Believing she had escaped death, Ling Qiuyue was deeply grateful to Shen Mingyue. She wished she could devote her entire life to repaying such kindness. She not only taught Shen Mingyue all the secret medical skills of the Ling family, but also volunteered to be her test subject until her last breath. Before dying, she even wanted to pass on a new acupuncture method she had created. But then she overheard a cruel truth. The person she thought was her savior, Shen Mingyue, was actually the one who had destroyed the Ling family. It was Shen Mingyue who had plotted against them, causing their downfall. And all of it happened simply because Ling Qiuyue had stood in her way. Even at the moment of death, she could not understand what she had done to block Shen Mingyue's path. Shen Mingyue, the beloved daughter of the princess and the Duke of Xinghua, held a status higher than most royal princesses. Ling Qiuyue, on the other hand, was just an ordinary official's daughter who rarely left her home. If Shen Mingyue hadn't invited her, they would never have met. Filled with hatred, Ling Qiuyue used the last of her strength to poison Shen Mingyue with an incurable toxin. Then she smiled as the Duke of Xinghua, who adored his daughter, ordered her execution. After her death, for reasons unknown, she activated a system of virtue and was reborn in the 22nd century. As long as she gathered enough good deeds, she could earn a chance to go back in time and save her loved ones. From that moment on, she devoted herself to studying medicine, traditional, modern, and even folk healing. Day and night, she worked tirelessly to cure illnesses and help others, all to accumulate virtue. At last, she succeeded. Along with her came a special gift from the system of good deeds, the Divine Healer's Space. Thanks to this space, she reached the highest level of mastery in just 5 years in the 22nd century. With a thought, a small, sharp scalpel appeared in Ling Qiuyue's hand. Before her stood a group of human traffickers, their eyes wild with excitement, and beside them lay her brother, Ling Wenhao, covered in wounds and barely conscious. Her tears mixed with blood as they fell. The once bright and confident young man was now forced to kneel on the ground, his hair pulled by one of the traffickers. The man sneered, "Clean my shoe, and I'll let her go." "All right," the boy said hoarsely, his voice trembling. He slowly lifted himself and leaned toward the man's shoe. "He's really doing it," someone shouted excitedly. Laughter broke out among the crowd. Ling Wenhao shut his eyes tightly, as if that could block out the nightmare around him. Just as his lips were about to touch the shoe, a flash of silver light streaked through the air. A spray of blood followed, and the trafficker screamed, clutching his leg as the onlookers recoiled in shock.
Ah!
Someone's hurt. Run! The crowd that had been jeering moments ago now scattered in panic. The trafficker rolled on the ground, crying out in pain, while his own spit landed back on his face. Another man tried to rush forward, but a second flash of silver struck him down as well. The strange scene left everyone frozen in fear. Under their stunned gazes, the girl who had been silent all this time slowly stood up and walked toward the boy. Yeah, don't be afraid. Your brother will protect you." The boy, covered in blood, forced a weak smile to comfort his sister. "I'm not afraid." Ling Qiuyue gave him a bright smile. Her hands quickly moved over several points on his body. Soon, the boy, who had been holding on with his last bit of strength, slowly closed his eyes. Now that she had been given a second chance at life, she would protect her family and settle all the grudges from her past life. How could she be afraid? How could she ever be afraid? Before long, the overseer of the servant market arrived with a group of fierce guards. Who dares to cause trouble in the servant market? The Jinan servant market might not be a high-class place, but anyone who could run it in Shengjing was not someone to be trifled with. Everyone turned to look at the stone platform. Blood was splattered across it, and 3 people lay motionless on the ground. Only Ling Qiuyue stood there, her eyes cold as she looked down at the crowd. It's her. She's the one who killed Wang Wu and the others. How dare this criminal servant attack people in public? Catch her, dead or alive. The overseer, Zhang Daiyou, shouted angrily. The guards beside him drew their blades and rushed forward. But in the next moment, they fell heavily to the ground. Useless fools. All of you go. Zhang Dayo roared in fury. A group of armed men charged forward, ready to cut down the woman on the platform. Ling Qiue's face stayed calm, but inside, she was cursing her fate. Heavens above! If she had been given a second chance, why must it be in such a deadly situation? To save her loved ones, she had trained in the 22nd century, learning grappling, boxing, tai chi, and Wing Chun. She had pushed herself to the limit, becoming a skilled special forces fighter. But now, her body was weak, and she couldn't take on more than 10 strong men at once. Still, Ling Qiue quickly regained her composure. So, what if it was a deadly situation? She had already died once. What was there to fear? The timid fear the bold, and the bold fear those who have nothing to lose. If she struck hard enough to scare them, that would be enough. A few silver scalpels suddenly appeared in Ling Qiue's palm, gleaming coldly. That had once been the tool she used to save lives, but now it had become a weapon for taking them. Just as she was about to act, stop. With a sharp command, a middle-aged man in a gray robe hurried over, followed by a group of people. Ling Qiue looked up. When she saw the chubby man leading them, a faint, knowing smile appeared on her lips. He's here. Shen Mingyue, the loyal servant of Shen Mingyue. In her past life, he had come to the servant market, bought her for 100 taels, and sent her to the princess's residence. He looked kind and honest on the outside, but inside, he was cruel and deceitful. Most of the ways Shen Mingyue used to torment her had come from his suggestions, including the idea of marrying her off to a servant in the estate. When Zhang Dayo saw who had arrived, his arrogance vanished. He quickly ran forward to greet him. Manager Shen, what brings you here? I'm sorry I didn't come to meet you sooner. With the princess's power and influence in Yunlan, even a maid from her household was treated with respect, let alone a steward. Shen Mingyue looked at Ling Qiue, the only one still standing on the stone platform, and a faint smile curved his lips. Perfect timing. A girl who had lost everything and been rescued would surely be grateful to her savior. He quickly hid his true thoughts and put on a look of pity. Ah, poor thing. How did you get hurt like this? Miss Ling, my lady said that if you're willing, you can come with me to the princess's residence. Everyone around was stunned. A moment ago, she had been on the brink of death, and now she was being invited to the princess's household. What incredible luck. Everyone thought Ling Qiue would agree, without hesitation. But to their surprise, she stayed silent, her clear eyes fixed on the man before her, as if she wanted to carve his face into her memory. Miss Ling, the past is gone. Please don't be too sad, Shen Mingyue said gently, thinking she was too grief-stricken to respond. Don't worry. My lady has already said she will make sure your family is properly taken care of. No matter what, they won't be left without dignity. When Ling Qiue heard those words, the hatred in her heart grew even stronger. In her past life, they had pointed to a few mounds where stray dogs were buried and told her those were the graves of her family, forcing her to pay respects every day. Because of that, she had felt endless gratitude toward Shen Mingyue. But in truth, the bodies of everyone in the Ling family had been thrown into a mass grave, their remains destroyed by wild animals. Manager Zhang, our lady has bought this servant. Do you have any objections? Ling Qiue stayed silent, and Zhang Mingyue took it as agreement. He arrogantly tossed a silver note to Zhang Dayo. When Zhang Dayo saw the amount, his attitude became even more eager.
No, no.
It's our honor that the lady has taken interest in someone from our market. Soon, one of Zhang Mingyue's attendants stepped forward and roughly pulled Ling Qiue down. The harsh movement made her unhealed wounds ache even more. Miss Ling, let's go. The lady is waiting for you at the residence. Zhang Mingyue's lips curved into a mocking smile as he turned to get into the carriage. At that moment, Ling Qiue had a straw tag on her head marking her as a criminal servant, and her clothes were torn and dirty. She looked utterly miserable. If she were to walk all the way from the servant market to the princess's mansion like this, she would face countless stares and humiliation. That was exactly what Zhang Jingjong wanted, to disgrace her. In her past life, Ling Chuya had indeed been broken just as they wished, losing the last bit of pride she had. From then on, she became a humble and obedient servant by Shen Mingyue's side. But now, Ling Chuya would never let them have their way again. Ignoring the servants trying to stop her, she tore the straw tag from her head and threw it to the ground. Then, before Zhang Jingjong could react, she climbed into the carriage herself. Seeing him frozen in place, Ling Chuya impatiently urged, "Didn't you say the lady is waiting? Why aren't we leaving yet?" "Miss Ling, a criminal servant isn't allowed to ride in a carriage. Please don't make things difficult for us," Zhang Jingjong said, trying to hide his irritation. Ling Chuya replied calmly, "Oh, is Manager Zhang trying to take advantage of my ignorance of Yunlan's laws?" According to Yunlan's strict laws, those who had been convicted were indeed forbidden from riding in carriages. But that rule only applied to luxurious official carriages, not to simple ones like this with just a small canopy. Shen Jingjong's face grew darker, his gaze on Ling Chuya filled with malice and calculation. She was clearly a disgraced servant, yet she still carried herself like a proud noblewoman, dignified and untouchable. He sneered. Good, very good. The prouder she was, the more satisfying it would be to see her brought low. Once they returned home, he would have plenty of time to deal with her as he pleased. But Ling Chuya had no time to pay attention to him now. Her consciousness had already drifted away from reality, sinking into a space that felt both familiar and strange. With just one glance, she recognized it. It was her personal operating room. The first thing she saw was a surgical table covered with a clean, sterile white sheet. Beside it stood rows of stainless steel racks holding all kinds of precise surgical instruments. From sharp scalpels to fine suturing needles, everything was neatly arranged. Bright shadowless lamps hung on the walls, casting clear light over the entire room. In one corner stood an anesthesia machine and a ventilator, ensuring safety during operations. Behind the table were cabinets of different heights, filled with medicines and reagents, each clearly labeled for easy use. The scalpels she had used earlier at the servant market had come from this very rack. Yet now, the full set was still there, untouched. She focused her mind and picked up one scalpel. As she expected, another one instantly appeared in its place. That meant the items in her medical space could never be used up. A faint smile appeared on her face, half hidden by her long hair. This was the first good thing that had happened since her rebirth. As for the second, when she felt a faint vibration from the ground, her smile deepened. The next moment, she opened her eyes sharply and leapt from the carriage in one swift motion. Shen Jingjong was still lost in his cruel fantasies about her, only to realize in an instant that the person sitting across from him had vanished. He hurriedly ordered the carriage to stop and shouted, "That woman ran away. Go and bring her back right now." On the busy street, the ground began to tremble as the sound of galloping horses grew louder and closer. People stopped walking and looked up. When they saw what was coming from the distance, their faces turned tense and fearful. "It's the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards are here." Vendors quickly packed up their stalls, and parents pulled their children close, moving to the sides of the street. The once lively street became empty in an instant. The sound of horse hooves echoed clearly, mixed with the steady rhythm of marching feet and the clinking of armor. As the procession approached, a beautifully decorated jade carriage came into view. A thin man sat inside, his eyes half closed, his expression calm and lazy. Yet, an air of power and authority surrounded him. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd. A woman ran forward and stopped right in front of the jade carriage. The horses neighed loudly, and the entire procession came to a halt. Everyone looked up in shock. When they saw a disheveled woman blocking the path of the Imperial Guards, they gasped in disbelief. Among them, Shen Jingjong, who had just caught up, shouted the loudest. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at the woman standing before the carriage. He was so angry that he could barely contain himself. Ling Chue, was she out of her mind? How dare she block the path of the Imperial guards? And worse, the prince himself was in that carriage. He could only hope she wouldn't bring trouble to the princess's residence. Within moments, Ling Chue was forced to her knees by the guards.
Who are you?
Don't you know this is His Highness the Prince's carriage? Blocking his way is a crime punishable by death. The force of their grip made Ling Chue break out in a cold sweat. She felt as if her knees had shattered when she hit the ground, and her arms, twisted behind her back, were about to be dislocated. But so what? Compared to the pain of her past life, all of this was nothing. She lifted her head and looked at the person in the jade carriage, her eyes firm and burning with determination. The Prince of Yu, named Xiao Qiyu, was the emperor's only full brother. He was also the supreme commander of the Jinwu Guards. The Jinwu Guards, a name that made people tremble. They oversaw all officials, controlled every department, had no fixed duties or limits, and acted solely according to their commander's will. Their laws were written by their own authority, not by imperial decree. Their trials were held privately, and no one could appeal their verdicts. This was the best description of the Jinwu Guards. They stood above the court, free to arrest and interrogate any official. Anyone who offended them had no way to survive. Such was their terrifying power. That was why the royal family, officials, and common people all lived in fear of them. And the Jinwu Guards had only one master, their commander. Even the emperor could only give orders, not command them directly. Under Xiao Qiyu's command were 4 elite divisions, known together as the 4 Great Guards. Everyone feared them, especially their commander, Xiao Qiyu himself. But Ling Chue was not afraid. Because she knew that although Xiao Qiyu and his men were ruthless and strict, they never harmed the innocent. She still remembered that when she was on the brink of death, it was the Jinwu Guards who cleared her family's name. Criminal Ling Chue only wishes to ask His Highness one question. Xiao Jingji, do you still remember the little crescent by Tsujiang Lake? She bit her lip, trying hard to control her nervousness and fear. But her voice was loud and clear, enough for the prince and all the people around to hear every word. Who was Xiao Jingji? The surname Xiao was rare. It was the royal family's name. Could Xiao Jingji be a member of the royal clan? And what did that have to do with the Prince of Yu? Curiosity began to overcome the crowd's fear, and they started whispering among themselves. But unlike the confused commoners, the usually expressionless Jinwu Guards suddenly showed looks of shock, especially the few men in embroidered robes standing beside the jade carriage. It was because Xiao Jingji was not just anyone, he was Prince Xiao Qiyu himself. Jingji was his courtesy name, known to very few. Several people instinctively looked toward the jade carriage, but the person inside still had his eyes closed, leaning lazily against the low couch. Apart from the faintly swaying curtain, nothing seemed unusual. A man wearing a jade crown suddenly dismounted, strode forward, and grabbed Ling Chue by the neck, demanding coldly, "Who are you? What are you plotting?" Ling Chue struggled to breathe and couldn't speak for a moment. When she looked up, she met a handsome face. An acquaintance. Xiao Lingfeng, the 7th prince, son of noble consort Rong. Exceptionally intelligent since childhood, he could read at 3, recite texts at 5, and compose poems at 7. Deeply favored by the emperor, he was personally taught by him from the age of 5. Among all the princes, he was the only one who dared to be close to his royal uncle, Xiao Qiyu. Because of this, he became one of the strongest candidates for crown prince. But in Ling Chue's eyes, Xiao Lingfeng was nothing more than Shen Mingyue's most devoted admirer. To please her, he would do anything, no matter how heartless. He even collected rare and dangerous poisons, simply because Shen Mingyue enjoyed watching their effects. He was a madman, perhaps even more so than the infamous prince himself. To avoid being strangled, Ling Chue slowly raised her hand. Hidden in her palm was a sharp surgical knife. Just then, a guard in fine robes stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Lingfeng's arm. "Your Highness, release her." Xiao Lingfeng's eyes flashed with anger. "She dared to target my royal uncle. I'll make her pay with her life." The guard replied calmly, This is His Highness's order." In the next moment, the pressure on Ling Qiue's neck vanished, and she collapsed to the ground. Above her, Xiao Lingfeng's dissatisfied voice sounded. "Why won't my royal uncle let me deal with this crazy beggar woman?" The guard ignored his words and looked sharply at Ling Qiue. Ling Qiue, granddaughter of former Imperial physician Ling Yuantai. Physician Ling was convicted of plotting against the royal family. His guilt was proven, his family property confiscated, and his household sent to the servant market. Later, the steward of the princess's residence bought you for 100 taels of silver. As expected of the Jinwu Guards, the most feared intelligence force in Yunnan. In the entire capital of Xinjiang, there was nothing they couldn't find out if they wanted to. In the crowd, Shen Mingyue, who was already anxious, trembled in fear when he heard the words. He hurriedly pushed his way out of the crowd, stumbling as he went. Before he even reached the front, he fell to his knees with a loud thud, then crawled forward on all fours until he reached the jade carriage. "Your servant deserves punishment. Please forgive me, Your Highnesses. This servant truly just bought that criminal from the servant market. Because of my carelessness, she disturbed Your Highness's carriage. I deserve to be punished." From the Princess Royal's residence? At the mention of that place, Xiao Lingfeng's expression softened slightly. Shen Mingyue quickly replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness, I am a steward from the Princess Royal's residence." "How dare you? What kind of work is this? How could you bring such a filthy, lowly person into the Princess Royal's household? Aren't you afraid of offending the princess and Lady Mingyue?" Xiao Lingfeng kicked him hard, sending him flying several meters away. "Your Highness, I've been wronged." Shen Mingyue scrambled back, explaining in a panic, "I was acting under Lady Mingyue's orders when I bought this woman. I would never act on my own. Lady Mingyue only bought Miss Ling out of kindness, to keep her from falling into cruel hands. Mingyue is a good girl, but she's far too soft-hearted. Uncle, when you see her next time, you must teach her a lesson," Xiao Lingfeng muttered, though his tone was full of affection. "Since she belongs to Mingyue, take her away. But if this happens again, I won't be so forgiving." "Thank you, Your Highnesses. I'll take her away right now." Shen Mingyue bowed repeatedly, then reached out to pull Ling Qiue away. "That troublesome woman. How dare she cause me such trouble? Just wait until we get back." But to his surprise, Ling Qiue didn't move away. Instead, she stepped closer to the jade carriage. "Xiao Jingji, do the words you once promised me still count?" As she spoke, she raised her left arm, revealing a crescent-shaped scar. Shen Mingyue, both anxious and angry, was about to knock her out and drag her away when a cold, emotionless voice came from inside the jade carriage. "What is it that you want?" The air around them seemed to freeze at that moment, and everyone's eyes turned to Ling Qiue, the extraordinary young woman at the center of attention. Ling Qiue looked up and met a pair of deep, dark eyes. They were strikingly beautiful, yet dangerously cold. She couldn't see a trace of emotion in them, only indifference. "Any request at all?" she asked. Even though Ling Qiue had lived through another lifetime, she couldn't help feeling a flicker of fear. "Yes," the man replied lazily, as if it were a trivial matter. To say that any request could be granted, only he, apart from the emperor himself, had the power to make such a claim in all of Yunnan. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Ling Qiue to speak. "This is a gift from His Highness the Prince. You should cherish the opportunity," Xiao Lingfeng said, his tone carrying a hint of warning, advising her not to make an unreasonable demand. Shen Mingyue was so anxious that sweat covered his forehead. He carefully moved closer to Ling Qiue and said gently, "Miss Ling, the princess has promised to take good care of you. Whatever you need, you can tell her later. She will surely agree. Please come back to the Grand Princess's residence with me first." Seeing that Ling Qiue remained unmoved, Shen Mingyue continued to persuade her. "You know the princess is kind and generous. No matter what you ask, she will agree. His Highness is very busy with state affairs, so please don't trouble him." But Ling Qiue still refused to yield, which made Shen Mingyue increasingly frustrated. He lowered his voice and warned, Do you still hope to clear your family's name? Or to erase their crimes? The emperor himself declared their guilt. Don't even think about it. Your Highness. Ling Chua finally spoke, her voice hoarse but firm. You saved my life. If possible, I wish to become your princess. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Some stared at her as if she had lost her mind. Others stood frozen, their mouths open in shock at her boldness. My goodness, who is this woman? I thought she was crazy enough to block the prince's carriage, but this is even more unbelievable. What does she mean by life-saving grace? Did His Highness really save her before? The royal duke was already merciful for not taking lives. How could he possibly save anyone? Sigh. In this world, some people would give up their lives just for power and status. Xiao Qiyu was strikingly handsome, his brows carrying a natural air of authority, as if he were born to rule. With his noble position and immense power, he was considered the perfect husband by every young lady from the noble families of the capital. But sadly, this perfect royal duke, Xiao Qiyu, was ambushed and poisoned during a mission at the age of 16. Though his life was spared, he lost all feeling in his legs. From then on, the once bright and charming Xiao Qiyu became cold and unpredictable, cruel and ruthless. Every day, broken bodies were carried out of the royal duke's residence. The noble ladies who once admired him now feared him deeply. Rumors spread that the ambush not only left him unable to walk but also took away his ability to live a normal married life. Even though the emperor and the empress dowager tried to arrange marriages for him, the 25-year-old royal duke still remained alone. Yet even so, he was not someone a lowly servant could ever dream of. You dare! A guard in fine uniform drew his sword and thrust it straight toward Ling Qiue's throat. Just as the blade was about to touch her skin, a sharp gust of wind swept past. Yan Fei, stand down. In an instant, another tall guard in the same uniform stepped in front of Ling Qiue. Though Yan Fei was filled with anger, he obeyed the order and retreated. Are you certain you wish to become my princess? Xiao Qiyu's voice was as cold and emotionless as ever.
No.
Absolutely not. Before Ling Qiue could answer, Shen Mingyue gritted his teeth and said, Miss Ling, you must be dreaming. You're a convicted servant now. Even if you married into an ordinary family, you'd only be a concubine. How dare you ask to be the royal duke's princess? Ling Qiue replied coolly, I was speaking to His Highness, not to you, Steward Shen. Or, do you think a servant like you can speak for the royal duke? Shen Mingyue turned pale with fear and quickly knelt to beg for forgiveness. Ling Qiue kept her eyes fixed on Xiao Qiyu through the thin curtain, her gaze steady and firm. Yes, she said, I want to become your princess consort. She had returned too late. No matter how capable she was, she could not fight against the powerful princess's mansion. The prince was her only hope now, and she would not let this chance slip away. Very well. Since you have made up your mind, I will grant your wish. The wedding will be held today, Xiao Qiyu said casually, his tone calm and emotionless, as if he were speaking about someone else's life. But his words struck everyone present like thunder, including Ling Qiue herself. Kate, today? She asked, eyes wide in shock as she looked toward the man in the jade carriage. Yes, today, he replied, a faint, teasing smile appearing on his lips as if he enjoyed her startled expression. You must be joking, she said, still unable to believe it, confusion filling her eyes. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Xiao Qiyu asked, his voice carrying a trace of cold amusement. Ling Qiue was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and said firmly, Then let it be today. She bit her lip lightly, but said nothing more. She knew there was no turning back now. At the princess's mansion on Vermilion Bird Street, what did you say? That woman Ling Qiue is going to marry brother Yu? Shen Mingyue's face darkened with anger. She had never imagined that Ling Qiue would dare to set her sights on the prince. Wasn't that woman always terrified of him before? Whenever she saw him from afar, she would hide as quickly as she could. Shen Mingyue knelt trembling on the floor, his voice shaking. Your ladyship, we all underestimated Ling Qiue. She risked everything. She ran out in front of everyone, stopped the prince's carriage, and forced him to agree to marry her. Brother Yu is of noble birth, and that woman is nothing compared to him. How could she possibly make him agree to such a thing? Shen Mingyue's voice was cold, filled with fury that made everyone around her shiver. Shen Jingzhong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I'm not very sure, my lady. I only heard Ling Chua say, "Do you still remember the little crescent by Tsiujiang Pond?" And then she said, "A life saved should be repaid with gratitude." After that, His Highness agreed and set the wedding for today. The little crescent by Tsiujiang Pond? Shen Mingyue's face twisted in anger. She pressed her left arm tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Back when she had deliberately tricked that woman into falling into the water, she had noticed a crescent-shaped scar on her arm. Because of its unusual shape, she had asked where it came from. Ling Chua said she had it for as long as she could remember and didn't know how it appeared. Afraid it might be some kind of special mark, Shen Mingyue secretly made an identical scar on her own arm. Now it seemed that mark truly was special and somehow connected to her beloved Yu. A wave of fury and jealousy surged through her, making her want to lash out. Useless. All of you are useless. She went wild, sweeping all the priceless jewelry from her dressing table onto the floor. Her screams echoed as she overturned the table itself, sending it crashing down with a loud bang. The corner of the falling table struck Shen Jingzhong's forehead, and blood immediately streamed down his face. Even so, he didn't dare make a sound. All the servants inside and outside the room knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Just then, when everyone wished they could flee, an elegantly dressed old maid entered from outside. Seeing the chaos, she showed no surprise. She walked straight to Shen Mingyue's side and spoke gently, "My lady, what has upset you so much? If someone has angered you, just have them punished. There's no need to harm your own health." Shen Mingyue, still filled with rage, grabbed the old maid's hand anxiously. "Nanny Wang, that woman Ling Chua was taken away by you. He's even going to marry her. What should we do? What can we do?" Nanny Wang softly patted her hand and said calmly, "Don't worry, my lady. Things may not be as bad as you think." Shen Mingyue said, "How can I not worry? Ling Chua's face looks just like your ladyship." Madame Wang suddenly raised her voice, cutting her off. Then she turned to Shen Jingzhong and the others kneeling on the ground.
You may all leave now.
Everyone secretly sighed in relief and quickly bowed before leaving. "Your ladyship, as long as we stay calm, it doesn't matter how much that woman looks like her. Without proof, no one will believe such talk." Madame Wang's firm tone helped ease Shen Mingyue's anxious heart. Shen Mingyue said, "But we went through so much trouble to get rid of the Ling family just to deal with Ling Chua. If she really marries Brother Yu, won't all our efforts be wasted?" Hearing this, Madame Wang's sharp and cold face slowly curved into a smile. "Silly child, have you forgotten? His Highness the Prince is said to bring misfortune. Once Ling Chua enters the prince's residence, who knows if she'll even live to see the next day?" At those words, Shen Mingyue also began to smile. For a moment, the two cruel faces looked strangely alike. The prince's residence, usually cold and solemn, was now covered in bright red decorations. Everyone hurried about, trying to bring some warmth to the rushed wedding. In a small courtyard separated by a wall, however, it was unusually quiet. Ling Wenhao, who had just woken up, trembled in fear when he learned that his sister was about to marry the masked prince Xiao Qiyu. Did you agree to marry the prince because of me? Is that it?" Though he had been unconscious, he vaguely remembered hearing the princess's steward say they would take Ye back to the palace. If not for him, Ye would never have had to marry the prince. In his eyes, even as a servant in the princess's household, she would at least be safe. But as the prince's bride, she might not survive the next day. There had been others before, people who sought wealth and status and dared to marry him. By the next morning, every one of them had been found lifeless outside the prince's gates. "Brother, please don't get upset. If you move too much, the wounds I just treated for you will open again. Ling Chua spoke playfully, just as she used to. Her tone and expression made Ling Wenhao feel, for a moment, as if their family had never fallen. Ling Wenhao took a deep breath and said anxiously, "All right, I won't move. I won't move. But, yeah, listen to me. Leave this place right now. Go far away and never come back." Ling Chua blinked innocently. "Brother, do you really think someone as weak as me can escape the Golden Guards?" Ling Wenhao was at a loss for words, his face full of worry. "Maybe you could go to the princess's residence." But he couldn't finish the sentence. The princess held great power, but even she couldn't easily oppose Prince Xiao Qiyu. If the Golden Guards had a reason to arrest someone, even the emperor couldn't openly protect them. Then what should we do? "I promised our parents I would keep you safe. It's my fault."
I'm useless.
His eyes turned red, and he raised his hand to hit himself. Ling Chua quickly held him back, her fingers moving swiftly over his pressure points as she gently comforted him. "Brother, don't be afraid. It's all right. Just rest for a while. When you wake up, everything will be fine." Exhausted, Ling Wenhao soon fell into a deep sleep. Ling Chua sat by the bed, staring blankly at the crescent-shaped scar on her arm. Prince Xiao Qiyu, the only person who had ever helped her in her past life. And in this life, the only one who could save the Ling family from destruction. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want to use him. Call her shameless or cunning if they must, she had no other way to protect her family. As for the scar on her arm, she didn't know much about it. She only knew that Shen Mingyue had one just like it. Hers came from falling into the water as a child, while Shen Mingyue's was from saving Xiao Qiyu. That crescent-shaped scar was their mark of recognition. Shen Mingyue had told her this herself in their past life. Because of that act of saving him, Shen Mingyue had gained Xiao Qiyu's unconditional protection. Now that she had been given another chance at life, Ling Chua knew she and Shen Mingyue were destined to be enemies. She could not allow Xiao Qiyu to become Shen Mingyue's ally. As for the debt she owed him, she would repay it 100-fold, as long as she lived. Once her decision was made, Ling Qiu's heart no longer wavered. She glanced at the sleeping Ling Wenhao, then quietly stepped out of the room. As soon as she left, she saw rows of redwood chests neatly stacked in the courtyard. There were so many of them, at least 100. "Miss, these are the betrothal gifts from the prince's residence," a young maid explained respectfully. "The steward said they will be added to your dowry when you marry into the prince's household." The maid's name was Chuntao. She had been sent by the prince's residence to serve her. She looked about 13 or 14, a few years younger than Ling Chua, yet she carried herself with unusual calmness for her age. Ling Chua nodded, her face calm and unreadable. The entire Ling family had been stripped of their property. They had nowhere to live, let alone prepare a dowry. But because she now held the title of princess consort, the prince's residence had arranged a separate courtyard for her, assigned maids to serve her, and even prepared her dowry. Of course, they did all this only to maintain their own dignity. Still, she had benefited from it. After a moment of thought, she took a small paper packet from her sleeve, though in truth, it came from her secret medical space, and handed it to Chuntao. "Give this to the prince," she said softly.
Tell him it's my dowry.
Chuntao stared at the small packet, no bigger than half a palm, completely stunned. A dowry? Was Miss Ling being too casual? Such a tiny packet as a dowry, it was almost laughable. After a long pause, she stammered, "Miss, since it's your dowry, you should keep it yourself. There's no need to give it to the prince." Ling Chua smiled.
Take it to him.
"Trust me, your prince will need it." Seeing her insist, Chuntao stopped arguing and quickly ran to a nearby guard. The guard accepted the packet, glanced briefly at Ling Chua, and then left swiftly. The prince's residence was filled with festive decorations, but the Jingyang Hall, where the prince lived, remained quiet and untouched. "Dr. Wang, how is he?" "Lately, Ninth Uncle's pain has been getting worse. Is there any way to ease it?" Xiao Lingfeng's face was full of worry, as if he were the one suffering from the illness. Imperial physician Wang put away his silver needles and sighed. "Your Highness, Please forgive my incompetence. The poison in the prince's body has already spread deep into his organs and merged with his blood and flesh. There is truly no cure. Xiao Lingfeng's face darkened. Is there really no other way? The physician replied, Your Highness, in Yunlan, and even in the neighboring kingdoms, no one surpasses the eldest princess in medical skill. When His Highness was first poisoned, it was already extremely dangerous. Even the eldest princess used all her strength just to save his life. Unless there exists a healer greater than her, I fear there is nothing more that can be done. After speaking, he picked up his medicine box and left. Xiao Lingfeng wanted to say more, but Xiao Qiyu raised his hand to stop him. There's no need to worry. It's only some pain. I've grown used to it over the years. He leaned lazily against the soft couch. If not for the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, no one would have guessed that he was enduring unbearable pain at that very moment. I heard many guests have arrived. Lingfeng, go and greet them for me. Hearing this, Xiao Lingfeng's expression grew even darker. Ninth uncle, are you really going to marry that woman, Ling Chua? Xiao Qiyu took the cup of tea handed to him by Yan Fei and said casually, Why? Do you think I'm someone who jokes about such things? Xiao Lingfeng hesitated, looking as if he didn't know how to speak. Seeing this, Xiao Qiyu frowned. If you have something to say, then say it. Don't stammer like that. Although the two were only a year apart in age, Xiao Qiyu's presence was far stronger than that of any of his older uncles, making Xiao Lingfeng instinctively uneasy. Uncle, that woman was once engaged to the second son of Duke N's family, and she even secretly gave a handmade pouch to the fifth prince. After he finished speaking, Xiao Lingfeng's face showed clear disgust. Even the guards nearby, including Yan Fei, frowned. A woman who had once been sold as a servant was already an insult to their master. And now, to hear she had behaved improperly, it was too much. At that moment, their dislike for Ling Chua reached its peak.
Oh.
And did Yun Zhao accept it? Xiao Qiyu asked casually, as if the woman they were discussing was not the one soon to become his princess. Xiao Lingfeng shook his head. Of course not. The fifth prince would never be interested in someone so timid and unremarkable. After speaking, an awkward silence followed. What did he mean by the fifth prince doesn't like her? The woman the fifth prince rejected was taken by the ninth prince. Didn't that clearly suggest the ninth prince was inferior to the fifth? He opened his mouth to explain, but saw Xiao Qiyu had already closed his eyes and waved him away. He could only leave, feeling frustrated. As soon as Xiao Lingfeng left, Yan Fei, who could never keep quiet, couldn't help but speak. Master, you knew Miss Ling's scar was fake. Why did you still agree to her request? Xiao Qiyu said calmly, Oh? And how do you know her scar is fake? Yan Fei replied confidently, A few months ago, we already knew that Princess Mingyue had a scar like that on her hand. Maybe Miss Ling heard about it and made one just like it to get close to you. When Xiao Qiyu didn't respond, Yan Fei grew anxious and was about to say more when a voice came from outside. Master, Miss Ling has something to give you. Xiao Qiyu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them.
Let her in.
A guard entered, knelt on one knee, and handed over a small paper packet from Ling Chua. Worried that she might harm his master, Yan Fei reached out to check it first. But a slender, elegant hand took it before he could. Xiao Qiyu asked, What is this? The guard hesitated for a moment, then answered honestly. Miss Ling said it's her dowry. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Qiyu's usually calm face. Interesting. As he spoke, he slowly opened the paper packet. Yan Fei leaned closer and saw a dozen small white round pieces, each the size of a grain of rice. What are these? They looked a bit like white jade, but the surface was rough, not smooth like jade. Maybe pearls? But they were flat and not round at all. Then he looked at the paper in his master's hand. A few clear words made his eyes widen in shock. Pain relief tablets. Take 2 each time, morning and evening. Master. Yan Fei cried out in surprise. Xiao Qiyu stared at the small tablets in his hand, his calm expression turning serious. Go, and bring Weo here. Ling Chua had no idea that the thing she sent out would cause such great turmoil. At this moment, She was carefully writing one date after another on the paper. The 7th day of the 6th month, the 15th year of Yongjin. The 26th day of the 7th month, the 15th year of Yongjin. The 28th day of the 7th month, the 15th year of Yongjin. The 3rd day of the 8th month, the 15th year of Yongjin. Yongjin. Chuntao stood beside her, helping to grind the ink. From time to time, she glanced at the paper, but she couldn't understand what those dates meant. Just as she was about to ask, a drop of water fell onto the paper. "Miss, what's wrong?" Chuntao gasped softly and turned to look at Ling Chue. Ling Chue still kept her head down, writing each date carefully. Soon, one sheet was filled, and she replaced it with another. Those dates seemed carved into her memory, written down without a single pause. When she finally reached the 18th day of the 4th month, the 16th year of Yongjin, she stopped. 2 full sheets of paper were now covered with dates. Under Chuantao's puzzled gaze, Ling Chue looked at them with deep sorrow. No one would know that each date marked the death of a member of the Ling family who had survived the first disaster. In less than 2 years, all 126 members of the Ling family had perished. The 7th day of the 6th month, the 15th year of Yongjin, the day her eldest sister was humiliated and lost her life in a cruel way. The 26th day of the 7th month, the day her sister-in-law was thrown into the streets and met a tragic end. The 28th day of the 7th month, the day her eldest brother was mocked and dragged through the streets until he died. The 3rd day of the 8th month, the day her young niece, not yet grown, was buried alive as part of a cruel ritual. Each date represented a life from the Ling family. She could not forget, and she dared not forget. Only by remembering could she find a way to save them all. When the ink dried, Ling Chue carefully folded the papers and put them away. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside. In the blink of an eye, an old matron entered with a group of maids following behind her in an orderly line. Each maid carried a tray covered with red silk. Madame Zhao. Seeing her, Chuntao quickly bent her knees in greeting. Madame Zhao bowed respectfully to Ling Chue and said, "Miss Ling, the wedding ceremony with His Highness will be held at noon. I was ordered by the prince to help you get ready." As soon as she finished speaking, the maids lifted the red silk one by one, revealing the beautiful jewelry and fine clothes beneath. There was an exquisite phoenix crown, dazzling jewels, shining ornaments, and a magnificent wedding dress. Even the red embroidered shoes with golden patterns were prepared. It was clear that the person who arranged all this had done so with great care and expectation. It was said that Prince Yu never showed interest in women, except for Shen Mingyue. Thinking of how, in her past life, the prince had treated Shen Mingyue with affection and patience, and remembering the rumors that he loved the princess deeply but had to restrain himself because of their family ties, Ling Chue couldn't help but wonder if all these things had originally been prepared for Shen Mingyue. A faint discomfort rose in her heart. Still, she stepped forward without hesitation. "Thank you, Madame Zhao." This marriage was something she had carefully planned for, so no matter how uneasy she felt, she had to accept it with a smile. The maids worked skillfully and gently as they helped her wash, dress, and style her hair. Before long, Ling Chue had transformed from a disheveled prisoner into a bride wearing a phoenix crown and a bright red wedding gown. For the first time, a satisfied smile appeared on Madame Zhao's usually stern face. Her willow-shaped brows framed a pair of clear, bright eyes, and her lips, tinted with rouge, looked soft and delicate. Her fair skin, set off by the red gown, made her look even more radiant and graceful. At that moment, even the 4 great beauties of Shengjing would have seemed dull beside her. No wonder the prince had returned from his trip with a new bride. Such a beauty could make even an old woman like Madame Zhao lose focus for a moment, let alone a man. As she looked more closely, Madame Zhao suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if she had seen this face somewhere before. But no matter how long she thought, she still couldn't remember where she had seen him before. "Madame Zhao, Madame Zhao." Chuntao tugged anxiously at Madame Zhao's sleeve. "The wedding procession has arrived. We should take the young lady out quickly. Madame Zhao immediately pushed aside her wandering thoughts and began directing the maids to get ready. The beaded curtain on Ling Qiue's phoenix crown was lowered, and she let the maid beside her guide her forward. When they reached the gate, she lifted her foot to step out, following the maid's quiet reminder. Just then, a hoarse voice called from behind them.
Wait.
Wait a moment. Ling Qiue's heart tightened. She turned around quickly and saw Ling Wenhao, dressed in a light blue robe, standing not far away, breathing heavily. Sister, wait for me. His voice was weak, but his posture remained straight and firm. He forced himself to move forward, step by step, each one looking painfully difficult. Brother, why did you come out? Ling Qiue looked at his unsteady figure, full of worry. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ling Wenhao gave a faint smile. It was strained, but he still tried to reassure her that he was all right. Today is your wedding day. As your brother, how could I miss it? He stopped in front of her and slowly crouched down. Come on, let me carry you to the bridal sedan. Looking at his not-so-broad back, tears welled up in Ling Qiue's eyes and fell silently. All right. Thank you, brother. With the maid's help, she gently climbed onto his back and wrapped her arms around his neck. Though his body was covered in injuries, Ling Wenhao did his best to stay steady as he carried her toward the sedan. His steps were weak, yet filled with strength. Yeah, no matter where you go, your brother will always be with you, all right? His rough, trembling voice sounded beside her ear. Ling Qiue wanted to tell him not to worry, to go back and rest, but in the end, she only said softly, all right. Under the puzzled and mocking gazes of those around them, Ling Wenhao carefully placed Ling Qiue into the bridal sedan. Then he straightened his back and followed beside the wedding procession, guarding her all the way. They're coming out, they're coming out. Oh my heavens, am I seeing things? Did Prince Yu really send people to bring his bride home? Not only is it true, but it's an 8-carried bridal sedan too. Who is this criminal servant anyway? How could she possibly marry Prince Yu? Isn't he the one most cherished by both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor? How could they agree to let him marry a servant? What do you know? Maybe it's because they care so much for Prince Yu that they agreed. After all, with his status.
Sure.
Do you want to lose your head? Prince Yu is getting married, and his bride was a servant bought from the market. Either piece of news alone would shock the entire city. Within half an hour, the story had spread all over Xingjing. Now, the streets and alleys were packed with people eager to watch the spectacle. But the teasing voices quickly changed when they saw the dowry following behind the bridal sedan. Oh my heavens! Look at all that dowry. I counted. There are 128 chests. Are you sure you counted right? That's as much as the dowry of the Princess Royal back then. I counted too. It's true. Wait. Wasn't she supposed to be a servant? How could she have such a grand dowry? TSK, TSK, TSK. An 8-carried sedan, and a 10-mile-long wedding procession. What a sight. Even if she were to die tomorrow, it would still be worth it. The grand wedding procession moved slowly along Vermilion Bird Avenue, and everyone on the road stepped aside to make way. Then, a luxurious carriage came speeding toward them. It was moving so fast it almost crashed into the bridal sedan, but 2 sudden gusts of force turned the carriage aside just in time. Princess Mingyue, please forgive us. Inside the sedan, Ling Qiue slowly opened her eyes when she heard the voice. The next moment, she heard a soft, delicate voice she would never forget. It's all right. My carriage lost control and nearly ran into Brother Yu's wedding procession. It's we who should apologize. After a brief pause, the procession continued forward. Ling Qiue lifted the curtain beside her. As the 2 carriages passed each other, her gaze met a pair of eyes filled with cold, hidden malice. Ling Qiue slowly smiled. Her smile was bright and cheerful. Princess Mingyue, it's been a long time. I've missed you, and thought about how to make you pay for what you did to the Ling family. That smile completely enraged Shen Mingyue. Her already gloomy face twisted with fury. That hateful woman dared to get close to her beloved Yu. She should have ended her long ago, instead of keeping her around for amusement. Overcome with anger, Shen Mingyue almost reached out to harm the eyes she despised so much. Her maid, Zhenju, quickly stepped forward to stop her. Your Highness, please think twice. Don't let that woman stain your hands. Only then did Shen Mingyue calm down. Watching the wedding procession move farther away, her anger still burned inside. She suddenly slapped Zhenju. Worthless servant. Since when do you have the right to interfere in my affairs? One slap wasn't enough. She struck again and again, until Zhenju's face was swollen and bruised. Only then did Shen Mingyue step down from the carriage, her expression calm once more. When we return, do you know what to say? Kneeling inside the carriage, Zhenju stammered. It was my fault. I fell and hurt myself. The royal duke's mansion was filled with joy and noise. As the doorkeeper announced each arrival, one noble family after another entered, bringing lavish gifts. Isn't that Censor Wang? He usually avoids social events. Why did he come today? Do you think he had a choice? When the duke's mansion sends an invitation, who in the capital dares to refuse? What's the duke thinking? He's held so many private wedding feasts before. Why send out invitations this time? Who knows? Maybe the bride is someone special? Special indeed, a former servant bought from the market. Isn't that unusual enough? Groups of guests gathered outside the main hall, whispering among themselves. Their words were full of doubt and gossip about the wedding. On the women's side of the hall, the guests were just as lively as the men.
Oh my.
Has Prince Yu really given up and chosen a criminal as his bride? Would the Empress Dowager and His Majesty agree to that? What else could they do if they didn't? Would they rather see Prince Yu stay single forever? What if this woman is truly lucky and the marriage succeeds? Look, isn't it the old prince from the royal family? Why is he here too? It really is him. He's the elder in charge of the royal family records. Could it be that the higher-ups have truly agreed to let a criminal marry into the royal family? Even if they agreed, the wedding still has to go smoothly first. That's true. I heard that the last few women who tried to marry Prince Yu all met terrible fates during the ceremony. Goodness, really?
That's terrifying.
We'll find out soon enough. Let's just hope we don't have nightmares after this. Though these noble ladies were used to luxury, they still felt uneasy at the thought of something so gruesome. Yet, beneath their fear, excitement and curiosity burned even stronger. The auspicious hour has arrived. The incense rises, the candles shine bright. Let the bride and groom enter the hall. With the master of ceremonies' loud announcement, firecrackers burst and music began to play. Then, dressed in a red robe, Xiao Qiu appeared in his wheelchair inside the grand hall. His sharp brows and bright eyes gave him an air of strength and grace. Even seated, his charm was undiminished. Gasps spread through the crowd, especially among the women. It's been so long, but His Highness looks even more handsome than before. No wonder so many women still think about him, even after all that's happened. If it weren't so dangerous, I'd want to introduce my niece to him myself. You mean the young lady staying at your estate? You really do dream big. So what? My niece is still better than a criminal. Isn't she? Among the crowd, Shen Mingyue's eyes were fixed on him. Her brother Yu was still as elegant and handsome as ever. In all of Shengjing and even Yunlan, no one could compare to him. If only he hadn't been injured. Then she could have married him and become his princess. Dong, dong, dong. A burst of joyful gong sounds came from outside, growing louder as they approached. Amid everyone's eager gazes, Ling Yue, dressed in a splendid wedding gown, slowly walked in with the help of her maid. A soft gasp spread through the crowd, this time mostly from the male guests. The bride before them was completely different from the disgraced woman they had imagined. She moved gracefully, her steps light and steady, her skirt barely swaying. Every movement was calm and elegant. The luxurious red wedding dress made her look noble and radiant. Her poise and grace could rival that of a royal princess. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Ling Yue walked all the way to stand beside Xiao Qiu. Ling Yue, I'll give you one chance to change your mind, he said quietly, his voice so low that only she could hear. Ling Chua shook her head and replied softly, Your Highness, give me 2 years. That's all I ask. 2 years would be enough for her to accomplish everything she needed to do. Xiao Qiu didn't answer, only looked at her coldly. His gaze made Ling Chua feel uneasy. She bit her lip and whispered, Lend me 2 years, and in return, I'll cure the poison in your body. In her previous life, even until her death, Xiao Qiu's poison had never been removed. It wasn't fatal, but it caused unbearable pain day and night. Anyone else would have gone mad, yet he lived as if nothing was wrong, free, fearless, and feared by all. Your dowry? His voice was still cold, but Ling Chua could sense a hint of mockery in it. Flustered, she explained, those painkillers can only ease the pain for a while. They can't remove the poison completely. But if you give me time, I promise I can make you well again. In her past life, her medical skills had been limited. But now, she was confident. Xiao Qiu's expression didn't change at all, making it impossible to tell whether he believed her or not. Yanfei, who had been secretly listening nearby, couldn't help feeling excited. After all, he had seen with his own eyes how powerful those small pills were. If this woman could really cure his master's poison, he wouldn't mind accepting her as the princess. The two spoke in low voices, and with the guards blocking the view, the guests around them couldn't hear their conversation. They only saw the two gazing deeply into each other's eyes. To Shen Mingyue, the sight was unbearable. If she didn't already know that this woman would soon meet her end, she might have rushed forward herself to deal with Ling Chua. Even so, she couldn't hold back and called out, Chua, please don't make things hard for Brother Yu. Come back with me, all right? The crowd stirred in surprise, turning curious eyes toward Ling Chua. Princess Mingyue, what do you mean? Why are you asking Miss Ling to go back with you? Shun Jingzhong quickly stepped forward to explain. Our princess took pity on Miss Ling after her family's misfortune. She even paid 100 taels to buy her from the servant market to keep her from falling into the wrong hands. He deliberately emphasized the words 100 taels and buy, making sure everyone knew about Ling Chua's humble background. Who would have thought that right after leaving the market, Miss Ling would go and block the prince's carriage? Brother Yu, I'm sorry, Shen Mingyue said tearfully. It's all my fault that you're in this situation. Please, Miss Ling, if you let him go, I'll agree to any condition you ask. A cold laugh suddenly broke through her sobs. So, in Princess Mingyue's eyes, His Highness the Prince is so weak that even someone like me could easily force him? The crowd gasped in shock. The prince, known for his ruthlessness, weak and helpless? What a ridiculous idea. And now, Shen Mingyue's tearful act only made her look even more foolish. How dare you speak so rudely to His Highness? Do you have a death wish? Shouted Xiao Lingfeng, stepping forward to defend the one he admired. Ling Chua quietly rolled her eyes and said coolly, Are you deaf or blind? The one who disrespected Prince Yu is clearly Princess Mingyue behind you. What does that have to do with me? You, Xiao Lingfeng was furious and wanted to teach Ling Chua a lesson. But when he met Xiao Qiu's calm, unreadable gaze, he immediately pulled his hand back. Seeing Xiao Qiu's warning look towards Xiao Lingfeng, Shen Mingyue's face grew even darker. Brother Yu was actually protecting that woman.
Why?
Could it be that he was also charmed by Ling Chua's pretty face? What made her even angrier was that the usually timid Ling Chua, who always followed behind her, now seemed like a completely different person, daring to talk back to her. Her whole presence had become sharp and confident. This change made Shen Mingyue feel uneasy and irritated. Chua. Soon, Shen Mingyue hid the coldness in her eyes and suddenly put on a worried expression. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but ever since you came back from the servant market, you've changed so much. You must have suffered a lot there, and that must have affected your temper. The servant market, what kind of place was that? It was a place unfit for people to live, where servants could be treated cruelly at will. Shen Mingyue's words immediately caused an uproar. Even Yanfei and the other guards, who were usually calm and stern, looked displeased. Her words hinted at something shocking. that before Ling Chua married their master, she might have already been humiliated. Whispers spread quickly. Someone from the servant market can't really be clean. Even if she tried to protect herself, who knows what she went through there. No wonder she was so desperate to marry Prince Yu. Given his condition, it's hard to say what's true or not. Because of the guard's presence, no one dared to speak loudly, but the looks on their faces were full of judgment. Having achieved her goal, Shen Mingyue quickly covered her mouth to hide a faint smile, then said with a face full of false guilt, "Oh dear, Chua, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for accidentally letting slip the truth. Please stop talking nonsense. Maybe Chuyu is very capable, and even in a difficult situation, she can still protect her innocence. A small, thin girl. What could she possibly do?" Her obvious attempt to cover things up only made everyone laugh even more. Ling Wenhui, who had been quietly standing in the corner, looked extremely angry. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to stay calm so he wouldn't cause trouble for Chuyu. But the rude words kept ringing in his ears, making it impossible for him to hold back any longer. "Shut up. All of you, shut up. My sister did nothing wrong. Why are you insulting her like this?" Ling Wenhui shouted loudly and rushed toward Shen Mingyue. At that moment, he finally understood why Chuyu would rather choose the king of defense than stay with Shen Mingyue. It was like a deadly snake, silent but deadly. Shen Mingyue was startled by Ling Wenhui's sudden rush. She staggered and fell backward. In the next moment, she landed in Xiao Lingfeng's arms. "How dare you?" Xiao Lingfeng protected Shen Mingyue behind him, his face dark with anger as he looked at Ling Wenhui. His eyes flashed fiercely, and he raised his hand to slap Ling Wenhui in the face. Even if Chuyu didn't have inner strength, it was obvious that this slap was powerful. If hit, most people would be either seriously injured or worse. And Ling Wenhui was already injured. Xiao Lingfeng was determined to fight back. Anyone who hurt Mingyue would never escape his wrath. But in the next instant, a faint silver light flashed and disappeared quickly. At the same time, Xiao Lingfeng felt a sharp pain in his palm. The inner energy inside him seemed to be drained, vanishing at a visible speed. "What did you do to me? Why is my inner energy gone?" Xiao Lingfeng looked at Chuyu with shock and anger. Chuyu ignored him and helped the unsteady Ling Wenhui. "Brother, it's just some gossip from those gossiping women who like to stir trouble. Why bother arguing with them? They love to see others get angry. If you're mad, you'll fall for their tricks." The gossiping women present were furious and embarrassed, so angry they wanted to drag Chuyu down and punish her severely. Because of His Royal Highness the King's presence nearby, she dared only to glare at her angrily. Ling Chua ignored him directly. Her dark eyes coldly looked at Shen Mingyue behind Xiao Lingfeng. Suddenly, when Shen Mingyue met her gaze, she felt a strange chill in her heart. But when she looked more carefully, Ling Chua had already looked away, lowering her head to check Ling Wenhui's body. Thinking she had been mistaken, Shen Mingyue quickly repeated her act, gently tugging on Xiao Lingfeng's sleeve, crying softly, with tears like pear blossoms. She looked very frightened. If this had happened before, Xiao Lingfeng would have rushed forward immediately. But now, he was too busy taking care of himself. Feeling the emptiness inside him, even using all his strength, he couldn't summon any internal energy. He panicked. "Ling Chua, what exactly did you do to me?" As Xiao Lingfeng shouted angrily, everyone finally noticed his strange behavior and turned their attention to him. Even Shen Mingyue, who was good at changing her expressions, quickly hid her pitiful look. She grabbed Xiao Lingfeng with concern on her face and said, "Seventh brother, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Next, she glared angrily at Ling Chua, full of sadness and anger, and said, "Miss Ling, if you're angry, just come at me. Why did you hurt my seventh brother?"
Ugh.
Ling Chua couldn't hold back and gagged.
Sorry.
"Princess Mingyue, your pretentious voice is really disgusting." I couldn't help but react. Puff, puff, puff. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Although they quickly stopped, Shen Mingyue felt as if her face had been trampled on. Her hypocritical face couldn't hold up anymore and started to distort. But before she could act, Ling Chua pinched her throat, mimicking her tone, and looked innocently at Xiao Qiyu. Your Royal Highness the King, I have a question. May I ask if it's okay? Xiao Qiyu.
Speak.
From what I know, you are the biological brother of the current emperor, and 7th Prince is the emperor's son. So, you are 7th Prince's uncle, right? Ling Chiyue blinked her big eyes, looking innocent as she asked. Xiao Qiyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth and said coldly, Stop talking nonsense. Ling Chiyue was not angry. She continued, Since you are the elder of the 7th Prince, what is the relationship between Princess Mingyue and you? Why does she call the 7th Prince brother and also call you brother? Everyone fell silent. Finally, a series of coughs broke out. Looking around, it was clear everyone was holding back their laughter. At this moment, everyone's eyes on Shen Mingyue were filled with disdain and mockery. Especially the female guests, who were all clever and experienced, had seen all kinds of tricks. Isn't a brother without blood relation just a term for a close friend or confidant? Because Xiao Qiyu's age was so young, it was hard for people to think of him as an elder, so no one saw any problem at first. But now, Ling Chua had pointed it out clearly. This was a big issue. It was said that Shen Mingyue had liked to follow Xiao Qiyu since she was young, insisting on becoming his wife. It wasn't until a certain incident that she stopped. Everyone thought it was just childish talk and not serious. But now, maybe it was more than that. Shen Mingyue's face suddenly turned pale. She quickly retorted, You're spreading false rumors. I've just grown up with Brother Yu since childhood. I'm used to calling him that. It's not as dirty as you say. With tears in her eyes, she looked sadly at Xiao Qiyu. Brother Yu, I'm sorry. It's my fault that Ling girl misunderstood you. I won't do it again. Before Xiao Qiyu could respond, the prince, who had been sitting quietly with his eyes closed, spoke. Mingyue, your mother is the Empress Dowager's adopted daughter. According to the proper order, you should call Xiao Jiu Uncle Emperor. Family rules must not be broken. The prince's voice was calm but firm, crushing Shen Mingyue's little thoughts completely. Great uncle is right. Mingyue was unreasonable. After speaking, she looked fragile and about to faint, as if she might pass out at any moment. Everyone felt sympathy for her. Chu Lingfeng quickly reached out to hold her. He glared at Ling Chue with anger and said, Ling Chue, you're not even the empress yet and you're already acting like the empress? Mingyue grew up with us, calling us childhood friends. The emperor's uncle has no objection, so why are you making sarcastic remarks here? And we are talking about the matter of the servant market. Clearly, it's your own confusion. Mingyue is just speaking the truth. Why do you always target her? Why you? Shut up. Ling Wenhui's face turned pale, and he trembled constantly. He had red eyes and stared fiercely at Xiao Lingfeng. My sister is innocent. If you insult her again, I, Ling Wenhui, will risk my life to make you pay a heavy price. That desperate and determined look was like a wild animal pushed to the edge, struggling recklessly, which made people feel scared. Xiao Lingfeng was angry to be openly scolded, especially being scolded by a lowly servant. He felt extremely annoyed. He cared a lot about his reputation. How could he tolerate being humiliated like this? Innocence. Tell me, how does such a delicate young girl like her stay pure in that dirty place of the servant market? Are you just a useless person who only yells? Ling Wenhui seemed to go crazy, wanting to rush forward and fight Xiao Lingfeng, but he saw Ling Chiyue, who was usually delicate and weak, act first and strike at Xiao Lingfeng.
Bang!
A quick left hook hit him directly. Xiao Lingfeng was caught off guard. He didn't expect anyone to dare to hit him. How dare you? Xiao Lingfeng covered his blackened eye, furious. He raised his hand to fight back. Without internal strength, Ling Chiyue's fierce moves left Xiao Lingfeng with no chance to defend. After injuring his other eye to make his eyes symmetrical, Ling Chiyue grabbed his arm and threw him over her shoulder with a clean move, slamming him hard onto the ground. Seeing Xiao Lingfeng lying on the ground, grimacing in pain, Ling Chiyue sneered coldly. Now tell me, with my skills, is it enough to deal with those trash in the servant market? This was directed at Xiao Lingfeng and everyone present. She had been through hell, so she didn't care about others' gossip. But she didn't want to drag Xiao Qiyu into trouble because of herself. She looked up and met Shen Mingyue's vicious eyes, then chuckled softly. Princess Mingyue, I wonder if Steward Shen told you that before he appeared, 2 thugs in the servant market had their legs broken. With a flick of her wrist, a silver light flashed. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw Shen Jingjong holding one leg, crying out in pain, and rolling on the ground. The blood flowing from his leg made people's skin crawl and their spines shiver. Ling Chuiyue, how dare you? Shen Mingyue's face was dark with anger. She didn't expect Ling Chuiyue to be so bold as to hurt someone openly. She is one of our people. Even when punishing a dog, you need to look at the owner. Nobody in Shengjing dares to hurt someone from the princess's residence openly. Who gave you the courage? Ling Chuiyue was unafraid. Can the people from the Imperial Palace be falsely accused so easily? Anyone can wave a big flag. And she worked hard to get close to the crown prince because of his power and status. Shen Mingyue's eyes flashed with coldness. She clenched her fists tightly, trying to control her anger. The two looked at each other, and the tension was thick. At this moment, everyone's eyes on Ling Chuiyue changed. She was no longer a delicate girl. That fierce attitude of hers, ready to cripple someone at any moment, was like a fierce female warrior. Looking at her, people strangely felt that the fierce woman Ling Chuiyue and the male warrior Xiao Qiyu seemed somewhat matched. Cough, cough, have you caused enough trouble? Suddenly, Xiao Qiyu, who had been silent, spoke. If you've had enough, can we continue with the wedding ceremony? His voice was calm, and his tone was gentle. It didn't sound like a command or scolding, more like a polite question. But everyone present couldn't help but shiver. They realized they had been standing on tiptoe, peering around, and immediately straightened up, not daring to act rashly anymore. Even Shen Jingjong, who was crying out in pain, was so frightened that he swallowed his screams and dared not make a sound. For a moment, the entire wedding hall fell silent, as if everyone was afraid. Ling Chuiyue secretly turned her head, trying to sneak a look at the man's expression. But she immediately met his calm, steady black eyes. She was so startled she almost gasped. Quickly, she turned her head back. Then she quickly smoothed out her wedding dress, which had become wrinkled from the fight, lowered the pearl curtain on her phoenix crown, and finally took the red silk from Zhao Mama's hand. In just a second, she returned to her obedient and well-behaved bride appearance. Compared to her, Shen Mingyue's performance was much livelier. One moment she was glaring at Ling Chuiyue, and the next she looked at Xiao Qiyu with a sad face. Brother you, but when she saw Xiao Qiyu's cold gaze, which kept fixed on Ling Chuiyue, she couldn't help but grit her teeth in frustration. At the same time, the guards of the Jinwu Guard moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they cleaned up the dirt and people on the ground, as if nothing had happened. The head steward of the Wang family, Li Dequan, who was in charge of the wedding ceremony, couldn't help but shed tears when he received the order to continue the wedding. This was the first time the young master had spoken up to continue the wedding. How could he not be excited? What does it matter if the servant is a sinner? As long as the young master likes her, what does it matter if she is a sinner? He knew that the young master had arranged for Wuyo to appear for this wedding. This was the first time in so many years. His young master had truly suffered a lot in life. As someone who had watched him grow up, Li Dequan only wished for his young master to be happy and content. So even if their future bride was a despised sinner, he still liked her very much. But at the same time, he couldn't help but worry about what was to come. He hoped Wuyo would improve and help make this happy event go smoothly. Li Dequan raised his voice and continued to recite. The bride and groom, please take your places. Please, Prince Zongqin, come forward and offer your blessings. The elderly Prince Zongqin slowly stepped forward, holding a silk scroll, and began to recite. Inside the silk scroll were the best blessings and praise from the Xiao royal family for the newlyweds. At the same time, Ling Chuiyue felt a sweet aroma spreading through the air. After carefully savoring it, she suddenly widened her eyes. So that's it. There was a rumor that the emperor's wife was cursed, and in every generation, the bride would die suddenly during the wedding ceremony. She had thought it was just gossip, but it turned out to be true. As she pondered, a silk scroll was placed in her hand. She instinctively took it, and when she looked up, she saw Prince Zongqin looking at her kindly. "You're a good girl. If possible, take good care of Xiaojiu." Before Ling Chua could react, he had already returned to his seat. When the ceremonial praise ended, the master of ceremonies announced loudly that the wedding ceremony was about to begin. In an instant, the hall that should have been filled with joy and solemnity suddenly became heavy with tension. "Look, she's coming." All the guests widened their eyes, staring closely at Ling Chua. Their gazes were filled with both nervousness and anticipation, as if waiting for something terrible to happen to her at any moment. The festive music began, drums and gongs echoing through the hall. The master of ceremonies shouted, "First, bow to heaven and earth." Ling Chua and Xiao Qiyu, one sitting and one standing, bowed deeply toward heaven and earth, giving thanks for their blessings. As they bent forward, a faint smile appeared behind the beaded veil covering Ling Chua's face. "Finally, I've caught you," she thought. Her left hand, hidden beneath her right, pressed tightly against her chest, trapping a few tiny red thread-like insects in her palm. With a slight squeeze, they turned into a small pool of red liquid. So, they were split-sprout goo worms. How vicious. No wonder those who had tried to marry into the prince's household before had mysteriously perished during the ceremony. That must have been the work of these very worms. Once inside the body, the split-sprout goo would quickly spread through the blood vessels, multiplying at a frightening speed before lying dormant, until they received a signal from their master to awaken and destroy their host. Who could be behind this? Someone who admired Xiao Qiyu and wanted to eliminate every woman near him? Or someone who hated him and found pleasure in causing him pain? The worms had crawled out from the silk cloth hidden in her sleeve. Could it be the work of the old prince from the royal clan? Countless thoughts flashed through Ling Chua's mind, but her face remained calm and composed. When the ceremony ended and she stood unharmed, the guests looked around in disbelief. Nothing had happened. No explosion, no tragedy, just a perfectly fine bride standing before them. Disappointment spread through the crowd. Nothing happened? Was it all just a rumor? Shen Mingyue gasped in frustration, nearly tearing the silk handkerchief in her hands. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard deep within the Imperial city, a woman dressed entirely in black suddenly turned pale. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Hurry, go report to the ruler. The plan has changed." Inside the royal palace, the wedding continued. The master of ceremonies shouted again, "Second bow to the elders." Ling Shuyu's parents had both passed away, and Xiao Qiyu's mother was in the palace. Both of them bowed deeply toward the palace, as if paying respects to their parents and thanking them for raising them. This time, everyone's eyes widened even more. It didn't explode earlier, so surely it would explode now. But surprisingly, after the ceremony, she stood up without any sign of trouble. Seeing that Ling Shuyu was still perfectly fine, everyone was stunned. It didn't explode. Could it be waiting for the couple to bow? If they bow, then the ceremony is complete. Even if it explodes, she would still become the royal wife. Shen Mingyue was gnashing her teeth in anger. She kept silently cursing. "Ling Shuyu, die. Ling Shuyu, die." As the master of ceremonies shouted again, the couple bows to each other. Shen Mingyue trembled with excitement, her face flushed. It was as if she could see Ling Shuyu collapsing right in front of her at any moment. But at this moment, Ling Shuyu had no energy left to worry about Shen Mingyue. With the help of her maid, she turned around, looked through the beaded curtain at Xiao Qiyu, who was facing her, and her heart unexpectedly beat faster. 85, 96, 113, 126. In just a short wait, her heartbeat soared to 137, even climbing higher. This is fake.
Fake.
Why is her heart pounding so much? Could it be a side effect of rebirth? Is her heart having problems? She instinctively raised her hand, reaching to touch her chest. But her body bent forward first, performing a perfect bow. Couples bow, mutual respect and love, walking through life together. With the master of ceremonies' recitation, the wedding ceremony ended perfectly. Until the final shout, "Send them to the bridal chamber," the hall was silent.
No congratulations, no chairs.
Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their heads, but nothing happened. They stared at Ling Mingyue in disbelief and shock. Ling Mingyue was not dead. The wedding was over and she was still standing there, safe and sound. Is it true that the so-called sudden death was just a rumor? But what happened to those women who disappeared? Although the scene wasn't as grand as it is now, some people saw those women die suddenly during the wedding ceremony. They even exploded right during the vows, before the ceremony was finished. All the guests watching the bride and groom were stunned. It was like watching a strange, unbelievable play, and they didn't know what to think. Shen Mingyue shouted in anger, "Ling Mingyue, what tricks did you use? Why didn't you die suddenly like the others?" Ling Mingyue looked at her calmly and said softly, "Why should I die suddenly? Could it be that all the previous royal brides were harmed by you? Oh, I see. You like my husband, so you deliberately hurt every girl who wanted to marry him, just to keep him all to yourself, right?" In just a few words, she threw the blame back at Shen Mingyue. And to provoke her further, she called him husband. Feeling a bit guilty, she glanced to the side, then quickly became confident again. The wedding ceremony was over. Even if their relationship was just a deal, now they were legally married. Just as she expected. Shen Mingyue, who was already furious and had a pale face, couldn't hold back her anger when Ling Mingyue called Xiao Qiyu husband, and she shouted loudly, "Shut up. Just shut up, Ling Mingyue. You're just a lowly servant. What right do you have to call Brother Yu husband? Someone like you only tarnishes Brother Yu's reputation. If you have any sense, you should step down now, so as not to embarrass Brother Yu, usually gentle and kind in front of others." Shen Mingyue now looked like a madwoman. She was clawing and snarling, her face twisted with rage. Everyone present was stunned, unable to believe what they saw. They say Princess Mingyue is gentle and kind, most like the eldest princess. But looking at her now, she doesn't seem to resemble the eldest princess at all. If the eldest princess saw this, she would be very sad, maybe because she's the youngest daughter. The eldest princess and the prince are used to spoiling her, so she's a bit spoiled. The phrase, "long princess," suddenly flashed in Shen Mingyue's mind, making her break out in a cold sweat and quickly calm down. Yes, she is the cherished daughter of the long princess. How could she argue publicly with a lowly criminal servant? That would ruin her reputation. Seeing Xiao Lingfeng also frowning and looking at her with disapproval, Shen Mingyue felt a wave of regret. She quickly softened her tone to make amends.
Un clampero, im shuri.
"I lost control." Then she gently tugged at Xiao Lingfeng's sleeve, skillfully changing to a pitiful expression. "Brother Lingfeng, you know me best. Since childhood, Uncle Emperor has been my biggest idol, my hero. So, I hope he can have the best in the world, including a future empress." Her careful tone, combined with a choking voice, gained sympathy and changed some people's opinions. Xiao Lingfeng felt even more distressed. He patted her head to comfort her. But in the next moment, after Ling Mingyue spoke, Shen Mingyue's perfect mask cracked again. "Oh, my dear niece, today I didn't bring a red envelope. I'll make it up to you next time." Ling Mingyue tried to put on a kind expression, looking like a caring elder. Shen Mingyue almost gritted her teeth in anger, but held back her outburst. She only looked at Xiao Qiyu with a look of grievance. Xiao Qiyu glanced coldly at Ling Mingyue and said softly, "Send the princess back to her room." "Yes," Ling Mingyue pouted and obediently stood up. She was supported by Ma Zhao and others, ready to leave the front hall. Does she think she's annoying? She still finds Shen Mingyue's poisonous green tea disgusting. But at that moment, her chest felt tight, as if blocked, making her feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air. Ling Mingyue instinctively turned around and saw the prince of the clan clutching his chest, his face pale. In the blink of an eye, the prince suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his frail figure collapsed loudly in front of everyone's frightened eyes. Prince, what's wrong? The steward beside the prince hurried forward in panic, helping him up and checking his condition. Prince Song's face turned pale as he coughed up large amounts of blood. The bright red stains were shocking, and the strong smell of blood quickly filled the wedding hall. The guests around were terrified, not knowing what to do. Following her instinct as a healer, Ling Chue rushed forward to check on Prince Song's condition. The split sprout goo worm? He's been poisoned by the split sprout goo. Without hesitation, Ling Chue pulled out her silver needles and quickly inserted them into several key points to suppress the poison's spread. She opened her mouth to call for someone to bring the materials she needed to treat him. But before she could speak, a strong force suddenly pushed her away. "What are you doing?" Ling Chue shouted angrily. Xiao Lingfeng, the one who pushed her, looked at her warily. "I should be asking you that. Ling Chue, don't forget why your family was punished. Even if you married the 9th prince and are no longer a servant, the lifelong ban on practicing medicine still stands." Ling Chue's passionate heart instantly turned cold. How ironic. She wasn't a doctor anymore. Trying to help now would only bring her humiliation. She said nothing, instinctively turning to look at Xiao Qiyu. Seeing his focused gaze fixed on Shen Mingyue, she couldn't help but let out a faint, mocking smile. Then she wisely stepped back, giving space to the person they all trusted as a healer. Xiao Lingfeng hurriedly pulled Shen Mingyue from the crowd, his face full of worry. "Mingyue, please come and check on the Grand Prince." If anyone still doubted Shen Mingyue's character, no one questioned her medical skill. The crowd quickly made way for her. The princess was known as the best healer in Yunlan, and as her daughter, Shen Mingyue had received her full training. Though her technique was not yet perfect, she was still ranked among the top 10 healers in the Imperial Medical Office. Shen Mingyue quickly approached Prince Song, took his pulse, and lifted his eyelids to examine him. Her expression grew serious as she said, "The Grand Prince has been poisoned." Then she took out a small case of silver needles and began inserting them into several of his acupuncture points. Those techniques do look quite good. If the prince really is poisoned, it could help stop the poison from spreading. Unfortunately, the poison isn't real poison. Ling Chue slightly smirked, her eyes cold.
What? Impossible.
The prince hasn't been feeling well lately. Since arriving at the royal palace, he hasn't eaten anything, not even a sip of water. How could he be poisoned? The steward beside the prince looked very surprised and said, "Poisoning doesn't always come from food or water. Any part of the body could be poisoned." He then reached out and examined the prince's hands carefully. He pointed to a small dark purple spot on the prince's right index finger and said, "Look, this is where the prince was poisoned." Everyone confirmed it was on the finger and started recalling anyone who had touched the prince's hand. After checking everyone, no one seemed suspicious. "Brother Yu, what should we do? We must find the person who poisoned him quickly so we can figure out what kind of poison the uncle has. Otherwise, we won't be able to cure him." "I'm just temporarily blocking the uncle's acupoints to control the poison from spreading." Controlling the spread of poison? Ling Chue wanted to say something, but with just a few needles, it was already good not to cause more trouble. She was actually controlling it. If she hadn't just acted to stop the riot of the crack sprout bugs, with her needle skills, the prince's residence would have been in chaos. She thought about warning them, but then decided against it. If she said something now, it would only cause her trouble. Let them come to her for help instead. Anyway, the crack sprout bugs were already under her control, and nothing serious would happen for a while. Shen Mingyue looked worried, her face anxious as if she was about to cry, which made people respect her medical skills even more. Xiao Qiyu, who usually looked cold, now radiated a powerful aura that made others feel scared. His icy eyes swept over the crowd and then said, "Search." The Jinwu guard received the order and quickly sealed off the entire palace. No one was allowed to enter or leave. Then, one after another, they searched from head to toe, not missing a single hair. Throughout the process, Ling Chue stayed in the same spot, not moving an inch. I kept thinking about Prince Zong's actions in the celebration hall. Normally, the split sprout insect was meant for her, so why is it now on Prince Zong? Could it be that he also has the insect liquid on him? Consort, I apologize. Momo Zhao, along with a group of maids, came to search Ling Chue. Ling Chue cooperated by removing her phoenix crown and wedding dress, allowing them to carefully examine her. She kept glancing toward Prince Song's direction, until Momo Zhao took out a piece of embroidered cloth from her sleeve. Ling Chue seemed to smell a suspicious plot. Sure enough, before Momo Zhao and the others could open the embroidered cloth to check, Shen Mingyue snatched it away. Then she carefully unfolded it. Brother Yu, I found something. There's a problem with this embroidered cloth. Everyone asked questions and gathered around. Sure enough, on one corner of the cloth, there was a finger-sized black stain. Because it smelled exactly like the blood Prince Song spat out, with a faint, sharp odor mixed with the bloodiness. It's you. When the Imperial uncle handed over the embroidered cloth to you, you secretly poisoned him, didn't you? Xiao Lingfeng looked at the unconscious Prince Song with an angry glare at Ling Chue. Ling Chue frowned and stood to the side, looking at the black mark on the cloth. Suddenly, she realized something. It seemed that the split-sprout insect had crawled out from this part of the cloth. At first, she suspected that Prince Song was the one who placed the insect. But unexpectedly, Prince Song was just a medium. It's not me. And it's not Prince Song who... Ling Chue's words were interrupted by Shen Mingyue. Chue, stop making excuses. Only the Imperial uncle, and you have touched this cloth. If it's not you, could it be that the Imperial uncle poisoned himself? Chue, you probably blame the Emperor who issued the decree because of the Ling family's issues, and now you're taking it out on the Imperial uncle. After saying this, Shen Mingyue seemed to realize she had said something inappropriate and cover her mouth in shock. All the people then turned suspicious eyes toward Ling Chue. Xiao Lingfeng's face was full of anger. Hating my father. You don't deserve it. The Ling family is just asking for trouble and deserves to die. Seize her. Note: all explicit or inappropriate content has been replaced with family-friendly language, and the overall meaning has been preserved. The people of the royal mansion do not listen to anyone except the king himself. No one can command them. Xiao Lingfeng felt a bit embarrassed and angry. He called out, Uncle Ninth. Qiu Yue looked expressionless. Show me the evidence. Shen Mingyue secretly hated the situation. She casually pushed a piece of silk cloth toward Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng eagerly grabbed the silk cloth and said excitedly, Uncle Ninth, this is the evidence. Seeing everyone's suspicious eyes turn toward Ling Chue, Wen Hao was terrified and panicked. He was afraid that his weak sister might be taken away and, like their father and uncles, be subjected to harsh punishment and die. He quickly pulled Ling Chue behind him and argued, Don't accuse us falsely. The silk was given to Chue by the royal relative, not the other way around. How could she have poisoned it? How the poison was used? Naturally, you Ling family members should answer. I heard your family is good at medicine, but even better at poisoning. Isn't your pharmacy selling strange poisons like centipede venom and other exotic drugs? Long ago, your Ling family tried to harm the royal children using the pollen of the sky speech flower. The sky speech flower grows in the barbarian lands. Its pollen is very effective for making insect-repelling powder, but it can also be used for poisoning, which is very dangerous. If the antidote isn't found within an hour, the victim will bleed from the 7 orifices and die. Doctors have a kind heart. Saving lives and healing the wounded is our duty. But your Ling family uses this to harm people, which tarnishes the reputation of all healers. Shen Mingyue's eyes flashed with a cruel look, but she quickly masked it, pretending to be shocked and worried. Liang Yuantai, as the chief medical officer, poisoning and harming my royal children is a serious crime. I didn't expect you to be unrepentant and to poison and plot against our royal elders. Does your Ling family hold a grudge against our royal family? Grudge against the royal family? How dare they? Xiao Lingfeng glared angrily at Ling Chue and shouted.
Ah!
Could it be that the Ling family are spies from a rival country? Otherwise, why would they target only members of the royal family? Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out from the crowd. The scene fell silent for a moment, then erupted into chaos. After a flurry of discussions, many people found this guess very plausible. If they weren't spies from an enemy country, why would the Ling family specifically target members of the royal family? At first, some people even thought that Ling Qiue's marriage to the king of the Imperial Guard was secretly arranged to infiltrate the royal family and create discord, leading to their mutual destruction. The crowd was furious, eager to tear apart the remnants of the Ling family. Enemy spies show no mercy. Enemy spies show no mercy. Haha, enemy spies. In just a moment, Ling Qiue's aura changed completely. There was mockery, hatred, and anger in her expression. Facing the crowd that was closing in, wanting to capture her alive, she showed no fear. Enemy spies would risk their lives to test poison, just to find a way for the people of Dianzhou to survive. It was her grandfather who, along with her father and uncles, went to Dianzhou to stop a deadly plague. Enemy spies would abandon the safety of Xinjiang and rush to the northern border, just to reduce the casualties of soldiers. It was her father, Ling Zhongcheng, and her uncle, Ling Zhongjie. Her father took her mother and only returned twice in 10 years. Once to send her back to Xinjiang and once to face death in the capital. Her young uncle also lost his life there at a young age. Enemy spies would give up all their possessions to provide medicine for border soldiers and refugees. It was her eldest uncle, Ling Zhongyuan. He was a good doctor but also a shrewd businessman. In the end, his family was confiscated, leaving only a house and a few hundred taels of silver. With each word she spoke, Ling Qiue took a step forward. She seemed to lead an army of thousands with her presence. The crowd in front of her was involuntarily retreating. If anyone among you dares to stand up and claim that your contributions to Yunnan and its people surpass those of the Ling family, I will admit that my Ling family is an enemy spy, deserving death. You won't need to attack. I will confess and die on the spot. Yes. Our Ling family is loyal to heaven and earth and respectful to our ancestors. If anyone dares to stand up and claim their achievements surpass ours, I am willing to die with my sister and apologize with my life. Ling Wenhui stood straight, fearless, beside Ling Qiue. Their bold questions made the crowd step back further. Among them were high officials, ministers, and officials of different ranks, but no one dared to stand up and claim that their contributions to the country were greater than those of the Ling family. Furthermore, to be precise, the Ling family is a family of doctors. Many people present have received treatment from members of the Ling family at some point. However, all of this was forgotten selectively when the Ling family was thrown into hell. Miss Ling, young Master Ling, you have misunderstood, Shen Mingyue said with a troubled look. We never intended to erase your family's contributions to Yunnan, but we also won't cover up your family's crimes. After all, it is true that you plotted against royal heirs. Moreover, the emperor's uncle has already considered your family's past merits and has spared your descendants from the death penalty. That balances out the good and the bad, doesn't it? Shen Mingyue was extremely angry inside. Darn it, when did this girl become so sharp-tongued? If they truly proved the enemy country's spies' guilt this time, she wondered how this girl would continue to charming brother you. But no matter what today, she must bring down that girl, Ling Qiue, from the royal palace. Otherwise, it would be even harder to deal with her in the future. And thinking that her parents would return to the capital in half a year, she couldn't bear to let her see Ling Qiue. Mingyue is right. Just because Ling family made contributions in the past, does that give you the right to harm others at will? Besides, this is the prince of the clan. Xiao Shi, the eldest elder of the royal family and a hero of great military achievement in Yunnan, am not someone your Ling family can compare with. Xiao Lingfeng looked angrily at Ling Qiue. He was annoyed just thinking about how he had been intimidated by such a young girl earlier. Ling Qiue looked at the foolish man and woman in front of her with a faint smile. But, Princess Mingyue, you all want to use the label of enemy spies to solidify my guilt of harming the prince of the clan. Don't you think I should have the right to defend myself? No, I didn't. Shen Mingyue wanted to deny, but Ling Qiue cut her off mercilessly. You haven't explicitly said it, but you've been implying it with ambiguous words, letting the maidservant beside you speak for you, and guiding some fools to echo your words. And you, Princess Mingyue, are still that pure, innocent and kind-hearted white lotus flower. Faced with Ling Qiue's stare, the maid who first shouted, "Spy," shrank back and lowered her head. Shen Mingyue was trembling with anger. The praise of her as a pure and kind white lotus flower was everyone's good opinion of her. But now, the words coming from Ling Qiue's mouth are definitely not kind words. At the same time, those who were called fools by her were also furious and blushing with anger. They wanted to speak back, but they didn't know how to argue. This made them even angrier. Xiao Lingfeng's face was dark as he said, "No matter what, the suspicion about the clan prince is the strongest against you. How do you still want to deny it?" Ling Qiue spread her hands and said, "Why should I defend myself? The Ling family was ruined, and they didn't leave us with a single thing. The clothes and jewelry I wear are even provided by the royal residence, and the brocade was handed to me by the clan prince. How do you want me to explain?" Moreover, as she spoke, she snatched the brocade from Xiao Lingfeng's stunned hand. First, she gently touched the stain, then sniffed it, shook her head, and sighed. "What kind of expression is that?" Xiao Lingfeng asked angrily. Ling Qiue pointed at the stain and said, "Are you saying this is the poison source that made the clan prince sick?" Shen Mingyue looked disdainful and said, "Qiue, if you've done it, just admit it. Since I can remember, I've been learning about herbs with my mother. I am very sensitive to smells, and I recognize the scent of toxins on the emperor's body." Ling Qiue smiled, her charming makeup making her look especially beautiful. Rumor has it that Princess Mingyue has extraordinary medical talent since birth. She could recognize herbs at 3 years old and take pulses at 5. As expected, rumors are not always true. Shen Mingyue's face turned pale, and she said angrily, "What do you mean?" As the daughter of the nation's holy doctor and the eldest princess, she was raised with high expectations. These expectations made her both proud and anxious. And this anxiety reached its peak when she learned about that incident. Now Ling Qiue's straightforward words made her feel as if her skin was being peeled off, which was terrifying. Ling Qiue pointed at the substance on the brocade and said with disdain, "This black stain is just an ordinary bloodstain." "Princess Mingyue, how did you see that there was a problem?" Shen Mingyue's eyes widened in shock and she exclaimed, "Impossible. Qiue, are you trying to lie to clear yourself? If there was no poison, would you dare to put it on your wound?" "Why not?" Ling Qiue raised her arm, revealing the whip marks on it, and was about to press the brocade onto her wound. Unexpectedly, Ling Wenhui quickly moved ahead. She grabbed the silk cloth and pressed it firmly against her wound. She pressed so hard that it started bleeding. "Brother," Ling Qiue said with concern. Ling Wenhao smiled faintly and looked coldly at Shen Mingyue. "Is this enough?" Shen Mingyue was surprised and angry. She gritted her teeth and said, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Ling Wenhao sneered coldly. "Of course I am afraid, but this is just a harmless bloodstain. It can't possibly poison me." Everyone looked at the brother and sister from the Ling family. Some shook their heads and sighed. Others looked on with admiration. At this moment, Wu You, who had been hiding in the crowd, stepped forward. She glanced at Xiao Qiu, then snatched the silk cloth from Ling Wenhao's hand. She mimicked Qiue's actions, leaning in to sniff and kiss it carefully. Then she took a few silver needles and examined it closely. "Master," as the princess said, "this is just a bloodstain. No poison was found inside." "Impossible." Shen Mingyue refused to believe it. She snatched the silk cloth and tested it herself with silver needles. There was truly nothing there. And Ling Wenhao's safety was the biggest mockery of her. Her face instantly turned red. Ling Qiue sneered, "Haha, I've truly seen Princess Mingyue's medical skills." Shen Mingyue was furious. She bit her lip and said nothing. Mingyue, Xiao Lingfeng, standing beside her, felt very distressed. He gently patted her back and softly said, "We all know you just want to catch the culprit quickly, so you overlooked this." Ling Qiue crossed her arms and sneered, "Because you're in such a hurry, you can falsely accuse others, right?" Xiao Lingfeng looked disgusted. Ling Qiue, stop being so unreasonable. Can't you see Mingyue is already upset? Oh, if she's upset, then she's right. Ling Qiue mocked. So, to stop Princess Mingyue from being upset, Should I just give in and let her throw dirt on me? Xiao Lingfeng's eyes flickered slightly. What do you really want? An apology? Ling Chua looked at Shen Mingyue with sharp eyes and said coldly, Princess Mingyue, as the victim, isn't it reasonable to ask for an apology? Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, it was Mingyue who falsely accused someone first. Ling Chua was just asking for an apology, which wasn't an unreasonable request. Shen Mingyue bit her lip, biting hard enough to draw blood, but she remained silent. She couldn't bring herself to apologize to the lowly servant girl she despised, the servant she wanted to step on. She looked at Xiao Qiyu with pleading eyes. Xiao Qiyu still had a cold, expressionless face. Mingyue, do you think you don't need to apologize? He asked. A simple question, but it made Shen Mingyue cry. She looked pitiful. Finally, she lowered her proud head and gritted her teeth. I'm sorry, Ling Chua said. Please clarify, Mingyue. Who are you saying sorry to, and for what? So that others won't think I used my power to pressure you. A servant calling herself pressured by authority was truly ironic. The sarcasm hit Shen Mingyue like a wave, almost drowning her. She truly regretted it, regretted not killing this woman when she was in prison. Cutting her into pieces, dismembering her, she wished she had done it. But it was too late now. Faced with everyone's gaze, she almost ground her silver teeth. Finally, she lifted a sad, pleading face and said with sorrow, Chiyue, I'm sorry. I didn't look carefully and wrongly accused you. Can you forgive me? Her voice was gentle and soft, but her eyes were cold. Doctors should be careful in their work. A single careless word can decide someone's life or death, Ling Chiyue warned coldly, without saying whether she forgave her or not. This was just the beginning. She decided she would never forgive Shen Mingyue. For now, Ling Chiyue cleared herself of suspicion. The matter of the prince's poisoning still needed thorough investigation. Soon, all the guests left. Xiao Qiyu ordered Wuyo to escort the prince to the Imperial medical office for treatment. He personally took the Jinwu guards to investigate the poisoning at the prince's residence. The prince was old and mostly stayed at home, only rarely going out. If there was a problem, the prince's residence was the most likely place. Uncle Ninth, and Mingyue will go too. Mingyue knows medicine well. Maybe she can find useful information to help the emperor's grandfather detoxify, Xiao Qiyu said. He did not respond immediately. Shen Mingyue felt a bit embarrassed and asked, Brother Yu, today is your big wedding day. Is it okay for you to leave with us? Xiao Qiyu didn't turn around and said coldly, Let's go. Shen Mingyue looked back and gave a challenging glance at Ling Chiyue, then confidently followed Xiao Qiyu. The lively wedding hall suddenly became quiet, leaving only Ling Chiyue and her brother, along with the servants and officials of the palace. Ling Chiyue looked at their backs, her brows tightly furrowed. Forget it, I won't worry about it now. The seed of the crackworm in the prince's body has been controlled, so it won't cause trouble for a while. Moreover, today she had more important things to do. Yeah. Ling Wenhui looked at Ling Chiyue, who was frowning, and felt worried. They say that when two families marry, they should be a good match. If the Ling family were still around, with her grandfather's official rank as a top doctor, they could barely keep up with the royal palace. But now, the Ling family has fallen into hard times. On the day of the wedding, they left the newly arrived princess and departed, showing how unhappy the king of the palace was with this marriage. Before he could say anything comforting, Ling Chiyue walked straight to the palace steward, Li Dequan. Steward, I believe you know my situation. I want to borrow the neighboring villa for a few days as a temporary place for my brother to stay. Ling Chiyue had considered leaving Ling Wenhui in the palace. Although she was somewhat unofficial as the princess consort, she still thought she could have some say in staying in the palace. But after thinking it over, she decided against it. Ling Wenhui is a prisoner, and once he enters the palace, he becomes a servant there. He would be insulted and bullied wherever he goes. Over time, his backbone and dignity would be broken and trampled on. If his hands and feet are broken, they can be fixed. If the family is gone, they can rebuild it. But if the backbone of the Ling family is gone, the family will truly fall apart. When Ling Wenhui heard about her plan, he immediately understood. He clenched his teeth, trying not to cry. Steward, don't worry. I will pay rent, based on the current market rate, Ling Chu assured him quickly, fearing he might refuse. The Ling family was simply stripped of their medical license. In the 22nd century, she found many ways to make money without relying on medical skills. Li Dequan quickly waved his hand and said, "Princess, since you married the prince, you are half the owner of the prince's residence. It's just a side courtyard. You can use it directly without paying rent." Ling Chua smiled and insisted. "It's settled then. 50 taels a month. I will give you the money at the end of the month." After seeing off Ling Wenhao, Ling Chua followed Mammy Zhao and Chun Tao to Chi Xia courtyard. At this moment, the yard was filled with large red boxes, and 3 young maids stood nearby. Mammy Zhao said, "Princess, this is your Chi Xia courtyard. I am the housekeeper maid here. If you need anything, just tell me." She then pointed to the 3 maids and introduced, "They're like Chun Tao, maids in Chi Xia courtyard." The 4 young maids were named Chun Tao, Xia Sang, Chiu Yu, and Dong Shui, all around 14 or 15 years old. Ling Chua nodded casually, showing no extra gestures. She wanted to give a gift or a token of greeting, but unfortunately, she had no money now, so she could only hold back. "Where is the prince? Where does he live?" Mammy Zhao replied, "Back to the princess. The prince's Jingyang Hall is in the east courtyard." After thinking for a moment, she added, "The prince prefers quiet. No one is allowed to enter Jingyang Hall without permission. If the princess wants to see him, you can send someone to notify in advance." Ling Chua was very satisfied with this arrangement. Everyone lives separately and does not disturb each other. They walked to the bedroom, which was decorated with red silk everywhere, very festive. Inside, the room was arranged very delicately. As soon as she entered, she smelled a faint scent of incense. The red silk curtains fluttered gently, embroidered with beautiful peony patterns. On the table, there was a pair of exquisite dragon and phoenix candlesticks, flickering candlelight, making the room look warm and charming. The double bed was covered with bright red sheets, blankets, and pillows, everything complete. If a normal newlywed bride stood here now, she would surely be very happy to see these decorations. But unfortunately, she was not. "Everyone leave now. I'm a bit tired and want to rest." "Yes." Mammy Zhao and the 4 maids left, stopping at the door. "Princess, what should we do with the dowry in the courtyard?" Ling Chua waved her hand casually and said, "Put everything into the storeroom. Since it wasn't hers, using it and returning it afterward was just right." After everyone left, Ling Chua changed her tired face and picked the most plain outfit from the wardrobe, replacing her wedding dress. She carefully stored the wedding dress in the wardrobe as well. This wedding dress, soaked in insect venom liquid, would be very useful later. Thinking for a moment, she took a small makeup box from the dressing table and put it on. She had no worries about debts, so this was not a big deal. She planned to pay everything back together later. Ling Chua quietly slipped out through the back window. She avoided the guards patrolling inside the mansion and jumped over the high wall. Once outside the palace grounds, she stopped hiding and quickly ran southwest. "Big sister, wait for me. I will rescue you soon." June 6th, year 15 of Yongjin was the day she was reborn. June 7th, year 15 of Yongjin, was her big sister's Memorial Day. By the Fengjiang River, inside the Meixiang building, the noise of guests and the lively chatter filled the place with excitement. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted the fun. "Jerk! Serving the master is your honor. How dare you hit the master? Do you think you're brave?" Right after, a series of sharp slaps sounded. Everyone looked toward the voice and saw a fat man with a face full of flesh. He was pulling a woman's hair with one hand and slapping her face with the other. Until her face was swollen and purple and she couldn't make a sound, the fat man, urged by the madam of the house, finally let her go, cursing all the way. "Oh, my young master, your strength is too much." A noble daughter, like her, is barely recognizable now. Seeing the woman on the ground, barely breathing and with hopeless eyes, the madam felt heartbroken. She had finally managed to get her hands on this noble daughter, hoping to make a lot of money from her, but her temper was too fierce. She was about to be ruined just after being brought here. It was a huge loss. The overweight young man, Lord Anilho's son Feng Pingju, spat on the woman on the ground and sneered, nonsense about being a noble daughter. The Ling family was already confiscated. Ling Cici is now just a helpless prisoner. No, she's even worse than an ordinary prisoner. Prisoners have a chance to turn things around, but Ling Cici, even in death, can only be the lowest of the low. Yes, I was wrong. Please forgive me, young master. Feng Pingju was a major guest in the building and could not be offended. The madam, Huanyang, quickly agreed and turned to shout, "Bring her away, so she doesn't block the young master's view." Hold on. Feng Pingju stepped on Ling Cici's face and grinned wickedly. Remember, the two families once discussed marriage. Since you refused me back then and didn't marry into the Anilho family, I won't force you now. He turned to a thug nearby and shouted, "Chinmatsi, you've always said you've never seen a noble lady. Well, this woman, I will give her to you." Chinmatsi, a thug in the building known for his pockmarked face, was overjoyed at this unexpected good fortune. He quickly bowed to Feng Pingju. "Thank you, young Master Feng. Your kindness and generosity will not be forgotten." In his mind, even if the Ling family had fallen, Ling Cici was still a true daughter of a noble family. Being able to hold her in his hands made his life worthwhile. He reached out to pull Ling Cici up from the ground, but suddenly Wang Lizi stepped forward, smiling flatteringly. "Young Master Feng, you are magnanimous. Would you allow me to share some of this good fortune? I've never seen such a noble lady before." "Ha ha ha. Of course. Everyone can have a share." Feng Pingju, as if thinking of something amusing, beamed with excitement. He pounded the table and shouted, "Go, tell everyone in the building, anyone who wants to discipline this Miss Ling can come. Today, I will cover all expenses." With that, he took out a stack of silver notes and slapped them onto Huanyang. The madam, who had been worried about Ling Cici, immediately broke into a happy smile and hurriedly arranged for people to clear the space for this big spender. Ling Cici lay on the ground, her swollen eyes staring blankly into the void. People came and went around her, occasionally pushing her, pointing, and whispering harsh words like, "Such a shame," or, "Even the fiercest temper must soften in the end." She thought that her family's decline, being abandoned by her husband, and being sold into a brothel were the worst things in the world, but she didn't expect even harsher suffering awaited her. After the news spread, many ragged thugs rushed inside. Feng Pingju sat on a grand chair, holding a woman in his arms, and looked at the people coming in with a proud smile. He was afraid there were too many people and they might hurt Ling Cici too badly, so he kindly ordered 3 men. "First come, first served. You 3 go ahead. Whoever can make her submit or listen to you will be rewarded greatly." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 men he pointed out immediately surrounded her, eager to attack Ling Cici. "Miss, stop struggling. Be good and listen, and you'll suffer less." Ling Cici looked terrified, using all her strength to shout and kick. "Don't touch me. Go away. All of you, go away." But her resistance only made the others laugh mockingly. "Haha, the more you struggle, the more fun it is. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you." Suddenly, harsh shouts and arrogant laughter echoed through the hall. Everyone in the brothel gathered around to watch, but no one stepped forward to help. Ling Cici gradually stopped resisting, staring blankly at the ceiling with a look of despair. When she felt someone trying to drag her away, tears slowly fell from her eyes. Suddenly, flashes of silver light flickered before her eyes, and a warm splash hit her face. In an instant, the noisy surroundings disappeared. The lively crowd stared in horror at the 3 people in the center of the hall, who were clutching their necks with both hands, blood pouring from between their fingers. "Help! Help me!" They tried to call for help, but before they could reach out, they collapsed heavily to the ground.
"Ah!
Someone's killing them! Help! Help!" With piercing screams, the entire brothel descended into chaos. No one noticed that Ling Qiuyue, dressed in plain white, knelt beside Ling Cici with bloodshot eyes, trembling all over. "Big sister, I'm sorry. Yaya arrived late. I should have come earlier." She took off her clothes carefully and covered Ling Sisi with them. Her steady hands, capable of performing any surgery, were trembling badly at this moment. She regretted it. She should have come back immediately to find her older sister, instead of going to the pawn shop to exchange silver, and not wasting so much time seeking safety inside the royal residence. Originally, Ling Sisi was silent and still, but when she heard Ling Qiue's voice, her body trembled. Her eyes, which had lost their shine, slowly started to focus until she could see the person in front of her clearly. Yeah. Whoa, big sister, it's me. It's yeah. Whoa. Hearing Ling Sisi's voice, Ling Qiue's tears suddenly fell as she held her and cried uncontrollably. Don't cry. Big sister is fine. You need to leave quickly. Her little sister was the most timid. How could she come to such a place? Ling Sisi tried to lift her hand to push Ling Qiue away, but her hand seemed broken and couldn't lift at all. Okay, let's go. Big sister, I will take you away now, Ling Qiue said hurriedly. She wiped away the tears on her face and took a pill to feed her. It could relieve her pain and help her sleep well. Most importantly, it could quickly stop the bleeding. Ling Sisi was badly hurt. Several of her bones were broken, her exposed skin was covered with whip marks, and she was bleeding from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Besides that, her internal organs were bleeding to varying degrees. If she didn't get treatment soon, she might not survive until tomorrow. Ling Qiue squatted down carefully, carrying her on her back, ready to leave. Stop right there. A loud shout came from behind her. You little girl, have you lost your mind? How dare you come to Meixiang Tower to steal someone from this young master? Feng Pingju, full of anger, rushed forward with 2 followers, blocking Ling Qiue's way. But then, he was captivated by Ling Qiue's beautiful face like the bright moon. Hey, little beauty, since you're here, why don't you stay and have a drink with me? He said with a lecherous look. He then raised a greasy, fat hand, reaching toward Ling Qiue's small face. But in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his lower body. The pain made him hunch over and roll on the ground, clutching himself. Someone, quickly catch her for me. Huanyang saw Feng Pingju was hurt and hurriedly shouted nervously, Did you kill these 3 people? How dare you kill someone in my beauty fragrance pavilion? You will not leave here today. Suddenly, a group of men rushed out and surrounded Ling Qiue tightly. Seeing them approach, Ling Qiue remained calm and unafraid. She looked at Huanyang and said clearly, I am Ling Qiue. Who cares who you are? If you cause trouble in the beauty fragrance pavilion, don't expect to leave. Huanyang's angry voice faltered and she frowned, asking, Who do you say you are? Ling Qiue replied, Ling Qiue, the new princess consort. A gasp sounded from the crowd. Everyone looked at Ling Qiue as if she were a monster. Is she the woman who stopped the royal carriage and forced the king to marry her? That's right. Everyone in Shengjing is talking about it, but the wedding at the royal palace is over. Why is she here? Was she kicked out? Kicked out? I think she ran away. The royal palace has had 8 marriages in recent years, and none of the new brides have survived the wedding ceremony. The crowd discussed loudly, opinions varied. Huanyang hesitated, suspicious that she might be fake and wanted to arrest her immediately. But what if she was real? If they hurt the princess consort, would they still see the next sunrise? No, probably not even the moon tonight. Meanwhile, Feng Pingju, who had just recovered from severe pain, stormed over with a fierce look, raising his hand to slap Ling Qiue hard. Stupid woman. Dare to hit me? Just wait. I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. Ling Qiue, to protect Ling Sisi behind her, didn't dodge and took the slap directly. Just as Feng Pingju was about to strike again, a pair of dark, sinister eyes suddenly appeared in his pupils. Even Feng Pingju, so arrogant, shivered at the sight. Meanwhile, from the prince's mansion, the Jinwu Guard, on their way to the Imperial Medical Office, happened to pass by the other side of Fengjiang River. Yan Fei, riding at the front, saw a familiar figure and nearly fell off his horse-drawn carriage in surprise. Looking at the person disappearing at the street corner, he immediately rode over to the royal carriage and whispered a report. Master, I think I saw the princess consort, Xiao Qiyu. Where is she? Yan Fei hesitated, then stammered, at the Meixiang Tower. Xiao Qiyu. Let's go and see. Inside Meixiang Tower. The flower maid was worried something might happen, so she quickly grabbed Feng Pingju. Young Master Feng, think carefully. She says she's Ling Qiyu, the royal consort. Hearing the name of the royal king, Feng Pingju couldn't help but shiver. The royal king, Xiao Qiyu, was practically a nightmare in his life. If his old lady didn't have some influence with the Empress Dowager, he wouldn't even be alive now. Then he saw the clear slap mark on Ling Qiyue's face, and an uneasy feeling grew in him. No way, she can't be the royal consort. Everyone knows that women who want to become the royal consort rarely leave the bridal chamber alive. After saying this, Feng Pingju suddenly straightened up, looking at Ling Qiyu with disdain. Tell me, who do you think you're fooling? Pretending to be the royal consort. Do you really think I, like other fools, can be tricked by you? Besides, even if you are the royal consort, so what? Everyone knows the royal king is being forced by you. A shameful servant wife like that. How embarrassing. Maybe the royal king will even thank me for getting rid of such a disgrace. Feng Pingju got more and more excited, feeling he was right. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up, arrest her, strip her, and send her to my bed. After shouting, he looked down and saw that no one moved. He then looked around and saw everyone kneeling on the ground. Just as he was wondering what was happening, he heard a cold, piercing voice behind him. Oh, so how do you want me to thank you? Feng Pingju didn't turn around. His legs went weak, and he suddenly knelt down with a thud. At that moment, everyone in Meixiang Tower, except Ling Qiyu, was kneeling tightly on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Who hit her? Xiao Qiyu looked at the injury on Ling Qiyue's face, feeling an inexplicable sharp pain. Before Ling Qiyu could answer, a series of loud slaps sounded. Feng Pingju was desperately slapping himself and kowtowing, begging for mercy. Your Majesty, please spare me. I didn't know she was the royal consort. I accidentally hurt her. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Before long, her face, which already looked like a pig's head, swelled up to twice its size. This scene was seen by Ling Qiyu, causing the redness in her eyes to fade a little, but only slightly. Her older sister had so many injuries. If she didn't get justice, how could she forgive herself? Thank you, Ling Qiyu said softly but very sincerely. Xiao Qiyu replied, It's okay. Go back to the mansion early. With that cold, aloof expression, it seemed like he was annoyed that Ling Qiyu was embarrassing herself outside. But Ling Qiyu was not angry. She respectfully said, Okay, just a moment. Then she went to Huanyang. Sell your body contract. Yes, the sell your body contract. I'll go get it right now. Huanyang was trembling like chaff in the wind, almost crawling and running upstairs. Soon, she brought the sell your body contract for Ling Cici and handed it to Ling Qiyu. After receiving the contract, Ling Qiyu took a silver note from her bosom and handed it to Huanyang. Huanyang was so frightened she dared not take it, repeatedly refusing. I am a reasonable person. This is the redemption money for Ling Cici. From now on, she has nothing to do with the Meixiang Tower. After saying that, she carried Ling Cici on her back and carefully walked out of Meixiang Tower step by step. Yan Fei wanted to step forward to help, but was shocked by the injuries on Ling Cici's body. As one of the 4 main leaders of the Imperial Guard, he had seen many serious injuries. But the marks on this woman's body were just too many. If he wasn't mistaken, the exposed joints. Were those bones? He even suspected whether this woman was still alive. Is she okay? Ling Qiyu smiled slightly and softly said, Yes, she will be fine. Xiao Qiyu wanted to go to the Imperial physician's office, so he sent 2 Jinwu guards to escort Ling Qiyu back. Before leaving, Ling Qiyu solemnly said, Thank you. Rest assured, I will return what you gave me. Whether it was the protection from the Imperial Prince's mansion or the silver exchanged for those jade bangles, she would pay it all back. Xiao Qiyu looked steadily at Ling Qiyue's departing figure. After a long while, he spoke, Go back and retrieve the files on the corruption case related to the relief efforts in Liangzhou. Yan Fei responded, Yes, during the disaster relief in Liangzhou, wasn't it the responsibility of the Marquis of Anil? I heard he was recently praised by His Majesty the Emperor. Cruel people, they even hit women. This time, I won't let you get away with it. The Imperial Medical Office. Brother Yu, I thought we wouldn't catch up with you. I didn't expect you to arrive even later than us. Seeing Xiao Qiyu, Shen Mingyue immediately ran out happily. How is the Prince of Zhongqin doing? Yan Fei pushed Xiao Qiyu as they headed toward the prince's room. Sorry, Brother Yu, it's all my fault. I couldn't save the Imperial uncle. If only I were as powerful as my mother. Shen Mingyue looked guilty and sad. Next to her, Xiao Lingfeng spoke to comfort her. Mingyue, don't blame yourself. You're already very brave for your age. The doctors also said your quick action was very important. If you hadn't stepped in time to control the spread of the poison, the situation might have been worse. The royal family paid close attention to the prince's poisoning. Besides the palace doctors, all the top physicians in Shengjing City were called in. But even so, no one could turn the prince's condition around. Everyone was helpless against the poison in his body. The poison inside the prince is very aggressive. No matter what antidote is used, it will eventually be completely absorbed. Even more frightening, each time the poison is absorbed, it becomes stronger. It's as if the antidote feeds the poison, making it worse. Because of this, they could only slow the poison's spread with silver needles and dared not do anything else. If anyone can save the prince, it can only be the Princess Chang. Shi Hutong said solemnly. He is the newly appointed chief medical officer after Ling Yuan Tai. His words almost represent the opinion of all the doctors in Shengjing. Xiao Qiyu asked, how much longer can he hold on? Princess Chang, Qin Nanyao, is famous for her extraordinary medical skills and is highly respected by royal families across countries. She often travels to teach medicine and save lives. According to her latest letter, she will return to Shengjing in half a year. Based on the letter, they should already be back within the cloud mist realm. If possible, bringing the eldest princess back early might not be impossible. However, Xiao Qiyu looked at the pale, weakly breathing relative, the prince of the clan, and knew that if they delayed any longer, the chance would be very slim. Sure enough, Shi and Tongdao said, 3 days is the limit we can do. Shen Mingyue's eyes flickered when she heard this. Brother Yu, I won't give up easily. I will go back now to check the medical notes my mother left me. Maybe I can find a useful way to detoxify. Ling Chua took Ling Sisi and went straight back to the royal residence. People inside the residence, seeing Ling Chua come in quietly from outside, realized she had left the estate without anyone noticing. Everyone was surprised. The royal residence of the Imperial King is very well guarded, even more so than the palace. The king acts very domineering, especially after that incident. He has become even more ruthless. He can do whatever he wants, and even the Empress Dowager and the Emperor can't stop him. Over the years, many have tried to assassinate him, but most never even got close to the gates of the residence and were shot down. Everyone in the residence is proud of this. But now, the new princess consort has just given them a big shock. This made the chief butler, Li Dequan, start to suspect that his subordinates might be becoming lax. His gentle, kind eyes suddenly turned sharp. Maybe it was time to tighten discipline. But when he looked at Ling Chua again, he put on a friendly face. Princess, do you need me to find a doctor to come and see you? Ling Sisi looked miserable, and anyone with eyes could see she was hurt badly. Thank you, but I can handle it myself. Ling Chua didn't expect that her casual remark would bring such trouble to the people of the royal residence. Right now, she quickly told Li Dequan to prepare a clean room and the necessary furnishings. Almost as soon as she spoke, someone went to prepare. The speed of the royal residence is not just talk. In less than 15 minutes, a room that fully met Ling Chua's requirements was ready. The decorations in the room, except for the lack of medical equipment, are almost identical to the operating room in her divine doctor space. There is a simple small bed, the same size as an operating table, used to hold medical tools, along with a small table and a wall cabinet. There are no surgical knives, but there is a sharp, small dagger prepared. There are no special suturing needles and threads, but there are the finest embroidery needles and threads. Although simple, they are enough. After all, these are just for disguising purposes. The real operating room is the high-tech surgical room in her divine doctor space. Ling Chuiyue carefully places Ling Cece on the operating bed, then solemnly instructs Li Dequan, "Grandpa Steward, I need to treat my older sister now. Please stay outside and do not let anyone disturb me." Li Dequan solemnly promises, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I will personally guard the door with some people." After closing the door, Ling Chuiyue immediately activates the surgical mode inside the space. Suddenly, everything around transforms into a high-tech operating room. A futuristic operating table, various precise surgical instruments and equipment. Ling Chuiyue also puts on sterile surgical clothes. She skillfully takes a propofol syringe from the medicine cabinet and administers it to Ling Cece. This is an intravenous anesthetic, most suitable for Ling Cece's current condition. Her head has a skull fracture. Her conjunctiva is bleeding. Her right eardrum is ruptured. Her left arm and right leg are fractured. Her right palm has a comminuted fracture. Her spleen and liver are also ruptured to different degrees. Before the anesthesia takes effect, Ling Chuiyue makes a detailed surgical plan based on the medical records provided by the operating room. Yes, when the divine doctor space activates the surgical mode, the operating room automatically performs a full scan of the patient and provides a detailed report. Even more amazing, the divine doctor space cannot be entered, but after the surgical mode is activated, the entire projection appears in Ling Chuiyue's space. All projections, for Ling Chuiyue as the space host, are tangible entities. But to others, they are invisible. So, the people outside the house, watching through a gap in the roof, saw a normal, unremarkable room and Ling Chuiyue busy treating a patient. Li Dequan sat in front of the door, listening to the report from below. His sharp eyes flickered with focus. Although he didn't know medical skills, he understood well how serious a person's injuries could be. From his judgment, the woman Ling Chuiyue brought back had injuries that affected her lungs, and no medicine could heal her. But looking at Ling Chuiyue's expression, he saw no panic or sadness. "Go ahead, make sure you see clearly." Inside the operating room, after Ling Chuiyue received the warning that anesthesia had taken effect, she began the first step, repairing the internal organs. She carefully located the area, then decisively made an incision in Cece's abdomen. The cut was very precise, and with the help of fine needles, bleeding was minimal. Next, she reached into the abdomen to find the damaged spleen. The spleen had a clear tear on its surface, and a small amount of blood was slowly seeping out. Ling Chuiyue picked up the prepared surgical thread and needle and started stitching the tear. Every movement she made was extremely accurate and steady, her face focused and firm. She didn't notice that outside the room, two people watching had turned pale at her series of actions. "What did you say?" Li Dequan almost jumped up in shock when he heard the report from below. He quickly moved silently to the surveillance spot and looked down. He saw Ling Chuiyue cleaning the remaining blood from the abdomen and preparing to sew the incision. Even Li Dequan, who was used to seeing all kinds of scenes, widened his eyes in surprise. Was she opening someone up? Is Ling Chuiyue saving lives or killing? Time passed slowly. Since Li Dequan had been watching from above, he hadn't come down. He just stayed on the roof, watching Ling Chuiyue carefully repair a damaged body from start to finish. If he hadn't sensed the faint breathing, he might have thought the person was already dead. When Xiao Qiyu returned to the residence and came looking for him, he saw Li Dequan lying on the roof like a frog. If he hadn't been told in advance, he wouldn't have known that Ling Chuiyue was inside saving a patient and couldn't be disturbed. Yan Fei couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Ha! I didn't expect that my father, at his age, would still be so playful and full of childlike fun. He has been in charge of supervising the house, but he's over 18 now. Isn't it time for him to stop?" Then, Yan Fei, leaning close to Li Dequan, exclaimed in shock, "Wow. She's actually sticking the bones of a living person together. Can human bones be glued back after breaking? More importantly, if a person's skull is broken, can they still live?" Thinking about his injured brothers, Yan Fei's heart suddenly tightened with worry. Fearing to scare the people below, he took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. 1 hour, 2 hours. The sun, which had been high in the sky at noon, finally set. The heavy door creaked open from inside, and 4 hours had passed. Ling Mingyue, looking exhausted, came out of the room, staggering and almost falling. Someone immediately reached out to help her. Just as Ling Mingyue wanted to thank him, she heard a worried voice say, "Princess, how is that girl? Is her treatment going well, housekeeper grandpa? Thank you for your concern." "She's fine." She believed everyone had misunderstood the King of Justice. Although he looked fierce and ruthless and seemed cold, he was actually a very good person who cared for the country and the people. Otherwise, the housekeeper wouldn't be so kind and friendly. He was already old but still helped guard the door for most of the day, and now he was still so caring about her older sister. Ling Mingyue couldn't help but feel emotional inside. Li Dequan, who was known for being kind and friendly, said, "The princess is probably exhausted. Hurry back with Grandma Zhao and rest well. The girl inside, I will find someone to take good care of her." Ling Mingyue was truly very tired. Although she had performed longer surgeries in the 22nd century, as the lead surgeon, she had assistants, nurses, and other staff helping her. It was tiring, but not as intense as this time, when her mind had to be so focused. Plus, she had just been reborn, gotten married, and was saving people. She simply couldn't hold on anymore and fainted. Seeing the person faint, Lady Zhao immediately hugged them tightly. "Someone, go call the Imperial doctor." Li Dequan was suddenly a bit nervous. He had just discovered such a precious treasure. It must not be harmed. Soon, Yan Fei arrived with Wu Yu. Wu Yu is one of the 4 chief guards of the Imperial King, specializing in poisons and medical knowledge. His status is equal to Yan Fei's. But according to the hierarchy, Yan Fei still calls Wu Yu second brother. "Second brother, quickly see what's wrong with her." Wu Yu checked her pulse and said, "No problem. She just fainted from overwork. Rest well, and she'll be fine." Everyone present felt relieved. Li Dequan immediately told Lady Zhao to take her back and care for her properly. The others carefully entered the simple operating room. Wu Yu was the first to examine Ling Cici, lying on the bed. Her breathing was weak, but there was no danger to her life. Seeing her stitched wounds, he couldn't help but praise. Her pulse is steady. With good rest, she should recover about 70 to 80%. Ling Mingyue slept deeply until the sun was high. When she woke up, she was very hungry. She quickly washed up and then rushed to the dining table. The palace breakfast was complete and elegant, with porridge, small dishes, buns, and pastries. The seasoning was not as refined as in the 22nd century, but the technique and taste were much better. She ate quickly, trained from her time as a doctor. Before long, she finished all the food on the table. The maidservant serving nearby was stunned. "Cough, cough," Ling Mingyue awkwardly cleared her throat. It's not her fault. As a young lady of the Ling family, she used to have a small appetite, eating only a few bites. Later, she was raised in the 22nd century. Back then, due to surgeries, she could only eat 1 meal a day. If she didn't eat enough, she might faint from hunger in the operating room. "Princess, eat slowly. There's more in the kitchen." Chun Tao thought she was choking, quickly handed her a cup of tea, and patted her back gently to help her feel better. Autumn Moon went to the kitchen to ask someone to bring more breakfast. The 4 young maids, Chun Tao and Autumn Moon, took care of her daily needs, while Xia Sang and Winter Snow followed Elder Ma Zhao's orders to manage the affairs in Qixia Courtyard. Ling Mingyue, who hadn't been served by others for a long time, felt a little uncomfortable at first. After eating and drinking enough, Ling Mingyue went to check on Ling Cici. When she entered, she saw Ling Cici had already woken up, and her maid was feeding her water. "Yeah." Seeing Ling Mingyue come in, Ling Cici's eyes instantly turned red. She had many things to say, but finally only managed to say, "Yeah." Ling Mingyue's eyes also turned red. She gently held Ling Cici's still okay hand and softly comforted her. "Big sister, don't be afraid. It's all over now. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine." Only after she soothed Ling Cece to sleep did she carefully check her condition. She was recovering very well. The vitality liquid truly is the greatest medical invention of the 22nd century. It promotes rapid cell growth and helps wounds heal quickly. After giving Ling Cece another injection, Ling Chue called Elder Ma Zhao over, planning to send her to the neighboring courtyard. Ling Wenhui, who also studied medicine, was more than capable of caring for an injured person. More importantly, having family around provided both Ling Wenhui and Ling Cece with emotional comfort. Indeed, when Ling Wenhui saw Ling Cece, he suddenly felt a new sense of vitality, as if life had returned to him. He cursed those who hurt his big sister and hated even more the unfaithful man who abandoned her. He also began actively healing his own wounds, just to better take care of his big sister. Everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. But when Ling Chue looked away from her siblings and out to the open courtyard, a headache struck again. She wanted to buy a house. Her siblings needed a place to live. She wanted to buy a shop. Her siblings needed a way to make a living. And she had other wishes. So she needed money, lots and lots of money. Her first thought was her medical skills, since it was a no-cost venture and her strongest talent. But everyone in the Ling family had lost their medical licenses. Without a guarantor, she couldn't treat or diagnose anyone. While lost in thought, she heard a quarrel outside the courtyard. Hey, if the Princess Chong were in Shengjing, the Prince of Zhongqin might have a chance to be saved. Actually, the previous Ling, Ta-I Ling, was very skilled. If he were still alive, he might have been able to control the prince's poisoning. You don't know anything. The Princess Chong has a divine skill that can bring the dead back to life, bones and all. It's not something that a doctor, who harms people, can compare to. The two people argued more and more fiercely. From the prince's poisoning to the Princess Chang's divine skill, and now to the moral character of the Ling family. If they weren't near the royal palace grounds, they might have even fought. People's opinions of the Ling family didn't matter as much to Ling Chue as they did in her past life. History is always told by the winners. Only by becoming stronger can she control her own destiny. Right now, her focus was entirely on whether the prince was going to survive. Oh no, I almost forgot about the prince. The prince had only gotten into trouble because he was praising her at her wedding. She couldn't just stand by and do nothing. And she remembered that the family who bought her younger cousin Ling Wenxuan seemed to have some connection to the prince. So, no matter what, she was determined to save this person. However, she had already suppressed the venomous insect inside the prince's body before, so it shouldn't have worsened so quickly. Ling Chue thought for a moment, then ran back to the palace. Grandpa Steward, is Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess in? I have something to discuss with her. If Li Dequan had some doubts about Ling Chue before, after yesterday's spying incident, those doubts were gone. The lady is in the study. I will take you there right away. Before coming, Ling Chue was very confident, thinking that if the crown princess vouched for her and she treated the prince, it would be fine. But when she stood in front of Xiao Qiyu, she couldn't help but want to back down. She was a descendant of the Ling family. The Ling family had a history of harming royal children. How could Xiao Qiyu trust her to treat the prince? More importantly, before the Ling family had any trouble, she stayed at home every day, studying medicine alone, never having treated anyone. How could Xiao Qiyu believe she had the ability to cure the prince? As for the older sister's case, others didn't know about it either. Just as Ling Chue was anxiously thinking about how to ask Xiao Qiyu for something, she heard Xiao Qiyu say, "Are you a doctor?" Ling Chue nodded. Xiao Qiyu asked, "How is your medical skill?" Ling Chue instinctively replied, "Very good. So far, I haven't encountered any illness I couldn't treat." After saying this, she felt it was a bit boastful and wanted to say something to make up for it. But Xiao Qiyu was quicker and said, "If that's the case, I wonder if the princess would like to go with me to see the situation of the Prince of Zhongqin. I'd love to." Ling Chue then felt a bit shy and said, "Well, that Prince of Zhongqin is the guest of honor at our wedding. I haven't even thanked him yet." After saying this, she suddenly felt something was off. What does it mean that he is the guest of honor at their wedding? She should go thank him. It sounded as if she cared a lot about their wedding. She wanted to say more, but was afraid it would make things worse. She couldn't help but secretly glare at the man sitting above. But unexpectedly, she was caught by his deep, dark eyes. Darn, this man is like an iceberg, completely cold, with no warmth at all. The poisoning of the Prince of Zhongqin was getting worse. Fearing any mistake, the Imperial physicians from the medical office were almost always by his side, not daring to slack off. At this moment, the physicians gathered at the door saw the crown prince appear and immediately bowed respectfully. The Prince of Zhongqin's wife and the prince's heir also saw Xiao Qiyu and came forward together. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern," she said sadly. Then, Shi Hugong, who arrived shortly after, also bowed to Xiao Qiyu. When he stood up, he noticed Ling Chue standing beside Xiao Qiyu. A flicker of dark light flashed in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. "We are about to go in and check the prince's condition. If it's convenient for you, please come along," he said. The door to the prince's ward was pushed open, and Ling Chue followed inside. Her grandfather had often told her stories about the medical office before he passed away. When she was young, she had even spent quite some time there. Even after a long time, she still remembered the people and things at the Imperial Medical Office very clearly. Walking at the front was the chief medical officer, Shi Tong. My grandfather thought he was skilled in medicine but also good at making friends and understanding people. Since he was not the most senior or the best doctor in the office, his position as chief medical officer was probably due to his good social skills. Next to him were the two senior doctors, Zhou and Han, who were the oldest medical experts in the office and close friends of my grandfather. However, when they were judging the Ling family, Ling Chue did not see these two doctors appear. Besides them, 5 or 6 other well-known doctors also came along. As soon as she entered the room, Ling Chue smelled a strong, unpleasant blood scent. Under the heavy smell of blood, the medicinal smell in the room was very faint. The prince was lying quietly on the bed, not moving at all. His face was pale and lacked color, with a hint of blue-white. If it weren't for his faint breathing, he would look almost dead. Next to the prince's bed was a copper basin. Inside was a blood-stained silk cloth soaking, with clear water turned red from blood. On the floor, dark red bloodstains that had already dried could faintly be seen. Several doctors took turns checking the prince's pulse. After examining him, all of them looked very disappointed and shook their heads with sighs. "How is the prince's condition?" The prince's wife looked at the doctors anxiously. "Ma'am, the prince's injuries are very serious. We studied all night but couldn't find a suitable treatment. We can only temporarily stabilize the toxins in his body and limit his movement to reduce the damage to his vital organs. But this is a temporary fix. The concentrated toxins will cause tissue death. Over time, I'm afraid the prince's body won't be able to hold on." Old Dr. Zhou spoke helplessly. Hearing this, the prince's wife almost fainted from shock. Xiao Qiyu's eyebrows also furrowed slightly. While the doctors were talking to the prince's wife and heir, Ling Chue had already walked to the prince's bedside. She carefully looked at his face and noticed a faint red line on his neck. The red line was very faint, and combined with the elder spots on the prince's skin, it was hardly noticeable. If Ling Chue hadn't looked carefully, she wouldn't have seen it at all. Ling Chue reached out and gently placed her fingertips on the prince's wrist. "What are you doing?" Shi Hutong had been watching Ling Chue's actions carefully since he entered the room. When he saw her walk to the prince's bedside, he started to feel something was wrong. So, when he saw Ling Chue suddenly touch the prince, he immediately scolded her. His shout drew the attention of everyone in the room. They saw a young girl with a gentle face, placing her hand on the prince's wrist. It looked like she was checking his pulse. "Who is this girl?" Prince Xiao Jingrui looked at Xiao Qiyu with confusion. He remembered that this girl came with Xiao Qiyu. Xiao Qiyu calmly said, "Ling Chue, my wife. She is grateful to the prince for helping with our wedding, so she came to see him." His tone was calm, as if talking about something very normal. But little did everyone know, these words caused a big shock. Just a few simple sentences made everyone in the room gasp. They all turned to look at Ling Mingyue with surprise. Ling Mingyue? Could she be the youngest granddaughter of Ling Mingyue? Someone exclaimed. Ling Mingyue looked up and saw Lu Guohao from the Imperial Medical Office. In the past, she often saw him humbly carrying medical books to visit her grandfather. Back then, he was just a low-ranking medical assistant. But in just a few years, he had become a fourth-ranked chief physician. The Imperial Medical Office manages all healthcare in Yunnan. It is led by a first-rank chief physician, assisted by a second-rank deputy. Below the second rank are third-rank medical supervisors, fourth-rank chief physicians, fifth-rank doctors, sixth-rank medical technicians, seventh-rank physicians, eighth-rank medical staff, and ninth-rank medical assistants. Being in his early 30s and already holding a fourth-rank chief physician position was a remarkable rise for Lu Guohao. Many people, even at an older age, still remained at the fifth-rank doctor level. At this moment, Ling Mingyue no longer saw any humility in Lu Guohao. Instead, she saw arrogance and disdain. Her expression matched perfectly with the fierce face she remembered, accusing her grandfather of being unworthy of being a doctor. And such people are not only found in the Imperial Medical Office, not just Lu Guohao. Everywhere here are people who have benefited from the Ling family's kindness. But when the Ling family faced disaster, no one here was innocent. Ling Mingyue's mind was racing, but she showed no emotion on her face. She simply nodded politely to everyone present, then looked at the deeply grieving old queen mother and said, "Relatives, please take care of your health. The Prince of Zhongqin is a good man, blessed by heaven.
He will be fine."
Mingyue, I know you mean well and want to comfort the queen mother. But as a doctor, I hope you don't say irresponsible things. Giving false hope only makes people more hopeless. At this moment, Shen Mingyue entered angrily from outside, speaking firmly. Princess Mingyue has arrived. Princess Mingyue, did you find the letter from the eldest princess? The doctors in the room, who had previously ignored Ling Mingyue, now warmly rushed to greet her. Yes, Uncle, sure, look. These are all my mother's records about antidote cases. Shen Mingyue showed a relieved smile and pointed to one page, saying, "Last night, I studied this case and think it's very similar to the situation of the Emperor Uncle." Sure, he and the other doctors took the records and carefully examined the contents. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. The eldest princess is indeed known as the saintly doctor of the country. Such clever methods are unimaginable. The doctors all exclaimed in admiration after reading the records. Shen Mingyue approached the Zhongqin princess with a sweet smile and said, "Uncle's grandmother, I found some antidote methods in my mother's medical records. If you trust me, I'd like to be responsible for treating Uncle." The old queen mother held Shen Mingyue's hand gratefully and said, "Mingyue, your uncle's grandmother believes in you. You've had a gift for medicine since you were young, and you were personally taught by Nanyao. If I don't believe in you, who else can I trust?" Sher Hatong quickly agreed, saying, "Princess Mingyue, your method is far better than what we old folks came up with after thinking all night. It seems the Princess Royal finally has a worthy successor." "Uncle, sure, you flatter me." Shen Mingyue smiled modestly, though her eyes stayed fixed on Xiao Qiyu. Unfortunately, Xiao Qiyu was as cold as ever and didn't notice her gaze. He simply lowered his head and continued talking with Xiao Jingrui beside him. The other imperial physicians also began to praise her. "Princess Mingyue, you're so young yet so talented. Truly admirable. Not like some people who just talk without doing anything, thinking a few nice words can cure the old prince." Ling Mingyue, who had been pushed into a corner since Shen Mingyue entered, hadn't expected that while they were flattering her, they would also take the chance to mock her. She couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. "Everyone, I don't mean to spoil your mood, but this concerns a person's life, so I must interrupt." Ling Mingyue glanced at the proud Shen Mingyue and said with a light smile, "I think the treatment you found might not be useful." At once, the cheerful atmosphere turned silent. "What did you say? Do you even know what treatment we're talking about?" Sher Hedong and the other physicians looked at Ling Mingyue with displeasure. Ling Mingyue spread her hands. "I don't know." Sher Hedong immediately scolded her. "You don't know, yet you dare to speak nonsense? Princess Mingyue worked hard to find a way to save the royal relative, and you casually say it won't work? If your words affect our treatment, can you take responsibility? Shen Mingyue looked helplessly at Xiao Qiyu and said, Brother Yu, I may have spoken too harshly to Chua earlier. I apologize. I was just too worried about granduncle's illness and spoke without thinking. But she shouldn't resent me and deny my treatment because of that. As she spoke, she bit her lip and looked pitiful. Her maid, Jinju, said with concern, Your Highness, my lady stayed up all night trying to find a cure for the royal relative. As soon as she found one, she came here without even eating breakfast. Seeing this, the royal princess quickly said with sympathy, Mingyue, you've worked hard. Don't worry about what others say. Your great aunt believes in you. Ling Yuantai poisoned and harmed the unborn emperor's child, which still affects people's views of the Ling family. The princess consort was naturally chosen from Shen Mingyue, who had been close since childhood. Shi Hetong said seriously, Your Highness, to avoid affecting old Master Ling's treatment, please ask unrelated people to leave. He glanced at Ling Qiyu as he spoke. Seeing her being excluded by everyone, Yan Fei couldn't hold back his anger. Their princess consort was capable of performing surgery and repairing skulls, so how could she be looked down upon? In fact, my princess consort is quite skilled in medicine. She might be able to help if she stays. Unexpectedly, just one sentence ignited the anger of everyone present. Commander Yan, are you joking? Or do you have some grudge against us, and that's why you're insulting us? Yan Fei looked confused. Did I say anything? Am I insulting you? Lu Guahao was furious. Commander Yan, comparing an unprincipled, unskilled healer to us is a real insult. Moreover, Ling Chua has never taken a medical exam and has no medical qualifications. They didn't care about Ling Chua's current status, but in their eyes, she was just a 17 or 18-year-old girl, and as a former criminal doctor, she had no right to practice medicine with them. Your Highness the King, it's not that we don't want to show you respect. When the Ling family was accused, the emperor personally issued an edict to revoke the medical license of the Ling clan for 3 generations. Even if Ling Qiyu is now the princess consort, she can't practice medicine. Shi Hetong, given his current status and position, even faced the king with little humility. What if I vouch for her? Xiao Qiyu said calmly. Brother Yu. Shen Mingyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Xiao Qiyu. Everyone else was stunned, staring at Xiao Qiyu as if he were crazy. Even Xiao Jingrui, who had a close relationship with him, couldn't help but frown. Qiyu, this is no joking matter, Xiao Qiyu replied. Do you think I'm joking? This made Xiao Jingrui seriously reconsider Ling Qiyu. From what he knew of Xiao Qiyu, he would never joke about his father's life. He dared to vouch for this girl. Perhaps she really has some ability. Shen Mingyue's face was almost unrecognizable with anger. She glared with fierce eyes at Ling Qiyu. Ling Qiyu, is this your shameless way of forcing Brother Yu to marry you? Vouching for you, defending the bad behavior of the Ling family, Xiao Qiyu. Mingyue, you're over the line. His tone was still calm, but it made Shen Mingyue tear up with grievance. Brother Yu, do you really believe her? Even ignoring the Ling family matters, we haven't heard that Chua has learned any medical skills or treated any patients all these years. She clearly knows nothing and always denies my treatment plans. She doesn't care about the life of the Imperial uncle. She's just angry with me. With all this, you're still going to vouch for her. Her tearful complaint made everyone present feel pity for her. While everyone was waiting for Xiao Qiyu's response, Ling Chua suddenly spoke up. Princess Mingyue, are you sure your treatment plan can cure the prince of the clan? Her question immediately drew everyone's attention back to her. Whether it works or not shouldn't be something someone like you should ask. Shi Hetong snorted coldly, not even glancing at Ling Qiyu, and said to Xiao Qiyu, Your Majesty, the poison of the prince of the clan is no trivial matter. Please don't let certain people cause trouble. Xiao Qiyu looked expressionless. Yan Fei, who was supporting the wheelchair, clenched his teeth in anger. Just as he was about to defend his princess, Ling Qiyu spoke again. You keep talking about poison and discussing various antidotes. But what if the prince of the clan isn't poisoned? Princess Mingyue, if it's not poison, then tell me. Will your antidote work for the prince of the clan? Or will it cause further harm to his body? In an instant, Ling Qiue's aura surged, frightening Shen Mingyue so much that she took a few steps back. Nonsense. Whether it's poison or not, can't the many Imperial doctors here tell? Or do you think the entire medical office's skills are inferior to yours? Realizing she was actually frightened by this lowly girl, Shen Mingyue was furious. She stepped forward angrily and shouted. Shirhei, with a stern face, said, "The blood of the royal relative turns black when spilled. The silver needle touches it and turns black. If it's not poisoning, then what is it? You, who haven't even taken the medical exam, really think there's a place for your words here. The blood appears black because it contains many remains of cracked insect larvae, and the silver needle turns black upon contact. If Ling Qiue had not traveled to the 22nd century or been exposed to the science education there, she would also be convinced of this. But anyone who has studied chemistry knows that silver turns black because it reacts with sulfides, forming black silver sulfide. Currently, noble families use silver needles to test for poisons like arsenic trioxide, which is highly toxic. This is because, due to outdated technology, the arsenic they make contains small amounts of sulfur and sulfides. When arsenic comes into contact with silver, it forms silver sulfide. However, Ling Qiue couldn't explain all these principles to them. She couldn't give them a chemistry lesson.
See?
Can't explain it now, can you? Lu Guohao sneered without holding back. Ling Qiue was not angry at all. She simply turned calmly to the royal relative lying on the bed. Suddenly, she bent down and slowly reached toward the royal relative's temple. Shirhei, standing nearby, was startled and shouted, "What are you doing to the royal relative?" But Ling Qiue ignored his shout. Her fair hand moved swiftly from the temple down to his neck. A flash of light flickered at her fingertips, and a silver needle was quietly inserted behind the royal relative's ear. She moved so quickly that no one in the room noticed her actions, except Xiao Qiyu and his servants. Shirhei quickly stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. Ling Qiue, even if you are now the imperial consort, you cannot touch the royal relative. If he makes even the slightest mistake, you will be responsible. Shirhei's eyes narrowed, a hint of anger in his gaze. Ling Qiue slightly raised her eyes, her cold eyes meeting Shirhei's angry stare. And if your diagnosis is wrong and it affects the patient's health, what kind of punishment should you face? Shirhatong's face stiffened. Although he thought the detoxification method written by the princess was very clever, he still couldn't be sure it would work perfectly. If he made a promise now and failed, how could he keep his position as the imperial physician? At that moment, Shen Mingyue spoke up. "Qiuyu, you've never officially practiced medicine. You don't understand that the human body is a very complex system. Every organ is connected and affects the others. Even the most skilled doctor can't guarantee that every treatment will be completely safe. If everyone acted as carelessly as you, who would still dare to be a doctor? Who would dare to treat patients?" As expected of the daughter of the nation's most respected healer, Qin Nanyao, though she could be harsh and sharp-tongued, her understanding of medicine was undeniable. Ling Qiue nodded in agreement. The princess is right. Physicians sure should learn more from her. Shirhatong's face turned dark with anger. He snapped, "Who do you think you are, to compare yourself with me?" Lu Guohao quickly stepped in, saying, "Physician Shi is only worried that you might make things worse for the prince. Or, do you really think you can cure him? If you can, then you'll be my master, and I'll kneel and bow to you right now." Ling Qiue gave a cold smile. "Kneeling and bowing is fine, but I don't need a disciple who forgets kindness and loyalty." Lu Guohao's face flushed red. "Ling Qiue, how dare you speak like that?" he shouted. "Physician Lu, you're the one being rude. How dare you raise your voice at the princess consort?" Yan Fei's usually gentle face turned stern, and her words carried unexpected authority. Lu Guohao immediately turned pale. He glanced at Shirhatong, then lowered his head and fell silent. Ling Qiue shook off Shirhatong's grip, took the prince's hand, and pointed to a thin red line on his skin. "Do you see this? This red line is caused by the poison from the parasite. Once it reaches his heart, not even the greatest healer could save him." The other physicians, who had been ready to scold her, followed her gesture and saw the red lines spreading up the prince's arm. It had already reached his neck. They couldn't help but gasp in shock. "You say my father the king was bewitched?" Xiao Jingrui couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ling Chua nodded. "That's why I said their treatment methods are useless. When someone is bewitched, using detox medicines not only doesn't help but also speeds up the growth of the bugs inside. Once the bugs reach a certain number, the host's life is almost over." Back at the celebration, I already knew that the poison in the prince was actually a bug, not poison. The signs of the bugs are buried deep inside the body. If it weren't for the silver needle I inserted behind the prince's ear, it would be very hard to see. If it weren't to wake up these quack doctors and stop them from blocking my treatment, I wouldn't bother with such trouble. It's really hard to earn a consultation fee. Originally, I planned to treat the prince and then just ask for 100 taels as a token of gratitude. But now it seems I need to double that. Even though Ling Chua has gone this far, no one believes her. These bugs? That's just nonsense. It's just a legend. How could it really exist? Shirhatong immediately scolded. We've known about this red string for a long time. It's just one of the symptoms of the poison spreading. Bugs? That's just laughable. For the sake of showing off, they even pretend there are bugs. No wonder the Ling family is so crooked from top to bottom. Seeing Ling Chua being mocked and attacked, a cold smile of satisfaction flickered in Shen Mingyue's eyes. She then looked at Xiao Qiyu and said righteously, "Brother Yu, you've seen it too. Letting someone who knows nothing interfere will only make things worse. If you insist on having her help treat the royal uncle, then Mingyue can only step back now." Mingyue, the old princess who had been quietly sitting by the prince's bedside, couldn't help but call out, her voice full of worry. At the same time, Shirhatong and others also stepped forward, their attitudes firm. "Princess, young master, we share Mingyue's opinion. Someone who has no skills and only spouts nonsense, we will never associate with. If you still want us to continue treating the prince, then please let the unrelated people leave." The unspoken message was clear. If Ling Chua didn't leave, they would give up on treating the prince of the clan. In this world, no one hopes to live a long life more than those in power. So, a skilled healer who can cure illnesses and extend life becomes very rare and valuable in every country. Rare things are precious, and people are no different. This made doctors highly respected in all nations. Even the kings and queens would show respect to doctors with excellent skills. For example, in the country of Yunnan, the highest-ranking official in the Imperial Medical Office is on par with the ministers. Even if they fear the power of the royal family or the fierce guards under the king's command, as long as they are skilled enough, they can stand firm and say no. The old queen, who was nearby, was shocked by this scene. She was worried and unhappy, saying, "My prince is a royal family member. You cannot refuse treatment just because you want to." But deep down, she knew that forcing them would only hurt her son. After hesitating for a moment, the tired old queen spoke. "Qiyu, why don't you take your wife back first? When your uncle wakes up, you can bring her here." She didn't dislike Ling Chua, but among a group of highly skilled doctors and a young girl in her teens, everyone knew who to trust. Ling Chua was not upset. Doctors and patients choose each other. It's a two-way relationship. Since the patient didn't choose her, she saw no reason to insist on staying. She looked at the red line still spreading up the prince's arm and sighed. "If you regret it, you can come to the royal palace to find me anytime. But only for one night." With that, she was about to leave. But at that moment, wait. The prince's son, Xiao Jingrui, suddenly called out to stop Ling Chua, then turned to look at Xiao Qiyu. "Qiyu, should I trust you?" Xiao Qiyu replied, "I am just here to vouch for her." This vague answer was enough for Xiao Jingrui. After all, how many people would Xiao Qiyu come out to vouch for? Before old Queen Consort could speak, several doctors present became angry. "Young Master Xiao, you're being reckless. In front of so many skilled doctors, you choose to trust a young girl with yellow hair? That's a serious insult to us." Shen Mingyue looked anxious and said, "Uncle Xiao, please think carefully. If you really choose Ling Chiyue to treat the royal relative, you will regret it. Ling Chiyue doesn't know anything, and you've all been fooled by her. Xiao Jingrui asked back, Mingyue, tell me, if I follow your treatment plan, what are the chances of my father's recovery? Shen Mingyue bit her lip and replied, the old king is already quite old, and many of his body functions are declining. Xiao Jingrui interrupted directly, what are the chances? Shen Mingyue felt a bit annoyed but honestly said, about 30%. She didn't want to lie about the success rate, but as she said, the royal relative was old and weak. Even if the poison was removed, he would be greatly weakened, and whether he could recover depended on other factors. Moreover, her detox method was based on her mother's notes, and she hadn't practiced it in real life. If she lied now, and the royal relative died because of her, the people at the palace would blame her. The old queen consort, who initially wanted to oppose, lost all her thoughts upon hearing this chance. Shen Mingyue, feeling embarrassed and angry, said, our chances of healing are not high, but that doesn't mean she can guarantee a full recovery. You're playing with the prince's life. Before Xiao Jingrui could ask about Ling Chiyue, she confidently said, I can guarantee a 100% cure for the royal relative. Huh, what are you promising? Big talk, anyone can say that, Lu Guohao scoffed. Ling Chiyue looked serious and said, I can use my life to guarantee it. If anything happens to the prince, I am willing to give my life in exchange. Seeing that the others wanted to speak, Ling Chiyue quickly added, are you saying that my life isn't worth much, and I don't deserve to exchange it for the prince's life? Anyone here who dares to make a promise that if they can't cure the prince, they will give their life, I will give you the chance to try. How about that? For a moment, no one else stepped forward to challenge her. Your Majesty's queen, my father has entrusted you with this. If you need anything, please tell me directly. Xiao Jingrui made a firm decision and chose Ling Chiyue. The Imperial doctors present looked very angry and pale. The prince of the clan had already made his choice. Seeing the queen's expression, they did not argue. They were unwilling, but they could only grit their teeth and obey. However, they only lost to His Royal Highness the King, not to Ling Chiyue, who was inexperienced and clueless. Xiao Jingrui thought these doctors would be angry and leave in a huff. After all, they had been humiliated so badly. But surprisingly, despite their unhappy faces, no one moved to leave. Shen Mingyue blushed and explained, a doctor's duty is to help others. Moreover, Uncle has watched me grow up since I was a child. Even if you choose to trust someone else, I can't just stand by and do nothing if Uncle gets into trouble. If something goes wrong, we can still help with quick rescue. Shi Hedong said, Princess Mingyue is right. We may not agree with young Master Zhao's choice, but we will never blame the patient. Xiao Jingrui did not comment. Seeing that Ling Chiyue had no intention of asking them to leave, he stopped worrying about it. He directly ordered the housekeeper to prepare everything according to Ling Chiyue's instructions. But when everyone saw the items brought to them, they looked confused. These things had nothing to do with healing or saving lives. On a table, there was a dagger, a row of gold needles, a set of sewing tools, 6 small bowls filled with fresh pork, a basin of cooking oil, and a fire starter. Making things complicated. Is this really for healing, or are you preparing to cook a meal? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but whisper. Either shut up or get out, Ling Chiyue sternly commanded. At this moment, she was full of authority, like a powerful healer, completely different from a girl of 17 or 18. Little did they know, all of this was trained on the operating table in the 22nd century. After carefully checking the pulse, Ling Chiyue confirmed that the parasite was almost everywhere on the prince's body. Once inside the body, these parasites would cling to the blood vessels, rapidly dividing and consuming blood. The black blood expelled from the body is actually just the remains of the broken buds devouring each other. Because the broken buds have swallowed a lot of blood tissue, the remains contain sulfur, which causes the silver needle to turn black upon contact, giving the false impression of poisoning. Ling Chiyue skillfully and precisely inserted gold needles into the major acupoints of the prince. Her expert acupuncture technique amazed many people present. Is this woman really the inexperienced girl they heard about? Her skill and speed are even better than the renowned Dr. Shi, who is famous for his gold needle techniques. Thinking this, everyone turned to look at Shi Hitong. They saw his face darkening, and a murderous look flashed silently in his eyes as he looked at Ling Mingyue. This needle technique? Why have I never seen it before? Could it be that the Ling family truly has a secret, exclusive method of acupuncture that is not shared with others? Ling Mingyue didn't care about what others thought. At this moment, her full attention was on the patient. She inserted a total of 64 needles before stopping. She isn't very skilled with bugs, actually. Different bugs require different methods to remove. But the core approach is the same. First, use gold needles to block their escape routes, then use an attractant. She doesn't have the attractant for the broken buds, but she has the vitality liquid. The vitality liquid, which radiates life energy, is definitely the enemy of any bug. While taking a break to get some pork, Ling Mingyue poured a small bottle of vitality liquid into the mixture. Old Queen and Xiao Jingrui stood nearby, watching Ling Mingyue hold a dagger in one hand and grasp the prince's hand in the other, feeling nervous. "Mingyue, what are you planning to do?" Old Queen asked nervously. "Prince's wife, just watch quietly. Don't move or touch anything. Don't shout or make a scene no matter what happens," Ling Mingyue warned seriously. Yan Feng listened and immediately became very alert. Everyone's attention was heightened, and even those who wanted to interfere didn't dare to move. Everyone held their breath in confusion, not really believing that Ling Mingyue could truly cure the prince. But under the tense atmosphere, they all became nervous, waiting for Ling Mingyue's next move. Then she took a small dagger and cut the wrist of the clan prince directly. The old princess almost screamed out of control, but remembering Ling Mingyue's warning, she quickly covered her mouth. However, her panicked tears still welled up in her eyes and quietly slid down her face. Soon, her fear and worry turned into surprise. Despite such a large cut, only a faint bloodstain remained on the wound. No blood flowed out. Everyone was stunned and looked at Ling Mingyue in shock. This was the first time they saw such skill cutting the wrist without bleeding. "What's going on?" Someone whispered in surprise. "Could it be those gold needles?" someone guessed. "No way. How could acupuncture with gold needles stop bleeding so well?" someone immediately denied. At this moment, many people's hearts, unexpectedly, grew a sense of awe for the young girl in front of them. No wonder she was so confident, even willing to risk her life to guarantee she could cure the clan prince. But soon, something even more shocking happened. The blood at the cut wrist didn't flow out at all, but what was that constantly writhing thing? The red line that was originally extending toward the heart now looked alive, twisting wildly toward the wrist. The old princess turned pale with fright, her legs went weak, and she nearly fell. Fortunately, Xiao Jingrui was supporting her, so she didn't collapse. But now, Xiao Jingrui's hand supporting the old princess was trembling. Although Xiao Jingrui had never been to war, he considered himself brave, but at this moment, he had to admit he was truly scared. The scene was too terrifying. Everyone present was also pale with fear. Many stepped back several paces, afraid that some monster might crawl out and fly onto them. At this point, they had to believe what Ling Mingyue had said earlier. That writhing thing was definitely the insect she mentioned. If it wasn't an insect, how could it move so disgustingly? Only Xiao Qiyu remained expressionless, his face as cold as ever. But his dark eyes that looked at Ling Mingyue were deep and unreadable, like ink that would never fade. Unfathomable. As for Yan Fei, he seemed completely calm. He had seen far worse before, so nothing could really shock him anymore. When the strange movement under the skin finally reached the wound on the wrist, everyone held their breath. Then, they saw a dark red worm, slightly thicker than a needle, slowly crawl out of the wound and drop into the porcelain bowl that Ling Mingyue was holding. Once inside, the worm burrowed into the piece of pork in the bowl and soon disappeared. As more and more worms came out, the bowl seemed almost too full to hold them. Just then, Ling Mingyue swiftly turned her hand and placed the bowl upside down into a nearby basin of oil. The person standing next to the basin jumped back in fright, their face pale with fear. The oil in the basin began to bubble and roll as if it were boiling. Looking closely, they realized it was the movement of the red worms that caused the illusion. Ah, princess consort, the worms are trying to crawl out. Someone cried out in panic. Ling Chua didn't even glance at them. She calmly replaced the bowl with a new one filled with fresh pork and said casually, "Don't worry, they can't escape." These worms had strong abilities to reproduce and consume, but they also had a fatal weakness. They couldn't survive in open air for more than 3 minutes. Once that time passed, they would dissolve into dark liquid. That was why the moment they were drawn out of the body was the most dangerous. They would desperately try to find a new host, slipping into any possible opening. That was also why she needed to use cooking oil. One piece of pork after another was replaced. Just when everyone was starting to feel numb from watching, and Yan Fei was thinking about fetching more fresh pork, they finally noticed that the red mark on the prince's wrist had disappeared. As the last worm left his body, the final piece of pork was dropped into the oil basin. The once clear oil had now turned completely dark red. Countless red worms were densely packed inside, tangled and writhing. It made people feel sick. Ugh, someone couldn't help but vomit. Ling Chua instinctively looked up, wanting to call someone. But she saw that the area around the basin was empty, with no one there. Turning her head, she saw everyone with pale faces crowded behind her, looking terrified. Ling Chua sneered softly and began to treat the wound on the prince's wrist herself. She first dripped a few drops of life essence liquid to speed up healing. Then she took the hemostatic powder sent by Xiao Jingrui's people and sprinkled it on the wound. After waiting a few seconds to ensure the bleeding stopped, she started to remove the 64 silver needles. Is it really that simple? Xiao Shitzi looked a bit nervous as he walked to the prince's bedside, carefully observing his face. The doctors, including He, also looked at the patient. When they saw that the prince's face was pale and there was no sign of improvement, still weakly breathing, a cold smile appeared on their lips. "Your Majesty, this is what you said, something that can guarantee to cure the prince completely. If I'm not mistaken, his breath is even weaker than before." But before He finished speaking, Xiao Shitzi suddenly gasped. The prince lying on the bed suddenly frowned slightly, and his dry, withered hand on the bed also moved. Xiao Shitzi stared in disbelief. Since his father fell into a coma, he had shown no response, and his breath had grown weaker each day, as if he would never wake up again. Now, this was the first sign of his father showing any response. He moved. Father moved. Xiao Shitzi happily looked up at Ling Chua. Everyone present was stunned by his shout, but they quickly reacted and looked toward the bed. They saw that the prince's face, visibly, was gradually turning rosy. The pallor that had covered his face suddenly disappeared. Although he was still lying quietly on the bed, his breathing had become steady and strong. His face was filled with renewed vitality, wiping away his previous exhaustion. Xiao Qiyu also noticed the change in the prince of the clan and looked at Ling Chua in surprise. She still sat calmly in her seat, slowly tidying up the things in front of her, appearing unbothered. Ling family's young daughter, loved and taught by Ling Yuedai since childhood, but naturally timid and shy, dislikes socializing. Recalling the intelligence sent by the Sky Watchers last night, Xiao Qiyu's cold face showed a faint smile. Haha, timid and shy. It seems these years have been too peaceful. It's time to tighten the reins on the subordinates. Yan Fei, who was cheering silently for his wife, suddenly shivered inexplicably. So cold. This is impossible. Suddenly, Shen Mingyue screamed, startling everyone present. She looked at the gradually recovering prince of the clan with disbelief, murmuring repeatedly, "Impossible. How can this be?" Ignoring the strange looks from others, she pushed past Hetong and rushed to the prince's bedside. Then she grabbed his hand and began to check his pulse. But this pulse check made her face turn pale. The previously chaotic pulse of the prince had now returned to normal. From the pulse pattern, it was clear that the toxins inside the prince's body had been completely eliminated. Even with all her effort, she couldn't find any abnormalities anymore. This pulse pattern didn't look like the person who was barely breathing on the bed before. In fact, it seemed even stronger than before. Shen Mingyue looked like she had received a heavy blow, hurriedly taking a step back. She stared blankly at her own hand as she checked the pulse, doubting whether she was seeing things. After all, she preferred to believe she was hallucinating rather than admit Ling Qiue's medical skills were better than hers. She was the daughter of the renowned healer Shen Mingyue, and the future heir to the sacred medicine. No one could be better than her. No one. Young Master Xiao saw Shen Mingyue finish checking the prince's pulse and instinctively wanted to ask about his condition. But seeing Shen Mingyue standing there in a daze, looking lost and dejected, he was a bit displeased. Immediately, he turned to Ling Qiue and asked for details. Ling Qiue didn't even check the pulse before saying, "The poison insects inside the clan prince have been removed. Now, he just needs to rest well." She then glanced at Shi Tong with a look of suspicion. Young Master Xiao might want to ask Medical Officer Shi to recheck, since I am still young and inexperienced. If anything goes wrong, it would be bad. Ling Qiue spoke calmly, but everyone present could hear a strong tone of sarcasm. Shi Tong was annoyed and instinctively wanted to turn and leave. He had been respected and honored at the medical office for many years. Now, being mocked by such a young girl made him very angry. Indeed, the Ling family, whether old or young, seemed to be his nemesis. But in the end, he still grimaced and stepped forward. After feeling the pulse, he suddenly froze as if struck by lightning, standing there in shock. The other doctors, curious, also stepped forward one after another to check the clan prince's pulse. After examining, each of their expressions was exactly the same as Shi Tong's. They looked surprised, doubtful, and even horrified. "How is my father's condition now?" Xiao Shizi asked anxiously. Shi Tong's face turned pale, and he didn't seem to want to speak. Another senior doctor beside him frowned deeply, hesitated for a moment, then said, "The clan prince's body. From the pulse, it seems he has recovered, but he has lost a lot of blood and is a bit weak. In the past 2 days, although the clan prince was in a coma, he also coughed up a lot of blood from time to time. Losing blood was normal in this situation." "Why, you mean, as long as he rests properly, he can recover?" Xiao Shizi's eyes widened with excitement, almost unable to believe what he heard. In the past 2 days, every time they checked the pulse, the doctors shook their heads and sighed, saying the poison had penetrated deep into his lungs. Even if the poison was removed, the clan prince's body was badly damaged, and with his old age and frailty, he might not live much longer. The clan prince was 73 years old, which was considered quite long-lived in Yunnan. They had prepared themselves emotionally, even in grief. But just 1 day later, they were told he was only a bit weak. This made him feel very excited and nervous. The old doctor also looked very surprised.
Yes.
That's true. When we checked the pulse of the clan prince earlier, his pulse was very chaotic, and almost all his internal organs were damaged, which was very dangerous. But just now, when we checked his pulse again, it seemed like his damaged organs had healed. I have been practicing medicine for many years, but I have never seen such a strange pulse before. A person who was almost dead suddenly appeared healthy in an instant. It's hard to believe if you tell others. The old princess looked at her eldest son with a blank expression and pushed him away in disgust. Then she took Ling Qiue's hand and said gratefully, "Young Lady Qiue, thank you so much, Grandauntie." Ling Qiue smiled calmly and said, "Princess, you don't need to thank me. I always said that the clan prince is a lucky person with good fortune. With proper care, he can live a long life, even up to old age. Old age means living to be 100 years old." The happy old princess immediately looked very pleased and said, "Don't call me princess. You are Qiu's wife, so you should call me Grandauntie. Your uncle. This is all thanks to you." The old princess liked Ling Qiue more and more, almost wishing she could adopt her as her granddaughter-in-law. There are also several young men in the clan prince's residence who are still single. Unfortunately, Qiu had already taken the lead. But a daughter-in-law is also good, though it's a pity about Qiu's health. However, thinking of Ling Qiue's incredible medical skills, she felt relieved. Shen Mingyue stood alone in a corner, watching Ling Chiyue surrounded by everyone, her eyes filled with jealousy and anger, as if she wanted to spit poison and kill her. In the past, whenever she went out, she was the center of attention. But today, because of this lowly servant, she was ignored and pushed aside. Shen Mingyue felt her lungs almost burst with anger. Looking at Ling Chiyue, a hint of venom flashed in her eyes. Then she forced a smile and stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Chiyue, you're really amazing. You can even solve curses. When did you learn that?" "I didn't know before." Ling Chiyue glanced at Shen Mingyue and said calmly, "Princess Mingyue, are we that close? Why do you want to know everything about me?" Shen Mingyue's face stiffened, then she forced a smile and said, "I'm sorry. I thought we were good friends, but I was just being overly hopeful." In controlling people's hearts, Ling Chiyue believed she was more skilled than Shen Mingyue, even if she lived several more lives. Just a simple bow and a bitter smile were enough to evoke sympathy and pity from most of the people present. "Chiyue, I'm just worried about you. My mother told me that decades ago, the art of using insect poison was so deadly that it was banned by all countries. Anyone involved with insect poison would face serious punishment." Shen Mingyue looked at Ling Chiyue with concern, and at first glance, it almost seemed like they were close friends pretending to care. Because Ling Chiyue had slapped her face, Hsong, who had been filled with hatred and resentment, suddenly brightened her eyes when she heard this. Without waiting for Ling Chiyue to speak, she hurriedly asked, "Princess Mingyue's concern is understandable. The cruelty of insect poison lies in its ability to silently destroy a person's body and mind, making it hard to defend against. Whenever it appears, it must be eradicated. Queen Yu, can you tell us how you learned the secret of detoxifying insect poison? Have you ever been exposed to insect poison yourself, or even raised insects personally?" Hsong's questions grew sharper and more vicious, almost accusingly asking, "Did you put the insects on the prince's body?" The noise in the room suddenly paused, and everyone looked at Ling Chiyue with suspicion. "Yes, insect poison has been banned for so many years. How does a young girl like Ling Chiyue know about it? Did she go to the southern border? Whether she's been there or not, her skilled techniques suggest she's practiced a lot in secret. It seems she must have raised insects herself. So maybe the insects on the prince are hers? She both poisons and cures insects such young age, but quite skilled." The crowd's gossip grew more and more outrageous. Some even suspected Ling Chiyue was a spy from the southern border, aiming to destroy Yunlin. Seeing everyone's reactions, Hsong finally showed a proud smile. Among all the people present, except Shen Mingyue, Hsong hated Ling Chiyue the most. "Are you trying to turn over after being dragged into the mud? That's just a dream." This time, he is determined to shame the Ling family forever and never let them recover. Throughout this, Ling Chiyue remained calm and indifferent, as if she wasn't the one being talked about or discussed. Only when the crowd's gossip gradually quieted and their angry gazes turned to her did Ling Chiyue speak softly. "When the Ling family was raided, I believe many of you were there to watch. You probably also know that the most common items taken from the Ling family were books." The crowd stayed silent, their avoiding looks showing they not only watched but also gained many benefits. After all, the Ling family had been scholars for over 10 generations, with many secret medical techniques hidden in their collection of books, which many envied. Seeing their guilty expressions, Ling Chiyue couldn't help but smile coldly and continued. "Besides treasures and beautiful women, the books contain countless strange stories and historical notes. Unfortunately, my knowledge of poisons and the antidote methods I know come from these books." "That's impossible," Hsong loudly questioned. "Poisons are forbidden techniques, and all records have been destroyed. How could they appear in books?" In the Imperial Medical Library, Room 5, on the top shelf of the third bookshelf from the left, there is a book called Xia Shizhou's Travel Notes. As soon as Ling Chiyue finished speaking, Jin Wu Wei quickly left. Everyone was skeptical, but seeing Ling Chiyue's confident and calm expression, Shen Mingyue and Hsong both felt a bad premonition. Within half a quarter of an hour, a yellowed book was handed to Xiao Qiyu. Xiao Qiyu didn't take it. Yan Fei immediately handed it to Shi Hetong with a knowing look. Master Shi, make sure to check carefully whether there are any records about poisons or insects inside. Shi Hetong's face darkened as he took the book and prepared to flip through it. But then Ling Chua spoke again. Pages 123 to 157 contain his observations and experiences when he entered the southern border. Shi Hetong's teeth clenched loudly. If he still doubted Ling Chua's words at this point, he would truly be foolish. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and turned to the corresponding pages. Looking at the recorded content above, Shi Hetong felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand steadily. Which darn Xia Shizhou is so free, spending so much time writing down these useless things? He almost wanted to tear the book in his hands to pieces, but when he saw Ling Chua's mocking eyes, he suppressed his anger. This travel journal was written by Xia Shizhou after nearly 30 years, recording his travels and observations around the world. Ling Chua continued. Besides his travel records, it also contains a lot of common knowledge, including descriptions of the southern border, various landforms, plants and animals, and famous mountains and rivers. I suggest everyone read more books when they have time. Not only can you broaden your horizons, but you can also become wiser. Haha, someone couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Yan Fei said, "Sorry, Dr. Shi, I didn't mean to laugh at you. I just suddenly thought of something funny, so I couldn't help it." This obvious attempt to cover up made Shi Hetong's face look even worse. Even if you saw it in the book, so what? Can you learn how to solve the poison from just a few descriptions in the book? If you haven't practiced privately, how could your technique be so skilled? Shi Hetong pressed on, unwilling to give up. Everyone present showed agreement. Just reading a book and being able to learn such a complex poison-solving technique is too unbelievable. If it were that easy to learn, everyone would just read books and no one would bother to apprentice and learn medicine. Shen Mingyue hid her underlying anger and pretended to be worried as she advised. "Chua, just admit it. Actually, your uncle was just trying to find out about the poison in the emperor's uncle, not targeting you. Just clarify the situation." Ling Chua innocently spread her hands and said, "I didn't do anything. What do you want me to admit? If you can't do it, does that mean others can't do it? Dr. Shi, you can't have children, so others shouldn't have children either. Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Who can't have children? Who are you talking about?" Shi Hetong suddenly exploded like a bomb, losing his temper. Ling Chua coolly replied, "Oh, I was just giving an example. Why are you so upset, Dr. Shi? No matter what, you are currently the only person who might be related to the poison. Everyone should be arrested and thoroughly investigated." "Shi and Tong said angrily. "Ling Chua, arrest me?
Why?
Just because I am clever, talented, gifted, outstanding, and a genius? I can learn how to solve the curse just by reading. Cough, cough. Chua, be modest." Hearing Ling Chua's boastful words, the usually dignified old queen consort almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not to mention the others. For a moment, in the serious hospital room, there were continuous snickers. Even Yan Fei, this time, managed to hold back. Actually, he didn't just hold back. He was frightened by the fleeting smile on his master's face. Oh my goodness! The master actually smiled. Although it only lasted a very short time, Yan Fei swore with his sharp eyes, comparable to a hawk. "Haha, such good news. I must share it with my godfather when I go back." Humph, utterly ridiculous. Argumentative. Shameless. Shi and Tong trembled all over. Ling Yuantai, that old man, was indeed not a good person. He had turned his granddaughter into a reckless person.
How?
"Don't believe me?" Ling Chua raised her eyebrows slightly, a cold smile on her lips. "Since that's the case, I will let you experience firsthand what true talent looks like." After speaking, she stood up and approached an elderly doctor, carefully observing his face. The old doctor was named Gu Wenkong, in his 60s. His medical skills were average, but he had a talent for flattery, which helped him rise to the position of third-class medical supervisor. When the Ling family was in trouble, he was the most active, spreading rumors and tarnishing his grandfather's reputation. All because his grandfather didn't give him the position of medical supervisor. "Why you? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to put a curse on me?" Gu Wenkong felt nervous under her gaze. Suddenly, Ling Chua smiled and pointed at his beard. Dr. Gu, when you were 30, you had an accident and became impotent. You've been pretending ever since. Aren't you tired? Wow. Everyone. Impotent? Is that true? Didn't Dr. Gu have a big, chubby son last year? How could he be impotent? Could it be that Dr. Gu, with his extraordinary talent, could still make women pregnant even if he was impotent? Everyone suddenly widened their eyes and instinctively looked down at Gu Wenkong's lower body. His small eyes showed great curiosity. How do you know? No, I don't. You're talking nonsense. Gu Wenkong was both surprised and scared, and he desperately denied it. But there was no need for Ling Chua to prove anything. With Gu Wenkong's panicked expression, everyone could tell she was right.
Oh, I see.
No wonder Dr. Gu never goes to the toilet in the medical office. Exactly. Did you notice? Even in the summer heat, Dr. Gu's collar is always high. At first, I thought he was cold, but now it seems he's hiding his Adam's apple. My goodness, Dr. Gu is so clever, hiding it for so long. Listening to the lively gossip around, Gu Wenkong suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted. Someone quickly came forward to help, but Gu Wenkong insisted he was just pretending to be unconscious. The little assistants couldn't just squeeze him to death. While everyone was still convinced that Dr. Gu was a eunuch who had lost his status, Ling Chua slowly approached Lu Guohao. Lu Guohao was frightened and instinctively wanted to step back, but he was blocked by the eager onlookers, especially young Master Xiao. What are you trying to do? I tell you, I am a real man and I won't tolerate your nonsense. Ling Chua nodded approvingly. Seeing this, Lu Guohao was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but Ling Chua spoke seriously. Dr. Lu, your pulse condition is already severe. If you don't want it to get worse, you should control yourself. Everyone else. Pulse condition? What is that? They turned to look at the doctors beside them, who looked at Lu Guohao with disbelief and instinctively stepped back. Their eyes showed clear disgust. Lu Guohao was trembling and wished he could rush forward and choke Ling Chua. The curious young Master Xiao couldn't help but ask, Sister-in-law, what do you mean by pulse condition? Ling Chua smiled and explained, pulse condition, also called hook intestine hemorrhoids, anal fissures, commonly known as anal cracks. Having pulse issues is normal, but when combined with the word control, it becomes very abnormal. They're all men. What's there not to understand? Thud. Lu Guohao followed Gu Wenkong's steps and suddenly fainted. The medical assistants present finally learned their lesson and did not try to perform rescue themselves. They only carried the person out. 2 people had fainted in a row, and both incidents involved very private information, which shocked everyone. For a moment, many people there dared not look directly at Ling Chua, fearing it might be their turn next. Shen Mingyue said, Chua, you come from a noble family. How can you talk about such dirty and unpleasant things? She looked toward Xiao Qiu, noticing he showed no displeasure on his face. She felt a bit disappointed, but thinking that he usually kept his emotions hidden, she calmed down. She believed that no man would want his woman to be coarse and vulgar. Ling Chua heard this and chuckled softly. She was just thinking about which unlucky person to choose, and unexpectedly, someone came forward willingly. Princess Mingyue, are you referring to castration or hemorrhoids? But for doctors, those are just medical conditions. I was only diagnosing their illnesses. How could that be dirty? First, you didn't check their pulses, and second, you didn't ask about their symptoms. How did you diagnose them? Shurhashin asked with a stern face. Dr. Shur, haven't you heard of a diagnostic method called face reading? Hearing this, Shen Mingyue exclaimed excitedly. Face reading? That's my mother's special skill. You couldn't possibly know it. Definitely not, Ling Chua replied. Sorry, but I do know it. Shen Mingyue angrily said, how dare you learn it secretly? Stealing a doctor's secret technique without permission was highly shameful. Moreover, if the person whose skill was stolen took it seriously and reported it, the thief would face serious punishment. Having finally caught a flaw in Ling Chua, Shen Mingyue couldn't help but feel excited. She had been feeling oppressed in front of Ling Chua too many times these past days. Unexpectedly, Ling Mingyue remained calm and looked surprised, saying, Princess Mingyue, as the daughter of the crown princess, don't you read the medical books written by your mother? I learned from a book called Observation, Listening, Inquiry, and Palpation, authored by your mother. Shen Mingyue's face twisted for a moment. Her hands clenched into fists so tightly that she didn't notice her nails digging into her flesh.
Impossible.
How could it be? Face diagnosis is such a complex and difficult medical skill. She had not only read the book about it, but her mother had also personally taught her how to do it. But the secrets were too complicated. She studied for a long time but never learned it. Yet Ling Mingyue said she had learned just by reading. Could there really be a bloodline inheritance? For a moment, countless thoughts raced across Shen Mingyue's face. Princess Mingyue, do you not believe me? Before Shen Mingyue could answer, Ling Mingyue spoke directly. The corner of Princess Mingyue's eye is pinkish with a hint of red, and even the tip shows a bit of black. If I'm not mistaken, Princess Mingyue was already… Shen Mingyue suddenly screamed, interrupting Ling Mingyue's words. Everyone present. What does it matter if she was 14? Keep talking. Is she trying to suffocate everyone with her words? But Shen Mingyue, the person involved, only felt her blood run cold from her feet to her head. Looking at Ling Mingyue's half-smiling face, countless thoughts of tearing her apart flashed through her mind. But in the end, she only managed a forced smile and said, Mingyue, I believe you. You are naturally talented and learn everything quickly. But a mere poison is nothing to you. Every word seemed squeezed out from between her teeth. Yet Ling Mingyue felt very pleased. She smiled broadly and said modestly, Thank you for your praise, Princess Mingyue. Shen Mingyue was so angry she almost fainted. But in the end, she was supported by her maid Pearl and barely managed to stay upright. She casually mentioned feeling unwell and hurriedly left. Her back looked extremely awkward. Ling Mingyue turned to Sherhedong and said, Dr. Sher, do you still have any questions about my learning ability? If so, I can show you again. Sherhedong's face darkened like a pot. Recalling Ling Mingyue accidentally mentioning her inability to have children, he clenched his teeth and said through gritted teeth, No. Then he bowed to Xiao Qiyu, an old queen mother, took a big step, and left quickly. Since his superior had left, the others in the Imperial medical office naturally had no reason to stay, so they all withdrew. Watching Ling Mingyue fight alone in the Imperial medical office and finally win a great victory, young Master Xiao quietly leaned close to Xiao Qiyu's ear and said with emotion, Qiyu, if you don't marry, then this is what you get when you do. He gave a big thumbs up. Xiao Qiyu looked expressionless and said, Thank you, young Master Xiao, for the compliment. Huh. That sounds so familiar. Isn't it just a retort from his sister-in-law to Princess Mingyue? So, it seems his cousin is planning to follow the route of a harmonious marriage. As the doctors left, the whole ward suddenly became empty. Ling Mingyue looked at the sun outside. It was probably around noon, and her older sister should be waking up soon. She then said to old Queen Mother, Grandmother, Uncle is fine now. From now on, just remember to apply medicine to the wound on his wrist every day. Be careful not to get it wet to prevent infection. After giving her instructions, Ling Mingyue was about to leave. But she was interrupted by young Master Xiao. It turned out that the usually carefree young Master Xiao, when it came to his father, suddenly became serious. Do we need to prepare some medicine? There are so many bugs. Could they leave something bad inside my father, like insect eggs or something? Thinking of those terrifying bugs, his face turned a little pale. Ling Mingyue smiled and reassured him, Young Master Xiao, don't worry. These bugs reproduce by splitting themselves, and there are no eggs or anything. If you're still worried, I can prepare some insect-repelling pills for you to carry with you. These bugs are different from toxins. As long as we remove them completely, there's no problem. No residual poison will remain and no medicine is needed. Just eat more nourishing food and take good care of yourself. If you're still worried, you can come back for follow-up in 3 days. As she spoke, Ling Mingyue suddenly felt a daze. It was as if she was back in the 22nd century, sitting in her familiar clinic, dealing with a steady stream of patients. At the same time, she heard a gurgling sound in her ear. The sound was quite loud, and everyone present heard it. Following the sound, they saw that the prince, who had been sleeping deeply, had already opened his eyes. One hand was resting on his stomach, and he weakly and sadly said, "I'm so hungry, Huifeng. Quickly, get someone to bring me some osmanthus sugar cakes." Huifeng was the old queen's maiden name. Usually, she would have scolded him with a playful glare and called him a restless old man. But at this moment, the old queen was no longer interested in such trivial matters. Her eyes turned red as she grabbed the prince's hand, choking with emotion. "Prince, you're okay now, you're really okay. I thought I would never see you again." Boo-hoo, the dignified old queen, who had spent most of her life acting gracefully, was now crying like a child. The prince, frightened, quickly tried to sit up to comfort her. But he soon fell back down. The old queen, worried, asked, "Prince, what's wrong?" "Chuyu, please come and see what's happening to him." Ling Chi smiled and said, "Old queen, don't worry. The prince hasn't eaten for 2 days, so he's a bit weak from hunger." Only then did the old queen remember that when the prince first woke up, he was calling for osmanthus sugar cakes. She couldn't help but smile through her tears. Meanwhile, Xiao Shizi, who also wanted to show his affection for his father after the prince woke up, was pushed aside by the old queen and quietly went to prepare some food. Now the food was being brought in. "Great uncle, great grandmother, if there's nothing else, I will go back first. If you need anything, you can come to the royal palace to find me at any time." Because she was worried about her older sister's condition, Ling Chuyu decided to leave. Seeing this, the prince quickly swallowed the cake in his mouth and said, "Chuyu, you saved the great uncle. You must thank you properly. Think about what you want. When you have decided, ask Chuyu to tell me." Ling Chuyu wanted to say she didn't need anything. But, remembering her family's current situation and her original reason for asking Xiao Qiyu to bring her here, she bravely asked, "Great uncle, can I ask for anything?" Perhaps surprised that Ling Chuyu would say this. The prince was momentarily stunned, then replied, "As long as I can do it, you can ask for anything." Ling Chuyu was silent for a moment, then asked, "What if I want the original house of the Ling family? Is that possible?" The prince and the old queen consort immediately thought of Ling's family misfortune. They felt a little sorry for the young girl. "All right, after we go back, I will have someone send you the deed to that house." After the prince finished speaking, the old queen consort quickly added, "Young Miss Chuyu, your marriage with Chiyu was arranged in a hurry, and the Imperial uncle's grandmother didn't have time to prepare a wedding gift for you. The medicinal hall that belonged to Ling's family can be considered as a wedding gift from the Imperial uncle's grandmother. Don't dislike it." "Grandmother." Ling Chuyu's eyes suddenly turned red. To prevent Ling's family from falling into the same trap as in her past life, and to seek justice for all the blood debts owed by those evil spirits, she worked hard to make herself as strong as a fortress. So, when she was framed, she was not afraid. When she was attacked by others, she was not afraid. She never expected that a sincere concern would break her defenses. "Good girl, don't be afraid. Everything will get better." The old queen consort gently patted her head and softly comforted her. "And I am here too," Xiao Shizi suddenly called out. Nearly 50 years old and soon to be a grandfather, he immediately received a stern look from his father. "Why are you shouting? You're grown up, but you still haven't learned to be more composed." Xiao Shizi mumbled quietly, "I'm grown up, but I still get scolded by you." Seeing that his father's second stern look was about to come down again, Xiao Shizi quickly straightened up and said seriously, "Sister-in-law, let's consider the Ling Medical Clinic as a wedding gift from me to you. Do you like it?" "Thank you, Xiao Shizi. I like it very much." "Thank you all." Ling Chuyu sincerely thanked them, secretly deciding to repay them double in the future. In the Ling family residence, Ling's medical clinic, and Ling's pharmacy. Any of these are quite valuable. If she weren't currently broke and if they hadn't been sold to others before being auctioned, she wouldn't have taken them. After saying goodbye to the Ling family, she hurried back. She was eager to check on her eldest sister's condition and share this good news with her brothers and sisters. But before she could step out of her room, a cold voice came from behind her. "I also want to return to the mansion. If the queen consort doesn't mind, let's go together." Ling Chua was about to refuse, but then she thought about the 5-mile distance between the Imperial medical office and the prince's residence. Walking back on her own legs with her current health was really difficult. So she forced herself to say, "No, I don't mind. Thank you, Your Highness." After leaving the room, she entered a long corridor lined with various medicinal plants. Ling Chua remembered that this was a decision her grandfather made after he became the chief medical officer. He replaced flowers with medicinal plants, which didn't harm the beauty and helped with teaching. Later, they could also be used for medicine, 3 benefits in one. Now, the medicinal plants were still there, but her grandfather was no longer alive. Quickly pull them all out. All of them. I don't know who came up with this poor idea, planting these worthless things in the medical office. Lu Guahao, acting bossy, ordered some servants to uproot the plants. He even stomped on the plants in frustration. Seeing the resentful look in his eyes, Ling Chua knew he was doing it on purpose. He was deliberately destroying the plants to get back at her for revealing his hidden secrets. Ling Chua sneered softly, then quickly stepped forward, surpassing Xiao Qiyu, and arrived beside Lu Guahao. Lu Guahao was startled and instinctively covered his face, wary. "What are you trying to do now?" Ling Chua crossed her arms and said confidently, 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. "Dr. Lu, isn't it time for you to keep your promise?" Lu Guahao suddenly remembered the harsh words he had previously said. His face changed, and he instinctively denied it. "What 3 kneels and 9 kowtows? I don't understand what you mean. There are patients waiting for me to treat, so I can't stay any longer." He turned to run away. But soon, he was caught back by the fierce-looking Jinwu guard. "Dr. Lu, I think you don't want these legs anymore. You even dare to deceive the princess consort." Yan Fei, with a cold expression, looked truly intimidating, making Lu Guahao sweat coldly.
I kneel.
"I'll kneel right now. In front of life and death, nothing else mattered." Lu Guahao knelt properly before Ling Chua, not daring to be careless, and performed the standard 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. He didn't dare to get up before Ling Chua spoke. Ling Chua looked down from above at Lu Guahao, who was kneeling at her feet. Her voice was cold as she said, "This is what you owe my grandfather. My grandfather has helped you, but you have never shown any gratitude." After speaking, she simply walked past him and left. Lu Guahao knelt on the ground, fists clenched tightly. "Ling Chua, today you humiliated me. I will make you pay 100 times over." As the sun set, its remaining rays cast a warm glow. A luxurious but modest carriage slowly moved along the street. The wheels rolled over stones, making a light, rhythmic sound. Inside the carriage, Ling Chua and Xiao Qiyu sat facing each other. A strange silence filled the air. Ling Chua felt very awkward, tense from head to toe. How could she not be nervous? This was her first time being in such a small, enclosed space with Xiao Qiyu. She kept looking up at the ceiling and then peeking out the window, just like Xiao Qiyu, who dared not look at her directly. If she had known it would be like this, she might as well have walked back. Just as she was looking around and almost twisting her neck, her gaze accidentally fell on Xiao Qiyu's face. She noticed he had closed his eyes, resting. Suddenly, Ling Chua felt her breathing become easier. Her eyes wandered around the carriage. The golden silk roof, the clear glass windows, the priceless yun brocade curtains, and the full tiger skin mat beneath her. Wow, no wonder the prince, who rules the court, decorates his carriage so luxuriously. Looking at Xiao Qiyu with his eyes closed, Ling Chua couldn't help but think to herself. She suddenly noticed how long his eyelashes were, fluttering slightly in the sunlight. Her heartbeat quickened without her realizing. She secretly observed Xiao Qiyu. His face was truly handsome, like a piece of finely polished jade, smooth and shining. She told herself this was just admiration, nothing more. But that feeling of excitement was so real. She had to admit, this man had a special charm. Suddenly, the carriage jolted slightly, interrupting Ling Chua's thoughts. She quickly looked out the window, trying to hide her awkwardness. She noticed that Xiao Qiyu hadn't seen her, so she secretly let out a breath of relief. The scenery outside was rushing past her eyes, but her heart felt like it was being pulled by an invisible string. She kept instinctively looking at Xiao Qiyu. Suddenly, the carriage suddenly braked hard. Ling Chua didn't expect this sudden change and lost her balance. Because of the inertia, she involuntarily leaned forward and fell straight into Xiao Qiyu's arms. The warm touch from her palm made Ling Chua gasp as if she had been shocked. She immediately tried to get up and leave. But in her panic, her hands and feet wouldn't obey her. The more she struggled to stand, the more trapped she felt, her body pressed tightly into Xiao Qiyu's embrace, unable to move. Suddenly, a gentle laugh came from above her. Ling Chua instinctively looked up and saw that icy, handsome face again. So, was that just her imagination earlier? It must have been a hallucination, right? After all, how could an iceberg smile? Ling Chua wanted to confirm again, but unexpectedly met a pair of deep, dark eyes like an abyss. His gaze was deep and bright, as if he could see through her heart. Their eyes met, and it felt as if an invisible force was quietly rising between them. Ling Chua's heartbeat sped up involuntarily, and she felt her cheeks start to warm. Ling Chua wanted to say something but found her throat was blocked and she couldn't make a sound. Then she felt a pair of cold hands gently support her shoulders. Get up, the carriage has stopped. Just as Ling Chua was about to stand, the curtain suddenly was pulled aside. Yan Fei's anxious face peeked in. Master, are you both all right? The word, all right, was stretched out long, and with his rolling eyes, Ling Chua immediately knew he had misunderstood something. She quickly got up, trying to explain. But Yan Fei was faster and had already lowered the curtain. At the same time, she hurriedly added in a way that made her words seem more obvious. My lord, princess, you can rest assured. I didn't see anything. Ling Chua instantly became angry. She pulled back the car curtain and shouted outside. Don't worry. There was really nothing going on. What could you have seen? Yan Fei replied seriously. Yes, princess. Whatever you say is what I believe. Ling Chua felt a headache coming on. She turned to look at Xiao Qiyu, and in that moment, she became restless again. You seem nervous. Xiao Qiyu suddenly broke the silence. His gaze was fixed on her, as if he wanted to see inside her mind. Ling Chua was startled and quickly denied. No, I'm not nervous at all, but she looked around nervously and didn't dare meet his eyes, which betrayed her. Xiao Qiyu said nothing, just looked at Ling Chua with a calm expression. His gaze made her feel a bit uncomfortable, and her face started to flush again. Actually, I was feeling a little hot, so, Ling Chua stammered as she explained, secretly hoping Xiao Qiyu would believe her. Xiao Qiyu replied coolly, yes, it is a bit hot today. His voice was as cold and emotionless as always, but Ling Chua somehow heard a mocking tone inside. For a moment, the carriage returned to silence. This silence made Ling Chua feel awkward and unsure of herself. To escape this awkwardness, she spoke up. Your Majesty, about the suggestion I made earlier. What do you think? Xiao Qiyu raised an eyebrow, as if recalling. What suggestion? The one I mentioned at the wedding hall. You let me use the title of princess consort for 2 years, and I will cure your leg. After 2 years, we will part ways. If you don't want a divorce, I can leave the palace. Ling Chua finished speaking, feeling a bit nervous and unsure. Ever since she learned she could go back in time and live again, she kept asking herself what she should do. How could she save her family? How could she seek justice from those powerful people? She thought about becoming a famous doctor, so no one would dare harm the Ling family anymore. She also thought about taking the Ling family to another country and starting fresh. She never thought that when she returned, the Ling family would no longer exist. She and her siblings had become victims of bullying and abuse by others. In such a situation, no matter how many plans she made, they were useless talk. In this feudal empire that doesn't value human life, power and influence mean everything. As the lowest-ranked servant, facing the proud Princess Mingyue was like trying to break a stone with an egg, futile and self-destructive. This was also why she was willing to risk her dignity and face to hold onto the emperor's son.
But
What if the emperor's son disagreed? What should she do then? Seeing that Xiao Qiyu didn't answer her question, Ling Chua couldn't help feeling anxious. Your Highness, do you think I'm talking nonsense? I really can heal your leg. Don't judge me by my age. I am quite skilled in medicine. If you don't mind, you can let me try my skills? She reached out and took Xiao Qiyu's hand to check his pulse. Suddenly, she heard a very familiar phrase. The princess's intelligence, talent, and extraordinary abilities have already been seen by this king. Ling Chue. How did he develop such a serious yet joking attitude? She composed herself, gently placed her hand back on Xiao Qiyu's wrist, and carefully examined his pulse. At first touch, she was surprised. His pulse seemed very normal, even stronger and healthier than most people's. But Ling Chua knew that medicine wasn't just about appearances. She held her breath and focused, carefully probing deeper, and soon discovered the problem. It turned out that toxins inside Xiao Qiyu's body had become tightly linked with his flesh and blood, forming an inseparable connection. These toxins wouldn't kill him immediately, but they caused him constant headaches and torment day after day. Fortunately for Ling Chua, this wasn't a difficult problem. Within a month, she had plenty of ways to completely remove the toxins. What troubled her most was Xiao Qiyu's legs. His leg bones and muscles were normal. Although his muscles had atrophied a bit, they were well maintained and not a big issue. The reason he couldn't walk was because the nerves in his lower limbs were broken. During the early stages of the injury, because the connection was not restored in time, now, under the influence of toxins, most of the nerve has been corroded. This means that to reconnect these two nerves, besides the basic nerve repair surgery, they also need to grow back naturally. This is a very difficult task. Even Ling Chua had to carefully consider what kind of treatment plan to use. Suddenly, she remembered the rumors about Xiao Qiyu's lack of compassion, and she focused again, carefully examining his pulse. Normally, from her face-to-face diagnosis, she hadn't found any issues with Xiao Qiyu's compassion. Could it be that her always accurate diagnosis method is not working this time? That shouldn't be. Her diagnostic skill, besides her own improvement in traditional Chinese medicine, was also supported by a special technique from Tongzi, which helped her see problems from a person's face and expression, and even infer past experiences from traces left behind. For example, with just one glance, she could identify hidden illnesses among the officials at the Imperial Medical Office. But why does this method not work on Xiao Qiyu? Ling Chua quickly looked at Xiao Qiyu again, then looked away. She thought, such a handsome and noble man, it would be a shame if he couldn't be healed. Since she was already checking his pulse, she might as well do it thoroughly. If there was any problem, she could treat it immediately. However, after repeated checks, she confirmed that Xiao Qiyu's male health was normal. This meant her diagnosis method was not flawed. Could it be a psychological issue? If it was psychological, then she really couldn't help. She simply hadn't learned how to treat such problems. Suddenly, the woman raised her hand and gave his shoulder a firm pat. With a serious look, she said, "Your Highness, don't worry. No matter what problem you have, I'll help you solve it." At that moment, a voice came from outside the carriage. "Master, we've arrived." Before the carriage had fully stopped, Ling Chua quickly jumped down. The butler, Li, hurried forward to help, afraid that their delicate princess might fall. Then he overheard a conversation that would make him smile, even in his sleep. Ling Chua said, "Your Highness, if it's convenient, let's start tonight." Xiao Qiyu replied, "All right." Ling Chua continued, "Then at the third quarter of the hour of the dog, I'll come find you." Xiao Qiyu said, "That's fine." Seeing the butler frozen in place, Ling Chua waved her hand and said, "Grandpa Butler, I'm going next door to see my brother and sister. Please tell Madame Zhao that I'll come back later for dinner." With that, she happily skipped away toward the neighboring courtyard. She had no idea that her kind old butler's mind was filled with completely wrong thoughts. Not long after she left, Ling Chua suddenly remembered something. She tapped her forehead in frustration and ran back. "Your Highness, I forgot to tell you something." The butler smiled and asked, "Princess, should I step aside?" Ling Chua shook her head. "Grandpa Butler, I heard that every princess His Highness married before died during the wedding ceremony. Is that true?" The butler thought she was upset about the prince's past marriages and was about to explain, but before he could speak, Ling Chua continued seriously. "Those who are poisoned by the split sprout goo will have their blood vessels burst when the main goo is activated. It looks just like they died suddenly. If I'm not mistaken, the person who used the goo on the royal family and the one who tried to stop your highness from marrying are the same." Li Dequan asked, "Then, princess, that day you—" Ling Chua kept a straight face and said firmly, "Yes, I was also targeted, but I caught the insect before it could harm me." Yan Fei exclaimed, "The princess is amazing." Ling Chua smiled modestly.
Just doing my best.
Ling Chua shyly waved her hand in modesty, then looked serious and continued, "Controlling the sub-spirits with the mother spirit is the most common method used by those who cast spells. It is very precise and can tell the caster exactly when the controlled person will die, but there is a drawback. If the sub-spirit gets damaged, it will affect the mother spirit and harm its host. Including the spirit insects on the clan prince, I have killed 2 sub-spirits. The person involved is probably seriously injured now. If the prince wants to investigate, he should focus on those who are badly hurt." After explaining everything, Ling Chua left. Only the 3 servants and the master were left, staring blankly at her back. Yan Fei sighed. "The princess is truly a divine person." Li Dequan tearfully said, "May the former emperor bless us." "The young master has finally seen the light after the storm," Xiao Qiu. "What a bunch of silly people they raised." Ling Chua gently pushed open the courtyard door. The sunset's glow shone into the yard, adding a warm touch to this peaceful evening. Her eyes fell to the center of the yard. There, the young man was pushing his older sister's wheelchair, strolling slowly among the flowers and gentle breeze. They seemed to be talking, their faint smiles shining brightly in the sunlight. Ling Chua's steps unconsciously quickened. Tears shimmered in her eyes. As she approached, Ling Sisi and Ling Wenhui also saw her. Ling Sisi's eyes immediately filled with tears. "Yeah," Ling Sisi called out tremblingly, her hands clutching the armrests of the wheelchair tightly. Ling Chua hurried over and threw herself into her older sister's arms. She felt her sister's fragile body trembling, tears sliding down her cheeks. "Big sister, I miss you so much." Ling Chua choked with emotion. Their parents had dedicated almost everything to the frontier. She was raised mainly by her big sister. When she cried for their mother, it was her big sister who stayed up all night with her. When she was sick, her big sister cared for her tirelessly. Even after her sister got married, whenever something happened to her, she would always come back immediately. But in her past life, she found only a few broken bones left after a wild dog had torn her sister apart. Every time she dreams at midnight, she is always frightened awake by the frightening images. Until this moment, she feels her older sister's warm body, and her tense heart finally relaxes. Ling Wenhui stands nearby, also with red eyes. He steps forward and gently hugs both of them, offering silent comfort. "Be good, don't cry. Big sister is here. Big sister is always here." Ling Sisi tightly hugs Ling Chua, as if she wants to release all her worries and longing at once. The 3 of them hold each other closely under the sunset, tears and smiles mixing together. They have been through many hardships and separations, so this reunion feels especially precious. After a while, they gradually calm down. Ling Wenhui wipes his eyes and smiles, saying, "We should be happy. We are finally together again." Ling Sisi gently wipes the tears from Ling Chua's face, feeling sad, and says, "Our Yue has grown up. She never thought that in her most desperate moment, it was this little girl she always thought needed their protection who protected her from harm." Ling Chua smiles and nods. "Yes, Yue has grown up. So from now on, Yue will protect everyone, no matter what difficulties they face in the future. As long as her brother and sister are with her, she feels endless strength." "Big sister, little brother, I have good news for you. I bought back our Ling family estate, the Ling Medical Clinic and the Ling Pharmacy." Ling Chua thought they would be very happy when they heard this news. But unexpectedly, she saw their smiles suddenly disappear from their faces. Yue, are you? Are you telling the truth? Ling Cici's voice trembled slightly. She couldn't believe her ears. Ling Wenhui also looked at Ling Chue with shock, as if trying to find a hint of joking on her face. Of course it's true. In a few days, once we get the property deed, we will go back. So, how did Ling Chue manage to buy everything all at once in one go? Yeah, be honest with us. Did you promise the king of the Imperial court any conditions? Lin Wenhui asked anxiously. Ling Cici also held Ling Chue's hand, showing worry and urgency in her expression. After waking up, she learned from Lin Wenhui that Ling Chue had married into the king's residence. At that time, she felt both relieved and worried. Relieved that Chue did not die on her wedding day. Worried that something might happen if Chue stayed with the king. Everyone knew the king's power and influence at court, but they also knew he was cruel and ruthless. Ling Chue's plan to marry the king for protection was risky, like playing with fire. They knew life was tough and unfair, especially after experiencing life and death. So, they understood that for Ling Chue to protect her family, she would have to pay a big price. They didn't expect the king to help their family with anything, only hoping he would keep Ling Chue safe and sound. Seeing their worried eyes, Ling Chue felt sad inside. She knew her older sister and brother were worried about her and her future. She gently took their hands and smiled, saying, "Big sister, little brother, don't worry. I bought everything honestly with my own skills." To ease their worries, Ling Chue explained briefly about treating the prince of the clan. Really? Perhaps betrayed by someone close, Ling Cici didn't trust anyone easily. Ling Chue quickly raised her right hand and swore. Really? More genuine than pearls. If I lie, let me be struck by heaven. Before she finished, Ling Cici slapped her hand away, stopping her. Can you just trust me? Don't joke about your life. Ling Chue innocently stuck out her tongue and then cuddled into her sister's arms like a child. Before they knew it, the sky darkened. Ling Chue checked the wounds on Ling Cici and Lin Wenhui, reapplied medicine, and then reluctantly returned to the neighboring palace. As soon as she stepped into Qixia courtyard, she felt a lively atmosphere different from usual. Grandma Zhao and a group of maids gathered around, all smiling happily. "Princess, you're back." Grandma Zhao's usually expressionless face was now showing a gentle smile. The four young maids, Chun Tao, Xia, Qi, and Dong, were all smiling brightly, full of joy. Ling Chue asked curiously, "Is something good happening?" Chun Tao quickly answered, "Princess, your good news is everyone's good news." Oh, Ling Chue was surprised, then remembered their reunion as siblings and the return of the Ling family's property. It was indeed a happy event. She took out a few silver coins from her purse and handed one to each person. Please don't think she's stingy. These silver coins were actually a jade pendant she received from Xiao Qiyu, used for emergencies. Fortunately, Grandma Zhao and the others were not snobbish and didn't mind how much silver they received. They happily took the coins and wished her good luck. "Thank you, Princess. We wish the Lord and Princess a long and happy marriage, and may you have a noble child soon." "Ahem, there's no need for that. Princess, tonight the kitchen prepared a special feast for you. You should try it. Only after eating well would she have the strength." Grandma Zhao led Ling Chue toward the dining hall. The maids hurried to prepare seats and set the tableware for her. After dinner, Grandma Zhao took Ling Chue to the bathroom. "Miss, you've had a busy day. Take a bath to relax." In the bathroom, Ling Chue saw the bath filled with flower petals and a faint fragrance filled the air, making her feel unexpectedly touched. She had married into the palace through a less than honorable method and had prepared herself for being mistreated and humiliated. But in reality, it was much better than she expected. They weren't overly warm, but they didn't mistreat her either. They just diligently did their jobs. Tonight's dinner and bath water warmed her heart. She couldn't help but hug Grandma Zhao's sturdy waist, which was too broad for her arms. "Grandma, thank you, but I don't need to wash up right now. I still need to see the Lord later, and I might get dirty again. I'll wash when I come back." "How can that be?" Grandma Zhao, who had a gentle expression, immediately objected, "Getting dirty now and washing later is fine. But right now you should rest." Without saying a word, he pushed the person inside. Ling Chua felt helpless but understood their good intentions, so she smiled and agreed. As time was almost up, she quickly took a quick shower, changed into her spare clothes, and left. She didn't notice that, in her rush, she accidentally tore off a piece of light silk that fell to the ground. Following Madame Zhao, she arrived at Jingyang Palace. Li Dequan happily waited outside the hall. When he saw her, his old eyes lit up immediately. "Princess, you're here. The prince has been waiting for you in his room." He smiled warmly and led her toward the bedroom. Along the way, Ling Chua looked at the corridor decorated with red ribbons and lanterns. Seeing the happy smiles of the people around, she felt something was a bit off. But after thinking for a while, she couldn't figure out what was wrong. "Princess, the prince is inside. You should go in now." Ling Chua nodded blankly and pushed the door open. As soon as she stepped into the room, the door behind her was closed. "Prince, do you think everyone in the house is acting strangely today?" Ling Chua couldn't hold back and complained to Xiao Qiyu, who was sitting by the bed. Xiao Qiyu looked indifferent. "Really? After a while. You'll get used to it." Ling Chua looked around the room and noticed there was no lamp lit, yet the room was very bright. Looking carefully, she saw a large glow-in-the-dark pearl in the center of the room emitting a soft light, illuminating every corner. Confident that this light source was enough for the upcoming treatment, Ling Chua said to Xiao Qiyu, "Let's begin." Meanwhile, the group of people who seemed strange were now crowded together, lying on the door frame, one next to another. Their lecherous expressions were far from the fierce, commanding presence they usually had. Hearing the sounds inside, the group became excited. "It's starting. It's starting. Dad, do you have to be so bossy? Can't you give me a little space? Get lost. Old Zhao's wife takes up more space than I do. Why don't you go find her?" Madame Zhao cast a sharp glance, causing a group of proud, strong men outside to suddenly become timid. She huddled in the corner, using all her inner strength just to listen for any movement inside the room. "Then, Your Highness, this is too inconvenient. If you don't mind, I'll take off your pants. Do as you wish." Outside the door, there was a sudden, silent chorus of excited shouts. "The men! The princess is mighty." Madame Zhao was unhappy. She silently complained to Li Dequan, "What's going on with the master? At such a critical moment, he's not speaking up and is so cold. If he scares the princess away, what will happen?" Li Dequan also looked angry and secretly decided that after this, he must have a serious talk with the master. "Hey, why is there no sound? Did he really take off his pants? I hear footsteps. Could it be over already? This is too fast." Just as they were listening happily, suddenly, a creaking sound. The door swung open. A group of people whooshed in all at once and fell into the room. Li Dequan and Madame Zhao secretly cursed. It must have been that little rascal who accidentally pushed the door open. They planned to teach him a lesson later. But right now, the most urgent thing was how to handle this awkward situation. If not handled well, it could ruin the master's good reputation. It would definitely become an unforgivable stain on their careers. At that moment, a confused voice sounded, "Grandpa Butler, Madam, what are you doing?" Both of them looked up at the same time and saw Ling Chua, dressed neatly, looking at them with a puzzled expression. "Princess, where are you going?" "Ha ha ha." It turned out the door was opened by the princess herself. They had been wandering the world for decades and almost lost their dignity. Ling Chua said, "Oh, I was just about to give the prince an acupuncture treatment when I realized I was missing 60 gold needles. I was about to ask someone to fetch them." Acupuncture. Gold needles. Li Dequan and Madame Zhao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ling Chua nodded. "Yes, today is the prince's first treatment, so I need to open all the meridians to prepare for the next steps." "Treatment?" The two old men's faces twitched in shock. Ling Chua looked confused and said, "Yes, don't you know? You stay outside because you're worried about the prince's condition. Actually, if you want to see, you can come in directly." "I don't mind." "Madam, you said it was a gold needle, right?" I will go get it for you right away, said Zhao Mama, quickly standing up and leaving. Before leaving, she deliberately stepped hard on Li Dequan's foot. It's all because of that old thing, which made her lose face. Li Dequan knew he was in the wrong and endured the pain silently, not daring to speak. Madam, besides the gold needle, is there anything else you need? Although it was a mistake and he lost face, since it concerned the prince's health, Li Dequan took it seriously. Ling Chua thought about Xiao Qiyu's endurance and then said, I'll write a prescription for you. Then, you can have someone prepare 4 large pots of medicine according to the recipe. After the acupuncture, it will be just right to soak in the medicine. Soon, the entire Jingyang Hall began to act in an orderly manner. It was as if the embarrassing mistake just now never happened. All preparations were complete. Ling Chua took only 15 minutes to insert 120 gold needles into Xiao Qiyu's body. As the last needle was inserted, everyone present, including Li Dequan, stared in shock. They saw each gold needle tip emit a faint black mist, curling upward, then heading toward the porcelain bottle in Ling Chua's hand. Li Dequan couldn't help but exclaim, Madam, what is this? Black mandrake. A kind of nerve toxin. Ling Chua looked serious and focused, carefully observing any changes in Xiao Qiyu's condition. To prevent any abnormal reactions, she could respond quickly. Zhao Mama, Yan Fei, and others stood nearby, even breathing more slowly to avoid disturbing Ling Chua. At this moment, Ling Chua radiated a strong aura, making everyone feel as if she had a bit of their master's presence. For a moment, their respect for Ling Chua deepened. Half an hour later, when it was confirmed that no more black mist was coming from Xiao Qiyu, Ling Chua put away the porcelain bottle and began to remove the needles. Wuyo, who had been notified last minute, hurried over halfway through. Seeing the needles being removed, she wanted to step forward to help. But Ling Chua refused. 120 golden needles must be inserted in a specific order, and they must be removed in the reverse order. No mistakes allowed. This statement frightened Wuyu, causing him to quickly pull back his hand. In the next moment, he saw a pair of almost ghostly hands moving swiftly over the master's body. Within just a few breaths, all 120 needles had been removed. Wuyu was stunned. Seeing this, Yan Fei comforted his deeply shaken second brother and softly said, The princess is incredibly talented, smart, gifted, outstanding, and a true genius. We ordinary people shouldn't compare ourselves to her. Wuyu, fourth brother, it's been a few days, and your knowledge has improved a lot. Yan Fei, second brother, you flatter me. Actually, these words are words the princess gave herself. Wuyu, the princess is truly talented. Yan Fei, you're quite harsh. After finishing the most difficult part of the acupuncture, the rest was easy. All that was needed was to undress Xiao Qiyu, put him into a medicinal bath, and wait for a stick of incense to burn. Seeing Ling Chua sweat heavily and look exhausted, Li Dequan felt very distressed. He quickly asked Zhao Mama to take her back to rest. He would handle the remaining tasks himself. Ling Chua was indeed very tired. Dealing with 2 patients in the morning and evening was extremely exhausting and mentally draining. By the end of the day, it was even more tiring than performing 24 hours of surgery. Ling Chua felt she had no strength left to open her eyes. When she returned, she took off her clothes, washed up, and was cared for by Zhao Mama and Chun Tao. When she was finally laid on the bed, she fell asleep instantly. Ling Chua woke up again around noon. She groggily sat up, instinctively reaching for her clothes on the bedside to put them on. But halfway through, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked down and was stunned. She saw herself wearing a light, thin, pink gauze dress as delicate as cicada wings. Curious, she unfolded it and realized it was indeed a piece of clothing. However, the design was very unique. The fabric was transparent, and the neckline featured a low-cut V design, revealing her collarbones and a small part of her chest. Additionally, the clothing features a waist-cinching design that makes a woman's waist look slimmer when worn. Such clothes are not uncommon in the 22nd century. But now, suddenly, a warm feeling rushes to her cheeks. Goodness, Isn't this just an old-fashioned romantic sleepwear? Why would it appear in her room? Footsteps are heard outside the door. Ling Chua instinctively quickly bunches up the sheer fabric, trying to hide it under the blanket. Unexpectedly, Grandma Zhao has already entered first. She naturally notices the pink sheer fabric in Ling Chua's hand. Recalling last night's misunderstanding, Grandma Zhao, usually calm and composed, can't help but blush. Seeing this, Ling Chua immediately realizes that the pink fabric must be related to Grandma Zhao. She doesn't hide it anymore and directly hands it to her, asking suspiciously, "Grandma, could this clothing be yours?" Hearing this, Grandma Zhao almost chokes on her own saliva. To protect her few remaining dignity, she coughs and quickly denies, "Madam, what kind of look is that? Do you think a servant can wear this kind of clothing?"
Why not?
Women in the 22nd century often wear bold, glamorous outfits even at 70 or 80. But to avoid frightening Grandma Zhao, she stays silent. "So, whose clothing is this? Why would it be on my bed?" Grandma Zhao's nervous eyes flicker as she mumbles softly, "On Madam's bed. Maybe, probably, perhaps, it belongs to Madam? After all, a servant wouldn't put clothes on the lady's bed."
Ling Mingyue frowns. Mine? Impossible.
It's as if she suddenly remembers something, and a shock hits her like lightning, making her feel both stunned and overwhelmed. The delicate, translucent silk dress. Everyone's congratulatory remarks. The people outside listening in the corner. All the strange events she felt after returning from the side courtyard last night suddenly make sense. A wave of heat crashes into her mind, causing her face to turn as red as a cooked shrimp.
Ah.
She wishes she could disappear. She has no face to live. Watching Ling Chua bury herself under the blanket, Grandma Zhao doesn't rush to pull her out. Since she is still a young girl of about 17 or 18, her skin is tender. If she gets upset, it would be bad. So, as soon as Ling Chua got out of bed, she went straight to the next room. "Oh no, I feel so embarrassed I can't face anyone." When Li Dequan wanted to ask Ling Chua about the next treatment plan for the master, he received a thick stack of paper. Seeing the elegant handwriting on it, he angrily kicked Yan Fei. "Father, what are you doing?" "I haven't done anything today." Yan Fei looked innocent. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't misunderstood what the prince and princess said, that embarrassing mistake wouldn't have happened yesterday. Now, the princess is too scared to come back." Li Dequan pointed at Yan Fei's nose and scolded him harshly. After finishing his angry words, he took the stack of paper to report to the master. In the study, Xiao Qiyu carefully read each piece of paper and then said, "Give it to Xuanli. Have him make it quickly according to the princess's requirements." Xuanli is the leader of the 4 guards of the royal palace, skilled in various weapon crafts. Li Dequan responded, and then saw the medicine Xiao Qiyu was holding. He looked disapproving. "Master, why aren't you taking your medicine again?" "The princess said this medicine helps ease your pain and has no side effects." Xiao Qiyu is almost like someone Li Dequan has known since childhood, so they get along more comfortably than with others. Especially when it concerns his health, Li Dequan never treats him as just a master. He should scold and nag when needed. "Xiao Qiyu, the morning's poisoning hasn't acted up, no matter if it acted up or not." "What did you say?" "It didn't act up." Li Dequan's eyes suddenly widened, trying to see if Xiao Qiyu was joking. When he confirmed that Xiao Qiyu was telling the truth, he couldn't help but his old eyes reddened as he began calling out to the former emperor in the direction of the Imperial tomb. "May the former emperor bless us. May the former emperor bless us." "Xiao Qiyu, maybe you should say the princess blesses us." Li Dequan suddenly patted his thigh and said excitedly, "It's the princess. It must be that the princess's treatment last night worked." In the past, Xiao Qiyu would have a seizure twice a day, morning and evening. At first, Xiao Qiyu was in so much pain that he rolled on the ground and even hit his head against the wall to try to ease the pain caused by the poison. His servants could only watch anxiously, unable to do anything. It has been 6 years now. At the beginning, the master was rolling on the ground in pain, but now he remains calm and expressionless. It's not that the poison has eased, but that the master has gradually gotten used to it. Just when they thought that this hopeless pain would stay with the master for life, heaven sent them a remarkable princess. Li Dequan decided that from now on, he would treat the princess like a revered ancestor. Any news about the Ling family? Xiao Qi looked at the book in his hand, Summer Journey, and asked casually. Li Dequan replied it was a trap. Everyone in the Imperial Medical Office was involved. But the mastermind behind it has not been found yet. Xiao Qi asked, and the princess? Li Dequan paused for a moment, then said, the princess is indeed the youngest Miss Ling, Ling Cici, and Ling Wenhao's reactions confirm this. As for why she's suddenly changed so much from before, maybe it's because of some sudden family trouble. When the princess was in the Ling family, her life was very simple. Since she was 4, when her parents sent her back from the northern border to Shengjing, she rarely left the house. Hearing this, Xiao Qi's eyes flickered briefly, then quickly returned to calm. Li Dequan continued to report the intelligence sent by the 1,000 machine guard. Maybe after returning from the northern border to Shengjing, she was a bit unaccustomed and didn't go out much. Besides learning medicine from Ling Yuantai, she mostly stayed at home reading, gradually becoming timid and shy. She has no friends, except for Princess Mingyue. Xiao Qiu asked Mingyue. Thinking of Ling Qiue's attitude toward Shen Mingyue, that was not the way a friend should behave. Li Dequan nodded and said, 2 years ago, on Princess Mingyue's 15th birthday, she suddenly invited the children of the Ling family. Since that day, their interactions increased. He handed over the letter he was holding. Xiao Qiu looked at the notes on it, and his brow slowly furrowed.
Bai Cao Tan.
Ling Qiue stood in front of the medicine cabinet, carefully counting and arranging various herbs. She bought these herbs to make Gui Yuan pill to help her little brother and older sister improve their health. Although the vitality liquid is very effective, it is mainly for external injuries. For body conditioning, she prefers traditional Chinese medicine. The Gui Yuan pill, made from 49 different herbs, can strengthen muscles and bones and improve overall health. It is definitely one of the best health-boosting formulas. She originally earned this as a prize from the system. The effectiveness of the Gui Yuan pill depends on both the refining technique and the quality of the herbs used. Miss, don't worry. At Bai Chao Tang, we value honesty the most. All the herbs are measured exactly as you requested, and there will be no problem, the shop assistant said confidently, with a hint of impatience in his tone. Ling Qiue smiled silently and continued her work of inspecting the herbs. Compared to other herbal shops, Bai Chao Tang's herbs are indeed of better quality. That's why she visited several shops before finally choosing this one. But that doesn't mean she fully trusts their herbs. Her gaze finally settled on a herb called suoyang. She gently picked it up, carefully examining its color and texture, her brow gradually furrowing. Although the suoyang looked perfect on the outside, its age clearly did not meet her requirements. Using such herbs would greatly reduce the effectiveness of the medicine. This suoyang is not the right age. I want to return it. The shop assistant was momentarily stunned, then showed a look of disdain. Miss, our Bai Chao Tang is a well-established shop. All our herbs are carefully selected. How can you say the age is wrong? Are you pretending to be knowledgeable and trying to slander us? Ling Qiue replied calmly, I want 20-year-old suoyang. But this one is only about 15 years old at most. Whether you believe it or not, I don't want this herb anymore. Please give me a refund. Only 20-year-old suoyang is considered valuable. If they don't have it here, she'll go to another shop. She really didn't want to argue with them. I didn't expect that she wouldn't want to argue with others, and no one was willing to let her go easily. The shop assistant looked shameless and said, no refunds. According to the pharmacy rules, once the herbs leave the cabinet, they cannot be returned. Ling Qiue smiled angrily. If you won't refund, then so be it. Seeing this, the shop assistant thought she was scared and felt proud. But Ling Qiue calmly said, whether it's true or not, we'll find out when it's sent to the Imperial Medical Office for verification. According to Yunlan law, all medical halls and pharmacies are subject to strict penalties if they sell fake or substandard herbs. Lighter punishment is a fine, heavier punishment is closure. After speaking, she packed up the 2 bags of herbs and prepared to leave. The shop assistant saw her so confident and felt a bit nervous. As a young herbal apprentice, he wasn't sure if the herb's age was accurate. He only saw that Ling Mingyue was a young woman, even younger than him, and assumed she was just making trouble. Now that she wanted to go to the Imperial medical office for verification, he lost his confidence. He hurried out and stubbornly blocked her, saying, "What verification? Our Baichao Hall's reputation isn't something just anyone can tarnish. You must clarify your words today." At this moment, a middle-aged man in a blue long gown came down from upstairs. "What are you doing? Causing a scene at the pharmacy entrance is not proper." The shop assistant quickly went to greet him. "Manager Wu, this woman deliberately came to cause trouble, claiming our herbs are not aged properly." Manager Wu recognized Ling Mingyue at a glance and immediately showed a mocking smile. "Oh, I see. It's the daughter of the criminal, Ling Mingyue. So, your grandfather was an unskilled doctor, and you want to follow his path? A useless person who can't even recognize herbs properly, yet dares to claim she can verify the herb's age? As everyone knows, the herbs at Baichao Hall are personally verified by Dr. Liu. If you have any complaints, go report to Dr. Liu. Let's see who in Shenjing City would believe your words." Faced with Manager Wu's sarcasm, Ling Mingyue's expression remained calm. She only cast a cold glance at him and turned to walk toward the door. At that moment, she saw a luxurious carriage slowly stop at the pharmacy entrance. A young couple stepped out of the carriage. The man wore a blue long robe, tall and upright, with handsome and scholarly features and a gentle aura of a learned man. He carefully supported the woman beside him, his movements gentle and caring. The woman wore a light pink long dress, and the hem swayed softly with her steps. Her belly was rounded, clearly indicating she was pregnant. Although she tried to stay calm, her face looked a little pale. Ling Mingyue was slightly surprised and looked at both of them for a moment. Just as she was about to leave, the woman suddenly looked at her. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and happiness, as if she had seen a long-lost family member. The woman came forward supported by the man, and with a trembling voice, she called out, "Mingyue, you're okay, that's wonderful." Her eyes were moist, and tears gently rolled down her cheeks. Ling Mingyue looked at the woman in front of her, feeling a mix of surprise and emotion. Su Xiaoya, a name she remembered but didn't know well. They had only met a few times at banquets and hadn't talked much. But Su Xiaoya always remembered her. Even when she became a servant beside Shen Mingyue, she secretly helped her several times. Ling Mingyue smiled and said, "Sister Xiaoya, thank you for your concern."
I'm fine.
Then she looked down at her belly, a hint of understanding in her eyes. So this was the reason she had fallen into depression and passed away in her past life. Seeing Ling Mingyue looking at her belly, Su Xiaoya immediately smiled and said, "I heard you married His Royal Highness the Prince of Yu. I wanted to visit you, but your belly was a bit troublesome, so I didn't go. I didn't expect to see you today." Ling Mingyue asked with concern, "Are you here to see a doctor at the medicine hall? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Xiaoya shook her head. "It's nothing. I've been a bit anxious these days. My husband was worried, so he took me to see the Imperial doctor. We're planning to get some medicine from Baichao Hall." The elegant man beside Su Xiaoya nodded at Ling Mingyue and smiled. "Let's go inside first. If you have the chance, you can invite Miss Ling to visit your home. Then you can meet again." Su Xiaoya nodded and said goodbye to Ling Mingyue. "Mingyue, I'll send you a message later. You must come." Ling Mingyue smiled and agreed, then said, "Sister Xiaoya, if you notice anything unusual with the baby after you go back, please come to me immediately. No matter what the problem is, I can help you solve it." When Su Xiaoya and her husband heard Ling Mingyue's words, they were both stunned for a moment. But knowing that Ling Mingyue meant no harm, they didn't get upset. Su Xiaoya gently held Ling Mingyue's hand and said softly, "Mingyue, thank you for your concern. My husband and I are very careful, and we regularly visit Imperial physician Liu for checkups. Everything is fine for now. But if anything happens, I'll definitely come to you." After parting with Su Xiaoya, Ling Chue went to the Imperial Medical Office to report the issue about the age of the Suo Yang herb. The office had a special department for complaints and reports, which handled cases of fake or faulty medicines. She only needed to submit the report along with the problematic herbs. Once the case was processed, someone would contact her. It was said that this system had been personally set up by the Princess Royal to prevent anyone from tampering with medicines. For some reason, Ling Chue felt it was quite similar to the complaint boxes used in later generations. If she had known that the Princess Royal had no background in Western medicine, she might have suspected that the princess was like her, someone who had lived another life. On her way back, she couldn't help but think again about Su Xiaoya. In her previous life, when she had been mistreated by Shen Mingyue, Su Xiaoya had stood up for her and even considered redeeming her and Shen Mingyue from their servitude to bring them under her care. Of course, Shen Mingyue had refused. Blinded by Shen Mingyue's influence, she herself hadn't wanted to leave either, so the matter was dropped. Not long after, she heard that Su Xiaoya had passed away. She had taken her own life in her room. It was said that it all began when she had a difficult childbirth and lost her baby. Her health was damaged afterward, and she could no longer conceive. Not wanting her husband to take a concubine or to hold him back, she asked to leave the marriage. After that, she became increasingly depressed. In the end, she ended her life with a piece of white silk. The day after her burial, her husband, Shen Mingyue, took poison and died before her grave. Now that she had been given another chance at life, Ling Chue wanted to save this kind and gentle woman who had once shown her compassion. Lost in thought, she returned to the villa. She had dinner with her brother and sister. After the meal, she eagerly began working on the herbs, planning to refine a batch of good yuan pills that very night. Seeing the situation, Ling Wenhui rolled up his sleeves and was about to help, but Ling Chue politely refused. "Brother, you rest. I can do it myself." Ling Wenhui pretended to be annoyed and smiled, saying, "I was the one who introduced you to medicine. Now that you're grown up, you're starting to look down on your old teacher." His words carried a teasing tone, but mostly showed his affection for his sister. Ling Chue heard this and couldn't help but laugh. She knew her brother was joking, so she pouted and said, "Brother, how could I dislike you? I still remember when you used to smack my hand back then." Next to them, Ling Cici chuckled softly. "Little one, you're quite vengeful." The three siblings laughed and played while making medicine, creating a warm and happy atmosphere. Although they had no experience making the rejuvenation pill, their skills in handling herbs were almost as good as Ling Chue's. By the end of the afternoon, they had made 10 rejuvenation pills. As soon as the pills were ready, they emitted a faint medicinal aroma. Both Ling Wenhui and Ling Cici were drawn in by the smell and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Yeah, is this the rejuvenation pill you mentioned?" Ling Chue nodded. "Brother, older sister, try the effects." Without hesitation, both took 1 pill each. This medicine. As soon as the pill entered their mouths, Ling Wenhui felt a bitter taste spreading across his tongue, followed by a gentle sweetness. After swallowing the pill, a warm feeling rose in their stomachs, gradually spreading to their limbs. "Wow, it's so amazing," Ling Cici exclaimed. "As soon as it went in, I felt like a warm current was wrapping around me." "Yeah? Where did you get this recipe?" "It's so impressive." Ling Chue planned to sell these pills at the Ling family pharmacy, so she couldn't say they were given to her by someone else. "I made it myself when I was free." Hearing this, they didn't doubt her and praised, "Our Yaya is so talented." Ling Chue blushed at their words. Suddenly, Ling Wenhui murmured, "Grandpa always said that Yaya has the best talent. If he knew about this rejuvenation pill, he would be so happy." The mood suddenly turned a bit sad. Ling Chue smiled with red eyes and said, "Grandpa will find out." At that moment, there was a sudden loud knocking at the gate. Ling Chue quickly went to open the door and saw it was Li Dequan from the royal residence. "Housekeeper, what's wrong? Did the prince have any trouble?" Only Xiao Qiyu could cause such urgency. Probably no one else. Li Dequan hurriedly waved his hand. It's nothing. The prince is fine, no problem at all." Then he pulled over a young servant behind him. He says he's from the Ministry of Rights residence and wants to see the princess. The young servant looked frightened, trembling constantly. Young master says, young. Li Dequan looked displeased. What kind of people are they looking for in the old man's house? Can't even speak clearly? As soon as he said that, the young servant trembled even more. Hearing the Ministry of Rights, Ling Chue immediately asked, "Could it be that your young lady isn't feeling well, so you want me to go and see her?" The young servant nodded quickly. Ling Chue quickly greeted Ling Wenhao and Ling Sisi, then pulled the young servant outside. Li Dequan hurriedly called out, "Princess, the carriage is ready. Yan Fei will take you there." Seeing how much the young servant was trembling, he didn't trust them to let the princess ride in his carriage. "Thank you, housekeeper." Ling Chue was unreserved and jumped into the carriage. As the sun set in the west, the sky gradually darkened. Pedestrians on the street hurried home in groups. Ling Chue sat in the carriage, lost in thought. She thought of Su Xiaoya and the end of her previous life, feeling a bit anxious. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of the Ministry of Rights residence. Ling Chue got out and looked up at a grand house that caught her eye. At the door, a girl who looked like a maid was anxiously waiting. Ling Chue remembered her name was Guizhi. In her previous life, she learned from her that Su Xiaoya's reason for suicide. Seeing Ling Chue, Guizhi immediately came forward. "Miss Ling," before she could finish, she was interrupted by Yan Fei behind her. "Royal Princess. This is our Royal Princess. Guizhi was stunned. The young lady didn't say Miss Ling, did she? How did she become the princess consort? But because of Yan Fei's intimidating presence, she quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Your Royal Highness, my young lady asked me to come out and welcome you. Please follow me." Her voice carried a hint of urgency. Ling Chue nodded and hurriedly followed Guizhi into the residence. They walked through a long corridor and arrived at the courtyard where Su Xiaoya was. She immediately saw Su Xiaoya, a woman who used to always smile gently, but now she was sitting on a soft bed, looking pale and anxious. When Mingyue sat beside her, gently touching her shoulder, trying to comfort her with his presence. His eyes were full of worry, but mostly he looked pained. "Chue, you're here." Su Xiaoya saw Ling Chue, and a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. She tightly held Ling Chue's hand and said anxiously, "Chue, I'm sorry for bothering you so late. I was just worried. My baby seems not to be moving. Since he started moving, he kicked almost every day inside my belly, but since yesterday, no matter how I try to coax him, he shows no response." "Chue, could something be wrong?" Her voice choked as she spoke, tears filling her eyes. Ling Chue looked at Su Xiaoya and felt a pang of sadness inside. She gently held Su Xiaoya's hand and softly said, "Xiaoya, don't worry. The baby will be fine." Afraid that her words might scare Su Xiaoya, Ling Chue tightened her grip on her hand slightly. "Xiaoya, I need you to trust me. There is indeed a problem with the baby, but there is still a way to fix it." "What problem?" When Mingyue's voice trembled slightly. He couldn't imagine that the child they had been looking forward to would have issues at this time. Ling Chue took a deep breath and slowly said, "The baby has the umbilical cord wrapped around his neck." "What?" When Mingyue stood up in shock, unable to accept this fact. "How is that possible? The baby is still in the belly. How do you know the cord is wrapped around his neck?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We even went to see Dr. Lu this morning and he said the baby is fine." "Miss Ling, no, Princess Yu, I do not believe you, but..." Because of the shock, when Mingyue became speechless and confused. They have heard of umbilical cords wrapped around the neck. But usually, they only see this after the baby is born and has suffocated. So far, no one has known before birth that the baby's neck is wrapped. He really doesn't want to believe it, and he can't believe it. Ling Chue understood his shock and anxiety and patiently explained, "Others may not see it, but that doesn't mean I can't. The baby is fine for now, but at the latest in half a month. If we wait until the baby is born and see the cord around the neck, it will be too late." Hearing this, the couple's faces turned pale. Su Xiaoya's face was so white that no blood could be seen. She tightly held Ling Chue's hand, helplessly begging, "Chue, you must save my baby. I beg you." Ling Chua looked at Su Xiaoya's tearful face, feeling very upset, but she didn't answer immediately. After a long pause, she slowly said, I do have a way to solve this, but it might be risky. What way? When Mingyue's heart immediately tightened. Ling Chua, a cesarean section. A cesarean? When Mingyue and Su Xiaoya exclaimed at the same time. They had never heard of the term cesarean, but just from the words, they felt an unprecedented fear. Even Yan Fei, who had seen a surgical opening, hesitated when he heard this word outside the door. Cesarean? Could it mean cutting open the mother's belly to take out the baby? The princess wouldn't be so cruel, right? Then, he heard Ling Chua's calm voice from inside the room. Yes, a cesarean. Before the cord around the neck becomes severe, we cut open Sister Xiaoya's belly early and take out the baby. Ling Chua looked at them seriously and said, This is the only way to save the baby right now. But it carries some risks and we need your consent and cooperation.
No.
I don't agree. When Mingyue suddenly shouted angrily, then tightly hugged Su Xiaoya. I will never sacrifice Xiaoya for the baby. Never. Su Xiaoya was crying heavily. Mingyue, when Mingyue said painfully, Xiaoya, even if we don't have children, I can't be without you. If she didn't know the ending of their past life, Ling Chua might not believe when Mingyue's current vow. After all, in the 22nd century, she had seen many men who loudly claimed they wanted no children and preferred to be child-free, but in the end, they would divorce and find other women outside to have children. Not to mention in this world, which values inheritance and allows multiple spouses. Seeing the tragic scene of two people parting forever, Ling Chua explained, Young Master Wen, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to abandon Sister Xiaoya. Is there no other way besides a cesarean section? When Mingyue asked with a glimmer of hope, testing. Ling Chua shook her head. I told you a cesarean is the only way to save the baby right now. The baby was already wrapped around her neck and couldn't move anymore. In this situation, she really couldn't think of any other solution besides a cesarean. When Mingyue's eyes turned red as he shook his head desperately. No, absolutely not. If Xiaoya hadn't been constantly talking about Ling family and Ling Chua in his ear, he might have doubted Ling Chua's intentions. After all, who would come up with such a cruel method if they were a good person? Ling Chua felt a bit helpless but understood. In this era, opening someone up and cutting them open was never a way to cure or save lives. It was more like a form of torture. She could only patiently explain again, Xiaoya, when Gongzi, you really misunderstood. A cesarean is a relatively safe medical procedure, mainly used for pregnant women with difficulties in childbirth. Although it carries some risks, these are much smaller compared to natural delivery. Stop lying to us. If you've already cut open the belly, how could it be safe? Who in this world can survive after being cut open? When Mingyue, usually very patient, finally lost his temper. His eyes turned red as he stared fiercely at Ling Chua, wanting her to stop talking. He was afraid that if she kept talking, the foolish woman in his arms would believe her. He knew how much Xiaoya cared about the baby in her belly and how deeply she loved that child. For the sake of the baby, she was even willing to risk her own life. Certainly, hearing this, Su Xiaoya, who was being held in his arms, tugged at his sleeve and softly asked, Chuyu, is what you said true? No, she is not telling the truth. She is lying to us, when Mingyue quickly said. He looked at Ling Chuyu, trying to get her to speak and dispel Su Xiaoya's worries. Ling Chuyu sighed, then looked firmly at Wen Mingyue. Young Master Wen, I have no reason to lie to you. When Mingyue's face suddenly changed. His normally gentle face was now full of coldness. His fists clenched tightly, as if he was trying to control his emotions. Finally, he spoke. His voice was firm and full of certainty. Princess Yu, thank you for visiting my wife today, but it's getting late. Please go back now. Hearing Wen Mingyue's words, Su Xiaoya's heart tightened. She wanted to speak and stop Ling Chuyu, but Wen Mingyue's gaze held her back. She could only look at Ling Chuyu with regret and sadness. Ling Chuyu was not angry or upset. She calmly stood up, tidied her clothes, then looked at Wen Mingyue with a steady and clear voice. Young Master Wen, I know you are worried about Sister Xiaoya, but your concern might put her in more danger. When Mingyue asked, what do you mean? Cases of babies wrapping around the neck happen quite often in Xinjiang City. You've probably heard about the outcomes. Usually, the baby doesn't survive, but the mother can sometimes save her life. Unfortunately, if the baby doesn't make it, the mother might also lose her life due to heavy bleeding. Think carefully. If you decide, you can come find me anytime. After speaking, Ling Qiyu turned and walked toward the door. Her steps were confident and steady, as if each step was backing up her words. When she reached the door, she looked back at Wen Mingyue and Su Xiaoya and added, remember, you only have 3 days. After 3 days, the baby's condition will only get worse. Being in a state of suffocation for too long, even if rescued, can cause irreversible damage. With that, Ling Qiyu left without looking back. When Mingyue and Su Xiaoya stood frozen in place, watching her leave, their hearts filled with worry and unease. They wanted to question Ling Qiyue's diagnosis and abilities, just like everyone outside did. But if Ling Qiyue was just talking nonsense or trying to harm them on purpose, that seemed impossible. The night was dark as ink, and not a single star shone in the sky. Only the occasional barking of dogs reminded the city of Xinjiang that it was not yet fully asleep. A carriage slowly moved along the empty street. Outside the carriage, a team of guards stood like a strong wall, protecting Ling Qiyu inside. Yan Fei rode his horse beside the carriage. He kept glancing at the carriage, his face full of curiosity. Finally, he couldn't hold back. Princess, is a cesarean section really possible? His voice was quiet, but in the silent night, it sounded very clear. Ling Qiyu smiled slightly and explained. A person's belly has several layers. The skin, then the subcutaneous fat, then the separation of the straight abdominal muscles, and finally the peritoneum. After opening the peritoneum, we can take out the baby inside, then carefully sew it back up. The wound will heal naturally, just like a cut on the skin or a broken bone heals. The cut on the belly will heal on its own too. What are the separation of the abdominal muscles and the peritoneum? For an ancient person, these terms are very hard to understand. Yan Fei was no exception. After hearing this, he was still confused. But that didn't stop him from admiring Ling Qiyu. He once again marveled that their master was truly a lucky person. They even found such a skilled princess along the way. The next day, Ling Qiyu finished her breakfast as usual and was about to leave the house. Suddenly, a young servant hurried over, blocking her way. This servant was the same person who had come to the prince's residence yesterday to invite her. Now he was sweating heavily, with a pale face, clearly having run very fast. Seeing Ling Qiyu, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. He knelt in front of her with a thud. Then he bowed his head repeatedly and knocked his forehead several times. Trembling, he begged, "Princess, please save our young lady. She is in urgent danger." Seeing the situation, Ling Qiyu was startled. She quickly helped the young servant to his feet and asked urgently, "What happened? What's wrong with the young lady of your family? Wasn't she fine last night?" Suddenly, a bad feeling crept into her heart. The servant choked up, his voice trembling with tears. This morning, when the young lady got up, she accidentally fell and bled a lot. The house has already called a midwife and Dr. Liu, but the young lady keeps asking to see you. The eldest son is very worried. He sent me to ask you to come quickly and see the young lady. Ling Qiyu's heart sank sharply. She asked anxiously, "What is the current situation? Did the doctor say what the problem is?" The servant's eyes were full of panic. He answered trembling. Dr. Liu said, "The young lady might be having a miscarriage, and the situation is very serious. It might not be possible to save the baby. The young lady's condition is also quite dangerous." Ling Qiyu's brows furrowed tightly. She knew how risky a miscarriage was for a woman 7 months pregnant. She immediately turned to Elder Ma Zhao behind her and said, "Ma, quickly prepare a carriage. I need to go to the Ministry of Rights official residence right away." Without waiting for Elder Ma Zhao's instructions, Yan Fei had already driven the carriage over. "Princess, get in the carriage. Ling Chua looked at the carriage in front of her, momentarily stunned. But then, she quickly stepped in. Sure enough, Xiao Qiyu was sitting inside. Ling Chua chose the farthest corner to sit down, about to say something. Suddenly, a wooden box was brought in. Li Dequan's voice came from outside the carriage. Princess, inside are the tools made according to your design. Maybe they'll be useful to you. Ling Chua was stunned. The design she gave yesterday was made today. Could it be that fast? In the end, all her emotions turned into, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiao Qiyu replied, "You shouldn't be the one to thank. Ahem, still as cold as ever." Suddenly thinking of something, Ling Chua sharply lifted the curtain and shouted to Elder Ma Zhao, "Ma, come with me. I might need your help later." Elder Ma Zhao's usually serious face suddenly brightened, and she said loudly, "Princess, please go ahead. I will be right there." The carriage sped through the street and soon arrived at the Ministry of Rights official residence. Ling Chua jumped out of the carriage and rushed to Su Xiaoya's courtyard. At this moment, outside, people were gathered in small groups, all looking anxious. When they saw Ling Chua arrive, they were all momentarily stunned.
Who are you? They asked.
Half an hour earlier at the Prime Minister's residence, the atmosphere was tense because Su Xiaoya had accidentally fallen. In the yard, maids and servants knelt on the ground, their faces full of fear and worry. When Mingyue was anxiously leaning against the door, his eyes were red, clearly having stayed up all night. He was holding Lu Guahao, who was in front of the delivery room, and kept repeating, "Dr. Lu, no matter what, you must save the master." Lu Guahao replied, "I will do my best," when Mingyue, still worried, kept shouting to the midwife inside the delivery room, "Save the baby. Listen to me. Save the master. If Xiaoya has any accident, I won't let you go." His voice was full of concern and anger, as if he wanted to vent all his anxiety and frustration. Mrs. Wen, the head wife of the Wen family, dressed in fine clothes and accompanied by other women, was trying to keep order among the crowd. Her face, usually a bit stern, now showed worry. Hearing Wen Mingyu's words, she frowned slightly and said, "Go bring the young master back." Shouting like that only causes trouble, the steward nearby quickly stepped forward and pulled Wen Mingyue away. Seeing Wen Mingyue looking so distraught and helpless, Mrs. Wen didn't want to scold him and could only vent her anger on the servants. "Tell me, how did the young lady fall? Everything was fine before. You miserable servants, how are you taking care of the young lady? If anything happens to the young lady or her baby, I'll sell all of you." The maids and servants trembled with fear, crying and begging. Su Xiaoya's main maid, Ziyu, couldn't help but cry as she said, "Madam, the young lady fell because she didn't sleep all night and was exhausted." Mrs. Wen was even angrier and said, "Why didn't she sleep? Doesn't she know she's pregnant and needs rest?" When Mingyue stood nearby, looking anxious and guilty. Mother didn't really like Xiaoya and was worried she might blame Xiaoya for something, so she took the blame herself. "Mother, this is all my fault. I didn't take good care of Xiaoya, and that's why she's so worried." Mrs. Wen felt even angrier when she heard this. Every time something involved Su Xiaoya, Wen Mingyue would take the blame himself. Just as he was about to scold, someone angry burst into the yard and punched Wen Mingyue in the face. It was Su Yuanfeng, Xiaoya's older brother. He looked furious, with red eyes, clearly very angry. "Wen Mingyue, when you married my sister, you promised to take good care of her. Is this how you take care of her?" Wen Mingyue was knocked off balance by the punch and almost fell down. His face immediately turned bruised, but he didn't fight back. He just silently endured the punch. He knew he was responsible for not taking good care of Xiaoya. Seeing Su Yuanfeng still wanted to hit him, Mrs. Wen quickly stepped in front of Wen Mingyue to protect him. She angrily shouted at Su Yuanfeng, "You scoundrel! Do you know what you're doing? This is the Shangshu residence, not your place to cause trouble. If you dare to hit again, I'll have someone arrest you." Su Yuanfeng didn't care and shouted back angrily, "If you have the guts, go ahead and try. I, Su Yunfeng, am telling you, if anything happens to my sister, we won't end this easily." Su Yunfeng, shut up. Hearing this scolding, Su Yunfeng, who was like a firecracker, immediately calmed down. With red eyes, he called out, "Grandmother." An elderly woman with a cane entered, saying, "I know you're worried about your sister, but acting like this will only make things worse. Calm down. Whatever happens, wait until your sister comes out to talk." Mrs. Wen stepped forward, forcing a smile, and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Everything can wait until Xiaoya is out. Old Lady Su, don't worry." We immediately hired the best midwife in Xinjiang, and with Dr. Lu's help, Xiaoya will be fine. The Su family were military officials mostly stationed at the border, and their status in Xinjiang was not as high as the Wen family. However, Old Lady Su is a noble lady of high rank, and Lady Wen, no matter how unwilling, dares not openly confront her. "Grandmother." When Mingyue stepped forward to bow and said sadly, "It's my fault for not taking good care of Xiaoya. It's only right that my older brother scolded me." Seeing everyone look at Wen Mingyue with blame, Ziyu felt sad. "Madam, Old Lady Su, it's not like that. The young lady falling was not the young master's fault at all. She was worried about the baby in her belly, and that's why she couldn't sleep all night. When she got up early, she was so distracted that she fell. At that time, the young master tried to help her and fell to the ground himself, even using his body as a cushion for her." "Ziyu, shut up," when Mingyue sternly interrupted, his eyes cold with warning. "That's not right. Yesterday noon, when you came to the Imperial physician's office, I checked the young lady's pulse, and everything was normal. Why was she so anxious and unable to sleep all night?" Hearing this, Lu Guohao couldn't help but ask. Hearing the words, when Madame, who had been feeling guilty in front of the Su family, immediately raised her eyebrows and asked sharply, "Ziyu, Dr. Lu said the baby has been fine. Why is the young lady worried? Tell me everything clearly." Ziyu had no choice but to continue. "Since the day before yesterday, the young lady has been restless. She kept worrying about the baby in her belly not moving. The young master took her to see the doctor, and on the way back, they met Miss Ling. Miss Ling said," she said, when Madame asked sharply, "Who is Miss Ling? What did she say?" Hearing this, Lu Guohao's pupils shrank, and he felt an inexplicable bad premonition. Ziyu swallowed hard and continued, "It's not Miss Ling. It's the Princess Royal. The Princess Royal said that if the young lady notices anything unusual with the baby, she can come to her immediately." After returning home, the young lady kept thinking about this, and the more she thought, the more worried she became. She then asked the young master to invite the Princess Royal. After the Princess Royal came, she said that the baby in the young lady's belly was not doing well, and that's why she couldn't sleep out of worry. Nonsense. When the young lady came to the Imperial physician's office yesterday, everything was fine. There was no problem at all. How could the Princess Royal make such false accusations? Lu Guohao immediately shouted angrily. When Mingyue quickly explained, the Princess Royal was worried about Xiaoya too. She may have noticed some unusual signs in Xiaoya's body, which is why she told her. Dr. Lu scoffed. "Huh. The princess consort of the emperor comes from the guilty Ling family, and she has never undergone medical training. She doesn't even have the basic qualifications to practice medicine. How could she notice anything unusual?" When Mingyue disagreed, although the Ling family was punished, their medical skills are still recognized, even by the princess. The princess has been studying medicine with her grandfather since she was young, so she should know a little. Dr. Lu became angry immediately, his face turning red. "You say she knows medicine? That means I, Lu Guohao, am a poor doctor who can't even tell a pregnant woman's pulse? Do you think my medical skills are worse than someone without a medical license? I tell you, the child in Xiaoya's belly is very healthy, nothing wrong. If you don't believe it, then believe a daughter of a guilty doctor. If that's the case, you should find someone else to treat you." After saying this, he waved his sleeve and was about to leave. Madame Wen quickly ordered someone to stop him. "Dr. Lu, you're being too harsh. Mingyue didn't mean it that way. He's just worried about his wife and child, so he's overreacting. He definitely doesn't mean your medical skills are bad." Seeing Lu Guohao's face soften a bit, she turned to Wen Mingyue and asked seriously, "Mingyue, what exactly is going on with the princess consort? Why did she say Xiaoya's baby isn't healthy?" Dr. Lu sneered from the side. "What do you think?" "I think she's just jealous. She can't have children herself, so She can't stand others having them. She's deliberately trying to scare the young lady. If she hadn't been talking nonsense, the young lady wouldn't have been so distracted and fallen, leading to a difficult labor. Everyone knows that Emperor Xiao Qiyu is not physically strong and will never have children in this life. As for Ling Qiyu, the princess consort, she naturally won't have children either. Jealousy towards other women makes sense in this context. At least, Madame Wen believed this explanation. Such a vicious woman. If anything happens to my Wen family's child, I will go to the palace to demand an explanation. Mother, the princess consort of the emperor is not like that. She wouldn't scare Xiaoya without reason. As soon as Shen Mingyue finished speaking, the gatekeeper came to report that His Royal Highness the Emperor was here. Everyone present was surprised and confused about why the king had come at this moment. Could it be that he knew about Ling Qiu's actions and came specifically to apologize? Just as Madame Wen was about to go out to greet him, she saw a girl in a pale yellow dress rush into the courtyard. Her appearance shocked everyone. "Who are you?" Madame Wen frowned in displeasure, looking at the reckless girl with a questioning tone. "How dare you be so rude and break into the Marquis's residence?" The girl seemed not to hear Madame Wen's words. She looked directly at Shen Mingyue with worry and tension on her face, grabbing him and asking, "Where is Sister Xiaoya?"
How is she?
"Take me to her quickly. Xiaoya is in the delivery room." "I will take you there now." Shen Mingyue was anxious to take Ling Qiu to see Su Xiaoya, but Madame Wen's voice was like a cold barrier blocking his way. "Stop right there." Madame Wen's tone was stern. Her eyes shot at Ling Qiu like blades. "You haven't answered me yet.
Who are you?
Why are you looking for Xiaoya?" Shen Mingyue's heart tightened, knowing that his mother, influenced by Dr. Liu, held a strong prejudice against Ling Qiu. But he still firmly explained, "Mother, she is Princess Ling Qiu, the king's consort. Asked her to come see Xiaoya. Since the incident, Xiaoya has been calling her name. You are the princess." Madame Wen's eyes flashed with surprise, but it was quickly replaced by anger. "You are the one who deliberately scared Xiaoya, making her confused and causing her to fall. You're the culprit." Ling Qiu was confused by Madame Wen's words. She frowned, puzzled, and asked, "What culprit? I don't understand what you're talking about. Move aside. I don't have time to chat. I want to see Sister Xiaoya." Madame Wen grew even angrier. She stepped forward and blocked her way, her voice cold and firm. "This is my Marquis's residence. No one can enter without my permission." Shen Mingyue saw this and felt anxious. He knew his mother's temper and that she wouldn't give in easily. Just as he was thinking about how to persuade her, he saw Ling Qiu raise her hand, then push Madame Wen. Madame Wen staggered from the push, and Ling Qiu strode toward the delivery room. Mrs. Wen was pushed back suddenly by an unexpected force, nearly falling to the ground. She shouted angrily, "Catch her! Quickly arrest this troublemaker." Following her command, a group of young servants rushed forward to subdue Ling Qiu. However, just as they were about to touch her clothes, a strong internal energy suddenly burst out from behind Ling Qiu, knocking everyone back. For a moment, there were shouts and thuds all around the yard. Everyone saw a dark figure quickly appear in front of Ling Qiu. Looking closely, it was Yan Fei, the leader of the Imperial Guards. He was dressed in a strong uniform with a serious expression. "Princess, you can go now. The prince is here," he said. Ling Qiu turned her head and saw Xiao Qiyu, sitting in a wheelchair, quietly appearing at the gate of the yard. His eyes were deep, and his voice was cold. "Go ahead. I give you my word." A strange feeling of excitement rose in Ling Qiu's heart. She thought Xiao Qiyu would leave after sending her to the Shangshu residence, but he actually stayed. At this moment, she felt a little more at ease. She looked deeply at Xiao Qiyu, then turned and rushed into the delivery room. Inside, the atmosphere was even more tense and serious. The midwife and maids gathered around Su Xiaoya's bed, encouraging her to push harder. But Su Xiaoya was exhausted and had no strength left. This made everyone more worried and anxious. Being a midwife for a wealthy family was not easy. If everything went smoothly, she would be paid well. But if something went wrong, they wouldn't be able to leave without trouble. When everyone saw Ling Chua suddenly burst in, they were all stunned. The head midwife frowned and scolded sharply. "Who are you? This is the delivery room. Not everyone can come in. Get out now." Ling Chua ignored her scolding and focused entirely on Su Xiaoya. She walked straight to the bed, carefully observing Su Xiaoya's face and expression. Seeing that Su Xiaoya's face was pale but her breathing was steady and she looked calm, Ling Chua felt a little relieved. Su Xiaoya lay on the bed, her once beautiful face now pale as paper, beads of sweat covering her forehead. Her hands clenched the blanket tightly, veins bulging, clearly in great pain. For her child, she was willing to give up her life. But at this moment, she had no strength left. Just as she was about to lose hope, she saw a familiar figure quickly walk into the room. It was Ling Chua, her eyes full of determination and concern, as if she could dispel all the darkness. Su Xiaoya, exhausted, suddenly saw a glimmer of light. Like a flash of hope, she used all her remaining strength and softly called out, "Chua,
Save
my child." Her voice was so faint it was almost inaudible, but Ling Chua heard her clearly. She took Su Xiaoya's cold hand and gently comforted her. "Xiaoya, don't be afraid. You and the baby will be fine." Her voice was gentle, but carried an undeniable firmness. However, this caused dissatisfaction among the midwife and maids nearby. The midwife frowned and stepped forward to push Ling Chua out, angrily shouting, "Get out. Leave immediately. Whether the young lady is safe or not isn't up to you. If you dare to disturb her again and cause any accidents, you'll be the one to blame." But as soon as she finished speaking, she felt a powerful force hit her. She was lifted as if by an invisible hand and then thrown out heavily. With a loud bang, the midwife's body hit the tiles outside the door, startling everyone inside and outside the room. Ling Chua coldly glanced at the frightened maids and servants inside, her voice devoid of warmth. "Either you leave on your own, or I'll throw you out." Her fierce presence made the maids and servants turn pale. They exchanged terrified looks and then stumbled out of the room. Madame Wen stood outside the door, witnessing this scene, her anger rising sharply. The Shangshu residence was her territory, and now someone was acting arrogantly on her land. "Why are you all still here? If anything happens to the young lady, none of you will be able to escape." The maidservants and maids were so frightened that they all knelt down, begging for mercy. "Madam, please spare us. It was that woman, the demoness, who drove us out. If we didn't leave, she would throw us out." "Boo-hoo!" Madame Wen was so angry she was trembling all over and shouted at Wen Mingyue in frustration. "Mingyue, is this why you brought her here? Breaking into the delivery room? Forcing out all the midwives? She's just a young girl with blonde hair. Does she know anything about delivering babies?" Her voice was sharp and shaky, clearly losing her composure from fear. Wen Mingyue, already worried, couldn't hold back anymore. His mind kept replaying Ling Chua's words. "Caesarean section, cut open the abdomen, take out the baby." "No, we can't do a C-section." "Absolutely not." When Mingyue suddenly rushed toward the delivery room like he had gone mad. With Yan Fei there, he couldn't get close without risking hitting his head and bleeding. "Your Royal Highness, please let me in. I beg you, let me see Xiaoya." The Su family members, who had been watching silently, could no longer stay calm. "What do you mean you can't do a C-section? What are you talking about?" "Wen Mingyue, explain yourself clearly." Su Yuanfeng grabbed Wen Mingyue by the collar and demanded sternly. Wen Mingyue, lost and dazed, sank to the ground without answering. The maidservant Ziyu, kneeling nearby, was afraid Su Yuanfeng might hurt their young master. She quickly shouted, "It's a C-section." The princess said that to save the young lady's baby, they must cut open her stomach and take the baby out. A gasp ran through the crowd. "What? You mean the princess wants to cut open my sister's belly?"
Su Yuanfeng exploded.
He shouted loudly and rushed toward the delivery room without regard. But Yan Fei, standing outside the door, stopped him. Yan Fei looked expressionless as he blocked the door, like an insurmountable wall. Su Yuanfeng, though skilled, appeared helpless in front of Yan Fei. After a few exchanges, he was defeated without any suspense. Yan Fei looked coldly at Su Yuanfeng, his voice firm and icy. No one can go in without the princess's order. Old Madame Su, the pillar of the Su family, was so angry she stomped her cane. She looked at Xiao Qiyu in front of her and asked sternly, "Your Highness, what do you mean? My granddaughter's safety is very important. If anything happens to her, my family will do everything possible to hold the responsible person accountable." Her voice was full of anger and determination, clearly prepared for the worst. However, when faced with old Lady Su's questioning, Xiao Qiyu remained cold and emotionless. He glanced calmly at everyone present and then slowly said, "You should be thankful that my wife is kind-hearted." His tone was still cold, but Yan Fei seemed to hear a hint of pride from within. Having such a strong wife as the wife of the house is indeed something to be proud of. So, the master is starting to feel attracted, right? Note it down and ask Dad to help analyze it when we go back. Everyone else present was stunned when they heard this. What does it mean that the wife is kind-hearted? Is she kind enough to open someone up? Mrs. Wen, who had been very angry, suddenly calmed down when she heard this. C-section. Can it really save the baby? Su Yuanfeng was trembling with anger. He pointed at the closed door and angrily asked, "Are you trying to cut open my sister's belly? You want to exchange my sister's life for the baby? Only if I die." His voice was full of rage and dissatisfaction, as if he might explode at any moment. This was the first time a younger person had insulted him like this. Mrs. Wen was very angry, but because of her own plans, she didn't feel guilty and didn't scold him. Seeing Su Yuanfeng still wanting to fight, Yan Fei kindly advised, "Don't worry. With my wife here, your sister will be fine." But Su Yuanfeng didn't believe it at all. "If she's going to cut open my sister's belly and you tell me everything will be fine? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Mingyue suddenly asked Lu Guahao in the crowd, "Dr. Lu, if a person's belly is cut open, is there still hope?" Since the appearance of King Yu, Lu Guahao had been hiding among the crowd like an invisible person. After all, at the Imperial Medical Office, he was exposed by Ling for his hidden anal fissure and was forced to kneel 3 times and 9 bows. Because of that, he had a shadow in his heart when facing people from the royal palace. But now that he finally had a chance to deal with that despicable Ling he naturally wasn't afraid anymore. How is that possible? Only when you plan to leave your child behind do you consider a C-section. Otherwise, no one would think of doing it. Yan Fei sneered, "Just because others can't do it doesn't mean my wife can't. My wife is clever, talented, and gifted. There's nothing she can't do, nothing you haven't thought of. For example, Dr. Lu's pulse problem. He hid it for so many years, but my wife saw it at a glance." Lu Guahao's face instantly turned pale and red with embarrassment and shame. So what? Think about it. Throughout history, who has survived after a cesarean section? Forget the scary consequences after opening the abdomen. Just the pain of cutting open the stomach is more than most can bear. Everyone present shuddered at the thought of a knife slicing skin, let alone being cut open alive. When Mingyue immediately lost his mind and rushed forward recklessly. At the same time, Grandma Zhao hurried over with a large box filled with emergency medical tools, silver needles, gold needles, various herbs. She bowed to Xiao Qiyu and then headed straight to the delivery room. Seeing Wen Mingyue and Su Yuanfeng blocking her way and arguing with Yan Fei, she didn't hesitate to kick them aside. "Everyone be quiet. If you disturb the princess, you'll be taken out immediately," Yan Fei awkwardly agreed. Meanwhile, outside, amidst the chaos, Ling Chue calmly prepared for surgery in the space of the divine doctor, following the preoperative procedures. She checked the reports on Su Xiaoya and the baby in her belly. Then she personally helped Su Xiaoya wipe her body and shave the hair around the surgical area. Su Xiaoya lay on the bed, her pain so intense that she was almost unconscious. But seeing Ling Chue's determined eyes and skilled movements, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. She knew her life and her babies were entrusted to this seemingly delicate woman who radiated strong power. Ling Chue gently wiped the sweat from Su Xiaoya's forehead and softly said, "Don't worry, I will do everything I can to keep you and the baby safe. Her voice seemed to have a magical effect, easing Su Xiaoya's tense nerves a little. Hearing Grandma Zhao's voice outside, she called out, "Grandma, when you come in, please bring Prince Wen along too." In ancient times, there was a rule that men were not allowed to enter the delivery room because it was considered a place full of blood and filth. However, in the 22nd century, things are completely different. Men are now allowed to go inside to witness their wives giving birth, which helps strengthen their sense of responsibility for family and parenting. It also provides emotional support and comfort for the mother. As expected, there was a lot of opposition outside when Mingyue wanted to enter the delivery room. Mrs. Wen was the most vocal.
No.
Mingyue is a man. How can he go into such a dirty place? Worried that her words might upset the Su family, she quickly added, Mingyue isn't a doctor. It wouldn't help if he went in. It might just cause trouble. But despite her objections, when Mingyue hurriedly rushed toward the delivery room, Mrs. Wen was so angry she almost tore her handkerchief in frustration. But there was nothing else she could do. When Mingyue stepped inside, already prepared to see a bloody scene. But what he saw was completely different from what he expected. The room was clean and bright, filled with a faint smell of medicine, and there was no trace of blood. Su Xiaoya was lying on the bed. Although her face was a little pale, she looked very calm, even smiling slightly. When Mingyue was stunned, unable to believe what he saw, his panic somehow eased a little. He quickly went to Su Xiaoya's side, holding her hand tightly, trembling as he called out, "Xiaoya!" Su Xiaoya opened her eyes slightly. When she saw Mingyue, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes.
You.
How did you get in? She weakly managed to smile and softly comforted him. Don't worry. Chuyu is here. I'll be fine. When Mingyue's eyes reddened as he looked at Ling Chuyu. She had her hair styled into a neat bun, revealing a smooth forehead. She was wearing a mask that only showed her bright, determined eyes. Her hands, covered with thin gloves, were helping Zhao Mama put on a strange white gown. She was focused on arranging a row of knives in front of her. This made Mingyue feel a surge of panic again. Princess Yu, do you really have to perform a cesarean section? Ling Chua nodded firmly and said, Don't worry, I won't let Sister Xiaoya get into trouble. I brought you in to stay with Sister Xiaoya and help her feel at ease. So please don't cause any trouble and just stay quietly by her side. Otherwise, I will throw you out again. Her voice was gentle but carried a firm authority that could not be ignored. Princess, rest assured. I won't let young Master Wen bother you. Madame Zhao looked serious, as if daring Mingyue to make a move. She would knock him out and throw him out immediately. Although Mingyue still felt nervous inside, seeing Ling Qiue's determined look made his anxiety ease a little. He tightly held Xiaoya's hand and whispered, Xiaoya, don't be afraid. I will stay with you always. Xiaoya smiled and nodded, knowing that with Ling Qiue and Mingyue here, she and the baby would surely get through this safely. Ling Qiue turned to Madame Zhao and ordered, Madam, here are the cloths and hot water for delivery. After I take the baby out, I will need you to help clean the baby. Madame Zhao nodded seriously. But secretly, she also felt a bit nervous. After all, she was used to handling fights easily, but delivering a baby was her first time. Once everything was ready, Ling Qiue turned back to Xiaoya and softly comforted her. Now I will give you anesthesia. You will feel a prick, and soon your lower body will go numb. But this is normal. Once the medicine takes effect, you will recover. So don't be afraid, okay? Xiaoya nodded. When Mingyue became even more nervous, gripping Xiaoya's hand tighter, which made her feel a little calmer. Because others were present, Ling Qiue didn't use the same method as she did during Ling Cici surgery, where she directly used the divine doctor space to give anesthesia. Instead, she took a nearby syringe and quickly and accurately injected Xiaoya with the right amount of anesthesia. This syringe was specially made for her by Xiao Qiyu, and it turned out to be perfect, almost identical to the syringes she used in the 22nd century. After waiting a moment, Ling Qiue checked the space's time and estimated the anesthesia had taken effect. She pressed gently on Xiaoya's belly. Do you feel anything? Su Xiaoya shook her head. No feeling. Ling Chua continued to test, but Su Xiaoya still shook her head. After confirming the anesthesia took effect, Ling Chua began disinfecting Su Xiaoya's abdomen further to prevent infection during surgery. The operating room in the Divine Doctor space can create a sterile environment, but it cannot remove bacteria already on the patient. The disinfectant produced in the space is colorless and odorless. To Ma and the others, it looked like basic cleaning work. When Mingyue stood beside Su Xiaoya, watching Ling Chua's actions with increasing tension, he quietly held Su Xiaoya's hand, murmuring, "Xiaoya, don't be afraid. It's okay. It's okay." These words of reassurance, whether meant for Su Xiaoya or himself, seemed to serve as both comfort and encouragement. Cold sweat on his forehead revealed his inner anxiety and panic.
Mama całą notice duen minjuese nervousness.
She felt tense, worried he might suddenly lose control and affect Ling Chua's surgery. So, she kept half her attention on Wen Mingyue, ready to handle any sudden emergencies. After disinfecting, Ling Chua placed a white cloth around Su Xiaoya's abdomen. These were prepared in the delivery room, just replaced with sterile cloths from the space. Once everything was ready, Ling Chua picked up a scalpel. At this moment, her gaze became even more focused, as if only she and the scalpel existed in the world. Without hesitation, she made a horizontal cut on Su Xiaoya's lower abdomen. The sound of the scalpel slicing through skin echoed clearly in the quiet room. Just as she made the cut, Wen Mingyue couldn't help but gasp. His sound was soft, but in the silent room, it sounded very sharp. However, the sound stopped abruptly halfway. Ling Chua looked up and saw Ma Zhao had already moved, pressing on Wen Mingyue's acupoint. At this moment, Wen Mingyue couldn't move or make a sound. Only his eyes could move. And those eyes, unfortunately, were directly facing the direction of Ling Chua's surgery. This scene was prepared to let him observe the bloody surgery from every angle, without missing a detail. Ling Chua secretly smiled and silently praised Zhao Mama. Seeing that Su Xiaoya's face showed no fear, she continued her work. Soon, a cut about 15 centimeters long was made. This was the smallest incision carefully calculated to ensure the surgery went smoothly while minimizing harm to the patient. There was some blood seepage at the edges of the cut, but very little. Ling Chua always used precise techniques to stop bleeding during her surgeries. Even in the 22nd century, this was standard practice. The amount of bleeding can sometimes determine whether a surgery is successful. In the 22nd century, blood transfusions could be done during surgery to prevent excessive blood loss. But in this era, there is no blood available for transfusion. The space of the Divine Doctor has blood storage and transfusion equipment, but no blood. In the future, when conditions allow, it wouldn't be impossible to prepare some blood in advance. However, nowadays, people value their bodies and skin as gifts from their parents, so blood collection is frowned upon. This scene shocked Zhao Mama and Wen Mingyue. During Li Cici's last surgery, Zhao Mama didn't see it, but every time she saw that old man Li Duquan bragging and showing off in front of him, she couldn't help but want to hit him. Seeing it with her own eyes this time truly opened her eyes. She was still holding a clean cloth, originally prepared to wipe blood off Ling Chua if it splattered. But now, it seemed she wouldn't need it. Wen Mingyue's eyes still showed panic, but now there was also a hint of surprise. Although he was just a gentle scholar and had never seen fighting scenes, he still knew some basic facts. Most people, when they cut open their bodies, bleed more than this. After opening the abdomen, Ling Chua quickly and steadily inserted a support frame to hold the incision open, keeping the surgical view clear. Next, she made a horizontal cut. This time, she cut into the uterine wall, located in the lower part of the uterus. This area has a thinner muscle layer, which helps the baby to be born smoothly. As the uterine wall was opened, a new life appeared before Ling Chua's eyes. Seeing the fetus lying inside, a wave of indescribable emotion rose in her heart. She is not an obstetrician, and she has not performed many cesarean sections, but every new life she witnesses deeply moves her. She takes a deep breath to steady her emotions, then carefully inserts her hand into the incision. Her hand gently explores inside the uterus, searching for the exact position of the fetus. Once she confirms she has hold of the baby's head, she begins to gently and steadily apply force, slowly pulling the baby out of the womb. For Wei Mingyu standing nearby, this scene is truly breathtaking. He has never seen such a bloody and shocking scene. His already pale face suddenly turns even whiter, and his forehead is covered with tiny beads of sweat. He clenches his teeth tightly, trying to control his fear and panic. If he weren't worried about frightening Su Xiaoyao with his reaction, he might have fainted already. Even Zhao Mama, who is usually used to bloody scenes, can't help but widen her eyes at this moment. Nothing like the gruesome scenes of dismemberment or beheading compares to the shock of seeing Ling Chua put her hand into Su Xiaoyao's belly. What surprises her most is that Su Xiaoyao still appears calm, as if nothing has happened, though weak. She is still conscious. But before they can be too shocked, the next scene hits them even harder. They see Ling Chua's hand slowly withdraw from Su Xiaoyao's belly. On her blood-stained hand, she is holding the head of a baby. It's very small, but clear enough to see the tiny, wrinkled features. More clearly, they notice the band wrapped around the baby's neck, coiled several times. Seeing this, Wei Mingyue's face has lost all color. His eyes are wide open, as if they might pop out at any moment. Choking around the neck. His child's neck was really wrapped. For a moment, his mind goes blank. First the head, then the body, and finally a pair of tiny feet. Soon, with Ling Chua's help, a small baby is born from the mother's belly and appears before everyone. The tiny body is wrapped in a sticky amniotic sac, neither crying nor moving.
No crying?
Zhao Mama's heart skips a beat. This baby might not survive. Having seen life and death many times, the old nurse felt an inexplicable discomfort at this moment. Outside the delivery room, the atmosphere grew more serious. As time passed, the waiting people became more anxious and restless. They huddled together, whispering to each other, and various bad guesses spread among them. Why is there no sound coming from inside? This doesn't seem like a normal delivery, someone muttered quietly. Yeah, the situation really doesn't look right. Could something have gone wrong? Another person echoed, showing clear worry. Every guess made the Su family members more nervous and uneasy. Su Yuanfeng was especially irritable. He tried several times to rush inside, but was always stopped by Yan Fei. If Yan Fei hadn't held him back, Su Yuanfeng might have been beaten half to death. Su Yuanfeng, stop wasting your effort. If something had gone wrong, it would have already happened. There's no need to rush now. If everything is fine, going in now would only disturb the princess's treatment and wouldn't help at all. What do you mean if something had gone wrong, it would have already happened? It was fine before, but once he said it, the Su family members nearly lost their minds. Even the healthy old lady Su was almost driven to anger and tears. Yuanfeng, come back here, old lady Su shouted angrily. Su Yuanfeng still wanted to struggle, but my sister is still inside. Before he finished, he saw the venerable elder, who had been sitting calmly, suddenly stand up. She leaned on her cane, walking slowly step by step. Her figure was slightly hunched, and her face was full of wrinkles. But the fierce aura she emitted was no weaker than that of generals who had fought on the battlefield. Seeing old lady Su move, the Su family members immediately followed. Get out of the way. Old lady Su's voice was full of authority. Either let me in, or you can just hit me to death right here. Yan Fei didn't move, but for a moment, he also felt a bit nervous. The entire Su family was loyal and brave, and even the women were not weaker than men. For such heroes, he dared not really make a move. But letting them go in and disturb the princess's surgery? He absolutely wouldn't dare. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely tense. The room had poor soundproofing, so the noise outside was clearly heard inside the delivery room. However, it did not affect Ling Chu at all. When Granny Zhao worried about the silent baby, she quickly and calmly cleaned the mucus from the baby's face. Then she used a suction bulb to gently squeeze and draw out the remaining amniotic fluid from the baby's mouth and nose. After cleaning, she gently pressed on the baby's chest to help expel any leftover fluid from the airway. For a baby born by cesarean, This squeezing mimics natural chest movements during breathing and helps remove residual fluid. Ling Chue worked very carefully, but Granny Zhao found it hard to watch. After so much time, was there still hope for this baby? When Mingyu's face turned red with emotion as he stared at the baby in Ling Chue's hands, about the size of his palm, tears streaming down his face. His heart was filled with pain and regret, almost overwhelming him. When Ling Chue said the baby's umbilical cord was wrapped around his neck, he should have believed her. Why didn't he trust her then?
Why?
Su Xiaoya, holding Wen Mingyu's hand, seemed to sense his distress. She felt uneasy. A cloth curtain separated her view, so she had no idea what was happening. Chue, is the baby out? Did you get him out? Her voice hoarse and trembling. Ling Chue kept working with her hands and looked up, meeting Su Xiaoya's eyes across the curtain. Yes, the baby is out. Don't worry, he's fine. You'll see him soon. Her gentle voice carried a hint of happiness, and Su Xiaoya's worries instantly disappeared. Chue, thank you. When Mingyue only thought Ling Chue was comforting Su Xiaoya, tears flowed more fiercely from his eyes. After pressing and massaging dozens of times, Ling Chue supported the baby with one hand and gently tapped his little bottom with the other. With a soft smack, a clear cry burst from the baby's tightly closed mouth. That cry shattered the heavy silence. Like the rising sun, it brought hope and new life. In the delivery room, Grandma Zhao and Wen Mingyue were startled, and everyone outside was also surprised. Initially tense and suspicious, everyone's gaze shifted at the same time toward the sound, those closed delivery room doors. The previous tension and anxiety were replaced by hope and joy. Madame Wen, who had been sitting steadily, suddenly stood up, a look of happiness flashing across her face. Has it been born? Her voice trembled, filled with disbelief and deep excitement. She stared intently at the door, as if she could see their family's third-generation heir through it. The Su family members were also startled by the crying. They exchanged curious and expectant looks. But their joy was not as strong or direct as Madame Wen's. Because for them, more than the baby's birth, they were worried about Su Xiaoya's condition. The crying of the baby eased their worries a little, but Su Xiaoya's safety was their main concern. They kept their eyes fixed on the door, waiting for someone to come out and tell them mother and baby are safe. But they were disappointed. Besides the crying, there was no other movement inside the room. The door remained tightly closed. Grandma Su was more determined than ever to go in and see her granddaughter. Just as Yan Fei was about to give up and seek help from her master, Ling Chue's voice came from inside the room. Yan Fei, like Grandma An. The princess spoke, and Yan Fei naturally allowed it. Of course, only Grandma Su was allowed to go in. Others, like Su Yuanfeng, could not. The door opened, and Zhao Mama held a gown to help Grandma Su put it on, then supported her as she entered. At a glance, Grandma Su almost fainted. Her bloody, exposed belly was just open. Her granddaughter. Her granddaughter. So young. Grandmother. A faint but familiar cry made tears well up in Grandma Su's eyes, but she quickly blinked them back. Xiaoya, are you all right? Mrs. Su quickly rushed to Su Xiaoya's side, almost knocking the sculpture-like Wen Mingyue to the ground. But it was Zhao Mama who reacted quickly and directly released his pressure points. Wen Mingyue, now free, looked at Su Xiaoya and then at the child handed to Zhao Mama. He was momentarily at a loss. Princess Yu, what should we do about Xiaoya's pregnancy in the future? He asked. Wen Mingyue's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the joy in the delivery room caused by the arrival of new life. Everyone's eyes focused on Su Xiaoya's bloody belly. The wound was about the size of a bowl, but it looked terrifying. Such a large wound wouldn't last more than a few days, even for the strongest soldiers. And Su Xiaoya was a weak woman. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became heavy. Ling Chue, who was about to perform a traditional cleansing, was stunned for a moment. Pregnant? What pregnancy? She asked, confused, not understanding his question. Her brief silence caused misunderstandings among the people present. Su Xiaoya forced a smile, her voice weak, but full of gratitude.
Mingyue, ai fine.
I'm just happy to see our child one last time before I die. Thank you, Chue. As she spoke, her eyes gently and affectionately looked at the child in Zhao Mama's hands. This made Zhao Mama, usually so stern, quicken her movements, wanting to send the child to his mother's side so they could be together a little longer. When Mingyue's eyes suddenly turned red, his body shook and he staggered, kneeling in front of Su Xiaoya's bed, tears streaming down his face. Old Lady Su, who was tenderly feeding water to her granddaughter, couldn't help but tremble. Her already hunched figure seemed to bend even more at that moment. The usually strong old lady looked at Ling Chiyue with sadness and begged, "Princess Yu, you saw the child's abnormality early. Your medical skills must be very good.
Please save Xiaoya.
Whether it succeeds or not, our Su family will owe you a life." Ling Chua looked at one person then another, confused. Wait a minute. What do you mean? Xiaoya and her baby are safe. That's a good thing, isn't it? Why are you all so sad? Old Lady Su was stunned. Our mother and child safe, when Mingyue also stopped crying. But what about her stomach? What's wrong with her stomach? Ling Chua naturally replied, "Once I finish cleaning, I can sew it up right away." Sew it up, for different voices exclaimed in surprise. Now Ling Chua finally understood why they were so upset. Because of a misunderstanding, what she saw as normal stitching was considered shocking and extraordinary in ancient times. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile softly, continuing her work while explaining. Yes, with such a big wound, sewing it up first helps it heal faster. Nanny Zhao couldn't help but ask curiously, "Princess, the needle and thread for sewing, are they?" She looked at the embroidery needle and white thread on the small table. Ling Chua shrugged, indicating her agreement. If no one else was around, she could replace them with medical-grade surgical thread. But now, she could only let Su Xiaoyao endure it, knowing there would be an extra step of removing the stitches later. Everyone else looked at Nanny Zhao and immediately felt uneasy. Is this really possible? They had sewn clothes and leather shoes before, but never thought people could be sewn up like that. As a result, they kept watching Ling Chua's hands, eager to see how she would do it. Ling Chua paid no mind to their curiosity and focused on her work. In a cesarean operation after the baby is delivered, the uterus usually needs cleaning. This involves removing any remaining tissue, like the placenta, membranes, or blood clots, to help the uterus recover. This process is called curettage. So, the watching eyes saw Ling Chua carefully removing various sized blood clots from Su Xiaoya's abdomen. Years ago, several medical interns, before even trying the procedure, got so queasy they almost vomited. Fortunately, the three present weren't ordinary people. Old Lady Su and Nanny Zhao were strong and experienced, having seen many things. The most useless scholar, Wen Mingyue, was only concerned about Su Xiaoya's safety, with no other thoughts. Because of this, their expressions varied but remained calm. What is this? Wen Mingyue couldn't help but ask. This time, before Ling Chua could answer, Madame Su stepped in first to explain. When a woman gives birth, some dirty matter forms inside her belly. If not cleaned properly, it can cause health problems. Although the explanations differ slightly, they are quite similar. After cleaning all the remaining debris, Ling Chua carefully used a cloth to absorb the blood inside. Once finished, she slightly cleaned the bloodstains on her gloves and then began sewing the uterus. Seeing Ling Chua pick up the needle and thread from the table, the three onlookers all widened their eyes. Under their watchful eyes, Ling Chua replaced her thread with absorbable surgical thread. Suturing the uterus is different from sewing skin. To ensure the uterus stays intact and bleeding stops, she must use absorbable thread for continuous or interrupted stitches. And the stitches inside the uterus won't be visible later, so there's no risk of being discovered. First, Ling Chua folded the two sides of the uterus inward and tied a knot in an 8 shape. This is a traditional method called mattress suturing. It involves tying knots between the uterine walls to stop bleeding. This method provides good bleeding control, but takes more time and effort. With each stitch, when Mingyue trembled uncontrollably. It felt as if the needle was piercing his own flesh. He was afraid that if he kept watching, he might faint from exhaustion, affecting Ling Qiue's work. Madame Su pushed him aside roughly, saying, "You stay with Xiaoya." Her tone carried a hint of disdain. Aunt Zhao also carefully handed the cleaned-up baby to the couple and focused intently on watching the suturing technique. Strangely, both elderly women felt that if this medical skill were shared, it could save many lives, especially soldiers injured on the battlefield. No matter what was happening around, Ling Qiue remained highly focused during the operation. She had previously worked as a battlefield doctor in war-torn areas to earn merit points quickly. After finishing the uterine suturing, she began closing the abdominal cavity and sewing up the incision. Compared to stitching the uterus, abdominal suturing is much simpler. This time, she didn't replace the sutures, but started sewing directly with embroidery thread. Her hand movements were quick and steady. She stitched a cut about 10 centimeters long, and in less than 15 minutes, it was fully closed. After Ling Qiue used a disinfectant cloth to wipe away the blood around the area, the two elderly women watching couldn't help but lean in closer. They couldn't help but marvel at what they saw. On Su Xiaoya's smooth, fair skin, there was a visible stitch mark. At first glance, it looked a bit ugly, but thinking back to the torn wound before stitching, it suddenly looked much better. To everyone else, it was a tense and dramatic scene, but in Ling Qiue's eyes, it was just a routine cesarean section, now successfully completed. Did she really sew it up? Grandma Su was so surprised she stammered. "Princess, besides the wound on her belly, can other wounds also be stitched?" Granny Zhao asked thoughtfully. Ling Qiue, while tidying up, replied, "Most wounds can be stitched up, but different parts heal at different rates." Grandma Su hurriedly asked, "How well can Xiaoya's wound heal?" Ling Qiue said, "With careful care and no infection, it can heal almost completely, though there might be some scars. After all, women in this era cared a lot about their appearance." Grandma Su looked surprised and a bit worried. "Just a scar." Ling Qiue looked at Su Xiaoya and said, "If Xiaoya cares about it, I can prepare some scar-removing ointment later, so it won't leave a scar." "Princess, if limbs are broken, can they also be stitched?" Granny Zhao suddenly asked. Her words made Grandma Su's eyes widen in shock. "Broken limbs? How is that even possible to sew up? Can it be done?" When she looked into Ling Qiue's calm eyes, her voice grew softer, filled with doubt. Ling Qiue replied, "Yes, but because limbs involve blood vessels, bones, and nerves, the process is more demanding." She paused for a moment and then said, "Generally, for limb reattachment, it's best to sew within 3 hours after the injury. The success rate is higher, and the chances of the limb surviving are better." After more than 3 hours, tissue death and blood vessel degeneration occurred. After stitching, blood vessels tend to clog or become blocked, which can cause the stitches to fail. These 3 hours are estimated based on the environment and preservation conditions of this era. In the 22nd century, with better methods, even 24 hours would likely not cause problems. While she was marveling at the technological gap between the two eras, the people present were stunned by her answer. Can broken limbs be stitched and still survive? Is this what people call the legendary, healing the dead with flesh and bones? If the girl in front of them truly possesses such incredible medical skills, what a great blessing for Yunlin. No, it's not just a possibility. She has already achieved it. Performing a cesarean section for them is also a kind of miraculous medical skill, like healing the dead with flesh and bones. At this moment, whether it was the dignified and commanding old lady Su or the fierce and imposing Granny Zhao, both looked at Ling Qiue with admiration. When Mingyue and Su Xiaoya. Forget it, they are young and inexperienced. Just ignore it. After tidying up the medical kit, Ling Qiue was about to leave when she saw the few people still stunned in place. She couldn't help but speak. "The surgery is over. Aren't you going out to share the good news?" Everyone was initially confused. When Mingyue was the first to react and quickly shouted, "Yes, share the good news. Haha, mother and child are safe. Mother and child are safe." Outside the door, Two prominent figures had just arrived among the anxious crowd. One was Minister of Rights, Lord Wen Mingyue's father. He wore official robes, with a look of authority and elegance on his face. The other was General Wei Yuan, Su Qingyong, Su Xiaoyao's father. He was dressed in armor, with a face full of determination and bravery. They had just finished court and hurried over, now confronting Xiao Qiyu. Their eyes were full of worry and anger. How could they remain indifferent when they heard their daughter-in-law and daughter were about to undergo a cesarean? The Su family, known for their straightforward nature as soldiers, wanted to rush in immediately. Su Qinghai's eyes widened with anger, and he shouted loudly, "Move aside. Or don't blame me for being rude." He was about to charge into the room. However, Xiao Qiyu stood in front of him with a blank expression. "General Su, you are no match for the Jinwu Guard. Please stay calm." His voice was calm, but it carried a strong sense of authority. The Warm family, known for their scholarly background, was trying to reason with people. Master Wen stepped forward and bowed to Xiao Qiyu. "Your Royal Highness, this matter is just a family affair between our Wen and Su families. Using force is not proper." Xiao Qiyu still responded expressionlessly, "My wife came here to help because of young Master Ying's invitation. If you want to cancel the agreement, you can ask young Master Ying to explain." Hearing this, Su Yuanfeng, a rough man, suddenly widened his eyes and shouted loudly toward the delivery room, "Wen Mingyue, what are you doing inside? Come out now." As soon as he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened. Such a quick response surprised everyone. They had tried everything before, but couldn't get inside. Before they could react, an elderly woman with white hair walked out of the room. Old Lady Su. She had a big smile on her face and was holding a tightly wrapped bundle. Everyone present seemed to be struck by a spell, standing still and staring blankly at Old Lady Su. Meanwhile, Lady Wen, who was usually elegant and composed, reacted the fastest. She hurriedly ran to Old Lady Su, her face full of excitement and anticipation. She looked closely at the bundle in Old Lady Su's arms and asked nervously, "Mother-in-law, is this Mingyue's child?" Old Lady Su was in a very good mood and didn't bother with past disagreements. She smiled warmly and replied, "Yes, congratulations, mother-in-law. Both mother and baby are safe." She then handed the bundle to Lady Wen. "Mother and baby are safe." These 4 words were like a thunderclap, instantly waking everyone up. They were stunned at first, then quickly reacted and crowded around, congratulating and offering their blessings. The Su father and son, who had been scowling with their teeth showing, no longer cared about their image. They grinned widely, showing their white teeth, looking like 2 silly people. Yan Fei glanced at Su Yuanfeng's face, which still had a purple bruise, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. He crossed his arms and looked proud as he said, "Look at you. I told you before that my wife is very skilled in medicine, so she wouldn't have any problems. You insisted on risking yourself. Now you see you were wrong, right?" At this moment, Su Yuanfeng was in a very good mood and didn't mind Yan Fei's teasing. He touched the bruises on his face, smiled happily, and apologized with a bow. "Commander Yan, you're right. I was blind and didn't recognize the greatness of my wife. Please forgive me for my rudeness and don't hold it against me." Yan Fei looked at Su Yuanfeng's sincere apology and felt his anger fade a lot. He snorted and accepted the apology. He also knew that the Su family truly cared about Su Xiaoya's safety. The previous conflict was just a misunderstanding caused by overworrying. Su Qinghai also completely let go of his previous tough attitude. He knew he had acted too harshly, so he bowed to Xiao Qiyu and apologized. "Your Highness, I am just a rough man with little sense. If I offended you before, please forgive me and don't take it to heart. If you're still upset, just think of me as nothing and let it go." Before he finished speaking, someone suddenly slapped his head hard. "Who the hell?" Su Qinghai's angry shout stopped abruptly when he saw his mother. He immediately shrank back like a quail. "How dare you talk like that?" Old Lady Su scolded her useless son and then looked at Xiao Qiyu with gratitude. "Your Highness, we are very grateful for your help and the princess's help in saving my granddaughter. On behalf of the Su family, I thank you. If there's anything we can do for you in the future, Please don't hesitate to ask. Xiao Qi replied calmly, You're too kind, but it's just because my wife is kind-hearted. Hearing this, the Su family members couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Everyone said that the King of Heaven only came because he knew he was cursed to be unlucky with wives, so he didn't refuse anyone. That's why he even didn't mind the girl from the Ling family, who was a servant. But seeing him call his wife, my wife, so often, why couldn't they see any sign of dislike? If there was any, it was probably directed at those ungrateful people. At this moment, Lu Guohao was pushed into a corner by the crowd congratulating him. Seeing the joyful atmosphere in front of him, he felt full of resentment and hatred, with a cold glint in his eyes. The moment Ling Qiuyue entered the delivery room, he kept hoping in his heart that Su Xiaoya and her baby would both be gone. Such a tragic outcome would surely make the Wen and Su families hate Ling Qiuyue intensely. Even though the King of Yu was protecting her now, he didn't believe the king could keep her safe forever. Since Ling Qiuyue married into the royal family, a quiet gambling game had started in Shengjing City, betting on when Ling Qiuyue would be expelled from the palace. Moreover, as the king's most valued younger brother, he had not been summoned to the palace after marriage. It was clear that no one in the palace looked favorably on Ling Qiuyue, the princess consort. However, what Lu Guohao didn't expect was that Su Xiaoya managed to have a safe delivery despite the difficult labor. He gritted his teeth in hatred, thinking Ling Qiuyue was incredibly lucky to escape danger like this. But what does her safety matter? Even if he couldn't make the Wen and Su families hate Ling Qiuyue, he definitely couldn't let them feel grateful to her. So, he hid his displeasure, put on a smiling face, and stepped forward to congratulate the Wen family on their new addition. Madam Wen, congratulations! Lu Guohao's voice was full of enthusiasm. Young Madam is truly blessed, managing to turn danger into safety in such a perilous situation. As he spoke, he looked down at the baby in the swaddle, showing a surprised expression. Oh, this child has a rosy complexion, clearly very healthy. Why was there talk that the baby might have problems before birth? Wasn't that just scaring people? If the young madam hadn't been frightened by those words, she wouldn't have been in such a dangerous situation today. As soon as Lu Guohao finished speaking, the atmosphere around them became a bit tense. Everyone knew he was hinting that someone had spread rumors on purpose to harm Su Xiaoya and her baby. Sure enough, Madam Wen's face changed after hearing Lu Guohao's words. She clearly remembered questioning Ziyu earlier. Wasn't the one scaring Su Xiaoya none other than Ling Qiuyue? Seeing the Su family pulling Madam Wen to apologize to the crown prince, she couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment. Today, it was clearly their royal mansion people who caused this trouble, and now they are acting as if they're important. He immediately looked toward the direction of the royal mansion, speaking with a sarcastic tone. Today's matter really troubles the royal mansion and the royal consort. I didn't expect Xiaoya to be so capable, making the royal consort work all morning for nothing. But we will definitely give the proper thanks we owe. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Everyone could see that Lady Wen was deliberately provoking the royal consort. Xiao Qiyu's face showed no change, but those around him clearly felt a sudden chill, as if the temperature had dropped a lot. Yan Fei stood nearby and sneered. Lady Wen thinks the royal mansion is missing a thank you gift from your Wen family. His tone was full of disdain and mockery. Lady Wen knew her words were not appropriate at this moment. But coming from a noble family, she was used to being arrogant. She immediately retorted to Yan Fei. How could that be? The royal mansion wouldn't look at us, the minister's family, but that doesn't mean the royal mansion is lacking. Some people are, after all. Before the royal consort married, shut up, she hadn't finished her sentence when Lord Wen suddenly shouted at her. Lord Wen, with a furious face, glared at Lady Wen. What nonsense are you talking? The royal consort is not someone you can casually slander. Apologize to the royal king right now. Lady Wen was startled by Lord Wen's sudden shout. Her previously arrogant attitude immediately faded. However, unexpectedly, she did not apologize to the royal king as Lord Wen demanded. Instead, she started blaming Lord Wen. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm holding the baby? Lady Wen glared at Lord Wen with dissatisfaction, her tone full of resentment. If you scare my precious grandson, I won't forgive you. Huh. You're worrying too much. As soon as she finished speaking, Grandma Su coldly interrupted. If it weren't for the royal consort today, your precious grandson probably wouldn't even have had a chance to be scared. Grandma Su's words were blunt and directly exposed Lady Wen's unreasonable behavior. Lady Wen's face instantly turned ugly after hearing Grandma Su's words. She stared at Grandma Su with wide eyes, showing clear dissatisfaction. Everyone around seemed blind. Why were they all siding with Ling Chua? A princess consort from a servant's background. What was there to admire about her? Madam Wen angrily shouted. Old madam, what do you mean? Even if you don't like me, you shouldn't curse the child. You're still the great-grandmother of the baby. Before old Madam Su could reply, Shen Mingyue's voice came from behind. Mother, grandmother is right. Without the princess consort, Xiaoya and the baby would be in danger. She is a great benefactor to our Wen family. Everyone turned around and saw Ling Chua slowly walking out of the delivery room, carrying a medicine box. Her fair face looked a little tired, but her eyes were sharp and intense, as if they could see through people, making it hard to meet her gaze. She walked steadily toward Madam Wen, her tone calm but firm with authority. Madam Wen, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I saved Sister Xiaoya's life, and I personally untied the umbilical cord of the baby. If you don't believe me, you can ask your son yourself. Also, I want you to understand that Sister Xiaoya didn't do this to seek thanks from your Wen family. She did it because of her sisterly kindness. After speaking, she headed toward Xiao Qiyu with the medicine box. Sorry for wasting so much of your time.
We can go back now.
Shen Mingyue, who was following Ling Chua, immediately became anxious. He hurried over and bowed to apologize to Ling Chua and Xiao Qiyu. Your Highness, Princess Consort, I'm sorry. I apologize on behalf of my mother. She didn't know what was happening, so she said things without thinking. Madam Wen's face turned pale and then flushed, but she still forced herself to say, Isn't it said that mother and child are safe? Where's the danger? It was just a normal delivery, something a midwife can handle. Mother. Shen Mingyue couldn't hold back anymore and shouted at Madam Wen, who said there's no danger. When Xiaoya's baby was taken out, the umbilical cord was wrapped around its neck. My grandmother and I saw it with our own eyes. Because of the cord around the neck, the baby couldn't come out. If it weren't for the princess consort, if not for her, Xiaoya, and the baby. He choked up and couldn't continue. She paused for a few seconds and then continued, Mother, you should know how dangerous a nuchal cord is. If the Queen Mother had not discovered and handled it in time, the baby could have suffocated and Xiaoya's life might have been at risk during childbirth. If Xiaoya had died, I wouldn't want to live anymore. Ignoring Lady Wen's unpleasant expression at the moment, he took the baby from her hands. Looking at the baby's small, wriggling mouth, he felt a sense of relief as if he had survived a disaster. Everyone gasped upon hearing this. A nuchal cord. It was such a dangerous condition. They had only heard that mother and child were safe before, but didn't know about this risk. Now, thinking back, they felt terrified. Lady Wen's face also turned a little pale, and she trembled as she argued. A nuchal cord? How is that possible? Are you trying to scare me? If there really was a nuchal cord, wouldn't the baby have died long ago? So far, they had not heard of such a case. Moreover, earlier Dr. Liu said the baby was perfectly fine. Besides, didn't you also have Dr. Liu check on the baby before? He said everything was normal. Xiaoya's current condition is just because the Queen Mother scared her. Lady Wen said this while glaring at Ling Chua, her eyes full of resentment. Lu Guohao, who was pointed out, also looked a bit nervous. He had only wanted to stir trouble between the Wen and Ling families and Ling Chua, but didn't expect to be used as a shield. However, under so many people's watch, he could only stand firm. Yes, Lady Wen is right. Yesterday, the young lady came to me for a pulse check, and at that time, the baby was perfectly fine. Ling Chua sneered. Oh, then before the baby was born, could Dr. Liu tell where the nuchal cord was? Lu Guohao was stunned and then said unhappily, Of course not. Medical diagnosis of the pulse focuses on the body's health issues. The position of the umbilical cord doesn't affect the fetus or the mother, so how could it be detected? Even the Princess Long's medical skills couldn't see it. Ling Chua pretended to be curious. Oh, then since Dr. Liu couldn't tell where the nuchal cord was, how could he be sure that there was no risk of a nuchal cord? Lu Guahao's face stiffened, and he clenched his teeth as he forced himself to speak. I only confirmed that the baby was fine at the time. I never said that a nuchal cord would definitely not happen. His voice trembled slightly, clearly trying to hold on to his confidence. Ling Chua sneered and continued to ask, if that's the case, then tell me, Dr. Liu, during the early stages when the baby's nuchal cord was present, could you not detect it? When would you be able to find out? Lu Guahao's expression immediately turned even uglier.
When?
Of course. Only after the fetus's heartbeat stopped. This question didn't even need his answer. Everyone present understood. When the cord is tight, if the force isn't strong, the baby might be fine. But when the cord becomes tighter, the baby will start to be in danger. Lu Guahao was now completely out of his depth, unable to defend himself, and could only angrily shout. So what if he saw it? The child still has to be born by the young lady herself. In everyone's mind, childbirth has always been a woman's matter. No matter how skilled a doctor is, they can't do much. At most, they might give some herbal medicine, insert a few needles, and help the pregnant woman regain strength. As soon as he finished speaking, when Mingyue stepped forward, he replied firmly, No, Dr. Liu is wrong. The baby was delivered from Princess Yuang's belly, taken out by Xiaoya. At that time, Xiaoya was exhausted and unable to give birth naturally. Princess Yuang used a cesarean section to personally take the baby out. Wow. Hearing the words, cesarean section, again, everyone was stunned, as if struck by lightning. They widened their eyes, faces full of disbelief. They had thought it was just a simple, safe delivery, but suddenly it turned into a dramatic scene of a cesarean. At this moment, everyone's mind was in chaos. They couldn't understand what was really happening. Such an event was beyond their understanding. In their view, a cesarean was almost the same as abandoning the child, a very dangerous and cruel method. Madame Wen was even more shocked, her mouth wide open as if she could fit an egg inside. She trembled as she asked, A cesarean? Are you saying that the queen consort cut open Xiaoya's belly and took out the baby? When Mingyue nodded and said seriously, Yes, mother. The situation was urgent at the time. To save Xiaoya and the baby, the queen consort had to take such extreme measures. Fortunately, she is a skilled doctor and both mother and child are safe. Hearing Wen Mingyue's explanation, everyone's faces suddenly showed more shock. They widened their eyes as if they had heard something unbelievable. Cutting open a belly to save a baby and both staying safe? To them, it was like a miracle, almost impossible. Lu Guahao was even more shocked, almost screaming out loud. He stared at Wen Mingyue and Ling Chua with disbelief and anger on his face. How could this be? It was definitely impossible. Suddenly, he realized something and pointed at them loudly, shouting, Oh, I see. You are working together. Young Master Wen, you want a child, and the queen consort wants fame. So you conspired to use such a cruel method of cutting open the belly to save the baby. The so-called safety of mother and child is fake. You said it to comfort the Su family. In fact, the young lady has long lost her life. Lu Guahao became more and more excited, as if he had found the real truth. But before he could feel proud for long, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. He widened his eyes and looked up, only to see Grandma Su raising her cane and hitting him hard. Jerk! I curse you for harming my granddaughter. Just wait, I will beat you to death, Grandma Su shouted as she swung her cane forcefully. Her face was full of anger and murderous intent, as if she really wanted to beat Lu Guahao to death. Lu Guahao was beaten and ran around, begging, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. He had helped the Su family see the truth clearly, saving them from being tricked by others. He didn't expect them to be so ungrateful. He was both surprised and angry, but helpless. He could only dodge Grandma Su's attacks while urgently speaking. Grandma Su, are you confused? The ones who want to harm your daughter our young Master Wen, and the Queen Consort. Why are you hitting me? His voice was full of grievance and confusion, as if he was the one wronged. However, upon hearing his clever excuses, Grandma Su became even angrier. She shouted, I am just calling you out for being a foolish doctor who distorts the truth. You heartless scoundrel. Have you forgotten? I was right there in the delivery room, watching the Imperial princess save my granddaughter and her baby. Are you trying to say that I am part of their group and want to harm my granddaughter? The other members of the Su family were unaware and momentarily fooled by Lu Guohao's words. Hearing Grandma Su's words, her mind suddenly cleared. Yes. When Xiaoya was giving birth, Grandma was right there with her. Anyone would want to harm Xiaoya, but Grandma would never do that. She was the granddaughter she raised herself, someone she loved dearly. Seeing her grandmother chasing after him until she was gasping for breath, Su Yuanfeng shouted loudly, Grandmother, rest. I'll handle this. He rolled up his sleeves and boldly rushed toward Lu Guohao. His confident attitude made Lu Guohao scream in fear, Don't come near me. I am a doctor at the Imperial Medical Office. Hitting a doctor without reason is a serious crime. As soon as he said that, the faces of the Su family members darkened. But even so, they could only pull Su Yuanfeng back. Lu Guohao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling like he had escaped danger. But he also felt annoyed for ignoring Grandma Su. Despite that, he still couldn't believe that such extraordinary medical skills existed in the world. And these skills were brought by the Ling family. He continued to guess wildly. Oh, I see. The young lady hasn't died yet, so you believe the Imperial princess's words and think she can recover slowly if you take good care of her, right? Grandma Su, you must have been tricked. Think carefully. If someone makes an opening in a person's belly big enough for a baby to pass through, at least that big, right? He gestured with his hand to show the size of a bowl, then said, Such a big opening. Even if she doesn't die immediately, she won't last more than a few days. Just as he finished speaking, a curious voice seemed to whisper behind them, softly sounding from behind. What do you mean she can't last a few days? Dr. Lu, are you talking about me? Although the sound was not loud, and even carried a slight gasp, it was very clear, like a gentle stream flowing in the quiet night sky. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw Su Xiaoya leaning quietly against the doorframe, supported by a maid. Her face was a little pale, but she looked quite spirited. There was no sign of the few days left, feeling that Lu Guohao had mentioned. Everyone present was stunned. If there had been any doubt about mother and child being safe before, there was none now. Lu Guohao looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His face turned deathly pale, and he seemed to have lost all his strength. Su Xiaoya's appearance was a strong rebuttal to all his previous words. He had repeatedly said that a cesarean was very dangerous and cruel, and that Su Xiaoya wouldn't live long. But now, Su Xiaoya was standing here, proving his words wrong and ridiculous with her presence. Ling Chue saw Su Xiaoya standing outside and said unhappily, Xiaoya, why did you come out? Your surgery just finished. You should rest well and stay warm. Go back inside. She knew Su Xiaoya still needed time to recover and didn't want her to be affected by outside matters. To help Su Xiaoya suffer less, Ling Chue had used a vitality liquid on her wound, which allowed Su Xiaoya to walk shortly after the surgery. But if she moved too much or pulled at her wound, the effect of the vitality liquid would be reduced. Su Xiaoya heard this and smiled, saying, It's okay. It's just a bit noisy outside, so I came out to see. I'll go back now. She understood that Ling Chue was speaking out of concern, so she felt no resentment. In fact, she had heard the harsh words Lu Guohao had said inside the room. 5 years ago, Chue had saved her life, and now she had saved her and her child again. She couldn't bear to see Chue being insulted like that, so despite feeling unwell, she didn't hesitate to come out. Old Lady Su looked at Su Xiaoya with worry, afraid she might have an accident. She turned to Shen Mingyue and said, You should go in quickly too. The baby is so small, and we can't let the wind blow on him. A newborn, especially a premature baby, needs careful attention. It's all because of that mediocre doctor with the surname Liu, who kept causing trouble, making her overlook things. Immediately, my dislike for Lu Guahao deepened even more. Wen Mingyue was very worried about Su Xiaoya and the baby, but he also worried that his mother might neglect Ling Chua. He hesitated for a moment. Seeing this, Lord Wen gently patted his shoulder and said, "Go back. Your father is here. The queen consort is a great benefactor to our Wen family. We will not treat her badly." Wen Mingyue immediately felt relieved. With his father here, Ling Chua wouldn't suffer any more unfair treatment. He nodded and turned to walk inside. Meanwhile, after Su Xiaoya and her husband left, the scene erupted with chatter and gossip. Didn't they say she had a C-section? Looking at Su Xiaoya, she doesn't seem like she had one. Someone was the first to voice their doubt. Exactly. If she had such a big wound on her belly, she would definitely be bleeding a lot. But there's not a single drop of blood on her clothes, another person echoed, surprised. Could it be that the queen consort really has some miraculous healing skill? Someone else suggested, with a tone of awe and admiration. For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Ling Chua. They looked at her with curiosity, doubt, or reverence, as if trying to find answers from her. People are afraid of death, especially those who live in wealth and luxury, enjoying worldly pleasures. They long to live a long life. So, medical skills that can save lives and prolong life are very important to them. Medicine is the only way to save lives and extend lifespan. This is why doctors hold such a high status. Even someone like Lu Guahao, a minor imperial doctor, dared to openly express his foolish opinions in front of the king and top officials. Because behind him is the Imperial Medical Office and countless medical alliances. This is a group that no one wants to offend. If Ling Chua truly has such superb medical skills as they think, then not only is she the queen consort now, but even if she were just a common servant, she would be revered and admired like a star. Because for people longing for life and health, her medical skills are priceless treasures. Ling Chua doesn't have much time to satisfy their curiosity. Today, she has an important task to complete. So, she politely said, "Everyone, I have some matters to attend to. I will take my leave now." The Wen and Su families were very grateful to her and expressed their desire to thank her properly. Master Wen said seriously, "Princess Yu, today's matter was only possible because of your help. Without you, the consequences could have been terrible. Our Wen family must thank you properly." Old Madame Su also promised directly, "Princess Yu, if you need anything, just tell me. As long as it's within my power, the Su family will do it without hesitation." Ling Chua gently shook her head and replied calmly, "You are too kind. Just pay the usual consultation fee. Charging for medical services is natural and fair. It is also her rightful reward. Moreover, she is really short of money now, as she still owes someone a debt." Master Wen nodded repeatedly, saying it was only right. Then he gave a meaningful look to Madame Wen. Although Madame Wen still didn't like Ling Chua, she knew she had saved their family's child, so she asked an old maid nearby for a money box. Inside were silver notes she had originally planned to give as wedding gifts to Dr. Liu and the midwife. Now, it seemed they no longer needed them. So, she decided to give everything to Ling Chua. The total amount of silver notes was several hundred taels, definitely enough. Just then, Yan Fei casually said, "Madame Zhao, our princess is amazing. A few days ago, she saved the prince of the clan, and now she's saved the wife of Minister Wen's family." "Oh, I just remembered. The prince of the clan's family gave our princess a 3-in-1 courtyard, a medical clinic, and a pharmacy as thanks." Hearing Yan Fei's playful words, Ling Chua almost laughed out loud. She silently praised Yan Fei. Such a clever little guy. Although she didn't save Su Xiaoya for money, she also didn't like Madame Wen very much, whether in her past life or now. Seeing Madame Wen's suddenly stiff face, she felt much more pleased. Ling Chua smiled and explained, "Yan Fei was joking with you. The prince of the clan gave too much. Just give the normal consultation fee. A cesarean surgery saved both mother and child. In high society, the cost would be a few hundred to over 1,000 taels." Old Lady Su quickly said, Not much, not much. You saved Xiaoya and her baby, so it's like saving 2 lives. Although our Su family doesn't have the wealth of the royal relatives, we will definitely give you a proper thank you gift. When I go back, I will have someone send it to you. She knew that Ling Chiyue's medical skills and value couldn't be measured by money, so she wanted to show her gratitude as much as possible. Ling Chiyue didn't refuse. She wasn't a greedy person. But the current situation of the Ling family didn't allow her to refuse the deserved payment. Maybe in poor families, a life isn't worth more than a few silver coins. But in wealthy families, if you can buy a life with money, the price can be sky high. When Darren glared at Lady Wei with some annoyance and awkwardly smiled, "Old lady, you're right. Arwen family definitely won't treat the princess consort badly." He then immediately ordered someone nearby to go to the treasury and bring silver. Soon, the steward returned with a stack of silver notes. When Darren took the notes, handed them to Ling Chiyue with both hands, and respectfully said, "Princess consort, this is a small token from Arwen family. Please accept it." Ling Chiyue looked at the silver notes and was momentarily surprised. She didn't expect When Darren to be so generous and give so many notes. But she didn't refuse, because right now she needed money the most. So she smiled and took the notes, saying, "Thank you very much, Lord Warren." Lady Wei's face looked a bit unhappy, but she remained silent. As a noble lady, she still maintained her basic dignity. Just as the group was about to leave, Lady Wei suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly called out to Ling Chiyue, "Princess consort, please wait a moment." Ling Chiyue turned back, looked at Lady Wei, and asked with some confusion, "Lady Wei, is there something else?" Lady Wei hesitated, seeming reluctant to speak. After a moment of struggle, she finally asked, "I just want to ask the princess consort a question. After Xiaoya's cesarean, will she still be able to have children in the future? This issue is very important to her. If Su Xiaoya cannot have more children, then her son." As soon as these words were spoken, it felt like a heavy stone shattered the peaceful atmosphere. The faces of the Su family members instantly turned unpleasant. The others in the Wen family, upon hearing the dissatisfaction from the Su family, also felt awkward. They exchanged glances and secretly blamed Madame Wen for being too impulsive. You want to know if your daughter-in-law can still have children, but can't you just ask her privately? Why must you do it right after she has just given birth, especially after such a difficult cesarean section, risking her life, and in front of her relatives? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Quick-tempered Su Qinghai couldn't hold back and suddenly exploded. He widened his eyes and angrily looked at Madame Wen. He shouted sternly, "Madame Wen, what do you mean by asking that? Do you think my daughter's health is damaged now, and maybe she can't have more children in the future? So your Wen family is planning to divorce her? If that's the case, there's no need for you to know. I will take my daughter and nephew home now." He was about to leave for the delivery room, taking Su Xiaoya and the baby with him. Master Wen quickly stepped forward and held him back, speaking kindly, "Son-in-law, it's all a misunderstanding. My wife didn't mean it that way. She was just worried about Xiaoya, so she asked a question. Xiaoya is our family's officially married daughter-in-law. How could we dislike her just because she had a difficult childbirth? Are we even human?" While speaking, he kept giving Madame Wen subtle signals. Madame Wen also felt she was too impulsive at this moment. She awkwardly smiled and explained, "Son-in-law, you misunderstood. Xiaoya risked her life to give birth to our child. I would never think of abandoning her. I was just concerned about her health. Since this cesarean operation is the first time we've heard of it, we don't understand the risks and possible after-effects. If we don't take good care of her and she develops some health problems, wouldn't we regret it later? So, I wanted to ask while Princess Yu is here. If there are any taboos or precautions, we can pay more attention." After this explanation, it seemed somewhat reasonable. But everyone present wasn't stupid. If you care about your daughter-in-law's health, why ask if she can still have children? Su Qinghai's voice was loud, and the Wen Mingyue couple, who were happily playing with their child, were suddenly disturbed. Su Xiaoya frowned slightly, but before she could say anything, Wen Mingyue quickly stood up, with a rare serious look on his face, and walked quickly out of the delivery room. "Mother, When Mingyue was not angry but calmly approached Madame Wen, looking at her with firm eyes. Mother, from now on, Xiaoya and I only want one child, Bauer. No matter if we can have more or not, we won't try for a second one. This was when Mingyue's true thought deep inside. Today's experience felt like a nightmare to him. Those long moments waiting anxiously outside the delivery room were filled with worries and fears about Su Xiaoya. He loved Su Xiaoya very much, deeply loved her. For her, he was willing to give everything, even his life. Not to mention the children. When he learned that Su Xiaoya was in danger, he even thought about going with her. He never wanted to experience such a terrifying nightmare again. Madame Wen was stunned by Mingyue's words. She had been feeling guilty about her careless words earlier, but now only felt displeasure. What does it mean to only want one child for Bauer? Their main family was already small, with only Mingyue as the child. They had already lost out in many ways. If the next generation still only had one child, wouldn't that make others in the family laugh, or even cause trouble in future family disputes? Madame Wen's face turned unpleasant. She stretched her face and said, Mingyue, have you thought about Bauer? Our Wen family's big business is all on Bauer's shoulders, with no one to help him. How much pressure will he have then? When Mingyue wanted to argue but saw Su Yuanfeng sigh and come over, patting his shoulder with a sympathetic look. His tone carried a bit of teasing. Brother-in-law, actually your mother is not wrong. If there's only Bauer in the future, it might be a little lonely. Just like you haven't had any siblings all these years. If you had a brother or sister to help, you wouldn't have to work so hard. He paused deliberately, then turned to Madame Wen with a serious expression. Mrs. Wen, I think Lord Wen is not very old. Why don't you have Mingyue, a younger brother or sister, to help share the burden? When these words were spoken, everyone around almost couldn't hold back their laughter. They all knew that Su Yuanfeng was deliberately teasing Mrs. Wen, especially since she had just caused trouble for Su Xiaoya. But because Mrs. Wen's face was already very displeased, everyone held back their smiles. The Wen family is a family of scholars with strict family rules. One clear rule is that they are not allowed to take concubines unless they are over 30 and have no children. This was one of the main reasons Mrs. Wen, who was from a noble family, chose to marry Lord Wen, who was then just a minor official. Now, suggesting that Lord Wen should have another child with Mingyue, this was clearly implying that Lord Wen should take a concubine and have more children. This was definitely touching Mrs. Wen's bottom line. After all, if Mrs. Wen could have children, she wouldn't have had only Mingyue all these years. Indeed, Mrs. Wen's face instantly darkened further. She glared fiercely at Su Yuanfeng, her eyes reddened with anger. At this moment, Grandma Su tapped her cane and scolded sternly. You brat, how can you talk like that? Have some respect. Apologize to Mrs. Wen right now. Although Grandma Su's voice was not loud, her tone carried authority that made Su Yuanfeng dare not slack off. Su Yuanfeng realized he had gone too far with his joke. He immediately straightened up and sincerely apologized to Mrs. Wen. Mrs. Wen, I'm sorry. I was joking. Please forgive my rudeness. His attitude was very sincere, with no hint of insincerity. However, Mrs. Wen remained silent, her eyes still red. Her cold face showed anger, but also a sense of grievance. Lord Wen came over and gently patted her back. He also blocked the other's view to help her hide her moment of losing composure. At this moment, Ling Qiuyue, who had been silent, spoke. She answered calmly, Xiaoya's health is very good. She has no major issues with pregnancy or childbirth. But because she had a cesarean, she must wait 3 years before trying to conceive again. Ling Qiuyue's words made many people present breathe a sigh of relief, especially the Su family members. However, Madame Wen did not feel comforted by Ling Qiuyue's words. Her first reaction was to doubt what Ling Qiuyue said. In her view, Ling Qiuyue and Su Xiaoya had a close relationship, and she might be covering up the truth for Su Xiaoya. But Ling Qiuyue didn't care about her at all. Instead, she looked seriously at Wen Mingyue and explained, Young Master Wen, you also saw Sister Xiaoya undergo a cesarean section. This surgery causes some damage to the uterus, so it needs time to recover. If pregnancy occurs too soon, the uterus might not be able to handle the pressure of expanding again, which could increase the risk of uterine rupture. Additionally, getting pregnant too early can lead to other complications such as placenta previa or placental abruption. So, young Master One, if you want to have more children in the future, you should wait at least 3 years. Actually, in the 22nd century, waiting 2 years is enough for the uterus to recover and for pregnancy again. But in this feudal era, medical skills are far behind the future, so waiting an extra year is safer. Her detailed explanation was not to gain Madame Wen's trust, but to protect Su Xiaoya's health and reputation. In this era, giving birth and continuing the family line are very important for women. If a woman is rumored to be unable to have children, she will not only be disliked by her in-laws, but also looked down upon by society. Even a high-status royal princess cannot escape this fate. Whether a woman can have children or not is a different matter from whether she wants to have children. Even in the 22nd century, some still promote that women can choose not to have children, but they must have the ability to do so. And in this ignorant, backward time, it's even more critical. If Su Xiaoya were suddenly declared unable to have children, Madame Wen, with her personality, would definitely not look kindly on her. Although they now have a child and the Wen family wouldn't abandon her like in the past, she would still face gossip and criticism from others. Ling Qiue's words made Wen Mingyue fall into deep thought. He naturally believed what Ling Qiue said. But when he saw the pain and danger Su Xiaoya experienced during childbirth, he no longer wanted Su Xiaoya to take any risks. So, he held Su Xiaoya's hand and looked at her with deep affection, saying, "No. I told you, Xiaoya, and I will only have Bauer in the future. I don't want her to suffer anymore." Originally, Lady Wen looked doubtful, but after hearing Ling Qiue's professional explanation, she surprisingly believed a little. When Wen Mingyue spoke, she just thought he was sulking and didn't take it seriously. To ease the previous awkwardness, she forced a smile and said, "See, I'm glad I asked about this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known there are so many things to watch out for after a C-section. If you don't know anything and you accidentally get pregnant, that could be dangerous. Madam, dear, you can rest assured. Xiaoya is now a great contributor to our Wen family. Even if we treat her unfairly, we won't let her suffer any wrong." Her words even sounded a bit self-important, as if her asking about it was the reason Xiaoya wouldn't be harmed by Ling Qiue's oversight. Seeing this, Ling Qiue couldn't help but find it funny. She didn't expect a noble lady to have such a thick skin. It was truly surprising. Lady Wen's face turned bright red, clearly feeling ashamed. Ling Qiue chuckled softly, then looked seriously at Lady Wen. "Madam Wen, actually, General Su didn't say anything wrong. Since you love children so much, why not have one with Wen Darren? After all, you're not too old, and you still have a chance to have another child." She said this mainly to tease Lady Wen. But unexpectedly, she saw a hint of hope in Lady Wen's eyes. Could it be that she really wanted to have more brothers and sisters for Wen Mingyue? Before she could think further, a woman approached with a smile. "Queen Yu, don't tease my older sister. Since giving birth to Mingyue, she's wanted to have another, but unfortunately, she hasn't been able to get pregnant. Now she's older, and it's not easy to just have a baby." This woman was Lady Wen's second wife. Although she wasn't as successful as Lady Wen's husband, she had given birth to 4 sons and 3 daughters for the second branch of the family. Based on this, at Lady Wen's residence, she has always been more proud than Lady Wen, the minister's wife. At this moment, she spoke with a tone of regret and a sense of superiority. Lady Wen's face turned pale and red, feeling both angry and annoyed. However, she seemed used to such insults over the years. Although upset, she did not argue back. Suddenly, Ling Qiue stepped forward and looked seriously at Lady Wen. Then she said, "Yes, your fallopian tubes are somewhat blocked, but it's not a big problem." "Fallopian tubes? What are those?" Lady Wen was full of confusion. But when she heard, "not a big problem," her heart suddenly paused for a moment. She looked nervously at Ling Qiue and asked carefully, "Your Royal Highness, what do you mean by that?" Ling Qiue, "Lady Wen, if you really want to get pregnant and have a child, this problem isn't serious. With your condition, just a month or 2 of treatment will do. Are you telling the truth? Lady Wen suddenly grabbed Ling Qiue's hand, her face full of excitement as she asked. She squeezed hard, making Ling Qiue frown. Just as Ling Qiue was about to pull her hand back, someone behind her pushed her gently, causing her to step back a few steps. Then, a cold voice slowly said, "Lady Wen, you hurt my wife." Ling Qiue turned around and saw Xiaoqi's clearly defined fingers leave her arm. Her normally sharp mind suddenly felt a bit blank. Lady Wen also realized her mistake and kept apologizing. "Sorry, Your Highness. I was just a little excited." "Your Highness, you said I might still be able to get pregnant. Is that true?" Ling Qiue shook her head, trying to clear her mind of distracting thoughts. She looked at Lady Wen's hopeful eyes and felt a complex emotion rise in her heart. "Lady Wen, so you really want to have another child, right?" Lady Wen didn't answer, but her hopeful eyes said everything. Suddenly, Ling Qiue felt a tightness in her chest. Here, girls turn 15 and reach adulthood. After reaching adulthood, it meant she was about to get married and begin her duties as a wife and mother. Although Lady Wen was officially a grandmother today, she was actually under 40. Plus, she took good care of herself, so she looked only in her early 30s. At this age, in the 22nd century, she would be considered young and in her prime. Ling Qiue thought about her life in the 22nd century. Women there could freely choose their way of life, show their talents in various fields. They could decide to marry and have children, or choose not to marry or have children. But here, women seemed trapped in invisible chains, unable to break free. Their lives seemed to revolve around men, influenced by their moods and feelings. This made Ling Qiue feel uncomfortable. She felt helpless because the times were like this, and she couldn't change it. Instead of giving an answer, Ling Qiue asked, "When you gave birth, your body was hurt, causing blood and energy to stagnate. During your monthly period, you experienced severe abdominal pain, right?" The stagnation of blood and energy was in the fallopian tubes, which she had mentioned earlier as a blockage. But the term fallopian tubes was unfamiliar to the people present, so she didn't mention it. Talking about such private matters in public made Lady Wen feel a bit embarrassed. But her desire to be healed was stronger than her embarrassment. When she heard Ling Qiue describe her symptoms, she couldn't help but gasp.
How do you know that?
Lady Wen was 19 years old now, so it had been 19 years since her last childbirth. And this illness had troubled her for all 19 years. Every month, the pain was so intense it felt unbearable. She had seen many doctors and taken countless medicines, but nothing helped. Yet this young girl, who hadn't even diagnosed her pulse, seemed to know everything. Lady Wen quickly apologized for her rudeness. "Sorry, I was too surprised and lost my composure. Your Majesty's consort, can you treat me?" Ling Qiue nodded confidently, yes. A hopeful light appeared in Lady Wen's eyes. She bowed respectfully, saying, "Please, Your Majesty's consort, help me diagnose and treat. No matter the outcome, you will always be my benefactor." Her courtesy name was Ronlanxin. There's no need for a diagnosis anymore. Lady Wen's heart sank instantly after Ling Qiue's reply. Her deep disappointment almost made her cry out loud. At this moment, she wished she could slap herself for being rude to the young healer earlier. She was truly a skilled healer who could work miracles. How dare she be rude to such a talented young healer? Glancing at Lu Guohao, who was hiding among the crowd, Lady Wen shot him a fierce look. It's all because of that incompetent doctor who misled her. Once today's matter is settled, she must complain to the Imperial Medical Office. But right now, her top priority was to gain the Queen's forgiveness first. While she was desperately thinking of how to apologize to Ling Qiue, she heard a sweet, clear voice. "Just treat it directly," Ling Qiue patiently explained. "I understand your problem, and it's not serious. I will give you a prescription. You need to grind the herbs from the pharmacy into powder, then use Longxiangxiang as a guide. Boil 3 bowls of water with the powder until it reduces to 1 bowl, and take it twice a day for a month. Your body has a lot of congestion. If not treated, it will worsen over time and eventually spread to the ovaries and uterus. I agree to treat you, but not to fulfill your fertility needs. Whether you have children or not is your own choice. As soon as she finished speaking, Mama Zhao from nearby took out paper and a brush from her medicine box and handed them over. Yan Feng, who was a step too late, looked at Mama Zhao with a sad face. Then he was startled and pulled back. 5 qian of baishao, white peony root, grown for 3 years, 1 qian of deer antler from the cold northern region, 2 qian of ancient vine core from 5-year-old plants, half a qian of rhinoceros horn powder, 3 qian of longxiangxiang. Seeing Ling Chuiwei write down each herb, everyone was stunned. Queen's Healer. Why do these herbs have specific years and regions listed? The most straightforward Su Yuanfeng asked directly. Ling Chuiwei remained patient and explained, herbs of the same weight but different ages contain different medicinal power. For example, 5 qian of 3-year-old by Xiao is needed, but if it's 10-year-old, only 1 qian is required. Similarly, deer antler from the cold northern region grows slowly and has stronger medicinal properties than those from the south. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. They couldn't help but think about the herbs they had been taking all these years, which never mentioned the year or origin. For a moment, they felt a bit anxious. Someone thought of this problem and naturally asked about it. Ling Chuiwei replied, the common formula has slightly weaker medicinal power, which won't harm the body, but it may reduce the effectiveness and healing ability. After finishing the formula, she added some notes about diet and daily routines. Just as she put down her brush, Madame Wen eagerly reached out to take the prescription. But Ling Chuiwei avoided her hand. Sorry, I don't have a medical license right now. This means she needs a guarantor to sign the prescription before giving it to the patient. It's a rule, and also a way to protect the patient. Madame Wen immediately understood her meaning and quickly offered, Princess Yu, I can be your guarantor. Since it was her own medicine, she didn't mind. Why would others mind? Before she finished speaking, someone took the lead. A pair of slender hands reached out and took the prescription directly.
It was Xiao Qiyu.
He looked at the prescription, then signed his name without hesitation. As the guarantor for my wife, I must see this through. His expression and voice were as cold as usual, calm and steady. But Ling Chuiwei strangely felt her ears heat up a little. Yan Fei, standing nearby, saw this and couldn't help but cover his mouth to laugh quietly. Elder Xiao looked on with a pleased expression. Ling Chuiwei thought, Princess Yu is really a kind person. After leaving the Shangxu residence, Ling Chuiwei said to Xiao Qiyu beside her, Prince, you go ahead and do your work. I won't delay you. Thank you for helping today. She bowed seriously to Xiao Qiyu. Seeing this, Xiao Qiyu's usually cold face almost cracked. Where are you going, princess? Let Yan Fei call a carriage for you. Ling Chuiwei quickly waved her hand to refuse. No need. I just want to visit some pharmacies and look for some herbs. Well, I'll go ahead then. Goodbye. After speaking, she lowered her head, looking a bit flustered as she turned to leave. But she hadn't gone far before she suddenly ran back. Holding a stack of silver notes, she handed them to Xiao Qiyu. Here. Thank you for being my guarantor. Ling Chuiwei looked serious as she spoke. Although she was reluctant, her actions showed no hesitation. She knew that acting as a guarantor was risky, and she didn't want the noble Prince Yu to do it for nothing. Looking at the silver note in front of her, Xiao Qiyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. He wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but when he saw the worried little expression on Ling Chuiwei's face, his usually cold eyes suddenly became more interested. He took the silver note and looked at it. 5,000 taels? The princess is very generous. I thank you, princess. If you need help again, you can come to me anytime. His voice, which was usually emotionless, now carried a teasing tone, as if he was joking with Ling Chuiwei. Hearing this, Ling Chuiwei couldn't help but twitch her lips. She secretly wondered, does he think money is easy to come by and want to keep working with her? But since he was willing, she wasn't so eager. After a tough surgery, she would lose half of her guarantee fee. With that money, she might as well get her medical license herself. Although she was silently criticizing him inside, she still smiled politely and replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. If I need help, I will definitely come to work with you. Her tone was cheerful, as if she was genuinely looking forward to working together. but her angry, resentful expression when she left showed how much she hated giving away the silver note. Seeing this, Xiao Qiyu couldn't help but smile faintly. Second time, Yan Fei looked serious, took out a small notebook, and carefully recorded. Xiao Qiyu asked, "What second time?" Yan Fei replied. The master smiled at the princess for the second time. Xiao Qiyu glanced at him faintly and said, "Oh, so you're so free. Then, you can be responsible for cleaning the stables at the mansion this month." Yan Fei's face immediately fell. "Master, I was wrong." But Xiao Qiyu ignored him, his gaze following Ling Qiyu as she left. In the Shongshu mansion. Since the Prince Yu and his group left, some women from the Wen family gathered around Lady Wen. "Big sister-in-law, you really believe it? You're so old, why bother?" The second lady of the Wen family said harshly, her tone full of disdain. Yes, you've seen many doctors and taken a lot of medicine, but you still haven't gotten better. Mingyue is already grown up and even has a grandson. Just stop bothering." The third branch of the Wen family echoed, with a hint of disdain in their voices. One after another, their sarcastic remarks made Madame Wen very angry. "Go away, all of you. Stop chattering, it's so annoying. I can do whatever I want and it doesn't cost you a single coin. Instead of wasting time here, you should take care of your own people. Don't keep coming to me crying about your troubles." Annoyed, she drove away the unpleasant people, and the small courtyard suddenly became quiet. In the end, only the main family and the Su family remained. Lu Guahao, hiding in the corner, saw this and heaved a big sigh of relief, thinking he had escaped danger. He quietly stood up, planning to slip away when no one was paying attention. But before he reached the door, two guards dressed in flying fish uniforms blocked his way. They looked at Lu Guahao expressionlessly and said, "Lu Guahao, as a doctor of the Imperial Medical Office, you interfered with the treatment plan of the royal wife, almost delaying the rescue of Madame Wen. You also repeatedly maliciously guessed about the royal wife, adding to your crimes. Come with us now." Lu Guahao was shocked. He turned around quickly, trying to run away. But the guards were quick and couldn't be escaped from. In just a few moments, they forced Lu Guahao to kneel on the ground, unable to move. Lu Guahao struggled and shouted, "Let me go. I am a doctor of the Imperial Medical Office. You have no right to detain me." Old Lady Su's face darkened and she angrily said, "So, what if you're a doctor of the Imperial Medical Office? Your medical skills are poor. We don't blame you. Everyone has different abilities, but you, with your limited skills, can't stand seeing others better than you. You repeatedly tried to smear the royal wife and interfere with her treatment, almost causing my granddaughter's death. Our Su family will not let this go." Lu Guahao trembled in fear after hearing Old Lady Su's words. He knew he had really gotten into big trouble this time. The Su family, the Wen family, and the royal palace, each one was not someone he could afford to offend. Looking back now, he must have been crazy to act so recklessly. He quickly turned to Madame Wen, pleading loudly, "Madame Wen, please save me. I am your appointed doctor. I did this for your good, to prevent you from being deceived." Madame Wen's anger was no less than that of the Su family. After all, she had almost offended the princess consort over this. She glared at Lu Guahao and said angrily, "Lu Guahao, stop spreading lies. I asked you here to help my daughter-in-law, not to be a troublemaker. Rest assured, I will tell the medical office everything honestly." Lu Guahao wanted to argue, but the guards from the Imperial Guard were already impatient. They directly grabbed Lu Guahao and dragged him outside. He struggled and shouted, but it was useless. His voice gradually faded away and finally disappeared outside the official residence. Watching the disheveled figure being dragged away by the guards, Su Qinghai shook his head and said, "Old Wen, with so many doctors at the medical office, why did you choose this useless one? His medical skills are poor, and he's full of bad intentions." When Mingyue looked ashamed and replied, "Father-in-law, this is all my fault. Since Yueying was in early pregnancy, we kept consulting Dr. Ling." But then, his voice became a bit sad at this point. The rest of the story was clear to everyone. It was about Dr. Ling and the entire Ling family getting into trouble. They had to switch to another doctor halfway through the diagnosis. When Mingyue continued, a few experienced old doctors already had full patient lists. When I saw Dr. Liu, Yueying remembered that he often came and went from the Ling family. She thought he was Dr. Ling's apprentice, so she chose him. What kind of worthless apprentice? Lu Guohao is even fit to be an apprentice of old Ling. Hearing this, Su Qinghai was furious and started to criticize loudly. Hearing this, the usually gentle master Wen also looked down on him and said, Lu Guohao did want to apprentice with old Ling, but for some reason, he was rejected. He was unwilling and kept pestering him. Old Ling is kind-hearted and saw that he was eager to learn, so he let him stay and study, but I never expected he would be ungrateful. When the Ling family got into trouble, he didn't hesitate to kick them when they were down. Hearing this, Su Qinghai was so angry, he kept grumbling. When Mingyue sighed, it's because we didn't recognize people clearly that we were fooled by such petty individuals. Old Lady Su nodded sadly and said, Learn from this mistake. Let's take it as a lesson and try to avoid similar problems in the future. At this moment, Lady Wen suddenly spoke up coldly. By the way, it's fortunate that you two, the young couple, met the princess consort. Otherwise, the consequences could have been terrible. You must not forget her kindness. Hearing his mother mention the princess consort, when Mingyue tried hard to hold back his eye roll and said seriously, Mother, don't worry. We will never forget her help. We will always remember her kindness. While they were chatting, Su Qinghai suddenly sighed. Thinking about the Ling family incident, it really feels strange now. The Ling family is famous for their good medical skills and morals across Yunlan. How could they suddenly do something that endangers lives? And it was an innocent child involved, when Darren nodded in agreement after hearing this. Back then, everything happened quickly. Crime committed, people arrested, trial held. Almost as if everything was planned in advance. Realizing this might sound inappropriate, he lowered his voice and warned carefully. But General Su, it's better to be cautious when talking about this. Be careful, there might be ears listening. After all, this case was personally ordered by the emperor. Questioning the Ling family now is like questioning the emperor himself. It's best not to speak such rebellious words. Although Su Qinghai was a straightforward military man who disliked the convoluted words of scholars, he understood that Darren was warning him kindly, so he didn't argue. He only sighed and shook his head, still suspicious about the Ling family. Unexpectedly, Lady Wen was displeased and said angrily, Why be cautious? We're just discussing the facts. Who in Shengjing hasn't benefited from the Ling family? Now that they've left, the favor is gone. Her words revealed deep dissatisfaction and anger. Everyone was a bit speechless at her sudden change and secretly thought to themselves, Isn't it you who cares the least when the tea gets cold? Who was the one criticizing the princess consort at first? Lady Wen looked annoyed and angry. What are you all looking at? I was deceived by that incompetent doctor. Then, she seemed to want to prove her point and quickly added, With the amazing medical skills of the princess consort, how could the other members of the Ling family be so different? If it weren't for that incompetent doctor, would I have been led into a trap? What are you looking at? Isn't what I said correct? I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to see Xiaoya. She then waved her handkerchief and hurried toward the delivery room. That thing about a cesarean section, I've heard they cut a big opening in the belly. I need to go take a good look. Everyone else looked at each other silently, speechless and overwhelmed. After leaving the minister's residence, Ling Chua didn't go to the so-called medicine hall. Instead, she hurried straight to Jinan's servant market. Her mind was filled with bloody dates. On June 7th of the 15th year of Yongjin, her eldest sister's life ended. She arrived just in time. Following her were her eldest brother, sister-in-law, and her young niece, who hadn't yet come of age. On July 26th of the 15th year of Yongjin, her sister-in-law was thrown onto the street naked, robbed by beggars, and finally died tragically in a broken temple. On July 28th of the same year, her eldest brother was tricked, dragged through the streets by horses, and his body was torn apart, blood and flesh scattered everywhere. On August 3rd, her young niece, who hadn't yet come of age, was buried alive as a sacrificial wife. Today is already June 9th. In her previous life, she only learned of her eldest sister's death on that very day. Perhaps to see her suffer, or to make her more obedient, Shen Mingyue took her to the place where her sister's body was exposed. She saw that tragic scene with her own eyes. But after that, she never received any news from others. It was Shen Jingjong who bullied her and ended up suffering losses himself. To provoke her into anger, he told her in detail about the bloody fates of every member of the Ling family. Back then, because she helped Shen Mingyue with poison testing, her health was deteriorating, and she knew her days were numbered. The only thing she could do was use her self-created acupuncture method to exchange for Shen Mingyue's help in collecting the bodies of the Ling family. Perhaps the tragic ending of the Ling family was too much for heaven to bear. By a twist of fate, she uncovered Shen Mingyue's true nature. At that moment, her heart was filled with overwhelming pain and regret. In the end, she poisoned Shen Mingyue and was then severely punished by Shen Mingyue's father. After her death, she only knew about the tragic endings of everyone in the Ling family and knew nothing else. The bloody dates were all reconstructed by her after traveling to the 22nd century, based on Shen Jingjong's words and her memories of the details in the Shen family. Now, to save everyone, she must first find out where they are. The servant market, which deals in human trafficking, is undoubtedly the best place to start. Ling Chua took a deep breath, forcing herself to break free from painful memories. Then she stepped boldly into this disgusting place. Jinan's servant market was bustling with noise, just as lively as ever. Calls for sale, angry curses, screams, and various loud noises mixed together. Clothes tattered, faces numb. People were displayed like goods on stone platforms. Among them were servants sold for mistakes, children and women sold to pay debts, and men who sold themselves because they couldn't go on. Ling Chua moved through the crowded crowd, eyes straight ahead, heading directly toward the deepest part of the servant market. Her goal was clear: to find the person in charge of the market. However, just as she was about to reach her destination, she was stopped by two guards. One guard looked at Ling Chua with suspicion and said coldly, "Stop. This is the servant market entrance. No outsiders are allowed in." The other guard, noticing her decent clothes, added, "If you want to buy a first-class servant, go that way. Second-class servants, go that way. Third class, just at the entrance here." The guard was hesitating when suddenly he heard a loud shout.
Trash.
"It's you. You dare to come to our servant market. I was just looking for you, and now you've come right to me." He looked toward the sound and saw a strong man with a limp rushing over from afar. He was holding a long wooden stick, his face full of anger and hatred. His eyes, fixed on Ling Chua, seemed ready to shoot fire. "If you dare to ruin my leg, today I will make sure you regret it." As he spoke, he swung his stick toward Ling Chua. With his fierce face and aggressive attitude, it was clear he wanted to hurt her badly. The two guards were also startled by this sudden change and quickly moved aside to avoid being caught in the fight. They were afraid of getting involved. But Ling Chua stayed still, not moving at all. Facing the charging man and his stick, she showed no fear. In fact, she even smiled coldly. In just a glance, Ling Chua recognized him. This man was the same soldier who had been sent by the servant market manager to catch her earlier. She had warned him with a quick attack, knocking him off the stone platform with a surgical knife. That strike didn't kill him, but left him disabled. Now he was here to take revenge. But unfortunately for him, he had the wrong target. Just as his stick was about to hit her, Ling Chua dodged swiftly. At the same time, she grabbed his wrist and twisted it hard. There was a sharp crack, and his wrist was broken. Then she kicked him in the chest, sending him flying backward. The whole move was so fast that no one could react in time. When the two guards finally regained their senses, they saw the man lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Ling Chua stood calmly, watching him with a cold look and an impatient face. "Stay away if you don't want me to ruin your other leg too." The injured man struggled to get up again, his eyes full of anger and frustration. But when he saw the familiar silver light flickering between Ling Qiue's fingers, his anger was instantly replaced by fear. He clearly remembered that it was that silver light that had cut his hamstring, turning him into a cripple. At this moment, he completely forgot about revenge. He wished he could disappear right away. However, because he had used too much force earlier, he fell back after crashing down, biting into a mouthful of dirt. The two guards nearby saw this scene, and their faces turned pale. They knew that Zhang San was very skilled, one of the best in the entire servant market. Even though he was limping on one leg, he still managed to move around easily, which showed his strength. But now, he was knocked down by a seemingly gentle young girl in just a few moves. What shocked them even more was that this girl was actually the infamous female demon, the one who had crippled Zhang San and killed Li Si and Wang Wu. The two guards were completely frightened by Ling Qiue's powerful presence and lost their previous arrogance. They were afraid that their rude attitude might anger this female demon, so they quickly became respectful. One guard tremblingly said, "Miss, please wait a moment. I will go inform our manager right away." Then he hurriedly ran away, leaving his partner standing there, trembling with fear. At this moment, Zhang Dao, the manager of the servant market, was lying back in a grand chair. He closed his eyes, enjoying the grapes fed to him by a beautiful girl. Soft music played nearby, making him feel very happy and satisfied. These two beauties were originally singers. They had been sent to the servant market after offending a noble person. Zhang Dao was immediately captivated by their beauty and charm. He naturally wanted to keep them around, at least until he had enjoyed them enough before selling them. But just as he was lost in this gentle world, a hurried voice suddenly broke the peaceful atmosphere. Second uncle. Oh no. The female demon is here." The guard who came to report was out of breath as he shouted. His loud voice was so clear that even Ling Qiue outside the door could hear it. Female demon? When did she get this nickname? She glanced at the guard at the door and saw him trembling like a leaf. Suddenly, she thought this nickname suited her quite well. Dazed, Zhang Dao was so frightened by the guard's shout that he almost fell off his chair. "Li Ergo, if you keep panicking like this, just get out of here," he shouted angrily. "What female demon? Do you believe I will kill you first?" The guard, Li Ergo, looked upset. "Second uncle, there are people outside." Before Li Ergo could finish, Zhang Dao shouted loudly, "Someone is causing trouble in the servant market? Did you forget how I told you before? Anyone causing trouble, beat them out. No matter life or death." Li Ergo's face turned pale with fear. He quickly explained, "Second uncle, no one is causing trouble. It's that female demon who killed Li Si and Wang Wu. She said she wants to see you." Zhang Dao, who had just sat down, staggered and almost fell back.
She?
Where is she? Why is she here? This time, his voice dropped several octaves. Li Ergo, who was close enough, heard clearly. The guard also lowered his voice and replied, "The female demon is waiting outside the door. She said she can save your son." Zhang Dao looked confused. "Save my son? My son is fine, studying at the academy. Why does she need to come?" Although he was curious, he dared not be careless. After all, this female demon's reputation was not something to take lightly. If she had only killed 2 thugs in the servant market, their master, who is behind the market, could handle anyone. But this female demon not only killed people in the servant market, she also stopped the royal chariot of the King of Heaven. Stopping the chariot was not enough. She even married into the royal palace and became the princess. And becoming a princess was not enough. She also endured the king's fierce aura without dying on the spot. Such a demon, not to mention him, a small manager, even his master might not be able to handle her if she came. Zhang Dao hurried out nervously. When he saw Ling Qiue outside the door, he immediately forced a fake smile. He respectfully said, "Princess, your visit is an honor. Sorry for not welcoming you properly." He secretly wondered in his mind. This demon had already become a princess, so why was she still coming to their servant market? And she said she wanted to save his son. His son was clearly studying happily at the academy. How could he need her help? Was she just cursing his son? Although he was forced to smile politely because of the power of the royal palace, he did not want his precious son to be cursed by others. Next time you have something to do, just tell the guards to inform me directly. Don't use my little son as a shield. My son has a weak fate and might not be able to handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw his servant Ah Fu, who was taking care of his son, running over in a panic. Ah Fu was crying as he ran, shouting, "Master, sob sob, Master, the young master is in trouble.
He's bleeding a lot.
Please go save him," sob sob. Zhang Dao was shocked and his legs went weak, almost falling to the ground. Panic filled his mind completely. He only had one son, the treasured child of their 3 generations of the Zhang family. If something happened to him, how could he go on living? He angrily grabbed Ah Fu's collar and shouted, "What did you say? Yuan Bao is studying at the academy, right? How could something go wrong for him?" Ah Fu was so frightened he could only cry and couldn't speak. Ling Chua couldn't stand it and directly took Ah Fu from Zhang Dao's hands. "Royal princess, what are you trying to do?" Zhang Dao was both anxious and angry, instinctively trying to grab Ah Fu back. But suddenly, it seemed he remembered something, and his face turned fierce. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Is it you? Did you do this? What exactly did you do to my son?" He suspected that Ling Chua was behind everything. Otherwise, how could she have known in advance that Yuan Bao would get into trouble and claim she could save him? Ling Chua ignored him and calmly pulled up Ah Fu, who was kneeling on the ground. "Royal princess, what are you trying to do?" Zhang Dao was both anxious and angry, and he instinctively tried to take Ah Fu back. But suddenly, it seemed he thought of something, and his face turned fierce. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is it you? Did you do this? What exactly did you do to my son?" He suspected that Ling Chua was behind everything. Otherwise, how could she have known in advance that Yuan Bao would get into trouble and claim she could save him? Ling Chua ignored him and calmly pulled up Ah Fu, who was kneeling on the ground. "Royal princess, what are you trying to do?" Zhang Dao was both anxious and angry, and he instinctively tried to take Ah Fu back. But suddenly, it seemed he thought of something, and his face turned fierce. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is it you? Did you do this? What exactly did you do to my son?" He suspected that Ling Chua was behind everything. Otherwise, how could she have known in advance that Yuan Bao would get into trouble and claim she could save him? Ling Chua ignored him and calmly pulled up Ah Fu, who was kneeling on the ground. "Royal princess, what are you trying to do?" Zhang Dao was both anxious and angry, and he instinctively tried to take Ah Fu back. But suddenly, it seemed he thought of something, and his face turned fierce. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is it you? Did you do this? What exactly did you do to my son?" He suspected that Ling Chua was behind everything. Otherwise, how could she have known in advance that Yuan Bao would get into trouble and claim she could save him? At this time, he should have been in the academy attending class. However, out of playfulness, he and his classmates skipped school and sneaked out of the academy. While chasing and jumping around, Zhang Yukong fell. When he fell, a broken piece of porcelain on the ground cut a large wound on his neck. He ultimately died from excessive blood loss. Ling Chua learned about this incident because, in her previous life, Zhang Dao had gone to seek justice for his son. He led some thugs from the servant market to the homes of several other children who had also skipped school. This caused a big fuss in the city and even caught the attention of the authorities. The story was widely known at the time. Since this event happened close to her older sister's death anniversary, she remembered it clearly. This was also the reason why Ling Chua deliberately chose to come to the servant market at this time, to find Zhang Dao. She wanted to exchange her son's life for the whereabouts of the rest of the Ling family. The back street was just diagonally across from the servant market. In a few minutes, they reached the scene of the accident. A group of people was gathered there, talking loudly. Ling Chua quickly pushed through the crowd and saw Zhang Yukong lying on the ground, with an elderly man with white hair trying to stop the bleeding. The old man's technique looked professional. He was pressing the wound tightly with a clean cloth, trying to stop the bleeding by applying pressure. But Ling Chiyue immediately saw the problem. She quickly spoke up, stopping him. You're going to kill him if you do that. Everyone was startled and turned to look at her. The old man was displeased, glared at Ling Chiyue, and said angrily, I am saving him. Didn't you see how much blood he's lost? The onlookers, worried that Ling Chiyue might interfere with the old man's rescue, hurried to explain. Miss, this elderly gentleman is a top doctor from Rinshin Hall. His medical skills are excellent. Please don't disturb him. Dr. Gao used to be an Imperial doctor in the palace when he was young. He retired and opened Rinshin Hall after growing older. Ling Chiyue remained calm and continued to speak in a steady voice. But you are pressing on the wrong spot. I can see where the bleeding is coming from with my own eyes. The old man clearly didn't believe her and still tried to save the boy using his own method. During this time, she didn't forget to criticize. Young girl, you're still so young. Even if you studied medicine, you probably haven't practiced for many years. Do you think your medical skills qualify you to criticize my treatment methods? Dr. Gao has been practicing medicine for many years. He has saved more people than you've eaten meals. I know how to save him. Ling Chiyue immediately retorted without hesitation. If he were an adult, your pressing might be correct. But he's still a child. While your method can stop the bleeding, it also blocks his airway. Doing this could make it impossible for him to breathe. Everyone instinctively looked at the child after hearing this, followed by Zhang Dayo, who trembled as he tried to check the child's breathing. Dr. Gao, my son has no breath. Dr. Gao was so frightened that he quickly let go. Ling Chiyue had already crouched down and pressed her palm on a spot half an inch from the wound. In just a moment, everyone saw the child seem to hold his breath for a long time, then suddenly take a big breath. Zhang Dayo burst into tears of joy.
He has breath.
He has breath, but Ling Chiyue didn't stop. She quickly counted several silver needles and inserted them into a few acupuncture points on the child's body. Then she released her hand from pressing beside the wound. Before anyone could ask questions, they saw the bleeding wound suddenly stop bleeding. At the same time, Ling Chiyue unbuttoned the child's clothes and found a piece of wood stabbed into his abdomen. It looked like the handle of a small wooden sword, with only half of it remaining outside. The situation was clearly very serious. The scene erupted with frightening gasps. Zhang Dayo immediately recognized the object in his son's belly as the small wooden sword he had carved himself. It was about 4 inches long, but now only a small piece was exposed outside. With such a serious injury, could his son still survive?
Who
did this? Zhang Dayo shouted angrily, almost certain that someone had stabbed his son. Shut up. If you want your son to live, be quiet. In this urgent situation, Ling Chiyue had no choice but to use her special skills right there. Opening the surgical mode in the Divine Doctor space, it only took a few seconds to retrieve the child's current injury assessment. The report showed that Zhang Yokong's abdominal wound caused increased pressure inside the chest, leading to vein dilation. This then triggered a rare and life-threatening tension pneumothorax. After confirming the specific injuries, Ling Chiyue looked at the nearly unconscious Zhang Dayo, then turned to the elderly man with white hair beside her. Old Master Gao, the child is about to stop breathing. I need your help now. Tell me what to do. Although Dr. Gao was proud, he understood that saving lives was the most important thing and did not hesitate. Hold his forehead with one hand, gently tilt his head back, and pinch his nose. With your other hand, lift his chin, then give him mouth-to-mouth breaths. Ling Chiyue demonstrated while explaining. When blowing, keep it steady and gentle, not rushed. Is that okay? Yes, no problem. Although Dr. Gao didn't fully understand why, he quickly followed her instructions. He started the procedure as she directed. Dr. Gao, being a trained doctor, was quick and precise, which allowed Ling Chiyue to focus on the next rescue steps. She grabbed her medical kit, quickly adding a few necessary tools before opening it. Inside, she took a scalpel and a glass bottle filled with hydrogen peroxide. But she was missing a tube. A thin tube about 80 to 90 centimeters long. The Divine Doctor space had such tubes, but rubber seemed to be used less in this era, so she couldn't easily take one out. Reed stalks, do you have any? Ling Chiyue suddenly asked loudly. The onlookers were stunned by her series of actions and were startled, momentarily confused. Li Ergu, helping Zhang Dayo, quickly said, "Yes, yes, there are many in the backyard of the gatehouse." After speaking, he hurriedly ran off and returned with a large bundle of reed stalks. "Your Majesty, do these look enough?" Ling Mingyue selected 2 thick, intact reed stalks from the bundle, then cut the middle sections. She washed and disinfected them, trying to connect the 2 pieces. "Do you have sticky rice?" Ling Mingyue asked again. The shopkeeper nearby quickly said, I have it. I'll go get it right away." Moments later, he brought over a pot of sticky rice. Ling Mingyue. Oh, all right, she hadn't explained clearly. She took a small amount of sticky rice from the pot, kneaded it into a ball, and then stuck it at the joint of 2 reed stalks to seal it tightly. Next, she took a glass bottle filled with hydrogen peroxide, inserted 1 reed into the bottle, and submerged it in water. Then, she continued sealing the opening with more sticky rice. Meanwhile, Gao Daifu, who was helping Zhang Yukong with artificial respiration, suddenly realized the child had completely stopped breathing. He looked down sadly, his voice full of helplessness and pain. "Young girl, the child is gone. No more breathing at all." This sentence hit everyone like a heavy stone, and it felt as if the air froze at that moment. Zhang Dayo suddenly felt his heart ache, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The crowd was soon overwhelmed with sorrowful sighs. Kind-hearted women and aunties wiped their tears, feeling sad for this small life. However, Ling Mingyue seemed to be in another world, unaware of the noise and sadness around her, calmly continuing her work. At this moment, she held a scalpel and aimed it at the child's chest between the second ribs, without hesitation, stabbing down. The people, still immersed in grief, screamed in shock at this sudden action, as if the air itself became sharp and piercing. Zhang Dayo, who had just been revived by Li Ergu's pressure point technique, looked like he had seen a ghost. He thought Ling Mingyue was retaliating against him, even targeting his child's body. He rushed forward wildly to stop her, but he was pushed aside by a strong force. As the commotion grew louder, 2 black-clad guards suddenly appeared beside Ling Mingyue. They carried long swords at their waists, with stern and intimidating faces, radiating authority and coldness that made people instinctively step back. However, Ling Mingyue didn't even lift her head, as if everything was within her expectations. "Manager Zhang, if you want your son to live, shut your mouth and stay quiet." While speaking, she carefully inserted the other end of the reed into the child's chest wound. In her other hand, she slowly lifted a glass bottle. The previously still glass bottle suddenly released bubbles from the water inside, as if signaling that life was beginning to return. The tall doctor nearby almost popped his eyes in surprise. "These bubbles," Ling Mingyue instinctively started to explain, releasing the pressure in the chest cavity until the injury is stabilized. Seeing the confusion on the doctor's face, she immediately stopped speaking. For someone unfamiliar, understanding the scientific principle behind 22's actions is impossible. She had simply created a one-way pressure valve. The tube allowed air to escape from the chest cavity, while the water in the bottle prevented air from flowing back in. Once the chest pressure normalized, the child's breathing would return to normal. He's alive. He's really alive. The previously silent child's chest began to rise and fall again. That faint breathing spark ignited hope in everyone's hearts. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Seeing a life return firsthand was incredibly uplifting. People were amazed, and some even started to applaud Ling Mingyue. Zhang Dayo knelt on the ground, bowing his head repeatedly and knocking it against the ground with a series of thuds. "Thank you, Your Majesty's consort, for saving my child. Thank you, Your Majesty's consort, for saving my child. You're thanking too early." Ling Mingyue's voice was calm, almost cold, like a heavy blow to Zhang Dayo's heart. It was like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone present. They looked in the direction of Ling Mingyue's gaze and saw the child's neck, abdomen, and chest. Each of those wounds was hideous and deadly. The atmosphere at the scene grew tense again, as if an invisible heavy stone pressed down on everyone's hearts. They all knew that such wounds made the child's chances of survival very slim, almost invisible. Zhang Daio's eyes turned red, and his voice was filled with desperate pleading. "Your Majesty's consort, I beg you to save my child. Please save him. As long as you can save him, I, Zhang Daio, will serve you faithfully in the future. No complaints." Ling Chua narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhang Daio coldly. "This is what you said." Zhang Daio kowtowed heavily to the ground and swore, "If I break my promise, let lightning strike me, and I shall not have a good death." Ling Chua immediately ordered, "First, prepare a clean, spacious room. Then, bring a wooden board that can be used for lying down." Zhang Daio quickly nodded and responded, then shouted at the guards in the market, "Didn't you hear the princess's words? Hurry up and prepare." Quickly, the guards immediately moved into action, not daring to delay in the slightest. Among them, Li Ergu was the smartest. He somehow found a piece of door panel and brought it over. Ling Chua handed the glass bottle to the tall doctor. "Remember, the bottle must be held higher than the child's chest until no more bubbles come out." The tall doctor had no objections. He immediately held the bottle carefully with both hands, afraid of dropping it by accident. This was the child's life at stake. And everything he saw today completely overturned his previous understanding of medicine. He had a feeling that the young girl in front of him might become even more powerful than the princess. No matter what, he wanted to see her healing skills firsthand. Ling Chua personally stepped forward, carefully picked up the child, and placed him on the wooden board. The child's injuries were very serious, especially the small wooden sword in his stomach, which was almost entirely embedded inside. A slight mistake could worsen his internal injuries. So, she had to do it herself. Then, she ordered the two dark guards in black to lift the wooden board and follow Zhang Daio to the room they had prepared. Just as Ling Chua was about to send people away and close the door to save the child, she suddenly realized an important issue. She did not have medical qualification in Yunlan. This was not just a procedural problem but also a matter of trust and responsibility. So, she honestly told Zhang Daio about this situation. "I don't have a medical license, so I need a guarantor." Ling Chua's voice was calm, but it exploded like a heavy bomb among the crowd. As soon as she said this, everyone was stunned. For a moment, it seemed as if countless little animals were rushing over their heads. Such an impressive person actually has no medical license? Or was all her previous work just nonsense, a coincidence? Does she really lack the medical skills to save lives? Gao Daifu and Zhang Daio felt a wave of despair and worry. Gao Daifu was weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Should he step forward to be her guarantor? He didn't believe her previous actions were just made-up stories. After all, the child was truly lifeless, and she was the one who saved him. If she really had extraordinary medical skills and managed to bring the child back to life, then the favor he was offering now would surely be repaid many times over in the future. But what if, in the end, the child couldn't be saved? Then he would have to share the same responsibility as her. Zhang Daio was also caught in a painful dilemma. Looking at the barely breathing child on the door, his heart was full of despair and helplessness. He wanted to believe in Ling Chua and entrust her with saving the child's life. But how could he trust someone without a medical license? Just as everyone was turning over ideas, a dark-clad guard stepped forward, holding up a letter high. He showed the letter to everyone with a blank expression. Everyone leaned in to see the words "letter of commitment." Only Gao Daifu and Zhang Daio clearly saw what was inside. "Letter of commitment. I voluntarily promise to unconditionally serve as Ling Chua's medical guarantor. I will take full responsibility for all consequences." Signed with a bright red seal. Zhang Daio looked at the seal and said carefully, "Xiao Qiyu." Everyone was confused. Who was Xiao Qiyu? He seemed a bit familiar. The king's attendant, Xiao Qiyu. Gao Daifu, who had been a royal doctor before, was experienced and quickly shouted out. Hearing this, everyone's legs went weak, and they knelt down. Then they looked at Ling Chua with fear. So the royal consort Zhang Dao mentioned really was the royal consort. They had thought it was just the girl's name. The dark-clad guards presented a promise letter with both hands. Ling Chua looked at the elaborate writing on it and felt a wave of emotion. Xiao Qi was truly a very good person. However, her feelings of gratitude only lasted for a moment. The other dark guard whispered in her ear, softly enough that only she could hear. The master said as long as the princess remembers to leave his guarantee fee. Perhaps he knew that if others overheard, it might damage their master's reputation. Ling Chua, surprised and annoyed. Good people are just empty words. But with this promise letter, Ling Chua could finally rest assured and start treating the child. Zhang Dao, despite his many worries, had no choice but to agree reluctantly. After all, besides Ling Chua, there was no one else who could save his son. Royal Princess, may I watch from the side? Just as Ling Chua was about to close the door, Dr. Gao finally decided to speak. He knew this was a rare opportunity. Seeing the mysterious medical skills of the princess in person would surely benefit him for life. Afraid she might refuse, he quickly added, "If you need me to do anything, just tell me." Ling Chua thought for a moment and agreed. She actually hoped that Western medicine could gradually become popular in this era. Traditional Chinese medicine focuses on health and balance, while Western medicine has unique strengths in surgery and emergency care. Combining both could lead to the highest level of medical skill. Before he entered, she took a sterile suit from her medical box and threw it to him. "Put this on. The patient has external injuries, so the environment must stay clean." Once she activated the surgical mode in her divine doctor space, everything within her designated area would be sterile. But this was her special ability, and she couldn't let others develop bad medical habits because of it. Finally, after instructing the two dark guards that no matter what happened, no one else was allowed to enter, Ling Chua sharply closed the door with a bang. She completely cut off all sight lines. The surgery officially began. Compared to Dr. Gao's nervousness, Ling Chua was completely relaxed. The operating room is her territory. Here, she is in control. The first step is still acupuncture to stop the bleeding. Different locations require different acupoints for stopping bleeding. She quickly inserted a few silver needles into the child's body to control the bleeding and prepare for the surgery. Her skill in inserting needles amazed Dr. Gao. He couldn't understand the exact placement of the needles and asked, "Your Royal Highness, these acupoints." As soon as he asked, he felt it might be inappropriate. Every doctor has their own secret techniques, which are rarely shared, even with their own apprentices. And especially not with outsiders like him. But Ling Chua didn't mind. She simply explained, "This is for stopping bleeding. Later, I will need to open his abdomen to repair the injured organs inside. To prevent excessive blood loss, we must first stop the bleeding. Open the abdomen." Dr. Gao thought he had misheard. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Ling Chua holding a glass tube with a needle at the tip, directly inserting it into the child's body. He didn't need to ask questions anymore. She explained proactively, "This is anesthesia, extracted from medicinal herbs. It can numb the nerves and reduce pain during the operation." Anesthesia? What exactly is that? At this moment, Dr. Gao felt like his intelligence was being questioned. Why couldn't he understand a single word? Ling Chua was not interested in paying attention to him. She was looking at the report from the operating room, checking the scratches on the child's neck. Fortunately, the aorta wasn't damaged. The trachea was slightly injured, but after cleaning the wound and stitching it up, it would be fine. Dr. Gao was also looking at the wound on the child's neck, large, bloody, with a big gash. That didn't seem like good luck at all. Ling Chua couldn't hear his inner complaints. She was now fully focused on the abdominal wound. Based on its location, it might have injured the liver, spleen, or intestines inside. Sure enough, the surgical report clearly marked these three organs. While waiting for the anesthesia to take effect, she carefully cleaned the dirt around the wound with hydrogen peroxide. Once she confirmed the anesthesia was working, she confidently picked up the surgical knife and found the right spot. With a sharp cut, she opened the skin and tissue around the wound. Using a retractor, She kept the incision open and looked inside for the injured area. Dr. Gao kept his eyes wide open, afraid to miss any detail. This made his normally aging eyes see very clearly. So, when he saw Ling Chu searching inside the open stomach, the bloody scene made his chest feel sick, and he couldn't hold back anymore. He covered his mouth and rushed out of the room. Ling Chu looked up, her face showing no sign of disappointment. When she saw the door open and then close again with the guards, she calmly continued the surgery. Getting sick during surgery is something almost every surgeon experiences. No matter the era, being a doctor requires a strong heart, especially in surgery. In the 22nd century, medical training focuses even more on building mental strength. Because only by staying calm and focused when facing complex human body situations can doctors make the right diagnosis and treatment. Dr. Gao has been practicing medicine all his life, mainly checking pulses and occasionally treating injuries. Dealing with a large wound like this was definitely a challenge for him. Outside, Zhang Dao waited anxiously. His feelings were like a roller coaster, going up and down. Every time he heard a sound from inside, his heart would tremble. He hoped the door would open and he would hear good news about the child's rescue. But he also feared that the door opening would bring bad news he couldn't handle. When he saw Dr. Gao run out of the room, he couldn't hold back his anxiety and hurried over. What happened? Why did you come out? What about my son? Is he okay? However, the old doctor looked pale and said nothing. This made his fear grow even more. Could it be? Could it be? The senior doctor quickly shook his head and looked ashamed as he explained, the child is still alive, and the princess is still inside receiving treatment. As for the rest, I don't know. My medical skills are too limited. I can't understand what the princess is doing. Hearing this, Zhang Dao could no longer sit still. He immediately tried to rush inside. However, two men in black standing outside the door blocked his way like gatekeepers, making it impossible for him to move forward. They stood expressionless, as if saying, no one is allowed inside without the princess's order. Inside the operating room, with no one else present, Ling Chu began to use the medical tools from her space freely. These modern medical instruments were like a great help to her. She skillfully handled the laparoscope, suction device, suturing needles, and other tools. Every movement was precise and quick. Under her control, the instruments seemed to come alive, becoming her reliable helpers in saving the patient. She quickly located the injured organs, cleaned and disinfected the area, then repaired and stitched everything up. After fixing the organs, she cleaned the bleeding and other secretions from the wound. Finally, she conducted a thorough check. Seeing that everything was fine, she closed the abdominal cavity and stitched up the final wound. The entire surgery took less than an hour. When she finished the last stitch, she let out a gentle sigh and showed a satisfied smile. An hour might seem long, but for her, working alone without any assistance to repair the abdomen and organs, this speed was very fast. However, outside the operating room, the waiting family members felt like time had stretched endlessly, each moment filled with anxiety. During the surgery, the child's mother and grandparents, upon hearing the news, hurried over anxiously. They only wanted to know how the child was doing. When they found they couldn't enter the room, they could only look to Gao Daifu for answers. Gao Daifu was so frightened by the two women, who were losing control and acting wildly, that he kept begging for mercy. He trembled and shouted, "Madam, please calm down. Listen to me. I really didn't see anything. When I came out, the child was still breathing. I really know nothing about the others. When you came out, you were still alive. What happened after? Weren't you there to help? Why did you run out?" The child's grandmother seemed like she had gone mad, suddenly crying out and rushing toward the doctor. Soon, the doctor's old face was scratched. Next, his sleeve was torn. It looked like his pants might also be ruined. He hurriedly shouted in a hoarse voice, "I told you everything I know. Isn't that enough?" He clumsily protected his waist, sweat dripping down his forehead. After thinking for a while, he finally spoke. "The princess said the child's internal organs were pierced, so we need to cut open his belly to repair the damaged parts." Before he finished, the child's mother cried out in heartbreak. What? How dare you? How dare you cut open my child's belly with a knife? You're killing him. She desperately rushed toward the door. Of course, she was stopped by the guards outside. After several failed attempts to break through, she fainted from exhaustion. The child's grandmother also cried so hard, she was gasping for breath. She hit the ground and shouted, "My grandson, you can't have an accident. You quack doctors, give me back my son's life." Overcome with grief, she also fainted. Zhang Dao and other relatives gathered at the door, trying to work together to break in. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get close to the house. Dr. Gao looked at this scene with some pity. He tried to persuade them. Everyone, please stay calm. You're only delaying Princess Yu's treatment. Trust her. She will do her best to save the child. Zhang Dao suddenly grabbed Dr. Gao's collar and shouted angrily, "My son's belly has been cut open. What more can you do? I tell you, if anything happens to my son, I won't let you go." After shouting, he seemed drained of all strength and collapsed on the ground in despair. When Ling Chua opened the door and came out, she saw a chaotic scene. Many people were sitting or lying on the ground in disarray. Their clothes were messy, and their faces bore various bruises. Some were crying out loud. Others were quietly sobbing. What is happening here? She just had surgery, and now it feels like everyone has changed. Did you fight? Ling Chua looked at the two secret guards and asked cautiously. The guards thought Ling Chua was blaming them for fighting, so they apologized. Please forgive us, Your Highness. They thought the child had died and tried to force their way in, so we had no choice but to act. Ling Chua nodded approvingly. Good job. If they hadn't stopped them, the child might have been in real danger.
Sigh.
The times probably don't accept surgical procedures very well. Luckily, there are two strong guards at the door. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. In this way, the money paid as a guarantee for Xiao Qiu doesn't seem like a bad deal. Perhaps she had reached the limit of despair. Ling Chua had been standing at the door for a long time, lost in her own thoughts, without anyone coming to ask about her. She looked around, cleared her throat loudly, and asked, "Are the child's family here? Weren't they eager to see the child? Where did everyone go?" Li Ergu was the first to come back to himself. He quickly pushed Zhang Dao and said anxiously, "Second uncle, hurry, get up. The princess is out." Zhang Dao suddenly woke up as if from a dream and jumped up quickly. Because he had been sitting on the ground for a long time, his legs went numb, and he almost fell. Fortunately, Li Ergu caught him just in time, so he didn't fall flat on his face. "Where is my son?"
Is he
already?" Zhang Dao choked up and couldn't continue. A middle-aged strong man was crying helplessly and sadly, like a child. "Son, it's Dad who's sorry. It's all Dad's fault," he cried and wailed, full of guilt and regret. With Li Ergu's help, Zhang Dao staggered toward the room. When he saw the child lying quietly on the bed, he couldn't hold back and started crying loudly. His whole body instinctively wanted to rush to the child. But Ling Chua kicked him away. Zhang Dao was knocked to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. At this moment, he hated Ling Chua with all his heart. His eyes were full of unhidden resentment. But what could he do about it? She is the princess and has two skilled secret guards protecting her. He is just a small steward, and even if he risks his entire family's life, he probably can't hurt the other person at all. Unable to do anything, Zhang Dao can only collapse on the ground, filled with grief and anger as he accuses. "Princess, why did you lie to me? You clearly couldn't save him, but you said you could. Even if you couldn't save him, I wouldn't blame you. But why did he die, and why are you still angry at him, even on his body? Why?"
Boo-hoo.
"It's not me who harmed your Ling family. If you have the ability, go find the real culprit to blame. Picking on me, a small steward, what kind of skill is that?" "Shut up." Ling Chua couldn't stand the noisy voice anymore and impatiently shouted, "Open your eyes and look carefully. Is this child dead or alive? There are many people who curse others, but you are the first to curse your own son as a corpse." Her words are full of sarcasm and dissatisfaction. At this moment, Zhang Dao is utterly heartbroken and has completely lost his mind, unable to understand anything. Li Ergu, hearing this, becomes very anxious. He doesn't care about Zhang Dao's life or death anymore and throws him aside. He hurriedly rushes forward to check on the child's condition. His eyes first fall on the child's small hands resting on both sides. Just a gentle touch reveals something unusual. "Hey, the child's hands are still warm." Li Ergu's voice shows obvious surprise. Zhang Dao still sits on the ground, wiping tears and muttering to himself. This newly dead person shouldn't be so cold so quickly. My unfortunate child, it's all because of my uselessness as a father. I harmed you. At this moment, Li Ergu has already checked the child's nose and can't help but exclaim, "Wow, the child is still breathing. The child is alive. Someone who just died can still breathe." Zhang Dao suddenly lifts his head, a look of confusion and disbelief flashing in his eyes. What did you say? My son is still alive? My Yuanbao is still alive?" His voice shifts from initial doubt to overwhelming joy. He tried to stand up and check on his son himself, but his legs were weak, and he fell heavily back down. He tried again, but the result was the same. He was angry and anxious, about to ask Li Ergu to help him up. But he saw Li Ergu rush out the door like a mad dog, shouting as he ran, "Grandpa, Grandma, second uncle, Yuanbao is not dead. Yuanbao is still alive." His voice echoed in the empty corridor, full of joy and excitement. Outside the door, there was no cheer, no excitement, only silence. Because no one believed it. A seemingly kind passerby couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Ergu, now is not the time to comfort them. When someone passes away, they can't come back. It's better to let them grieve and accept it." Li Ergu angrily retorted, "You should be grieving. Your whole family should be grieving. My uncle Yuanbao is still alive." He then pulled up Zhang Dao's father, who is also his grandfather, and headed into the house. "Grandpa, believe me, Yuanbao is still alive and doing well. I personally checked his breathing." Before he finished speaking, he saw his grandfather, who was supposed to be near death, suddenly disappear with a whoosh. He didn't have time to chase after him, and saw Yuanbao's mother and grandmother, who had been fainting earlier, running ahead of them. Suddenly, the house was in chaos. Crying and laughing mixed together. If Ling Chua hadn't said they were disturbing the child's recovery, they might have kept crying for a long time. After all this fuss, Zhang Dao's family finally believed that their little treasure was still alive. Zhang Dao knelt in front of Ling Chua, slapping his own face in guilt. "It's all my fault for not recognizing a good person and wrongly accusing the princess. Please, Your Majesty, forgive me and don't hold this against me." His voice was full of regret and fear. Fortunately, 2 great guards were watching over them. Otherwise, if they had barged in, the consequences would have been terrible. At this moment, Gao Dafu was carefully examining the stitched wound on the child's neck, making occasional sounds of amazement. Seeing this, Zhang Dao was furious. He pointed at Gao Dafu and said, "It's all your fault, you old man. You said the princess cut open my son's belly. If it weren't for you spreading that rumor, we wouldn't have misunderstood the princess." Dr. Gao felt very wronged, as they were the ones who forced him to speak. However, when faced with Zhang Dao's accusations, he chose to stay silent. There is a saying, "Women and petty people are hard to care for." Zhang Dao is a petty person. His mother and wife are also petty. He decided not to argue with them. "Your Royal Highness, thank you so much. You are truly our family's savior. If Yuanbao is gone, we don't want to live anymore." Yuanbao's grandmother was so grateful to Ling Chua that she couldn't find the words to express her thanks. She wished she could kneel and kowtow to Ling Chua to show her gratitude. But Ling Chua stopped her. She was already old and had just gone through a scare. If she had another problem, she wouldn't have the strength to treat it. They had just finished 2 surgeries that day, pushing her to her limit. Yuanbao's mother looked at her child's wounds with tears in her eyes. "Your Highness, Yuanbao's injury is so frightening. Will he recover if we go back? Your Highness, do we need to prepare some medicine?" Yuanbao's grandfather also asked worriedly. Ling Chua seemed prepared and took a prescription from the nearby table, handing it over. Follow this prescription. It has oral medicine and topical ointment. Take the oral medicine 3 times a day and change the ointment once a day. Zhang Dao, as the head of the family, hurriedly took the prescription with both hands. He originally thought that such serious injuries would require very expensive herbs, like ginseng or lingji, which are rare and valuable. But when he looked at the prescription, he was stunned. It listed only common herbs: baishi, baimu, fangfeng, qishao, dengguiwei, ganqiao, qigua. He roughly estimated that the cost of these herbs might only be a few hundred coins. He looked at Ling Chua doubtfully. Your Highness, are you sure this prescription is for Yuanbao? Just these common herbs, will it work? Ling Chua resisted the urge to roll her eyes and said coldly, if you think it won't work, you can find another doctor to prescribe something else. Yuanbao's grandmother, seeing this, angrily slapped Zhang Dao on the head. You little brat, are you a doctor, or is the Royal Highness a doctor? You don't trust the medical skills of your Highness, and you still want to believe someone else. After speaking, she carefully put away the prescription and respectfully said to Ling Chua, Princess Yu, please rest assured. We will follow your prescription to prepare the medicine. Ling Chua nodded slightly and slowed her tone, saying, don't think these herbs are ordinary and therefore useless. In medicine, whether herbs are rare or common doesn't matter. As long as they treat the right symptoms, they are the best medicine. Hearing this, Zhang Dao suddenly understood. He quickly bowed and apologized to Ling Chua. Yes, you're right, Princess Yu. I am just a rough person and don't know much. Please don't mind me. His sincere and respectful attitude eased Ling Chua's impatience a little. Princess Yu, besides these medicines, is there anything else we should pay attention to when caring for Yuanbao? As a mother, Yuanbao's mother was very focused on her child's well-being and worried about missing anything. Ling Chua understood her and patiently explained, since the wound is quite large, the most important thing afterward is to prevent infection and fever. The medicines I prescribed mainly help cool the blood, reduce swelling, drain pus, and promote healing. If Yuanbao develops a fever and you're unsure how to handle it, you can come to the prince's residence to find me. Besides that, you should also be very careful with the child's diet. The food should be light and avoid irritating the wound. Also, when changing the dressing, keep everything clean to prevent infection.
Try to keep the wound dry.
Before applying medicine, you can disinfect with high-proof alcohol. Zhang Dao hurriedly interrupted. Princess Yu, please wait a moment. I'll go get paper and pen to write this down. As soon as he finished speaking, with a swoosh, a piece of paper appeared out of nowhere, neatly written with all the precautions. Ling Chua was a bit surprised to see the dark-skinned guard beside her. She didn't expect that a guard, besides being skilled in martial arts, also had the skill of shorthand. With them around, it would be much easier for her to prepare prescriptions, just have them record everything. The dark-skinned guard looked a little embarrassed under Ling Chua's gaze. Princess, before we go on a mission, Commander Yen gave us special training. Ling Chua was a bit confused. Special training? Do you mean shorthand? Another fair-skinned guard quickly responded. Yes, Princess. Among all the trainees, we too have the best results. Ling Chua said, you all did great. Since the child was already saved, it was time for Ling Chua to ask for her medical fee. Zhang Dao stood in front of Ling Chua, feeling an odd pressure. He thought she was already very impressive for fighting off the city's thugs alone. But he didn't expect her to be capable of opening someone's belly with her bare hands. Although it was to save his son, he felt scared. He became very cautious. Your Royal Highness, what do you want me to do? Ling Chua straightforwardly said, I want the list of everyone in the Ling family. She knew that the city kept records of all transactions, including their prices and destinations. Zhang Dao's face showed a look of surprise, but then he looked troubled. Ling Chua's eyes narrowed slightly, and her tone became a little dangerous. Is there a problem? Zhang Dao suddenly felt the air around him grow colder, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. No. He was so nervous that he stammered, Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't want to give you the list, but I really can't. Just the night before last, there was a fire in the city's accounting office. The fire wasn't big, but all the ledgers and records from the past few years were burned. To prove his words, Zhang Dao took Ling Mingyue to see the accounting room. Since it had just happened, it was still in a messy state, not yet cleaned up. The room was cluttered, with shelves knocked over and water stains on the floor from the firefighting. However, Ling Mingyue quickly noticed that only a corner of the accounting room had been burned. She calmly asked, "Were all the items in the accounting room destroyed?" Zhang Dao shook his head. "No. Only the ledgers and records in this part were burned." He pointed to the dark corner of the wall and said, "All the account books and lists in the servant market are organized by date. This area just contains the most recent records, including those of the Ling family." Hearing this, he nervously glanced at Ling Mingyue. But for him, it was also an unexpected disaster. Because of this, he had his salary cut for half a year. Worried that Ling Mingyue might misunderstand, Zhang Dao quickly added, "Thanks to the guards who discovered the fire early and quickly put it out. Otherwise, all the papers in the house would have been burned." When Ling Mingyue saw that the list had been destroyed, her heart sank deeply. It was obvious that the fire was not accidental. Someone was deliberately targeting the Ling family. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that the records of the Ling family were burned? As for the person behind it, besides Shen Mingyue, she couldn't think of anyone else. Shen Mingyue had gone to great lengths to harm the entire Ling family, so she wouldn't let any Ling family member go easily. Thinking of something even more terrifying, Ling Mingyue's face suddenly turned pale. If her guess was correct, the Ling family situation would become even more dangerous. For a moment, she felt as if she was wrapped in a shadow of despair, unable to breathe. Could it be that even after being reborn, she still couldn't change the fate of the Ling family? At this moment, Zhang Dao's voice sounded again. "Your Royal Highness, do you want the Ling family's records? Are you planning to rescue them?" he asked cautiously, afraid of angering the already gloomy Ling Mingyue. Seeing no response, he awkwardly continued, "If it's not too much trouble, I can ask around for you. After all, the Ling family members are not ordinary servants. Anyone who has handled them should have some impression." His voice grew softer, but the guilt and worry in it were hard to ignore. Sigh. They risked so much to save his son, yet he couldn't help in any way. Ling Mingyue's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope, and she suddenly looked energized.
Yes.
The Ling family members were sent to the servant market a month ago, and over the past month, they had been gradually sold off. Not long ago, the people involved in the servant market probably remember it well. Then I'll leave it to Manager Zhang. Ling Mingyue's tone showed a hint of urgency and hope. No trouble at all. Zhang Dao kept waving his hands and secretly relaxed. Seeing Ling Mingyue's face soften a little, he felt less pressure. Soon, Zhang Dao gathered everyone in the servant market. He stood in front of them, looked around seriously, and then said loudly, "Listen up.
Think carefully now.
A month ago, we received some people from the Ling family. Who bought them later?" The crowd responded loudly, talking over each other. Most seemed indifferent, not paying much attention. For them, it was better to sell more servants at the market to earn extra commission than to worry about this. Someone casually said, "Those servants from the Ling family? I think I sold one, but I don't remember who bought him." Another person echoed, "I can't remember either. There are so many people coming to the servant market every day. The managers and maids all look alike, with no distinctive features. How could I remember?" Seeing Ling Mingyue's face turn darker, Zhang Dao felt nervous. To find clues quickly, he clenched his teeth and loudly promised, "Anyone who provides useful information will get 10 taels of silver. 10 taels for one person, 100 taels if 10 people helped." Although Zhang Dao was just the manager of the servant market, he was only a worker. 100 taels was a lot for him. But Ling Mingyue was the savior of his beloved son. He had to repay her kindness no matter what. To show his sincerity, he took out 10 silver ingots, each weighing 10 taels, and placed them on the table. This move immediately excited the people below. If 100 taels was a big amount for Zhang Dao, for the others, 10 taels was a huge sum of money. A burly man with a dark face suddenly stood up and loudly told what he knew. His confident look made Zhang Dao's forehead veins throb with anger. Darn it, these are all just greedy people who act early for profit. When there's no reward money, they remember nothing. But as soon as the reward is mentioned, everything comes back to them. Hearing the name Ling Wenshi, Ling Qiue's heart suddenly tightened. He is the cousin from the third branch of the Ling family, the third son. He used to bring her gifts wherever he went and loved her very much. She instinctively clenched her fists and asked eagerly, "And then? Who bought him?" Seeing Ling Qiue's anxious look, Zhang Da's face darkened, and he hurriedly urged the burly man, "Speak quickly. Don't delay." The burly man recalled. It was a middle-aged man, dressed very plainly. I couldn't tell which household he belonged to, but he had a scar on his face, running from the corner of his eye to behind his ear, which was quite scary. If it weren't for that scar, I might not remember him. A scar on his face? Ling Qiue's mind moved. Such a noticeable feature might be an important clue. But which family in Shengjing City would have an overseer with such a terrifying scar? Someone like that doesn't seem like an overseer, more like a martial artist. Could be either from a martial family or a bandit. Before Ling Qiue could think further, several people stood up one after another to report. "I've also seen that scarred man." "Me too, I remember him. I also have an impression." One after another, 4 or 5 people confirmed they recognized the scarred man. This made Ling Qiue suspect that this person was deliberately targeting the Ling family. A cold light flashed in her eyes. She knew someone was behind all this, controlling everything. She must find this person quickly to save her family. Zhang Da, suppressing the crowd, signaled for silence. "Too noisy, everyone speak one by one. Wu Datu, you go first." Wu Datu immediately began to recall, "When the Ling family servants were sent to the servant market, I was responsible for selling 2 male servants, one big and one small. The small one was about 8 or 9 years old, about the same age as your young master." He called the older one Daddy. Zhang Dao impatiently interrupted him, saying, "Get to the point." About the man with the scarred face, Wu Datu was annoyed by the interruption. He thought that the more he talked, the more silver he would get. "At first, I started the bidding at 50 taels. That scar-faced man immediately shouted 100 taels, scaring everyone else away. After selling the big one, I wanted to sell the smaller one next. But he directly bid another 100 taels and bought the smaller one too." Zhang Dao glanced at Ling Qiue, who looked serious, and asked, "Do you know who that scar-faced man is? Any features or clues?" Wu Data shook his head. "How could I know? After he paid, he left with those 2 people. I didn't even see a carriage." But he paused. "That man has thick eyebrows and big eyes, looks like a tough guy. Oh, and he wore a big sword at his waist, so he doesn't look easy to mess with." Just as Zhang Dao was about to ask the next question, Ling Qiue asked, "Do you remember the names of the big one and the small one?" Wu Datu instinctively wanted to shake his head, but seeing the silver on the table, he tried to recall. "I think the older one is called Kong Air." Ling Qiue said, "That one is big. Is his right hand useless?" Exactly. Wu Data quickly nodded, afraid of being blamed, and hurriedly clarified, "But I didn't hit him. When I saw him, his hand seemed to be broken and just hung down." Ling Qiue naturally knew that her second brother's hand wasn't broken by him. It was when they were still in the dungeon, and he was beaten by the guards while trying to save her. Ling Qiue lowered her head, wrote the characters Ling on Kong, then beside them, wrote Ling Wenbin. One was her second brother, and the other was her nephew. Zhang Dao turned to others and asked, "What about you? Any clues about that scar-faced man?" The others shook their heads, saying what they knew was similar to Wu Data's story. "I remember that the servant from the Ling family assigned to me was also bought by that scar-faced man. As Wu Data said, he looked very fierce, and he definitely had a big sword at his waist, seeming like a soldier." Ling Qiue quickly asked, "How do you know he is in the military?" The other person scratched his head, uncertain, and said, "I don't really know, just a feeling. I used to be in the army too, but I left because I got injured." Ling Qiue's brows furrowed tightly. She always thought that all the members of the Ling family were in Shengjing City. If someone from the army was really taken away, how could she find them? The military camp isn't a place anyone can enter easily. Others, do you remember anything else? Anything related to the Ling family is fine. Zhang Dao looked around and urged loudly. Everyone looked at each other silently, shaking their heads. Seeing that they couldn't provide any useful information, Zhang Dao waved his hand, signaling them to disperse. At this moment, a guard named Skinny Monkey hesitated and stepped forward, stopping Zhang Dao. Manager Zhang, if I give useful information, can I get some reward money? Zhang Dao replied, Of course. Just tell me. Skinny Monkey swallowed and recalled. That day, I was patrolling the market when I saw the scar-faced man arguing with a steward from the Nguagong mansion. I was worried they might fight and cause trouble, so I quickly stepped in to separate them. Zhang Dao looked puzzled. What does this have to do with the Ling family? Skinny Monkey said. I overheard part of their argument. It seems the scar-faced man wanted to buy a servant from the steward at a high price. But the steward didn't seem willing, and they argued over it. Hearing this, Ling Qiue's eyes suddenly lit up. She hurriedly asked, How do you know that steward is from the Nguagong mansion? Skinny Monkey scratched his head. He said so himself. He was very arrogant, cursing the scar-faced man for having the nerve to compete with the Nguagong mansion for people. After saying that, he looked a bit embarrassed and added, But I don't know if the servant they were fighting over is from the Ling family. Ling Qiue's mind moved, signaling Zhang Dao to give Skinny Monkey some reward money. After questioning, besides the mysterious scar-faced man, the information Skinny Monkey provided about the Nguagong mansion became the most important clue. But whether this clue is directly related to the Ling family or not, she must go to the Nguagong mansion herself to find out. Based on everyone's memories and descriptions, Ling Qiue compiled a detailed list of the Ling family's servanted members. Initially, there were 17 members of the Ling family sent to the servant market, excluding her. This included her 7 brothers, 3 sisters-in-law, 2 older sisters, 2 nieces, and 3 nephews. Currently, it is known that 4 brothers, 2 sisters-in-law, and 1 nephew were bought by the scar-faced man. The identity and whereabouts of the person taken by the steward of the Nguagong mansion are still unclear. Additionally, her older sister Ling Cixi and younger brother Ling Wenhui, who were successfully rescued, have been removed from the list. As a result, there are still 2 brothers, 1 sister-in-law, 1 older sister, 2 nieces, and 2 nephews whose locations are unknown. The most urgent task now is to find the scar-faced man. Only by finding him can they hope to recover nearly half of the Ling family members. Ling Qiue believes that such a distinctive person should not be hard to find in Shengjing City. But if he is not in Shengjing City, it will be difficult for her alone to gather any useful information quickly. Thinking of this, Ling Qiue clenched her teeth, as if making a big decision, and quickly turned to walk back in the direction she came from. In the study of the royal king's mansion, the atmosphere was quiet and awkward. Ling Qiue gathered her courage, knocked on Xiao Qi's study door, and stood in front of him. But her courage seemed to be exhausted just as she entered, leaving her standing there helplessly, hesitant to speak. Her guilty little eyes kept glancing at Xiao Qi's face, and several words circled in her mouth, but she dared not say them. Xiao Qi put down the scroll, let out a gentle sigh, breaking the awkward silence. Princess, are you here to stare at me? If so, I can give you a portrait. His tone was teasing, trying to ease her nervousness. However, Ling Qiue did not relax. She still pressed her lips tightly, as if there was something difficult to say. Seeing this, Xiao Qiu felt a bit helpless. He knew what Ling Qiue wanted to say. In fact, from the moment he knew she entered the servant market, he already understood her purpose. So, they arranged for all the files to be moved back to the prince's residence for handling. He slightly turned his head and looked toward the door. He could faintly hear Li Dequan's light breathing outside. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. If the person in front of him stayed another quarter of an hour, could Li Dequan, leaning against the door, hold his back? Li Dequan. Young man, is that polite? My back is fine. Usually, Ling Qiue would be surprised by Xiao Qi's words. After all, The cold and aloof crown prince acting playful was like the sun rising from the west. Now, she was full of thoughts about how to speak. Nervously, Ling Chua swallowed and finally gathered her courage to speak. "Prince, I want to make another deal with you." Her voice trembled slightly, showing that this decision was not easy for her. Xiao Qiyu raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at her with interest. "Oh? What deal?" Ling Chua took a deep breath and said loudly, "Prince, you help me find someone, and I will ensure you live a long life." That was the best offer she could think of, her most valuable condition. But she didn't know if the person in front of her was attracted to her. No matter past or present, Xiao Qiyu always gave her a feeling of being fearless and distant. He was powerful and seemed to have everything, yet he didn't care about anything. The atmosphere fell silent again. Ling Chua nervously clenched her fingers until they turned white. Xiao Qiyu said calmly, "I don't need to live a long life." For him, life that is too long would only become an endless burden. Hearing this, Ling Chua felt a bit disappointed, but it seemed expected, so she wasn't too surprised. "Then what do you want?" She didn't give up. To her, as long as she could find that scar-faced man, any price was worth paying. Xiao Qiyu asked back without waiting for her to answer. "Who do you want to find?" he asked knowingly. From the beginning, he knew her goal was to rescue the Ling family. But her next answer surprised him. "I want the prince to help me find a man with a scar on his face." She then handed over a portrait. Based on everyone's descriptions, she drew a sketch. The man in the drawing looked very ordinary, except for a noticeable scar. Xiao Qiyu raised an eyebrow and said meaningfully, "Would it be easier if I helped you find the Ling family members?" Ling Qiua's eyes widened suddenly, and she looked very happy. Really? She knew that asking for so much was considered rude. But nothing was more important than the safety of the Ling family members. As long as she could save the person first and repay the debt slowly over time, it was worth it. Seeing her hopeful eyes, Xiao Qiyu said casually, "You want me to find someone, and you'll trade your long life for it. So, what will you trade for the whereabouts of the 15 members of the Ling family?" His gaze stayed on Ling Chua, as if waiting for her answer. As soon as he spoke, Ling Chua didn't have time to respond. Outside the door, Li Dequan couldn't hold back anymore. He punched Yan Fei several times. Oh, his little master. When will she learn to be more charming? Such a good chance to show warmth, and she talks about trading. Yan Fei grimaced in pain, trying to move his head away from the fists. "If you're going to hit yourself. Why bother hurting him?" Next moment, a bigger fist hit his head with a loud bang. Inside the study, everything remained quiet. Although Ling Chua was a bit disappointed by Xiao Qiyu's answer, she didn't feel any resentment. In her past life, when the Ling family was destroyed, she knew that mountains could collapse, people could run away, but she could only rely on herself. After Rebirth, she never placed her hopes on anyone. And so far, Xiao Qiyu had helped her a lot. Deceptive marriage, the title of Princess Yu, the influence of the Yuwang residents, and the protection of the king, each was more than she could repay. Well, except for the guarantee, which was a clear transaction between them. Ling Chua frowned tightly, lost in thought. She realized she had nothing valuable enough to trade with Xiao Qiyu. This made her feel a deep, hard-to-express frustration. Helpless, she could only settle for the next best option. She softly said, "Then, please, Prince Wang, help find that scar-faced man." Her words showed a mix of helplessness and hope. After speaking, she remembered Xiao Qiyu's earlier words and felt a bit discouraged. "But you just said you don't want to live a long life. Does that mean we can't make this deal?" With Xiao Qiyu's power and status, she couldn't think of anything he didn't have that she could give. Just when she was about to lose hope, she heard Xiao Qiyu say calmly, "Then let's make 3 conditions for the deal. I will help you find the person, and you agree to 3 of my conditions." Ling Chua instinctively asked curiously, "What are the conditions? I can't think of them right now." "When I do, I will tell you." Xiao Qiyu raised an eyebrow slightly and teased, "What? Are you afraid to agree? Worried I might sell you?" Ling Chua quickly shook her head. Afraid he might change his mind, she hurriedly agreed. It's just 3 conditions. What's there to be afraid of? That scar-faced man is connected to the lives of several Ling family members. Even if she had to pay 10 times more, she would do it willingly. The deal was set. Ling Chua took out 70 taels of silver from her bosom and respectfully placed it in front of Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu looked at the silver and raised an eyebrow, asking suspiciously, "What does this mean?" "This is a guarantee fee," Ling Chua explained. "This afternoon, I saved a child. His family was grateful and gave me 100 taels as a medical fee." Zhang Dao, feeling guilty because the registry was burned, thought he hadn't helped his lifesaver enough, so he still contributed 100 taels as a treatment fee. Ling Chua didn't refuse and took the money directly. Xiao Qiu, 70 taels. Didn't they agree on a 50-50 split? Could it be that out of gratitude, she paid an extra 20%? Ling Chua. Oh, the extra 20% is for Xiao Bai and Xiao He. They also helped a lot today. When I tried to give it to them, they refused to accept it. So, I just gave it to you. Hearing this, Xiao Qiu nodded and took the silver. This scene made Li Dequan, who was secretly watching outside, punch his chest in frustration. When did his master become so fond of silver? He didn't even let go of 70 taels. Yanfly's attention was on something else. Who are Little White and Little Black? When did there become 2 people in the mansion? Those names sound so silly. He would never admit he was jealous. Li Dequan chuckled softly. The silliest one is you. Little Black and Little White are the 2 people you sent over. The brothers have different skin colors, one dark, one light. The princess probably named them based on their looks. Yanfly almost burst out laughing. Then he nodded sincerely. Good names. The princess is wise. From now on, they will be called Little Black and Little White. In the study. Right now, they were busy dividing the spoils. Sharing the money. Xiao Qiu took out a stack of silver notes from beside him and handed them to Ling Chua, saying calmly, "This was sent by the Su family." Hearing this, Ling Chua's eyes immediately lit up. She took the silver notes and quickly counted them. 10,000 taels, exactly 10,000 taels. Her beautiful face was now filled with a bright, happy smile. But just as she was happily lost in her thoughts, a large hand suddenly reached out in front of her. She looked up and saw Xiao Qiu looking at her calmly. That handsome hand was open in front of her, clearly indicating what he wanted. His hand was very nice, long fingers, clear joints, and most importantly, good at grabbing money. For example, with just a stretch, he took 5,000 taels directly from her hand. His goal was achieved, and the money was in his possession. Ling Chua happily left. As soon as she stepped out of the study, Li Dequan entered from behind. He stared fixedly for a while, then let out a heavy sigh. "Master, when did you become so shrewd?" But his response was cold and straightforward. A stack of silver notes and a few broken coins were thrown forcefully at him. Along with a shout, "Get lost!" Li Dequan didn't mind at all. He picked up the silver notes, put them in his pocket, and happily said, "Old servant remembers the princess's wedding day. I haven't added makeup for her yet. These aren't much, but I'll save them for her." Yanfly listened nearby, scratching his head in confusion. "Father, we're the groom's family. Do we also need to add makeup?" In his understanding, adding makeup seemed to be a ritual only for the bride. Li Dequan, furious and embarrassed, snapped, "If I say I will, then I will. What do you know?" After leaving the study, Ling Chua went straight to the neighboring courtyard and solemnly handed over the 10,200 silver notes to Ling Cici. "Little sister, where did you get so much money?" Ling Cici asked in surprise as she looked at the thick stack of silver notes. Perhaps after learning about the large medical fee paid by the clan prince, she and Ling Wenhan felt surprised, but did not panic like before. "It's from the Wen family and the Su family," Ling Chua replied with a smile, explaining how she managed to get the money for Su Xiaoya's treatment. She also mentioned the high medical fees paid by the Wen and Su families. At the end, she talked about the security deposit given to Xiao Qiu. She originally wanted her brother and sister to join her and jokingly complain about the prince's capitalist tendencies. Unexpectedly, both of them agreed with her approach. Ling Cece sighed. Little sister, you're right. If money can solve the problem, then it's not really a problem. Besides, it's to repay the prince's kindness. His kindness isn't something just anyone can repay. Ling Wenhan also nodded in agreement. That's true. When possible, repaying kindness with money is the best choice. Ling Chua touched her nose, feeling a bit guilty. She owed Xiao Qiyu more than just this one favor. She hoped she could repay all her debts someday. Ling Cece gently pushed the silver notes back to Ling Chua, telling her to keep them. Yeah, you are now the princess consort of the prince. Going out, socializing, rewarding servants, all of these cost a lot of silver. Keep the money safe and don't worry about us. Her tone was gentle but firm, clearly not accepting any objections from Ling Chua. Ling Wenhui also nodded and said, Yeah, I and Big Sister have discussed it. Although our status now limits us from going out to work and earn money freely, I can go to the mountains to gather herbs, and Big Sister will process them. When we sell them to the pharmacy, it will be enough for our expenses. His eyes showed deep concern for Ling Chua. As the youngest sister in the family, she should be protected and loved by everyone. But now, she alone bears the burden of the entire Ling family. And they, as prisoners, not only cannot share her burden but might even become a burden to her. How could I comfortably enjoy her sacrifices? Seeing the guilt and discomfort on my older brother and sister's faces, Ling Chua quickly smiled and comforted them. Oh, big sister, little brother, what's wrong? Don't overthink it. She playfully pouted and teased. Big sister and little brother, you're so capable that you don't need me to support you. The money is very important to you. Ling Cece was amused by her clever and lively look. She gently poked her nose and said, You're the most mischievous. Come on, tell me, what is your big plan? Ling Chua put away her playful attitude and said seriously, Big sister, I've thought about it. Once we get back the Ling family's house and shop, we will open a pharmacy. With a pharmacy, even if her older brother and sister can't immediately remove their status as servants, they won't feel lost. Ling Cece was a bit dazed and repeated, A pharmacy. All the children of the Ling family grew up in the pharmacy and clinic. But now, hearing this, it felt a little strange and distant. Ling Chua nodded firmly. Yes. Besides the pharmacy, I also want to open the Ling family clinic. But I need to pass the medical exam first. Her eyes sparkled with hope, as if she already saw the future revival of the Ling family. However, Ling Wenhui looked sad. He opened his mouth to say something, but didn't speak. He wanted to tell Ling Chua that even if they opened a pharmacy, given their current situation, no one would dare to do business with them. And the medical license was even more out of reach. After the officials from the Imperial Medical Office teamed up to push the Ling family into trouble, how could they give the family a chance to recover? But when he saw Ling Chua's determined eyes full of fighting spirit, he felt his words stuck in his throat, unwilling to crush her hope. So, when Ling Chua looked at him with questioning eyes, he forced himself to smile and said, Haha, our Yaya is the most promising. From now on, little brother, I'll be your runner, okay? He tried to support her dreams in his own way. But Ling Chua shook her head firmly. I don't want to, brother. Your talent for making medicines is so good that working as a servant is too limiting for you. You should be the pharmacist at our medicine hall. Without you, our medicine hall cannot do without anyone else. All right. I'll follow your lead. For Ling Chua, Ling Wenhao has always been unconditionally indulgent. Even if it's just a brief moment to make her happy. Ling Cece hides her bitterness in her heart, a gentle smile on her lips, and joins their conversation. What about me? Yeah? What do you want your big sister to do? Ling Chua playfully waves the silver note in her hand, her eyes lively. Big sister, you naturally will be the accountant of our Ling family's medicine hall. From now on, all the financial matters will be in your hands. She then puts the silver note back into Ling Cece's hand. This time, Ling Cece doesn't refuse but teases. All right then, I'll be the accountant from now on. May I ask, Miss Young Lady, I want to test you. When setting up a medicine hall, besides the pharmacist and accountant, what other people are needed? Yulmon says, to open a medicine hall, You need at least a shopkeeper, an accountant, a buyer, 2 pharmacists, and several medicine boys. Ling Chua happily lists them one by one. I've already thought about this. Big brother is steady, so let him be the shopkeeper of our Ling family's medicine hall. Second brother is quick-witted, responsible for purchasing herbs. Third brother. While speaking, she carefully counts on her fingers, making sure each member of the Ling family is properly assigned. Ling Cici and Ling Wenhao listen to her plan, and I can't help but smile at each other. But as they smile, tears start to fall. They hope so much that everything can be as beautiful as Ling Chua imagines. They hope that one day, the Ling family can reunite and restore their former glory. Night falls deeper, but Ling Chua's room remains brightly lit. Momo Zhao quietly walks into the room. This is the 3rd time tonight she has added oil to Ling Chua's lamp. Watching her bury herself in her books, occasionally showing a thoughtful expression, she feels a bit worried. Princess, it's late. You should rest early. There's no need to worry about things now. You can handle them tomorrow. Momo Zhao softly advises, her tone full of care. Ling Chua looks up, glances at Momo Zhao, and a hint of apology flashes in her eyes. Yes, Grandma Zhao. You two go to sleep first. I'll be right there. After saying that, she continued to focus on her desk, her pen moving quickly across the paper. The paper was filled with the names of noble families from Shengjing City. The Ling family members were considered criminals, and their prices were at least twice as high as regular servants. Among those able to buy Ling family members, the most likely buyers were the major, noble clans. She had entrusted Xiao Qiyu with tracking the Scarface man. She could only rely on herself for the other members of the Ling family. She repeatedly recalled memories from her past life, trying to find subtle clues that might reveal the secrets of these noble families, hoping to find a way to get close to them and infiltrate their circles. After a long while, she finally gave up. Most noble families looked down on her, considering her unworthy as a royal wife. So, it was almost impossible to enter their homes using a visiting card to find the whereabouts of the Ling family. If that was the case, then there was only one way left. Let them come to her. And her goal was to keep expanding her reputation as a great healer. For those noble families, the life or death of a criminal servant was not important. But if she could gain their attention as a talented healer, they would come to her willingly. Her gaze fell on the densely written list of noble families on the paper, finally stopping at the name in the middle. Ling Chua took a deep breath and softly said, "Let's start with you." On the day of the Duke of Zhua's 40th birthday, he suffered from a severe intestinal abscess and was in unbearable pain. That day, Shen Mingyue returned from the birthday banquet and asked her if the Ling family had any treatment for intestinal abscesses. That night, news came that the Duke of Zhua had died. An intestinal abscess, commonly called appendicitis in later times. Chronic cases can be relieved with acupuncture. But for acute cases, surgery is the only solution. There is no other cure. Today, the destination was the clan prince's mansion. She was going there for a follow-up appointment with the clan prince, which was a prearranged plan. Madame Zhao and several maids in the courtyard were used to this routine. They never asked about her whereabouts or destination, only quietly preparing her belongings. Then they saw her off at the mansion's gate. "Madam, please get in the carriage." Outside, there was a carriage. When the coachman saw Ling Chua's figure, he respectfully approached her. Ling Chua looked confused. "I didn't ask for a carriage. The clan prince's mansion was not far from the Imperial palace, so she planned to walk." The coachman respectfully replied, "Madam, this carriage was custom-made for you by the prince. From now on, it is your personal carriage. My name is Wu Liang, and starting today, I will be your bodyguard and coachman." Hidden in the shadows, Xiao He and Xiao Bai almost jumped out upon hearing this. Wu Liang, the top-ranked guard in the martial arts competition, is now a coachman for the princess? Are they crazy? Or is Wu Liang crazy? Ling Chua didn't know what they were thinking. Her eyes stayed fixed on the carriage in front of her. Wu Liang politely lifted the curtain of the carriage so she could see inside. If you're not satisfied, I can have it modified immediately. At a glance, Ling Chua couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The carriage looked very simple on the outside, but inside, it was full of surprises. Comfortable soft seats, a delicate small table, and clever hidden cabinets beneath the table and seats, all showed exquisite craftsmanship. Wu Liang opened each cabinet one by one, showing her what was inside. This is tea and snacks prepared by Madame Zhao. If you're hungry, you can enjoy them anytime. Here are 2 sets of spare clothes prepared by Madame Zhao, in case you need them. Wu Liang turned to the left and continued explaining. This cabinet contains items prepared by Steward Li, meant for use during your medical practice. In case you forget your medicine box, these backup supplies will come in handy. Inside were medical tools and common medicines she had previously ordered Xiao Qiyu to customize. Additionally, the carriage was thoughtfully equipped with warm cloaks, soft blankets, and comfortable shoes, making everything very convenient. Thoughtfully, Ling Chua felt that this carriage was like a moving little home. Even staying inside for a few days would be comfortable and cozy. A warm feeling filled her heart. She had always been used to doing things alone, and she had almost forgotten how comforting it was to be cared for by others. The carriage was steady and fast. Soon, they arrived at the prince's residence. The steward of the residence had been waiting outside the gate for a long time. When he saw Ling Chua's carriage, he smiled happily and hurried to greet her. "Your Royal Highness, you are here," the steward greeted warmly. "The prince and princess are waiting for you in the flower hall." Ling Chua got out of the carriage and responded with a smile. "Thank you for guiding me." Her bodyguard, Wu Liang, carried a medicine box and followed closely behind. They walked through the courtyard of the residence and directly reached the flower hall where the prince was. At this moment, many people gathered in the hall, and cheerful laughter could be heard from time to time, making the atmosphere lively. As soon as Ling Chua stepped into the hall, everyone's eyes immediately focused on her like spotlights. Their gazes included curiosity and admiration, but there was no contempt or mockery. The prince and princess saw Ling Chua and immediately showed joyful smiles. The princess was even more excited and waved at her affectionately, speaking softly with a loving tone. "Chua, come quickly and sit here with your great-uncle's grandmother." "Yue, come over quickly and sit beside your great-uncle's grandmother." Great-uncle and great-uncle's grandmother. Ling Chua gracefully bowed and greeted softly, "Great-uncle and great-uncle's grandmother." Then she walked gracefully to sit beside the princess. The princess held Ling Chua's hand with affection in her eyes. "This child, why are her hands so cold? Is she wearing too little clothing?" "Ah Yuan, go and bring the cloak I prepared for Chua." When Ling Chua saw the cloak handed to her, she immediately recognized it was made from fox fur. It was all white, without a single hair out of place, indicating it was very precious. She quickly refused. "Great-uncle's grandmother, this is too valuable. Chua cannot accept it." The princess was not willing to accept her refusal and pretended to be angry, saying, "Where are you trying to distance yourself from your great-uncle's grandmother?" Ling Chua couldn't refuse, so she smiled and accepted. "Thank you, Uncle Emperor's grandmother, for your kindness." She secretly decided to send more nourishing pills in the future. The nearby noble prince saw this and laughed heartily. "That's the spirit. When the elder gives, you must accept." His laughter was loud and cheerful, clearly indicating he was in good health. At that moment, someone sitting below couldn't help but be curious and spoke up. "Mother, don't just chat among yourselves. Please introduce this beautiful young lady to us." The speaker was a noble lady in her 40s, with a lovely face and a slightly plump figure. She looked warm and cheerful, easy to get along with. "Yes, grandmother. Is this our little Imperial sister-in-law? She looks so pretty." A young girl sitting beside her also chimed in. Her big, round eyes were curious as she looked at Ling Chua. Although others didn't speak, their eyes showed curiosity as well. The noble princess held Ling Chua's hand and smiled as she glanced at the noble lady. "She is the person you all came to see early this morning. Ling Chua, Chiyu's new wife, is also your grandfather's lifesaver." Hearing the word, wife, Ling Chua felt a bit guilty. Just as she was feeling awkward, the noble princess added, "And she is also your grandfather's lifesaver. From now on, you must treat her like family." Everyone nodded in agreement. The first to speak was the noble lady, who said directly, "Father, do I need to tell you? From now on, Chiyue is my real sister. Anyone who dares to bully her will be going against me." The noble princess scolded her with a smile. "You're the best at talking." Then she took Ling Chiyue's hand and said, "Yue, this is your cousin Han Wanru's wife, Han Wanru. Just call her sister-in-law. Xiao Jingrue, the wife of Xiao Shizi, is the future consort, right?" Ling Chiyue stood up and bowed. "Nice to meet you, sister-in-law Wanru. She will remember this gift and repay it twice as much in the future." However, she does not realize that from this moment on, her journey of giving gifts at the clan prince's residence has begun. The clan prince and his wife have 4 sons and 2 daughters. All the older cousins and nephews have gone on official duties and are not at the residence. Everyone present is a lady of the prince's household, except for the eldest sister-in-law, Han Wanru, and her daughter, Xiao Zhishan. There is also the calm and graceful second sister-in-law, Fu Fengling, and her eldest daughter-in-law, Meng Xinting, who is 4 months pregnant. The elegant and composed third sister-in-law, Jiying Ran. The gentle and charming fourth sister-in-law, Yi Yufang. And the eldest sister, Xiao Zhishuan, who is visiting from her natal home, along with her cute daughter, Jiang Shuyan. The clan prince is like a tall tree in the residence, protecting everyone and being the spiritual support in everyone's hearts. After news spread that Ling Chiyue had treated the clan prince, everyone in the household felt grateful and respectful toward her. Because of this, every gift they gave was extremely valuable, symbolizing their deep thanks to Ling Chiyue. Ling Chiyue understands the traditional virtue of reciprocation. Although she did not prepare the gifts in advance, she has a divine doctor space filled with her usual medicinal pills. The pills she makes are worth a fortune in the 22nd century and are highly sought after. These should be enough as a return gift. She took the medicine box from Wu Liang. At the moment of opening it, she transferred the pills from her divine doctor space into the box. Then, she carefully took out small, delicate blue and white porcelain bottles, which emitted a faint, elegant glow. "This is Gudyuan pill," she softly introduced. "It has health-preserving effects, specially prepared for Uncle Emperor and Grandma. May they enjoy good health, longevity, and happiness." For the elderly, health and longevity are undoubtedly the most precious gifts, and Gudyuan pill is exactly what they desire. Next, she took out another bottle. "This is Bao Tai pill, specially prepared for Xinting. It can promote fetal growth and development. Wishing my sister a safe pregnancy and a healthy baby." Her words were full of care and blessings for Meng Xinting. Finally, she handed each lady present a jade dew pill. "This is Yulu pill, which helps with beauty and skin. May all the sisters-in-law and young nieces stay forever young and beautiful." Everyone happily accepted the small porcelain bottles Ling Chiyue handed to them. Even if not for the small pill inside this porcelain bottle, she still wishes her well with kind words. In fact, apart from the royal relatives, only the prince and his wife truly value the pill in their hands. Others do not have high hopes for their pills. They see them as ordinary supplements. After all, most pills sold on the market are like that. They are not deadly but not very useful either, just a comfort for the mind. However, no matter what they think inside, they do not show any disrespect on the outside. Everyone responds politely and with smiles to Ling Chiyue's warm kindness. "Uncle, your health is recovering well. Besides continuing to take some blood-nourishing and energy-boosting medicine, you can stop the others. In about half a month, you should be able to move freely like before, without any worries." Ling Chiyue finishes her diagnosis with a smile after taking his pulse. Hearing this good news, the prince immediately laughs happily. "Ha, good. Chiyue, I owe you my life. I feel that my current health is even better than before I was poisoned. Is this what they call a blessing in disguise?" The prince is right. Thanks to the vitality liquid and some medicines, his body is indeed much healthier than before. But Ling Chiyue just smiles and doesn't say anything. The old princess also looks at Ling Chiyue kindly, gently chiding the prince. Don't get too proud. Follow Chiyue's medical advice and take good care of your health. Understand? The prince nods obediently, showing he listens carefully to the old princess's words. Then he picks up a delicate wooden box from the table and hands it to Ling Chiyue. Chiyue, this is the house I promised you before and the clinic your great-uncle gave you. Now that it's returned to its original owner, keep it well. Han Wanru, sitting at the lower end, also takes out a land deed from her pocket and gently hands it to Ling Chiyue. This is the deed to the Ling family pharmacy. The young master knew you were coming today and told me early in the morning to give it to you personally. Ling Chiyue accepts each of these documents one by one. Looking at the familiar yet strange handwriting and symbols, she feels happy, but also a little sad. She once thought she could never find what she lost again, but now it has returned to her hands. Although the items have returned, their original owners are no longer here. Snap! A clear tear quietly fell and landed directly on the property deed of the Ling family estate, slowly spreading out. Everyone present saw this scene and couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness and regret. The princess of the clan gently patted Ling Chiyue's slender back and softly comforted her. Yue, don't be sad. Everything will get better. Hearing these warm words, Ling Chiyue blinked away the tears in her eyes and showed a brave smile. I'm sorry, Uncle Emperor and Grandmother, for making you worry. I'm fine. The princess of the clan looked at her with pity and said, Good child, if you encounter any problems in the future, you can come to Uncle Emperor. Our clan's mansion will always be your support. These words carried a lot of weight, but Ling Chiyue didn't want to take them too seriously. However, the princess's tone was too earnest, like a promise, which made her nose feel a bit sore. The princess of the clan cleared her throat and changed the subject. All right. Since this is Chiyue's first time at our mansion, everyone should stay and have fun here. I will go back to the study for a rest. After all, they were young girls, and he was here only to make them feel at ease. With that, he turned around gracefully and left with his hands behind his back. Sure enough, as the princess of the clan left, the atmosphere in the flower hall instantly became more relaxed and lively. The eldest son's wife, Han Wanru, was straightforward and asked Ling Chiyue about the rumors from yesterday first. Chiyue, I heard you went to the Wen family yesterday and performed a cesarean section on the young lady. Is that true? Ling Chiyue was slightly surprised. She didn't expect the matter from yesterday to spread so quickly, and the news had already circulated widely. But there was nothing to hide about it. Moreover, it was something she was happy to see happen. After all, only if her reputation spread widely could she have a better chance to enter the circle of noble families. So she smiled and nodded. Yes, it is true. The baby's condition was not very good at the time, so a cesarean was the only option. Hearing this, others quickly gathered around, curious to ask about the details of the cesarean. Questions came one after another like a barrage, making it hard to keep up. Is a cesarean really just cutting open the person's belly to take out the baby? Does doing this really not put the mother's life in danger? I usually feel terrible pain, even when I just scrape my skin a little. Would opening up the belly for surgery be unbearably painful? Su Xiaoya looked delicate and weak, but I didn't expect her to endure such pain. Questions kept coming, and Ling Chiyue almost couldn't answer them all in time. However, when she noticed Meng Xinting's pale face and her hands unconsciously touching her belly, she immediately knew Meng Xinting was frightened. So, she slightly raised her voice and started answering questions more directly. Everyone, a cesarean section is a surgery where the abdomen is cut open to deliver the baby. As she spoke, everyone gasped in shock, clearly frightened. Ling Chiyue didn't pause and continued. You may have heard that Sister Xiaoya's baby was wrapped in the umbilical cord, which is very dangerous. In such cases, if we don't perform a cesarean, both the baby and the mother could be at serious risk. Of course, a cesarean isn't just about cutting open the belly. Before the surgery, we give the mother anesthesia, so she won't feel pain during the operation. With her detailed explanation, the fear on everyone's faces faded, replaced by surprise and admiration. They admired Ling Chiyue's amazing medical skills. The princess of the clan thought for a moment and asked seriously, Yue, Do you really think a cesarean can ensure the safety of both mother and child? Ling Chua straightened her expression and answered professionally. Great uncle, any surgery has some risks, and a cesarean is no different. But in certain urgent situations, like the baby being wrapped in the umbilical cord, a cesarean might actually be safer than natural birth, because during natural delivery, many unpredictable problems can happen, such as suffocation of the baby or heavy bleeding of the mother. A cesarean allows the doctor to handle these issues more quickly and accurately. Hearing this, Meng Xinting's originally pale face gradually regained color. She took a deep breath, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted from her heart. At that moment, Xiao Jingrui, the young Master Xiao, returned from outside and happened to overhear this conversation. He couldn't help but feel emotional and said, "Although I know giving birth is very dangerous, I only realized today how risky it really is." "Madam, you have worked so hard." The young lady, hearing her husband's concern, gave him a playful glare. "Can't you be a little more discreet in public?" But inside, she felt a warm, hard-to-express feeling. She had worked so hard and sacrificed so much for this family and their children. Even though she was willing, it meant a lot to her to get her husband's understanding and care. "Madam, can I ask you to deliver my baby when I go into labor?" Meng Xinting suddenly spoke, looking at Ling Chue with a hopeful expression. Ling Chue understood her fear and gently reassured her. "Xinting, don't worry. When you're about to give birth, I will make sure to be there for you." She looked at everyone and said seriously, "I want you to understand that while a cesarean can avoid many dangers, it is still a major surgery. Any surgery can cause some harm to the body and recovery takes a long time. If your health allows, I still recommend natural birth because it is the most natural way and benefits both mother and baby." The young lady Han Wanru was curious and asked, "Chue, what exactly do you mean by health conditions allowing? I have a cousin whose health was much better than mine, but she still had a difficult labor and sadly lost her life." Her mood sank a little as she spoke. Ling Chue explained carefully. When there are issues like fetal distress, slow labor, narrow pelvis, misaligned fetal position, multiple babies, previous cesarean placental problems, uterine surgery, maternal health issues, or if the baby is too large, I would suggest choosing a cesarean. Someone worried asked, "But can doctors accurately diagnose all these conditions? I heard that some issues, like the umbilical cord around the baby's neck, can't always be detected." Ling Chue responded calmly. "Not all conditions are undetectable. The accuracy of diagnosis largely depends on the doctor's experience and skill." She then looked at the only pregnant woman present and smiled, saying, "Xinting has a healthy complexion and good posture, which is a sign that both mother and baby are safe. I can see she pays great attention to her prenatal care, so both she and the baby are doing well." Hearing Ling Chue's words, Meng Xinting immediately showed a relieved smile. Her inner worries and unease also eased quite a bit. At this point, everyone present witnessed Ling Chue's impressive medical skills. For a moment, many were eager to try themselves. They wanted Ling Chue to check their pulses and see if they had any hidden health issues. But all were ruthlessly stopped by the princess of the clan. "That's enough. You all look very energetic, so stop causing trouble. I have important matters to discuss with you." Ling Chue couldn't help but ask curiously, "Grandmother, is there something you want to see me about?" The princess of the clan looked worried and sighed, saying, "It's my niece-in-law from my family. She's been pregnant for nearly 9 months. The doctor said she's expecting twins." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. In this era, being pregnant with twins was seen as a blessing, but it also carried great risks. Throughout history, many have lost their lives giving birth to twins. Even if luck allows the mother and babies to survive, it often comes at a great cost. A small mistake could lead to a tragic loss of life. As the due date approached, the princess of the clan, who was like an aunt to the mother-to-be, was very worried. She felt both hope and anxiety. However, at this critical moment, news from the Wen family brought a glimmer of hope to her. The princess of the clan tightly held Ling Chue's hand and earnestly said, "Yue, I want to ask you for a favor for the grandmother emperor. Please go to the Nguagong's residence and check on that child. With her health, can she have a smooth delivery?" Her eyes were full of hope and trust, as if she was placing all her hopes on Ling Mingyue. She hesitated and asked, "Grandmother, what is your maternal family like?" As soon as she finished speaking, Han Wanru quickly explained, "My mother's family is the Nguagong family. The Nguagong is my mother's eldest brother. The niece's wife she mentioned is actually the wife of the heir of the Nguagong family." The princess consort looked worried and sighed. "That is my brother's first grandchild to be born. The whole family is looking forward to his arrival. If anything goes wrong, I really don't know how my brother and his wife will bear it." Her tone was full of helplessness and worry, as if she already saw a possible tragedy. However, Ling Mingyue felt a strange excitement at this moment. She didn't expect that after just deciding last night to start with the Nguagong family, today an opportunity would come to her. In her previous life, she had accidentally heard the Nguagong's wife call the princess consort her sister-in-law. Now it seemed that the two families were truly related. Without hesitation, Ling Mingyue agreed. She spoke urgently. "Grandmother, when do you think we should go? If possible, can we arrange it today?" This time, the princess consort was stunned. Although she intended to ask Ling Mingyue for help, she didn't expect her to be so eager. After all, the niece's wife still had a month before her due date. Moreover, today was Ling Mingyue's first visit to the princess consort's residence, and as the host, she hadn't properly entertained this guest yet. But this made the princess consort think even more highly of Ling Mingyue. She is such a caring girl. Being so attentive to others' matters is truly rare. The princess consort looked at her kindly and smiled. "Child, there's no need to be in such a hurry. There's still some time before the delivery. Since you're visiting the princess consort's residence today, how can you not enjoy yourself?" Hearing this, Ling Mingyue shook her head and said, "Grandmother, visiting someone can be any time. But if I don't understand the pregnant woman's situation early, I can't rest assured." Seeing this, everyone looked at Ling Mingyue with even more gentle eyes. Such a sincere and kind girl. Who wouldn't like her? Hearing Ling Mingyue's words, the princess consort couldn't help but laugh happily. "Ha! You really are thoughtful. All right, we'll go with your idea. I will have someone deliver a message to the Nguagong residents. After we finish lunch, we will go together to see them." Ling Mingyue nodded in agreement, finally feeling relieved. Anyway, the Nguagong residence is nearby, so there's no rush. Ling Mingyue originally thought that the reason the Prince of Zhongqin's household learned about the midwife's son-in-law having a cesarean delivery so quickly was simply because they had wide information channels. She believed that such news would take at least 3 days after the birth, the washing 3-day, to spread thoroughly. After all, normally, new mothers usually refuse visitors right after giving birth. However, she did not expect. That day, after she left, the Wen and Su families wanted to help the Ling family seek justice. Then, they came up with a plan. They decided to promote Ling Mingyue's medical skills loudly, making her amazing talents known to everyone. Once she became a national doctor like the Princess Chong, it would be easy to clear Ling's name. So, that night, Lady Wen personally went back to her family's residence to share the good news. When she reported the news, she emphasized the dangerous situation when the umbilical cord was wrapped around the baby's neck, and how Ling Mingyue used a cesarean to save both mother and child at a critical moment. The Su family also spread the news among relatives and friends they knew. As a result, overnight, this news spread wildly among noble families and high society. The women gathered together, excitedly discussing this new topic of cesarean. Those with pregnant women in their families couldn't wait for the washing 3-day and hurriedly sent invitations to the Wen family. The next morning, after court, the term cesarean successfully entered the palace. Since being humiliated by Ling Mingyue at the Imperial Medical Office, Shen Mingyue used the excuse of caring for the Empress Dowager's headache to enter the palace. But her real goal was to find a chance to eliminate Ling Mingyue, who was a thorn in her side. She secretly sent several groups of assassins to attack, but all failed without exception. Not a single one returned to report success. When Shen Mingyue heard the news, she was so angry she couldn't hold back. She crazily smashed the decorations in her room. She knew it all along, she knew it. as long as that hateful person enters Xiao Qiyu's sight. To get rid of that wicked Ling Qiyue, she must first pass Xiao Qiyu's test. But why is that? Why can that wicked person catch Xiao Qiyu's attention?
Fools.
All of you are useless. Shen Mingyue's face was fierce, like a terrifying demon, no longer showing any noble lady demeanor. The maids inside the room knelt on the ground, not daring to lift their heads, afraid that one careless move would anger the irritable mistress and cost them their lives. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. Princess Mingyue, the Empress Dowager, has woken up. She is suffering from a severe headache now and requests you to visit her immediately. Hearing this, Shen Mingyue immediately calmed her anger and changed to a gentle tone, saying, "Please wait a moment. I will change my clothes and go right away." The Empress Dowager suffers from a headache, a leftover illness from childbirth years ago. Every month, she experiences several episodes of pain so sharp it feels like a needle stabbing her, making her feel unbearable and desperate enough to lash out in anger. Because of this, her attendants in the palace are replaced very frequently. Later, Princess Qin Nanyao, devised a special acupuncture method for the Empress Dowager's headache. Although this method cannot cure the illness completely, it can effectively relieve the pain and prevent the Empress Dowager from becoming irritable and aggressive during attacks. Due to frequent travels outside, she couldn't always stay by the Empress Dowager's side to perform acupuncture. Qin Nanyao generously shared this acupuncture technique with the palace doctors and the Imperial Medical Office doctors. Among them was Shen Mingyue. Of all the medical skills, Shen Mingyue was most dedicated to learning this particular technique and master it best. Perhaps out of affection, or perhaps because she was trying to please and flatter, she won the Empress Dowager's favor. In short, the Empress Dowager loved Shen Mingyue especially much. Whenever she needed acupuncture, she would specially summon her into the palace, allowing her to stay for a few days and keep her company. Well, honestly, Mingyue's acupuncture is the most comfortable. Others are far behind her. The Empress Dowager gently held the hand of a maid beside her and slowly sat upright. Shen Mingyue coquettishly smiled and said, "That's because the Empress grandmother loves me very much, so she thinks my acupuncture is good." As she spoke, she casually picked up a medical book nearby and began to read. "Little girl, don't always bury your head in books. Be careful not to become a bookworm." The Empress Dowager smiled kindly and gently took the medical book from Shen Mingyue's hands. "Come, accompany me to walk in the Imperial Garden and get some fresh air." Although it was early spring, many flowers in the Imperial Garden were already blooming. Under the gentle sunlight, they showed their unmatched beauty, bringing a touch of spring warmth and life to the palace. Shen Mingyue suddenly let out a soft sigh. A faint sense of sadness appeared on her delicate face. The Empress Dowager noticed and asked with concern, "Child, why are you sighing? Is something bothering you?"
Tell me.
Shen Mingyue looked down and said sadly, "Grandmother, I've been thinking these days, if only my medical skills were a bit better, maybe I could reduce the toxins in Uncle Yu's body." The Empress Dowager teased her. "That's like the sun rising from the west. You used to call him Brother Yu all the time, and I corrected you many times, but you wouldn't change. Now you've finally done so." Shen Mingyue shyly buried her face in the Empress Dowager's embrace, acting spoiled. The Empress Dowager gently took her hand and comforted her with a pleased smile. "Silly girl, your medical skills are already very good. Look at the palace doctors and the doctors from the Grand Medical Office. None of them are as skilled as you at your age." But Shen Mingyue still looked a bit disappointed. "But my skills still aren't as good as my mother's." The Empress Dowager deliberately frowned and pretended to be displeased. "You must not follow your mother's example. She's a medical fanatic. She's even willing to give up her family for medicine. It's been almost 5 years since she left home, and she hasn't even attended your coming-of-age ceremony. When she returns, I'll see how I deal with her." Though she spoke angrily, her tone carried hidden pride. How could she not be proud? After all, the Princess Chong had single-handedly signed treaties with 5 neighboring countries, avoiding border wars, an achievement comparable to armies of thousands. No wonder the Empress Dowager and the Emperor were so tolerant. They not only allowed her to travel freely but also granted her husband, the Duke of Zhen, permission to accompany her and provide protection. Shen Mingyue's eyes flickered slightly as she lowered her head and softly said, "Mother is very good." "Please don't blame her, grandmother." The Empress Dowager, upon hearing this, gently stroked her hair with affection. "It's hard for you, having a mother who loves to travel so much." Shen Mingyue coquettishly snuggled into the Empress Dowager's arms. "I'm not sad at all because I have the Imperial grandmother. You treat me so well, and with your love, I have nothing to fear." At that moment, a cry of surprise came from a nearby pavilion, catching the attention of both the Empress Dowager and Shen Mingyue. From a distance, they saw a group of consorts gathered together, chatting and admiring flowers. The Empress Dowager became interested and took Shen Mingyue's hand. "Let's go and join the fun." As they approached the pavilion, they heard exclamations and discussions inside. "Have you heard of a C-section? I heard they have to cut open a person's belly to take out the baby." "Is that true?" a consort asked curiously. "That's so scary. Can someone survive after their belly is cut open? If giving birth means suffering like that, I'd rather not have children." Another consort said with lingering fear. "Don't you know about this?" A consort dressed in pale yellow confidently interjected. "Su Xiaoya's baby was delivered by C-section. She not only survived but is doing very well. Yesterday, a cousin of mine from my family went to visit the Wen family specifically. Su Xiaoya was lying in bed playing with her baby and looked perfectly fine." "Really? What about the wound?" someone asked curiously. "Why would I lie? My cousin saw the wound herself. It was a long cut, sewn up neatly. I heard the stitching was so skillful that the scar is almost invisible," the consort described vividly. "Wow!" Everyone around gasped in surprise. "How can they sew up a wound like that? Wounds aren't cloth. How can they sew them? That's unbelievable. Usually, even a pinprick hurts enough to make me cry. If they have to sew up a wound, it must be extremely painful. I wouldn't want to go through that, even if I had to die." They all spoke with disgust, but their eyes kept darting around, clearly curious about what was going on inside their minds. Speaking of the Ling family, wasn't it because they harmed consort Li's unborn child that they faced total destruction? This Ling Qiuyue, is she really as powerful as the legend says? Someone couldn't help but whisper this question. Everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit tense. The concubine who started the topic also realized she had spoken out of turn and quickly shut her mouth. Now, the Empress Dowager is the emperor's favorite, and these less favored concubines dare not speak carelessly. If someone eavesdropped behind the wall and heard their words, it could cause serious trouble or even lead to punishment. But, as the saying goes, be careful what you wish for. Just as they were feeling uneasy, a kind yet commanding voice suddenly sounded behind them. "What are you talking about? Such a lively chat. Why not tell me too?" Everyone was startled and turned to look. They saw the Empress Dowager walking slowly, with Shen Mingyue beside her. Everyone hurriedly knelt and bowed, saying in unison, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Empress Dowager nodded slightly, signaling them to stand up. "Get up. What were you talking about just now? Who can explain it to me?" The concubines looked at each other nervously. Finally, the highest-ranking noble consort stepped forward to answer. She respectfully bowed, and then explained calmly. "Replying to Your Majesty, we were talking about a happy event in the Ministry of Rights, Lord Wen's family. Yesterday, Lady Wen successfully gave birth to the eldest son of the main family." When the Empress Dowager heard this, her face showed some interest, and she slowly said, "Oh, really? When were you?" "I still remember when he was a shy and modest young scholar. I didn't expect that now he has become a grandfather. Time really flies. What does Wen's family have to do with the Ling family?" Shen Mingyue, seeming straightforward, directly asked the question she had heard before entering the pavilion. She showed no concern for the nervousness in everyone's hearts. Hearing this, everyone felt awkward and uneasy, lowering their heads. No one dared to answer. The Ling family was hated deeply by the Empress, and anyone who dared to get involved would face retaliation. However, under the sharp and curious gaze of the Empress Dowager, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and tell the full story. According to the Empress Dowager, it is said that Lady Wen, the young wife of the Wen family, had a difficult labor due to an accident. In the end, a miraculous medical procedure called a cesarean section was used, allowing her to give birth successfully and both mother and child to be safe. A cesarean section? The Empress Dowager frowned at this, showing some confusion. Giving birth is just giving birth. When did a different method become necessary? At this moment, a lively little concubine couldn't help but speak up. Your Majesty, we were all shocked when we heard about it. I heard that a cesarean involves cutting open the mother's belly with a knife and then taking the baby out. They even sew up the wound with thread. It's hard to believe. The Empress Dowager's face suddenly turned pale after hearing this. She quickly spun her prayer beads and recited, Amitabha, then frowned in displeasure. Such a cruel method. Who is the doctor that came up with this? Isn't this playing with people's lives? Everyone present was startled by her anger and quickly shrank back like quails. Shen Mingyue's eyes sparkled, and she exaggeratedly exclaimed, Oh, could it be that the person you're talking about is Ling Chua? Cutting open someone's belly sounds terrifying. Isn't she afraid? Then, as if admiring her, she continued to speak to herself. But honestly, when we faced those terrifying insects, we were all scared out of our wits. Only she remained calm and composed. It seems she really knows a lot about these strange medical techniques. Strange medical techniques? To me, they are just some shady tricks that shouldn't be used, the Empress Dowager said unhappily, showing her dissatisfaction with Ling Chua. Isn't the Ling family all sold as criminals? Their medical licenses have been revoked long ago. How can they still practice medicine? This is a blatant disregard for the law. Darn it. Everyone saw the Empress Dowager get angry and dared not speak further. They lowered their heads and remained silent. Only Shen Mingyue was unafraid. She tugged at the Empress Dowager's sleeve and whispered pretendingly, Great-grandmother, do you remember? The person forcing the marriage on that little brother-in-law is Ling Chua. Her usually kind eyes now flickered with cold light, revealing a sharp killing intent. Ling Chua, the shameless woman who had been pestering her beloved youngest son. Lately, the thing that troubled her most was her youngest son's marriage. She was worried about how to handle this difficult problem when, unexpectedly, Ling Chua came crashing into her. Shen Mingyue saw this and felt secretly pleased. She knew that with Brother Yu's support, she had no way to deal with Ling Chua. But now, with the Empress Dowager as a strong ally, how could she be defeated? The Empress Dowager was Brother Yu's biological mother. Even if Brother Yu protected Ling Chua, he wouldn't turn against his own mother for her, right? Just as the tension was about to explode, the noble consort suddenly stepped out from the crowd. She softly advised the Empress Dowager, Your Majesty, I have heard that the king's wife always has the king's backing when she helps others with medical treatment. Although this cesarean method sounds frightening, ultimately, if it ensures the mother and child's safety, it can be considered a good thing. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at the noble consort with puzzled eyes. As the leading of the four consorts, she usually followed the principle of doing more mistakes if you do too much, doing fewer mistakes if you do less. Why would she suddenly change her stance today and speak for someone she had never met, Ling Chua? Especially when the Empress Dowager clearly harbored hostility toward Ling Chua. Only the chief maid standing beside the noble consort understood. If back then, when the noble consort was giving birth, she had encountered a divine doctor like Ling Chua to perform a cesarean, their little prince would now be 7 years old. She knew that the noble consort's words were not just for Ling Chua, but also for her child, who had died prematurely due to difficult childbirth. Perhaps the fact that mother and child survived slightly eased the Empress Dowager's anger, and her expression softened a little. However, Shen Mingyue's sigh was like cold water poured over her head, making the Empress Dowager's face turn grim again. Shen Mingyue sorrowfully said, Your Majesty, it may still be too early to say that mother and child are safe. I heard my mother mention that on the battlefield, soldiers who were cut open but not fatally wounded often did not die immediately. But they ultimately could not escape weakness and death, and only a few managed to survive for a few days. She paused, her voice filled with deep worry. Ladies, think about it. Cutting open a person's belly is a very serious injury. Even strong soldiers would find it hard to endure, let alone a young lady raised in a quiet palace. Su Xiaoya is still alive now, but I doubt she has many days left. Actually, the practice of performing a cesarean section has been around for a long time. Usually, it's done only when the mother is beyond help to try to save the baby inside her. Because once you perform a cesarean, the mother is likely to die. So Ling Chua thought Su Xiaoya couldn't be saved and decided to do a cesarean. One of the concubines asked, unable to hold back. Shen Mingyue shook her head and said, "Didn't you all just say that Su Xiaoya was still alive after giving birth? That means the situation might not have been the most urgent at that moment. Of course, this is just a guess. I wasn't there myself, so I don't know for sure." Maybe the situation was very critical. Her words seemed to defend Ling Chua. But sensible people, after hearing her explanation, immediately thought that Ling Chua, when performing the cesarean, didn't consider the life or death of the mother at all. Everyone's faces grew serious. They already knew little about cesarean procedures, and now, after hearing Shen Mingyue, they became even more suspicious. Compared to the story that Ling Chua could safely save both mother and child, they found Shen Mingyue's words more believable. For a moment, everyone felt sorry for Su Xiaoya. Their curiosity and expectations about Ling Chua turned into dislike and rejection. Because if Ling Chua really was, as Shen Mingyue said, someone who would do anything for her own benefit, then no one would dare to trust her medical skills, no matter how good they were. The concubine who first mentioned that Su Xiaoya was in good spirits now looked stiff and hesitant to speak. She wanted to argue, to tell everyone that Su Xiaoya's condition wasn't as bad as it seemed. But because of Shen Mingyue's status and position, she finally chose to stay silent. Back in Xinang Palace, the Empress Dowager sat with a serious face, asking Shen Mingyue beside her. "Mingyue, you and Shao Qi, the seventh prince, attended Uncle Yu's banquet earlier. I haven't asked yet. What exactly is the situation with Ling Chua?" Shen Mingyue took the teacup from Grandma Gui and handed it to the Empress Dowager. Then she sighed and said, "Great-grandmother, back then, the Ling family was punished because they harmed consort Li's unborn child. The emperor's uncle ordered their house to be searched, and the whole family became servants. Perhaps Ling Chua was unwilling to be a servant, so she took a big risk and stopped Uncle Yu's jade carriage." The Empress Dowager frowned and said, "Why is young Master Qi acting so reckless? Just to upset us. He dares to accept any woman who is sent to him. Even a palace maid I casually gave him is better than a treacherous servant." Shen Mingyue hurried to defend Qiyu. "Great-grandmother, please don't blame Uncle Yu. I think he was misled by someone with bad intentions." The Empress Dowager became even angrier upon hearing this. "What do you mean? Are you saying Ling Chua dared to deceive Qiyu?" Shen Mingyue had prepared her words and slowly said, "When Ling Chua stopped Uncle Yu's jade carriage, she mentioned the small crescent moon by Xiujiang Pool. Seventh brother said that Uncle Yu was once saved by someone at Xiujiang Pool. When Ling Chua said this, Uncle Yu might have mistaken her for the person who saved him that day, so he agreed to her. While speaking, she instinctively touched the crescent-shaped scar on her arm, her eyes deep and unreadable. The Empress Dowager listened and fell into thought. Someone who saved him? Are you talking about the incident when Qi was chased by assassins? He was indeed secretly searching for someone all those years. Could that person be Ling Chua? Shen Mingyue shook her head. I am not sure either. But Uncle Yu is usually very cautious and doesn't trust others easily. However, this time his attitude towards Ling Chua was quite strange, as if he had changed. But Ling Chua does have some skills. She even knows how to drive away evil spirits. Recently, the prince of the clan was poisoned at a banquet, and she was the one who saved him. After saying this, she secretly looked at the Empress Dowager's expression. Seeing her go from confusion to shock, Shen Mingyue's lips curled into a triumphant smile. In the palace and even in the whole world, the topic of evil spirits and curses is taboo, and everyone fears talking about it. Those who know how to drive away evil spirits are even more intimidating. When the Empress Dowager learned that the prince of the clan had been poisoned but survived, she initially didn't think much and even felt it was a fortunate escape. The prince of the clan is the eldest of the Shao royal family. If he had truly been harmed, the reputation of the Shao family would be ruined. But when she heard Shen Mingyue say, "It seems like she's a different person," the Empress Dowager suddenly felt very upset. At the same time, old Madame Gue, who was nearby, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "Your Majesty, I have heard that the reason why insects are considered taboo is because they can control people's minds and take their souls." His Royal Highness the King. Could he be? Before she finished, the Empress Dowager slammed the table hard and interrupted angrily. How dare she be so malicious? The Ling family is truly bold and unrepentant. They even dared to harm the current prince. The emperor was kind and spared them once. Now, I think they should be punished severely. The Empress Dowager already had some doubts about Ling Mingyue because of her background. According to the rules, the day after the wedding, Shao Qiyu and his wife should go to the palace to pay their respects. But the Empress Dowager had not summoned them. Her purpose was to let the whole city of Shengjing know that this royal consort was not recognized by the royal family. She never expected that this humble servant was actually a cunning woman who could manipulate people's minds. This was no longer about recognition but about the urgent need to eliminate her. However, before dealing with Ling Mingyue, she had to ensure Shao Qiyu's safety first. As a mother, this was the first thing the Empress Dowager thought of. So, while Shen Mingyue was expecting the Empress Dowager to take action against Ling Mingyue, she heard the Empress Dowager anxiously instruct old Madame Gue. "Go quickly to the royal palace and tell Qiyu that I am feeling unwell and ask him to come to the palace immediately." Shen Mingyue was initially stunned but quickly understood. The Empress Dowager was indeed wise, planning to distract Shao Qiyu first to ensure everything went smoothly. In the warm afternoon sunlight, a lively group set out from the Prince Zong's residence, heading grandly toward the Duke of An's estate. Originally, the Princess Zong planned to go alone with Ling Mingyue. But unexpectedly, the second princess consort Han Wanyu and other ladies from the palace, after seeing Ling Mingyue's extraordinary talents, tried their best, either by acting cute or begging, to stick close to the Princess Zong and go together. They called her affectionately mother and grandmother, making everyone feel soft-hearted. The Princess Zong was cheerful and loved these young relatives, so she happily agreed to their requests. Therefore, when the servants of the Duke of An saw such a large group arriving, they were startled and worried, thinking something serious had happened. Hearing the news, the Lady of Nguagong personally came out to greet, and was also startled by the sight. But she quickly warmly took the princess consort's hand, half complaining and half joking, saying, "Sister, you came, but you didn't tell me in advance. Such a big scene. I thought you and brother-in-law were having a fight and took your daughter-in-law and granddaughter away from home." Ling Mingyue, upon hearing this, couldn't help but look curiously at the princess consort. She didn't expect such a dignified and elegant great-aunt to have done something like this. Her eyes sparkled with a bit of admiration. Seeing this, the princess consort felt a little embarrassed. She pretended to be angry and lightly patted Lady Nguagong, saying, "Don't ruin my reputation in front of the children." "What do you mean I'm having a fight? It's your brother-in-law's stubbornness that made me angry, okay? All right, whatever you say, sister. It's my fault. You're a big person, so don't bother with your younger sister." Lady Nguagong smiled sweetly. The two sisters-in-law chatted warmly, exchanging words affectionately, like a mother and daughter. In fact, Lady Nguagong was about the same age as Han Wanru, the eldest daughter-in-law of the princess consort, so they were practically like mother and daughter. After exchanging greetings and pleasantries, the princess consort couldn't wait to introduce Ling Mingyue to Lady Nguagong. "Jilan, come here. Let me introduce you. This is Mingyue, the one I told you about, Qiyu's wife. Your brother-in-law was able to turn misfortune into blessing thanks to this girl." Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. Lady Zhao Zhilan, lady of the state, immediately stepped forward warmly to greet her. Her eyes showed admiration and gratitude for Ling Mingyue, with no trace of prejudice because of her background as a servant of the Ling family. Queen Yu, I really thank you so much. Thank you for saving my brother-in-law. Her words were full of sincere gratitude. Her older sister and brother-in-law were quite advanced in age. Over the years, she and the lord of the state had been trying every way to help them recover their health. But unexpectedly, someone took advantage of the situation and poisoned them. If her brother-in-law truly had an accident, she couldn't imagine how her sister could bear such a blow. As she spoke, she gently took off a bright green jade bracelet from her wrist and personally put it on Ling Mingyue. The jade bracelet was shiny and clearly valuable. Ling Mingyue looked at her wrist, which now had an additional jade bracelet besides the one given by Han Wanru, and couldn't help but find it a bit funny. She thought it was amusing. So, do noble ladies wear so many accessories every time they go out just to have a chance to give them away? Ling Mingyue instinctively wanted to refuse, but Zhao Zhilan gently held her hand. Princess Yu, I know your sister has already thanked you, but what she gave is hers, and what I give is mine. We each have our own. This jade bracelet is just a small token of my kindness. Please, kindly accept it, the lady of the Duke's estate earnestly said. She paused for a moment and continued. Also, I specifically asked you here today because I have a favor to ask. Our daughter-in-law's pregnancy looks quite alarming. Our whole family is very worried now. The Imperial doctors have examined her several times, but they only shook their heads and sighed, feeling helpless. Princess Yu, I heard about the Wen family, so I want to ask you to help look at my daughter-in-law. Her words were filled with deep concern, and she had been anxious about this for a long time. Lady of the Duke's estate, just call me Mingyue. No one knew her relationship with Xiao Qiyu better than she did. She was also aware of her own situation. Hearing her call her Princess Yu repeatedly made her feel a bit guilty. Moreover, considering their relationship, Xiao Qiyu was her senior, so calling her by her name was quite normal. After settling the issue of titles, she continued, the risk of twin births is indeed higher, but there is still a chance of a successful delivery. I need to examine her before I can make a proper diagnosis. For now, let's go see the lady of the heir's wife. On the way, the princess consort of the clan pulled her aside and talked for a while about the situation at the Nguagong estate. Compared to the clan's estate, the Nguagong estate was relatively small and simpler. Besides the Duke and Duchess, they had 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Shen Mingyue, was the heir of the Duke, already married. Today, they were going to see the second wife, Chu Yuning, who was pregnant with twins. The younger son, Shen Mingyue, was on duty at the Ministry of War. The youngest daughter, Shen Jintong, had not yet come of age. Because they were worried about Chu Yuning's condition and didn't want to neglect her, they sent her to her maternal grandparents' house. Reminded by Ling Mingyue, the lady of the Duke's estate felt a bit annoyed and quickly said, Yes. Look at me. I got so excited I forgot. Let's go right now. After speaking, she hurriedly led a group of people toward her son's courtyard. When they arrived at a beautifully decorated courtyard, they saw a heavily pregnant young woman lying on a noble's chair, looking drowsy. Her belly was very large, quite surprisingly so. This made people worry about her health. Before they could get a closer look, Ling Mingyue's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Next to her, the princess consort of the royal family couldn't help but ask anxiously, Mingyue, do you also think her belly looks unusually big? She has about a month left before her due date, but if it keeps growing like this, what should we do? Her eyes kept fixed on Yuning's belly. The more she looked, the more uneasy she felt. The lady of the Duke's mansion walking ahead heard this conversation and sighed deeply. When she was 5 months pregnant, her belly was already larger than a full-term normal pregnancy. We know a big baby can make delivery difficult, so we've been controlling her diet. But her belly keeps growing day by day. Even with twins, it shouldn't be this big. Ling Mingyue nodded in agreement. She looked seriously at the young woman's belly and then slowly said, She is not carrying twins. What? Not twins? The duke's wife exclaimed in shock, seeming to find it hard to accept this fact. But if she's only pregnant with one child, how could her belly be so big? With such a large belly, how much could the baby inside weigh? For a moment, she felt her head ache even more. Actually, when Yuning was 5 months pregnant, we called several famous doctors to check her pulse. Even the imperial doctors in the palace examined her. At that time, all of them diagnosed twins. Her words showed she believed strongly in the previous diagnosis. After all, with so many doctors and imperial physicians, how could they not see twins? What's the difference between that and being useless? For a moment, the duke's wife looked at Ling Mingyue with more curiosity and doubt. Although she was grateful and saw Ling Mingyue as a great benefactor who saved her brother-in-law, she hadn't seen Ling Mingyue's medical skills with her own eyes, so she felt a bit uneasy. After a slight hesitation, she cautiously said, "Mingyue, why don't you check Yunying's pulse first? After all, the pulse hasn't been checked yet. Any judgment might be wrong." Ling Mingyue knew that the lady of the duke's house misunderstood her words, but she was not upset. She remained calm. Without waking Yuning, she quietly stepped forward. Then she carefully placed her fingers on Yunying's wrist. For a moment, clear and rhythmic heartbeats passed through her pulse to her fingertips. She seemed to feel the small lives inside her moving with energy. But some heartbeats were strong, others weak. After a moment, Ling Mingyue withdrew her hand. She spoke calmly. "She is not carrying twins." The lady of the duke's house looked confused. Just as she was about to say something, Ling Mingyue continued, "She is carrying triplets. Triplets." These 3 words hit like a big explosion, instantly shocking everyone. Everyone was stunned by this surprising news, almost gasping out loud. They quickly covered their mouths, afraid to wake Yuning. Until they left the small courtyard and were far away from Yuning, they dared to speak quietly. "Mingyue, are you sure you saw correctly? Maybe check again carefully," the lady of the duke's house asked with disbelief. "Triplets? I've lived this long and never heard of anyone carrying triplets," Han Wanru sighed, full of surprise and curiosity. "I've seen it." The princess consort's face became very serious. She slowly said, "When I was guarding the border with my parents, I saw a woman who was pregnant with triplets. Her belly was big, but smaller than Yunying's now." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but ask nervously, "What happened later? What about the woman and her babies?" The princess consort sighed sadly. "She died during childbirth. The army doctor tried to perform a C-section to save her and the babies, but unfortunately, all the children died too. They clearly saw that she was curled up with 3 babies inside her belly." Wow! How could this happen? These noble ladies, who rarely leave their homes, had never heard such a shocking story. They all turned pale with fear, as if they had seen the tragedy with their own eyes. The wife of the duke looked especially worried. She tightly held Ling Mingyue's hand and tremblingly asked, "Mingyue, are you sure Yuning is really carrying 3 babies?" Seeing her worried and scared eyes, Ling Mingyue nodded slowly. "I felt 3 heartbeat sounds in the mother's pulse. 2 are strong and 1 is weaker, but all 3 are definitely there." From her touch, she could feel the growth of the babies. And the faint heartbeat belonged to a girl. If Ling Mingyue was particularly worried now, it was whether the smallest girl could survive healthily. The medical conditions here are almost very poor. For a fetus that is not fully developed, this is a huge challenge, even a deadly threat. Han Wanru tried to comfort her, saying, "Auntie, you must trust Mingyue's judgment. Her medical skills are very good. She can even tell if the baby's umbilical cord is wrapped around the neck. She definitely won't be wrong." Her words showed full trust in Ling Mingyue. The wife of the duke explained, "No, I'm not doubting Mingyue's medical skills. I just feel scared. How can these 3 babies be born?" Her voice was full of helplessness and panic, as if she already saw the coming disaster. If they were twins, there might still be a good chance to save both mother and babies. But triplets? That's really too difficult. Ling Mingyue gently held the duke's wife's hand and softly comforted her. "Madam, isn't the reason you asked me here to see if the lady can have a cesarean, like Sister Xiaoya?" Cesarean? Is that really possible? The Duke's wife's eyes showed worry and confusion. The word cesarean sounds frightening and bloody just by hearing it. If possible, most people wouldn't choose that method. But if these are triplets, besides a cesarean, they seem to have no better options. Ling Chua nodded firmly. I am 90% confident that I can successfully perform the surgery. But we need to set the date quickly. The bigger the baby gets, the more strain it puts on the mother and the higher the risk of surgery. But there's less than a month until full term. The lady of the Duke's family looked at Ling Chua with confusion. Babies are healthier when born at full term. This is a common understanding, both now and in the 22nd century. Premature babies are often weak and sick, with poor resistance. Some are born too early, and their organs, especially their lungs, are not fully developed. Without proper care and treatment, they are hard to survive. Only in the highly advanced medical technology of the 22nd century can premature babies receive specialized care, like breathing support, nutrition, and temperature regulation. These measures help them adapt to the outside world and grow stronger, giving them a better chance to survive. But in this time, medical technology hasn't reached that level. Usually, unless there's an emergency, like the mother going into labor early, people wait until full term for natural birth. Ling Chua thought for a moment, carefully choosing her words, then explained, Actually, given the condition of the child in the prince's wife's belly, even if they are born today, they wouldn't really be considered premature. This statement hit like a heavy bomb, shocking everyone present instantly. Everyone looked stunned, as if struck by lightning. Their minds went blank, unable to understand what Ling Chua meant. Some even started to wonder if someone was hiding the true pregnancy date of Chu Yunying. Why hide it? Could there be some secret they're trying to keep? Suddenly, various guesses and doubts spread among the crowd. Everyone's faces changed color, showing confusion and suspicion. Ling Chua quickly interrupted their endless speculation. Do you all think that a pregnancy of 10 months means the baby must stay in the mother's womb for exactly 10 months before birth? Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Han Wanru looked confused and asked, Yes, we've always calculated it this way. Is there a problem with that? Ling Chua smiled slightly and asked back, So, when you calculate pregnancy, has anyone really carried a baby for a full 10 months before giving birth? Everyone present had experience with childbirth, but now they all looked at each other and fell into thought. The princess consort of the royal family was the first to break the silence. She recalled, I remember when I had my first child, I went into labor half a month early. I was so scared, thinking I had caused an early birth by accident. Luckily, the baby was healthy and strong after birth. The wife of the Duke also spoke. You say that, and I think I also went into labor a few days early. But our child was very healthy too. I also went into labor early about half a month before. It even caused our heir to miss the exact time of birth. Thinking about those days, Han Wanru felt a little regret now. She then looked confused again and said, But Chua, some people do give birth at the full term. For example, my sister-in-law, she carried her baby for exactly 10 months. Faced with everyone's doubtful looks, Ling Chua thought for a moment and slowly explained, Actually, strictly speaking, the human pregnancy cycle is about 266 days. If we calculate based on an average month of 29.5 days, it's roughly 9 months. Everyone listened and looked skeptical. After all, people have always believed in the saying, 10 months of pregnancy. Suddenly changing this idea was hard for many to accept. Ling Chua understood their doubts. When she learned this truth from medical textbooks in the 22nd century, she was also shocked for a long time. In ancient times, people believed in 10 months of pregnancy. The concept of 10 months of pregnancy dates back to about 2,000 years ago. It's not that their way of calculating pregnancy was wrong. The main reason is that they usually considered a month to be 28 days. When you do the math, it's almost the same as our 10-month period. After carefully calculating, everyone exclaimed as if they had discovered a new world. Oh, really? Even though there's only a 10-day difference, having the baby a few days early is a big deal for expected delivery. Ling Chua just smiled. What she didn't say aloud was that it's hard to know the exact moment when the semen and egg meet. There can also be a time difference there. The most accurate way to tell if a baby is full term is by observing the baby's development. Every child is unique, and their growth rate varies. So, we shouldn't rely only on the pregnancy date to judge if the baby is full term. It's more important to look at their physical condition and development. In the 22nd century, medicine has many advanced tests to track development. But in this era, those technologies are not available. People rely more on the traditional idea of a 9-month pregnancy to judge the baby's growth. But for Ling Mingyue, these aren't problems. Whether by face reading or pulse diagnosis, she can accurately assess the baby's development just by looking at the face and feeling the pulse. For example, Chu Yuning. She is carrying 3 babies. 2 of them are fully developed and ready to be born. The smallest one might not be as developed, possibly because it didn't get enough nutrients. But as long as it receives proper care after birth, it can still grow healthily. With Ling Mingyue's detailed and confident explanation, the wife of the Duke gradually believed her. But inside, she still felt worried and uneasy. Could it be that Yuning's babies are already full-term? She couldn't help but ask again. Ling Mingyue confidently replied, "Yes. I just checked the pulse and confirmed that the children in the lady's belly are full-term." Then she added seriously, "Madam, I suggest you arrange the surgery soon. Not only because the time is pressing, but also because the amniotic fluid situation is now a potential threat to the babies."
Why is that?
The lady of the Duke suddenly felt a wave of panic and looked at Ling Mingyue with a lost expression. Ling Mingyue slightly frowned and explained, "During my recent check, I found that the water inside the young master's wife's belly has started to decrease and is becoming cloudy." Although everyone was familiar with the term amniotic fluid, they were unsure about the serious consequences of reduced and cloudy amniotic fluid. They all looked at Ling Mingyue with confused and worried eyes, hoping she could give a clearer explanation. Han Wenru anxiously asked, "Mingyue, can you be more specific? What happens if the amniotic fluid decreases and becomes cloudy?" Ling Mingyue patiently answered, "The fetus is completely surrounded by amniotic fluid inside the mother. This fluid not only provides oxygen and nutrients, but also offers some protection. However, if the amniotic fluid decreases or turns cloudy, it means the oxygen and nutrients are starting to change for the worse. If this continues, it will seriously affect the fetus's environment and could lead to oxygen deprivation and difficulty breathing." "Fetus, oxygen deprivation, can't breathe. Does that mean the baby will die?" The lady of the Duke instinctively asked this heartbreaking question. Ling Mingyue pressed her lips and answered seriously, "If the fetus is deprived of oxygen for a long time, it can harm the brain, affect intelligence, or even cause death." Affect intelligence? Does that mean the child might become mentally slow? Everyone was shocked and suddenly thought of the young son of the Zhou family. Oh my, could Zhuo's youngest son have become slow because he stayed in the womb too long? Yes, they even boasted that the longer a baby stays in the womb, the luckier it is. Now it seems that was a terrible mistake. With this specific example, everyone believed Ling Mingyue's words even more. The princess consort of the clan looked worriedly at the lady of the Duke and said, "Jillian, you should quickly discuss with Xingqing and Ming Lang and make a decision as soon as possible." "I believe Mingyue's judgment is reliable." The lady of the Duke nodded with a serious face and asked Ling Mingyue, "Mingyue, according to your advice, when is the latest we must decide?" Ling Mingyue thought for a moment and replied, "In 2 days." The lady of the Duke's family took a deep breath and said, "All right, we will give you an answer by noon tomorrow at the latest." Because it concerns the safety of her daughter-in-law and grandchildren, they must be careful in their actions. Ling Mingyue nodded and said, "Okay. If you decide to do the surgery, you can come to the prince's residence to find me." She had already fulfilled her duty by providing the diagnosis and treatment suggestions. Whether the patient's family accepts her advice is their own decision. After dealing with the matter of the young master's wife, the princess of the clan was about to leave. Given the current situation of the lady of the Duke's family, she probably didn't feel like staying as a guest. Unexpectedly, Ling Mingyue suddenly spoke at this moment. "Madam of the Duke, I have a favor to ask." Hearing this, the lady immediately asked with concern, "Mingyue, whatever it is, just say it. As long as our Nguo Gongfu can do it, we won't refuse." Ling Mingyue was her sister's benefactor, and perhaps even a benefactor to their family. Naturally, the lady of the Duke would agree to her requests. The princess of the clan also looked at Ling Mingyue with concern. Yue, have you encountered any difficulties? Feel free to tell us. If the Nguo Gongfu can't help, our clan is here too. She truly cared about Yue's situation and sincerely wanted to protect her. Ling Mingyue took a deep breath and slowly explained her request. I want to find someone in the Nguo Gongfu. The lady of the Duke was slightly stunned and asked with doubt, Who do you want to find? She tried to recall the contacts between their family and the Ling family, but found very few and couldn't think of anyone in their household that Ling Mingyue might be looking for. Ling Mingyue bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. I heard that you bought a criminal servant in Jinan's servant market. Can I see him? As soon as she finished speaking, everyone present understood her intention. They looked at Ling Mingyue with pity and concern. This girl, even though her own situation isn't very smooth, still worries about the others in the Ling family and runs around for them. The lady of the Duke sighed inwardly and asked softly, Mingyue, do you have a portrait of that person? I can immediately send people to check the house. Ling Mingyue shook her head sadly. It wasn't that she couldn't draw portraits of her brothers and sisters, but she simply didn't know exactly who had been bought by the Nguo Gongfu. The lady of the Duke's wife softly comforted. Mingyue, don't worry. Even if there are no portraits, as long as the person is in the residence, I will find her for you. After speaking, she immediately ordered the housekeeper to summon all the managers in the estate. At the same time, she took Ling Mingyue and the princess of the clan to the flower pavilion to wait for a while. Soon, the chief steward of the Nguo Duke's residence and all the managers hurried to the flower pavilion. The lady of the Duke looked around at everyone with a serious expression and asked sternly, In the past 2 months, has anyone here been to Jinan's servant market? Everyone shook their heads, saying they had not been there. The chief steward stepped forward respectfully and replied, Madam, there has been no plan to add staff to the estate in the past half year. Even if needed, we contact the brokers directly to send people here, rather than going to the servant market ourselves. He looked at the other managers to confirm his statement was correct. Everyone nodded in agreement. During this, Ling Mingyue stood quietly to the side, carefully observing each manager's expression and manner. Among them, she noticed a subtle change on the face of one manager in the 3rd row. He had been lowering his head all along, and when he responded, his eyes flickered uncertainly, showing signs of unease and fear. Ling Mingyue walked directly toward that manager. She stood in front of him and asked, Are you really sure you haven't been to Jinan's servant market? Her voice was calm but carried an undeniable authority. The manager was startled by her sudden question. When he saw it was her asking, his face turned pale, and he looked very frightened. However, he quickly regained his composure and answered stiffly, To this young lady, I truly have not set foot in Jinan's servant market. Although he tried to stay calm, the flickering in his eyes betrayed his nervousness. Ling Mingyue keenly sensed his panic and understood that he was lying. But she did not expose his lie on the spot, as this was the Duke's residence, and she had no authority to question him. However, the lady of the Duke's wife did. As the head of the household, she managed all affairs of the estate. If she couldn't see through this small clue, how could she maintain control over the servants? The lady of the Duke immediately looked serious and asked sternly, Which task are you in charge of? Her commanding tone made everyone present feel shocked. The chief steward quickly stepped forward and respectfully replied, Madam, this is Ma Jin. He is responsible for the garden in the estate. Hearing this, the lady of the Duke immediately ordered, Bring everyone under Ma Jin's command here. Her voice was cold and firm. She didn't question Ma Jin directly, but focused on the main issue. If Ma Jin really bought people from the servant market, then those who eat and live with him every day would know something. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, Ling Mingyue saw the steward visibly panic. This made her even more sure she had found the right target. Soon, about 10 people from an older flower farmer to a young child were brought before everyone. Ling Mingyue only looked at them briefly and understood immediately. None of these people were members of the Ling family. The chief steward also checked the number carefully and reported to the lady of the Duke, Madam, According to the estate staffing, there should be 12 people responsible for the garden. There are indeed 12 here, so the number is correct. Although Ling Chua felt disappointed, she didn't give up. She stepped forward and asked everyone, "Have any of you seen a person with the character Run carved on his arm?" She pointed to her own left forearm. This was a special mark of the Ling family men, symbolizing their ancestors' hope that they would be doctors of kindness. The crowd looked at each other in silence, no one answering. The lady of the Duke saw this and said, "If anyone has seen this person, I will reward him with 10 taels of monthly silver." 10 taels of silver was almost a year's wages for these people. This clearly made everyone start to feel tempted. After a moment of silence, one person hesitantly raised his hand. "Madam, I think I saw someone. He definitely has a character on his arm, but I can't read it because I don't know the characters." Ling Qiu's mind moved, and she quickly wrote the character, "Run," then handed it to the man. "Is this the character you saw?" The person took the paper, looked at it carefully, and replied uncertainly, "I don't remember clearly. It looks a bit like him, but also not quite. For someone who can't read, all the characters look similar." Ling Chua was not discouraged and immediately asked, "What does he look like? Where did you see him?" To answer the young lady, "That person looked dirty, with a bad smell on him. He seemed sick and didn't talk much." The servant recalled, the young one was responsible for cleaning the forest garden. Once, the young master suddenly ordered all the flowers and plants in the yard to be replaced. So I went to the stables to find someone to carry out the old plants. That was when I saw that person. He tried hard to describe what he saw, hoping to earn the 10 taels of silver reward. But the stable manager heard this, and his face changed suddenly. He quickly said, "Impossible. That didn't happen. There is no such person in the stables. I manage the stables and carts, and I personally check the horses every other day. I have never seen a stranger, let alone someone with a carved mark on his arm." His face turned red with excitement, and his words sounded urgent, not like he was lying. This made the garden servant Yuan Lin feel a bit uneasy. Ma Jin, who had been silent, suddenly looked up at the servant and said angrily, "Wang Taizhu, are you sure you saw wrong? Those stable workers are always with the horses, covered in dirt. They all look messy. How could you see any carved marks on them?" He sighed helplessly and said, "Taizhu, I know your mother is sick and needs a lot of medicine money. But you can't just make up false stories because of that. Isn't that delaying the master?" "No, I didn't make up any false stories. Madam, I really didn't." Wang Taizhu, the garden servant, was frightened and panicked when he heard this, worried about being misunderstood and punished. "Maybe I saw it wrong, I'm not sure. But I really didn't mean to deceive the madam." He was so scared that he suddenly knelt down with a thud. Seeing his reaction, Ma Jin's tense nerves slightly relaxed, and the corners of his mouth, which had been tightly pressed, began to lift. However, just as he thought the situation was about to calm down, Ling Chua suddenly spoke. "Madam, may I personally go to the stables to check? Sometimes seeing is believing, and words are not enough." Ma Jin was startled and hurriedly advised, "Madam, the stable is dirty and smelly. It's not suitable for someone as noble as you to go there. Perhaps we should call the stable hand here and ask him directly?" Ling Chua glanced at him without agreeing. The more he tried to stop her, the more suspicious the stable seemed, and she was even more eager to see for herself. Seeing this, the lady of the house nodded in agreement and asked the butler to lead the way to the stable. Everyone moved together towards the stable. Ma Jin felt extremely anxious inside. He wished he could rush to the stable immediately to stop something terrible from happening, or escape the estate to seek help from someone behind the scenes. But under everyone's watchful eyes, he could do nothing but grit his teeth and follow along. When Ling Chua entered the stable, the first thing she saw was 4 or 5 rough-looking stable boys. They sat together, eating and drinking coarse food, making loud, teasing noises. The atmosphere was lively. But behind their lively scene, one figure stood out sharply. It was a hunched, limping man. He was lying on the ground, struggling to clean up the horse manure. He also had a rough rope tied around his neck, like a restrained animal. Because of his difficulty moving, his cleaning was slow. Suddenly, One of the drinking stable boys raised a bamboo stick and viciously stabbed him. The limping man staggered and fell heavily to the ground, landing in a pile of manure. Seeing him so miserable, the stable boys burst into even more reckless laughter. Their laughter echoed through the stable, mixing with the man's groans, creating a very twisted scene. "What are you doing?" The lady of the house arrived quickly and, seeing the chaos, asked sharply. Their estate was usually kind to servants and rarely punished them arbitrarily. Unexpectedly, the outcome of kindness turned out to be so disgraceful. Seeing the servants teasing the disheveled figure on the ground, the lady of the marquis's wife felt mixed emotions. She secretly hoped that this person was not a member of the Ling family that Ling Mingyue was searching for. Otherwise, she truly would know how to face Ling Mingyue or how to explain everything. Although they didn't mean for this to happen, since it occurred in their house, they couldn't avoid responsibility. The stable boys, who had been joking and arguing just moments before, were frightened by the sudden shout from the lady of the marquis's wife. Their faces turned pale as they knelt and begged for mercy. "Please, madam, forgive us. We were exhausted from caring for the horses all night, and we made a careless mistake. Please, have mercy and forgive us this time," they begged, their voices filled with fear and regret. But Ling Mingyue's gaze was fixed tightly on the person lying on the ground, looking utterly helpless. He was very thin, almost skeletal. He looked nothing like the tall, handsome Ling family member she remembered. One of his legs was broken. The wound was deep, with white bones exposed through torn flesh, looking shocking. He kept trying to get up, but each attempt ended in failure, and he fell heavily back to the ground, covered in horse dung and dirt. As she watched, Ling Mingyue's vision blurred, and tears welled up in her eyes. Although it was just a silhouette, she recognized this person. He was her caring and loving third brother, Ling Mingyue, the brother who once fought desperately because of a teasing remark about her. The brother who once went out in the middle of the night to queue for Liang's rice cakes just because she casually said she wanted to eat them. The brother who once... Third brother, Ling Mingyue's throat felt as if something was blocking it. She called softly, her voice trembling and faint. Ling Mingyue, lying on the ground, seemed to hear her call. His body paused slightly. In the next moment, he wondered if he had heard wrong, shook his head instinctively, trying to wake himself up. Then he continued to drag his twisted right leg, trying to stand up. But just as he was about to fall again, a pair of strong little hands steadied him. He slowly turned his head, revealing a face covered in dirt and blood. "Yaya, is this a dream?" he asked with a trembling voice. Ling Mingyue tightly held his arm, tears filling her eyes. "Third brother, you're not dreaming. It's me, Yaya. I'm here to save you." After saying that, she ignored the dirt and smell on Ling Mingyue's body and threw herself into his arms, crying loudly. Just like in the past, when she fell and got hurt, she would hide in her brother's arms to find comfort. The man raised his hand, wanting to pat her head and comfort her not to cry, as he used to do. But his hand froze in the air for a long time and finally didn't reach out. He looked down at Ling Mingyue in his arms, his eyes full of happiness and relief. "It's so good. His sister is safe and sound. Yeah, let go of me first. I'm dirty," Ling Mingyue said. But Ling Mingyue didn't care at all. No matter how dirty or smelly her brother was, he was still her brother. She held him tightly, afraid that if she let go, he would disappear. The lady of the Duke's estate and others nearby watched this touching scene between siblings, their eyes moist. They felt sad for Ling Mingyue's hardship and moved by the deep bond between the brother and sister. At the same time, Ma Jin and a few stable workers kneeling on the ground trembled with fear, their faces pale. They looked at the lady of the estate with horror, noticing her concern for Ling Mingyue from her expression. And the useless person who had been cruelly tortured for over a month was actually this woman's brother. At this moment, their hearts were filled with fear and despair, as if they saw their own doom approaching. Suddenly, with a loud splash, the steward in charge of the stables knelt before the lady of the estate, trembling with fear. "Madam, I failed in my duties, and I am willing to accept any punishment. I truly didn't know this person was in the stables. Please, look into this carefully and decide for me. After speaking, he began to hit the stable workers around him wildly. You heartless, ungrateful things. I have treated you well every day, yet you repay me like this, betraying me. Tell me, what is going on? If you don't tell the truth clearly, even if I die, I will make sure your whole family shares the punishment. The stable manager was so frightened he couldn't speak clearly. He knew how serious the situation was and only hoped to clear his name quickly. Seeing this, the other horsemen realized the truth was out and could no longer hide it. To save themselves, they hurriedly accused, Madam, we were forced to do this. This person was sent here by the stable manager himself, who told us to treat him well. Yes, and the stable manager personally broke his leg with 3 sticks. We couldn't stop him, but before they finished, a loud splash sounded. Everyone looked over and saw Ma Jin had fainted from fear. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. The lady of the Duke's family looked coldly at Ma Jin lying stiffly on the ground, as if she was looking at a dead person. She turned to Ling Chue with a serious face and said, Chue, don't worry. No matter what, the Duke's estate will give you a proper explanation. Ling Chue nodded gratefully. Thank you, madam. I want to take my 3rd brother away now. Is that okay? Ling Wenxue was badly hurt and needed immediate treatment. The lady of the Duke's family quickly replied, Of course. I'll send someone to take you back. But Ling Chue shook her head gently and personally lifted Ling Wenxue's body, ready to carry him herself. Just like when her older sister helped her long ago. Always invisible, standing quietly nearby, Liang Wu stepped forward, turned his back to them, and bowed slightly. Your Highness, please allow me to carry the 3rd young master back. Ling Chue was stunned for a moment, then gently helped Ling Wenxue onto Liang Wu's back. 3rd brother, let's go home. Behind her, there were sounds of pleading and kowtowing, but Ling Chue didn't look back once. It wasn't that she didn't want to avenge her brother. Her heart was only focused on one thing, saving her brother's life. As for revenge, even if delayed a few days, it wouldn't matter. Back at the side courtyard of the Imperial King's residence, Ling Wenhui and Ling Sisi saw Ling Chue walk in looking disheveled, with a guard carrying someone who was barely breathing.
They were surprised.
Yeah, who is this? Ling Wenhui started to ask but stopped suddenly when he recognized the person's face. 3rd brother, he's 3rd brother. His voice trembled and choked with emotion. Ling Sisi's face suddenly changed, and she anxiously asked, Wenhao, what are you saying? Who do you mean? Big sister, he's 3rd brother. Wenhao, with tears in his voice, called out to the unconscious person, 3rd brother, wake up. 3rd brother, Ling Sisi struggled desperately to stand up from her wheelchair to see the person on Liang Wu's back. But because her leg was still injured, she weakly sat back down, her eyes full of worry and fear. Yeah, what's wrong with your 3rd brother? Ling Chue quickly stepped forward and helped Ling Sisi back into her wheelchair. Big sister, don't worry. 3rd brother is just temporarily unconscious. I won't let anything happen to him. Then she turned around and asked Liang Wu to carry Ling Wenxue into an empty room. The room only had a makeshift bed, which was set up earlier when Ling Sisi was checked, and now it was used as an operating room. Wenhao followed closely, staying by her side. When he heard Ling Chue tell him to go out, he firmly said, Yeah, I want to stay and help. Ling Chue was slightly surprised but then remembered Wenhao's knowledge of medicine. Although he was weaker in treatment, he was more than capable as an assistant. And, in the future, she would have many surgeries. She couldn't always fight alone. Having them involved would help them learn some surgical skills and also help them reconnect with the social circle in Shengjing City. Even if they were prisoners, they should still be respected. Ling Chue thought for a few seconds and then agreed to Wenhao's request. Little brother, during the surgery, if you have questions, you can ask at any time, but you must not interfere with my work. She looked serious, her tone cold, and she exuded a strong presence. This look reminded Wenhao of their grandfather. He was always calm, confident, and focused when dealing with patients. He nodded seriously and promised, Yeah, don't worry. Once inside, I will follow your instructions carefully. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. After calming Ling Cece, Ling Chua asked Liang Wu to stay outside the door. She sternly warned, Liang Wu, no one is allowed to enter this room without my permission. When the door closed, Ling Chua quickly activated the surgical mode, making the entire room sterile. She took out sterile gowns and masks, carefully helping Ling Wenhao put them on. This is to protect the patient and prevent the wound from getting a second infection during treatment. Although she was surprised by the strange clothes, it didn't stop Ling Wenhao from following Ling Chua's instructions carefully. Ling Wenchu's body was covered in dirt, and every wound was inflamed and pus-filled because they hadn't been treated in time. Therefore, before starting the surgery, he needed a full cleaning and disinfection. Ling Wenhui was responsible for cleaning his body. Meanwhile, Ling Chua focused on removing pus from the wounds and disinfecting them. At this moment, Ling Wenhui hesitated and asked, "Do I need to take off all of third brother's clothes?" He was worried that doing so might harm Ling Chua's reputation. After all, there are distinctions between men and women, and even cousins shouldn't cross boundaries casually. Ling Chua nodded firmly and said, "Little brother, I am a doctor." In a doctor's eyes, there is no gender. Hearing this, Ling Wenhui paused for a moment. Then he began to remove Ling Wenchu's clothes. But considering the patient's privacy, she took a surgical cloth from the medical box and handed it to him. After the cleaning, the areas without wounds could be covered with the cloth. The clothes were old and dirty, covered in grime. Some parts were even stuck tightly to the wounds, making treatment very difficult. Ling Wenhui was worried, afraid that cleaning might cause pain to third brother. So, he moved very gently with every action. He was especially careful around critical areas, using scissors to carefully cut through the stuck clothes. Most of Ling Wenchu's wounds were inflamed and pus-filled. They needed to carefully remove the dead tissue so they could heal properly. Knowing how painful removing dead tissue could be, Ling Chua decided to give Ling Wenchu full-body anesthesia. She took out a clear, beautiful glass bottle from her storage space, actually from her space storage. The bottle contains a clear liquid connected at the bottom to a thin, transparent tube with a delicate needle at the end. Ling Chua first fixed the bottle in a high place. Then she skillfully expelled the air from the syringe and gently inserted the needle into Ling Wenchu's arm. As the needle was secured, Ling Wenhui was surprised to see the clear liquid in the glass bottle slowly drip into the tube. Yeah, what is this?" Ling Wenhui asked curiously. "This is an 4-drip, specially made for us by Prince Yu. The liquid in the bottle is an anesthetic. It can make a person lose consciousness quickly and numb the nerves, so they won't feel pain during surgery," Ling Chua patiently explained while lowering her head to carefully clean dirt and pus from Ling Wenchu's wound. She first gently wiped away dirt on the wound surface with sterile cotton. Then she picked up a scalpel, scissors, and tweezers, carefully scraping away rotten tissue and dead muscle to prevent infection from spreading further. During this process, Ling Chua's movements were both precise and quick. Until the wound revealed fresh, red tissue, she stopped and used an antiseptic solution to thoroughly rinse the wound. Ling Wenhui had trained in the military camp with his parents, witnessing many brutal and bloody injury scenes. Now, watching Ling Chua's careful work, he was reminded of the time his father was removing flesh and bone from soldiers. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and said to Ling Chua, "Yeah, I can also do this wound cleaning. Let me do it." Without hesitation, Ling Chua handed her scalpel to Ling Wenhui and focused her attention on the broken leg of Ling Wenchu. She knew at a glance that among all his injuries, the leg was the most serious. It was so severe, it could be life-threatening. The entire leg was twisted in a shocking way. The white, exposed bones had pierced through the skin. Almost half of the lower leg was rotten, and even through her mask, she could smell the disgusting, putrid odor. Faintly, she could see tiny insects wriggling inside. The remaining half of the lower leg was also showing signs of darkening and bruising. Many blood vessels and nerves around are already showing signs of death. Thinking about Ling Wenchu dragging his injured leg and being tortured and humiliated like an animal, a deep anger rises in Ling Chua's heart. In the 22nd century, her hands were famous for being steady. But now, her fingers gripping the scalpel are trembling slightly. She takes deep breaths, trying to calm her emotions. Then, she decisively begins to clean up the large area of rotten flesh, preparing for the next surgery. After all the dead tissue is removed, only white bones and half of the remaining skin are left on the lower leg. Fortunately, this remaining half of skin gives hope for Ling Wenchu's recovery. With it, the wound can slowly heal and regenerate new tissue under dressings, bringing new life to his leg. Compared to the lost skin, the damaged blood vessels and nerves are what Ling Chue cares more about. Because of the large wound, damage to blood vessels and nerves was unavoidable. After careful examination and reviewing the detailed reports from the operating room, she found multiple nerve injuries around the wound. Fortunately, most of these injuries are not serious and will heal over time. However, the blood vessel problems are more difficult to fix. To restore normal function to this leg, all damaged blood vessels must be carefully repaired to ensure smooth blood flow. She thinks today's surgery will be a big project. Anyway, she must save her third brother's leg. Meanwhile, outside in the small courtyard, Ling Cece sits in a wheelchair, anxiously waiting for the surgery results. Suddenly, two figures rush in hurriedly from outside. Looking closely, it's the chief steward of the Imperial Palace, Li Dequan, and the nurse responsible for caring for Ling Chue, Mo. Before Ling Cece can go forward to greet them, Li Dequan starts asking the guard outside, Liang Wu, "How long has the princess been in surgery?" Liang Wu answers, "Almost 15 minutes. Mo then asks, "Is the princess alone inside?" Liang Wu nodded and said, "The princess's older brother is also inside, helping her." Hearing this, Mammy Zhao's face showed a hint of disappointment. After receiving news from the secret guard, she hurried over as fast as she could to help the princess. But she was still a little late. Seeing Ling Cece nearby looking anxious, she quickly calmed herself and stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "Miss Ling, don't worry. The princess is a skilled doctor. With her here, young Master Ling will be safe." Thank you for your kind words, Mammy." Every time she faced people from the royal palace, Ling Cece couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, but her anxiety eased a little. Just then, two more people rushed into the courtyard in a flurry. It was Yan Fei and Wu Yu. Li Dequan saw this and unceremoniously gave Yan Fei a playful tap on the head, asking, "Why aren't you staying with the master? Why are you here causing trouble?" Yan Fei proudly replied, "Haha, my big brother covered for me, and the master approved me to come take a look." Wu Yu, before Li Dequan could ask, explained proactively, "I came to observe the princess's medical skills and learn something new." After speaking, the two moved swiftly, jumping onto the roof. Then, skillfully, they bent down silently, lifted a tile, and peeked down below. Ling Cece was stunned by this sudden scene. She turned confusedly to Mammy Zhao and asked, "Mammy Zhao this?" Mammy Zhao remained calm and reassured her, "Miss Ling, don't be afraid. They are doing this to protect the princess and prevent anyone from disturbing her surgery. Last time, when the princess treated you, they were guarding nearby. They are very experienced, so you can rest assured." While speaking, her eyes kept flickering between Yan Fei and Wu Yu. Seeing their occasional surprised looks, she couldn't help but feel a bit envious. She also wanted to go see the princess's surgery. Just as she was feeling restless, she heard the old man beside her say, "Leave it to Mammy here. I don't trust those two kids up there. I want to go see for myself." After saying that, he suddenly leapt up and landed beside Yan Fei and Wu Yu. Ling Cece was inwardly criticizing him. With all the guards in the royal palace courtyard, what was there to worry about? I couldn't help but start to wonder. Could this be a dangerous place, making them so nervous and setting up so many guards? Just looking at the three figures crouching on the roof like frogs, she couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Their way of guarding was truly unique. Old Madame Zhao's originally restless heart was immediately calmed after seeing the lecherous look of those three. At this moment, the heir of the Duke of N, Shen Mingyue, who felt guilty about Ling Wenchu and his second brother, Shen Mingyue, hurried over carrying rare medicinal herbs. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw this unbelievable scene. 3 people crouching on the roof looking like big frogs. These 3 were very famous and intimidating figures in Shengjing City: Deputy Commander Li Dequan and the guard captain Yan Fei Wuyo. They actually shamelessly lay on the roof, peeking. This made both of them eager to know what they were looking at. Finally, unable to hold back their curiosity, Shen Mingyue turned to old Madame Zhao and asked cautiously, "Madam, what are Deputy Commander and the others looking at?" Old Madame Zhao answered seriously, "Our princess is inside the room performing surgery on her brother. They went up there to protect the princess and prevent anyone from disturbing the operation." Shen Mingyue, "I don't believe you." But he said, "Madam, since the princess's brother was injured in our residence, I also have a responsibility to help with her treatment. Why don't I go up and help guard too?" After speaking, he took a deep breath, and with lightness, he flew onto the roof. Seeing this, Ling Cici remained calm inside. 1, 2, 3 people had already gone up, and she was used to it. At this moment, old Madame Zhao turned to look at the heir of the Duke of Yin, Shen Mingyue, who was standing still. It seemed she was asking why he wasn't going up with them. Shen Mingyue seemed to understand her meaning, smiled, and said, "Madam, do you want me to go up and take a look too? My second brother is right. The injury of the crown princess's brother is something our Duke of An's estate cannot deny responsibility for. Helping the crown princess is my duty, and I will do it gladly." Without waiting for old Madame Zhao to speak, he moved quickly and flew up directly, joining the frog army on the roof. Grandma Zhao looked at this scene and sighed helplessly, saying to Ling Cici, "Isn't it true that being shameless can also be contagious?" Ling Cici, meanwhile, the steward of the Duke of An's estate, hearing his young master called shameless, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Their usually proud young master, how did he end up lying on the ground like a frog today? What is so special up there that so many people are risking their dignity to peek? After Shen Mingyue and Shen Mingyue flew onto the roof, they carefully lifted a tile, mimicking Yan Fei's group, and looked down cautiously. However, what they saw made them gasp in shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really a treatment? Or is it more like killing and dismembering? Inside the room at this moment, Ling Qiyu was holding a chisel and a hammer, steadily and precisely smashing at Ling Wenshi's leg bones. With a crisp crack, the remaining connected bones broke apart, the sound piercing in the quiet room. But one break wasn't enough. The bent leg bones had lost their proper function and needed to be completely broken again to prepare for the next steps of correction and reattachment. This scene shocked everyone watching from the roof, and even Ling Wenhui shouted in fright. Yeah, he wanted to rush forward to stop Ling Qiyu. But at the critical moment, he remembered her serious warning earlier and could only hold back his impulse. Ling Qiyu focused entirely on her work, not even lifting her head. She continued to hammer the leg bones while explaining, "My third brother's leg was broken a month ago. During this time, the bones have started to heal naturally, but before healing, no corrective measures were taken, causing the new growth to twist and deform." She pointed to the bent parts, her voice firm and calm. "These crooked bones not only prevent proper healing but could also ruin his entire leg. So, we must take this seemingly cruel but necessary approach, breaking all the bones and reattaching them to straighten." Ling Wenhui seemed to have some understanding, but also looked a bit confused. He looked at Ling Qiyu and asked eagerly, "Yeah, are you saying that if the leg bone doesn't heal properly and becomes crooked, we can break it again and make it grow straight?" Ling Qiyu thought carefully before explaining. "In theory, yes. But in practice, it's much more complicated. The structure of the human leg is very complex, with blood vessels and nerves intertwined like a web. If during breaking the bone, a blood vessel is accidentally damaged, it could cause serious bleeding and threaten life. If a nerve is hurt, even if the bone heals, the leg might lose function because of nerve damage." Afraid that Ling Wenhui might think this is an easy and safe method, she explained the risks and complexities clearly. This kind of bone-breaking and regrowth surgery became common in later times. Some people even chose to have the surgery to grow taller. But these surgeries require very skilled doctors. Any mistake could leave the patient disabled or even cause death. Even when she performed such surgery, She needed to carefully examine X-rays and CT scans to accurately determine where and how to break the bone. Only after understanding everything and preparing well would she start. The tools she used were not ordinary chisels and hammers but specialized orthopedic instruments, fine bone chisels and bone hammers. Each strike had to carefully avoid blood vessels and nerves to ensure the surgery was safe and precise. During the operation, she also monitored Ling Wenchu's vital signs like heart rate, breathing, and blood pressure in real time. If any emergency occurred, she could respond immediately to protect Ling Wenchu's life as much as possible. After hearing Ling Qiue's explanation, Ling Wenhui felt even more confused. He understood the concept of blood vessels fairly well, but the word nerves was unfamiliar and mysterious to him. Where did Ye learn all these deep and complex medical skills and knowledge? But he didn't ask further. Instead, he chose to set aside these questions for now and focused entirely on observing every detail of the surgery. His gaze closely followed the tools in Ye's hands, trying to understand the complex and delicate medical principles behind her actions. Meanwhile, a group on the roof was originally just there to see the scene and join in the fun. But at this moment, they were completely stunned by the back and forth between the brother and sister. Their hearts were filled with great shock and impact, as if the whole world was turned upside down. The leg bone was crooked, yet there was still a chance to restore it to normal? This news hit them like a thunderbolt, leaving their minds blank. If it was true, then the soldiers injured in the war and those unable to walk properly might have hoped to stand again? This idea made them very excited, their faces turning red, as if all their blood was boiling. They couldn't wait to rush down, grab the girl, and ask clearly, was what she said really true? But they also knew very well that the current situation was not suitable for impulsiveness. They could only hold back their feelings tightly, trying to suppress their excitement and hope deep inside. Yet, their eyes already betrayed their inner shock and joy. The surgery was still ongoing. After breaking all the crooked bones, Ling Qiue's next task was to perform the realignment surgery. She needed to piece together the broken bones and place them precisely where they belonged. This was a task that required intense focus and great physical strength. While fixing the broken bones, Ling Qiue used medical tools like forceps, bone clamps, steel plates, screws, and pins to ensure each bone was securely fixed. The heavy workload soon made her forehead covered with fine sweat. But her strong focus and determination made her ignore the discomfort. To ensure the smooth progress of the assembly, her eyes stayed fixed on the surgical area. Even when sweat dripped into her eyes, she did not blink. At this moment, a hand holding a cloth gently reached out and softly wiped the sweat from her forehead. It was Ling Wenhui, who instinctively played the role of a nurse from the operating room in her past life. He provided logistical support for Ling Qiue. The entire reset surgery took over half an hour, and Ling Qiue remained highly focused and precise throughout. When Ling Wenhui started to worry about whether she still had enough strength, she finally looked up and showed a satisfied smile. Ling Wenhui looked at the perfectly joined leg bone, amazed and unable to close his mouth. There was a lot of tiny broken bone fragments, some shattered during the breaking process, others already broken and embedded in the flesh. But now, under Ling Qiue's skillful hands, they were all precisely put back together. Apart from the obvious cracks on the surface, there was hardly any sign of the previous dislocation and twisting. "Heya, you're really amazing," Ling Wenhui sincerely praised. People on the roof also watched this scene, their eyes shining with admiration. As expected of our princess, she is so talented. Ling Qiue gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled at Ling Wenhui, saying, "If little brother wants to learn, I can teach you too." Ling Wenhui felt a bit unsure. Could he really learn such a difficult skill? But remembering how hard Ye worked just now, he nodded firmly. "I want to learn. Once I master this skill, Ye won't have to work so hard anymore." "Yeah, what should we do next?" Ling Qiue replied, "Vessel repair." During the previous cleaning process, she carefully examined the wound and found that the blood vessels were seriously damaged. Compared to that, the nerve damage was not so bad. Although the nerves also had some damage, most of it was temporary and would heal gradually over time. But repairing the blood vessels was an urgent task. Hearing blood vessel repair, Ling Wenhui was once again shocked. He thought he had learned a lot after seeing the broken bones, but now he was stunned again. Blood vessels, so thin and fragile, could they really be repaired? When he recovered from his shock, he saw Ling Chua already focused on the surgery again. Her expression was serious and determined. Vessel repair surgery is a delicate and complex task. She had to be fully alert and careful. One type involves damage to the blood vessel wall, where it is broken but still mostly intact. For this situation, a careful sewing operation using stitches can be done. Ling Chua's movements are light and precise. Every stitch is just right, as if she is silently competing with life. Watching her fly the needle and thread, Ling Wenhao and the two princes from the Nguagong mansion on the roof, who have never seen human suturing techniques, are both stunned. Yan Fei, on the other hand, looks proud. Haha, you inexperienced country bumpkins, you don't understand. Before sewing, it is usually necessary to use a blood vessel clamp to temporarily hold both ends of the vessel, so blood flow can be controlled and the operation can go smoothly. But she directly uses acupuncture techniques to stop bleeding. She quickly and accurately stops the bleeding, completely blocking blood flow in that part of the vessel, which is more convenient and useful than clamps. Her technique is steady and skillful. The tiny stitches seem alive in her hands, moving quickly and precisely along the vessel. Soon, all the suturing is finished. The remaining problem is more serious: large sections of blood vessel damage and tearing. In this case, only vein transplantation can be done. Medically, the transplanted vein can be either the patient's own vein or a synthetic blood vessel. Ling Chua has no hesitation and decisively chooses to use a synthetic blood vessel. By the 22nd century, medical technology has advanced so much that artificial blood vessels are almost indistinguishable from natural ones, with very high compatibility and function. She takes a medicine box from her space and retrieves a bottle containing the artificial blood vessel. Ignoring Ling Wenhao's puzzled look, she calmly opens the bottle and gently uses tweezers to take out the artificial blood vessel, preparing for the next transplant. Ling Chua carefully aligns the artificial blood vessel with the ends of the original vessel, then softly instructs Ling Wenhao to fix it. Ling Wenhao nervously swallows and carefully stabilizes the transparent membrane held by the tweezers, worried about making any mistake. Brother, don't be nervous. Once fixed, try not to move. Ling Chua's voice is gentle and firm, like a soft breeze, easing Ling Wenhao's tension. Ling Wenhao took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart and keep his hand steady. With Ling Chua's encouragement, he finally managed to stop his trembling hands. Seeing that Ling Wenhao was now steady, Ling Chua focused on sewing at both ends. It felt like time stood still at that moment. Only the sound of her needle moving through tiny blood vessels could be heard. One blood vessel was sewn up, then the next. Ling Wenhao watched the surgery closely, his body growing stiff with concentration. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, silently showing his nervousness and anxiety. Brother, you can let go now. Ling Chua's voice was like a gentle melody, reaching Ling Wenhao's ears. He suddenly woke up, as if from a long dream. Is it done? Is it okay now? He asked, a little in disbelief. Ling Chua nodded with a smile. Yes, you can let go. Ling Wenhao's nerves relaxed instantly, and he sank to the ground like a deflated ball. Ling Chua asked with concern, Brother, are you okay? Ling Wenhao shook his head and said weakly, I'm fine, just a bit numb in my hands and feet. Quickly, Ling Chua used a silver needle to prick him a few times. Ling Wenhao immediately felt a warm flow pass through his body, and the numbness in his limbs gradually faded. The surgery continued. Ling Chua carefully removed a silver hemostatic needle, stopping the blood flow. She kept her eyes fixed on the blood vessels, watching their changes closely. The blood slowly flowed through the newly connected vessel, like a small stream happily running under the spring sun. She let out a breath of relief, knowing the surgery was mostly successful. It's done. The blood is flowing smoothly through the vessel now. Ling Wenhao's voice was filled with excitement he couldn't hide. Since it was his first time helping in a surgery, this joy made him feel a bit awkward. Ling Chue carefully observed the blood flow, confirming there was no active bleeding, then smiled with satisfaction. Yes, this surgery was successful. Your help, brother, was very important. Hearing Ling Chue's praise, Ling Wenhao shyly scratched his head. So, does this mean Brother San's leg will get better now? The main surgery has been completed. With careful care afterward, he will definitely recover well. Ling Chue nodded in agreement. The next step is to bandage and apply medication. However, considering that Ling Wenshi's wound on his leg is large, deep, and severely infected with tissue loss, she decided to use a safer open wound treatment method. This means not stitching the wound immediately, but keeping it open, changing dressings regularly to help it heal. The goal is to control infection, remove dead tissue, and create a good environment for new tissue growth, leading to complete healing. By changing dressings regularly, the wound stays clean and moist, which helps cells grow and repair. During open wound treatment, she will adjust the treatment plan based on how the wound looks. If needed, she will add antibiotics, measures to improve blood flow, or perform necessary surgeries. The dressings Ling Chue carefully chose are practical and discreet, made of moist gauze. This moist gauze contains sterile gauze, saline solution, antibiotics, and anti-inflammatory medicines. It keeps the wound moist for healing, prevents infection, and reduces inflammation. She gently took out the gauze soaked in medicine and carefully placed it on Ling Wenshi's wound. At the same time, she reminded Ling Wenhui about changing the dressings. Little brother, you need to change this dressing twice a day, in the morning and evening. When you do it, soak the clean gauze in the prepared medicine for 15 minutes before applying it to the wound. From now on, this will be your task. Is that okay? Ling Wenhui nodded seriously and replied, No problem. Yeah, don't worry. I will take good care of third brother. He then began to imitate Ling Chue's actions, carefully applying medication and bandages to Ling Wenshi's other wounds. When Ling Wenshi, who was unconscious, was patched up all over his body, it meant that the tense 3.5-hour surgery had finally come to a successful end.